Chapter 641. Kill Record? The good results on the first day actually did not exceed public expectations. Mao Xiaomao's leadership of the team basically guarantees the lower limit. And there will be no major surprises in this level of competition. The main thing is to see how well the Xiaogui team cooperates. The result was good. The 4 people did not make any mistakes, and there was a certain tacit understanding and cooperation. Xiaogui usually goes in the same direction before the game, and in the same direction after the game. After the game, they all praise Wang Hao as the glue of the team. Wang Hao is actually a very important figure in the team in team battles. And he also has first-hand command. When the circle shape is relatively complex, he can accurately judge the terrain in the circle and give suggestions to the team. In fact, this is also worth learning by domestic free people. There was no broadcast of the PUBG Asian qualifiers the next day. When CCTV does not broadcast it, it is broadcast live on various platforms. The number of viewers on the second day was definitely not as good as the first day. But the Xiaogui team still maintained its excellent form. Even though the first 2 sets were in the punishment circle, we still managed to win without any danger. Xiaogui's team, which has won 6 consecutive games, has already secured a spot in the Asian qualifiers. It remains to be seen when their winning streak will end. On the same day, some strong teams on the other side of the ocean also advanced one after another. The difficulty of the Asian qualifiers is just a child compared to the European qualifiers. Without the training of games, it is also a mystery how the Xiaogui team can perform in high-level competitions. After 6 consecutive chickens, the Xiaogui team still played steadily. In the 7th and 8th sets, they still did not encounter any difficulties and successfully won the chicken. Not many people actually thought about the Xiaogui team's undefeated record before the game. After all, the possibility of a set without accidents is too small, and the strength of the 2 players MC and Wang Hao is yet to be tested. But when it comes to the actual fight, everyone can only praise Mao Xiaomao and the coaching staff for their vicious vision. These 2 types of players, MC and Wang Hao, can only be said to be the 2 types of players that Xiaogui team needs. A versatile libero, an assaulter responsible for dueling. Both the Xiaogui team and the Norwegian and Dutch teams have practiced. Even when facing opponents of that level, MC can fight back and forth with his opponents, which is also an important reason why Mao Xiaomao chose him. Although there are many assaulters in the Xia Kingdom, and their overall level is high, there are only a few who are truly top-notch. After 8 consecutive chickens, the prospects of the Xiaogui team are also widely optimistic. On the last day of the competition, countless Xia Kingdom spectators also came. They are here to witness whether the Xiaogui team can complete the unprecedented 12 consecutive chickens. The game progresses to the 11th set. Prior to this, the Xiaogui team had won 10 games. Let's see how Xiaogui team handles this final round, Msjoy said. Xiaogui played very conservatively in this set, with almost no radical behavior. He only got 2 kills, but managed to reach the finals. The finals are half mountainous and half plain. Although the Xiaogui team's position is not the best, it is still the position with the most room for performance. This wave of Xiaogui team decisively rushed to the top. With the perfect performance of the 2 wings Mao Xiaomao and Wang Hao, they successfully defeated the Thai team. Then, there is a high-slope destiny circle. Beautiful! This circle! Basically, there won't be any big problems. It's a good idea to yell in the live broadcast room, although there are still 5 or 6 teams. Once the circle is cleared, they are all the targets of the Xiaogui team. After the safe zone started to be refreshed, Xia Kingdom's head count started to grow crazily from 6. In the end, 17 heads were obtained, and the chicken was successfully eaten. Beautiful! Get another chicken! In this way, the Xiaogui team has won 11 consecutive games. I hope there won't be any big mistakes in the last set, Yehao said. Yes! No one wants Team Xia to have a regrettable ending. In the last set, Xiaogui team still had a smooth start, but God seems to have sensed Team Xia's appeal and gave Team Xia a real destiny circle. After the second lap, the Xiaogui team's position on a shooting hill was simply perfect, and the circle keeps closing in this direction. All teams that want to pass by the Xiaogui team's position will have to pay tolls. At the foot of the mountain of the Xiaogui team is the Great Plains. Unsolvable shooting position. God seemed to feel that Xiaogui team had missed a record and gave Xiaogui team another chance. The Xiaogui team's head count this time did not grow as explosively as last time, but it was very stable. Start from 1 and keep growing. 23. 8, 9. 16, 17. Before the 5th lap, the Xiaogui team had already scored 21 heads. and it's difficult for teams in the plains to move. Mao Xiaomo rarely asked how many kills the team had. Mao Xiaomo usually wouldn't record the number of kills when the team was advanced. 21. Let's see if there is a chance to break the record in this set. Everyone was a little surprised. They knew that Mao Xiaomo didn't care much about recording this matter. Otherwise, he had such a good opportunity to block the bridge last time. Even if he drilled into the center of the circle and fought, it wouldn't be easy. At least there would be a big chance. The chances are record-breaking. Mao Xiaomo briefly talked to everyone about the expectations above. Anyway, they have advanced now. So it doesn't matter even if they fail in the chicken game. 11 consecutive chickens is also a new world record. The Xiaogua team has an environment in the Asian qualifiers that many countries and regions do not have. Among the 5 major regional qualifiers, the African division has 10 main draw places. And basically, there are no particularly strong opponents. The American division has 10. The main draw spots are mainly due to the showdown between the US national team and the Brazilian national team. These two teams are also the highest level national teams. There are 12 places in the Asian division. 4 places in the Oceania and Antarctica division. 24 places in the European division. And the remaining 6 places are determined by the playoffs. Generally speaking, it is not difficult to qualify in the qualifiers of each major region. Asia has 40 players in 12. Europe has 40 players in 24. Americas has 20 players in 10. Africa has 40 players in 10. And Ocean Antarctica has 14 players in 4. In fact, the allocated quotas are generally quite reasonable. There are only about 20 to 30 capable teams. When the Olympics are divided into groups, there will definitely be death groups. The game progressed to the finals, and the Xiaogua team, which had cleared the Pingyuan team behind them, chose to take the initiative. Oh! The Xiaogua team entered the circle directly. This style of play is a bit reckless, Mjoy said. He knew Mao Xiaomo's regular play style. Under such circumstances, Mao Xiaomo would calmly clear one side of the circle and then enter the circle. But this time they went straight in. And in front of them was the North Korean team. It's so reckless. The 4 members of the Xiaogua team directly confronted you head-on. Just to fight you head-on. With the personal strength of the North Korean team, they are no match for the Xiaogua team. The 4 people had almost no room to fight back and were killed instantly. In this way, Xiaogua team's head count exceeded 30. It also refreshed Xiaogua's own kill record in this qualifier. But it wasn't over yet. Xiaogua's team directly opened the wings. He went straight to the team on the edge of the circle. This is going to eat the other teams alive, Mjoy explained. Although they were not there, they could imagine how loud the cheers were. Team Xia is going for the record this time. Yi Hao also saw the tactical intention of Xiaogua team. I chose to take the initiative when there were not many teams in the field. In fact, if you continue to fight steadily now, you will definitely get 12 chickens in a row. But in that case, there should be no chance of breaking the record. Mao Xiaomo also took what Uncle Xiaoyao said to Mao Xiaomo that day to heart. 12 chickens in a row is boring. Why not give your team a challenge? There are not many teams on the field now. If Xiaogua team wants to break the record, at least half of them must be wiped out. Xiaogua team did the same thing. No matter what terrain the opponent is on, just fight him. The positions of the North Korean team and the Singapore team fell one after another. Due to time constraints, the smoke work was not done well. And Wang Hao, who bore the brunt, was also knocked down and replaced. But fortunately, the Xiaogua team staffing was still relatively complete. 3 people surrounded the Singapore team. In the end, MC used his strength on the flank and found an opportunity at the moment when Mao Xiaomo were fighting head-on. He pulled to the flank and directly killed 2 Singaporean players in an instant. And then the team destroyed the opponent. In this way, Xiaogua team also got 35 heads. Tied Liquid's record of 35 kills. As long as one more person is killed, this record will be collected by Xiaogua team. Team Xiaogua. There is also a team of 3. But since we occupy the edge of the circle, Xiaogua needs to adjust his status. Mjoy and Ye Hao were both a little nervous. There are only 6 players left on the field. 2 teams. In addition to the Xiaogua team, there is also a 3-man Brunei team. Moreover, the personal strength of the Brunei team is not very strong. The Brunei team now occupies a comparatively advantageous terrain. Xiaogua team has no time to deal with it. So we can only bite the bullet and force it, Mjoy said. Logically speaking, in this position, the Xiaogua team has no time to lay out their smoke, and is almost in a state of being beaten to death. But it also depends on the strength of the players on both sides. If the Xiaogui team has a clear positive advantage, then that's another story. Besides, it's not like Team Xia has never broken through other people's destiny circles before. I think it's a 50-50 situation. It's easy to say. One side has a frontal advantage, and the other side has a terrain advantage. But we still have to see what the frontal situation looks like. A wave of 3v3. The Xiaogui team immediately launched a strong charge. Because the power grid is here, Zhou Lili doesn't dare to use her gun. 3 people just drew their guns and rushed forward. The Brunei team directly pulled out and swept. Zhou Lili stopped on the spot. Shoot directly with the 98K in your hand. Boom! This 98K bullet that the commentators thought was a sure hit was actually dodged by the Brunei team members. Instead, the Brunei team directly knocked down Zhou Lili. BRU_Yummy used M416 to knock down CHN_211. Chapter 642. Please believe in Team Xia. You go forward. Mao Xiaomo directly quadrupled the M16 and mounted the gun on the spot. MC walked directly into the circle without any hesitation. Duh. 2 consecutive shots, 1 for each head, directly knocked back the 2 Brunei team members. Another member of the Brunei team wants to deal with MC. But Mao Xiaomo shot twice again. CHN_MO used an M16A for headshot to knock down BRU_Kadajal. This wave also created a lot of space for MC. MC, who rushed forward with his head down, plunged directly into the circle. But Mao Xiaomo also started taking poison. Although the visual effect of the wave of 1 against 3 just now is not that shocking. It is an absolute crushing of marksmanship. Mao Xiaomo walked forward. But the members of the Brunei team also pulled him out. Knocked down Mao Xiaomo directly. BRU_Yummy used M416 to knock down CHN_MO. Mao Xiaomo said nothing. But the heavy responsibility of the Xiaogui team was handed over to the newcomer MC. In this wave of suppression just now, if it were in liquid, James would definitely be standing in Mao Xiaomo's position. And then Mao Xiaomo would rush in. But in the Xiaogui team, only Mao Xiaomo has such ability. The number of players in the Xiaogui team is still 35. If the team had not defeated the Brunei team to win the championship, this milestone might really have turned into a tragic milestone. MC is under a lot of pressure right now, Mstoy said. However, when the camera showed MC, he didn't have any other expression. He was still focused on the game. Mao Xiaomo used his own life to send him into the final battle. MC didn't hesitate and rushed forward while the Brunei team was taking medicine. When the members of the Brunei team heard the footsteps, they immediately gave up spraying medicine. And the 2 of them stood on the spot and set up their guns. MC sold his position a little. The 2 members of the Brunei team reacted very quickly and shot directly. But MC feints. The nerves reacted extremely quickly and determined the positions of the 2 people. Then a scene that shocked everyone appeared. MC glanced directly at another team member. After 5 or 6 bullets, you can confidently pull the gun on another player's head. Ta. While MC is attacking, he is also losing blood like crazy. Born with a big heart, MC didn't make any mistakes. This wave of precision and confidence killed 2 people instantly. CHN_MC used M416 headshot to knock down BRU_Yummy. CHN_MC used M416 headshot to knock down BRU_Yula. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CHN. Pretty. MC. Completed a wave of double kills. This wave is so awesome. Yehao couldn't help but shout. This wave of guns showed the world's top style. 2 headshots, killing 2 people instantly. After MC finished killing him, he breathed a long sigh of relief. No one knows how much time he has spent on training in the past 6 months. In this game, Mao Xiaomo personally created space for him and sent him into the circle. He will definitely not let this game fall into his hands. Pretty. Beautiful. Mao Xiaomo, Zhou Lili, and Wang Hao and Obi could not help but shout loudly. This wave is indeed capable. Zhou Lili asked herself. He may not be able to do it. Before Mao Xiaomo and this generation of newcomers had risen, Zhou Lili had always been known as the calmest player in the finals. But when they came to the Xiaogui team, these 3 people were no worse than him. And were even much better than him. This Xiaogui team is made up of 4 players with big hearts. Congratulations to Team Xia. The 12 consecutive chickens are a perfect ending. It's easy to say. The last set also broke the international PUBG professional game record with 38 kills. This record now belongs to the Xia Kingdom. Both MC and God Mo got 11 kills. MC, the newcomer, really showed his ferocious strength. Everyone was finally speechless. Being able to squeeze Lionk, Show and other domestic top players, who have been training for half a year out of the starting lineup of the national team. This player is indeed extraordinary. PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Olympic Games Asian Qualifiers Group B Standings. 1. Siagwa/CHN, First Day, 2,830, Second Day, 2,710, Third Day, 2,840, Total Score, 8380. 2. Thailand/THA, First Day, 1340, Second Day, 1,010, Third Day, 1140, Total Score, 3490. 3. Singapore/Sin, First Day, 1290, Second Day, 910, Third Day, 1040, Total Score, 3240. 4. Saudi Arabia/KSA, First Day, 1,100, Day 2, 1,000, Day 3, 840, Total Score, 2940. 4. Japan/JPN, First Day, 990, Second Day, 1350, Third Day, 600, Total Score, 2940. Okay. With this, all the matches in Group B of the PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Olympic Games Asian Qualifiers are over. Siagwa's team ended perfectly with 12 consecutive chickens. In this way, it successfully got a ticket for the Olympic Games as the first member of the group. At the same time, Thailand, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, Japan, Culture and Sports ranked 2 to 6. Lai also advanced successfully. The 7th and 8th ranked Indonesian and Malaysian teams need to play playoffs with teams from other regions to compete for spots in the Olympic Games. Msjoy said. Kill list. The 4 players from the Siagwa team are also ranked in the top 4. The first place is still Emotion, with 67 kills. Second place MC, 59 kills. A very good result for a newcomer who has just debuted. Third place Wang Hao, 58 kills. Fourth place Joe Lily, 54 kills. The team scored a total of 238 kills, averaging 19.83 kills per game. It is also a new record. This Asian qualifying round has ended perfectly. The Siagwa team came out of the training room to receive the warmest cheers from the audience. The glory of the country. Father Mao and Mother Mao were so excited that tears filled their eyes on stage. Guangzhong Yozu. Lots of pros and friends waving their arms. The 4 substitutes from the Siagwa team in the audience also came up and gave everyone a few flags. Because there is no award ceremony for the champion of the Olympic qualifying competition. So he can only celebrate himself. Msjoy and Yehao looked at the scene inside. This moment is wonderful for Siagwa esports. I pray that these boys can perform well in the real Olympics. At that time, there will be stronger opponents. But I believe Siagwa team will definitely break through all difficulties. All fans of Siagwa team, please believe in Siagwa team. Please believe in Team Sia. Chapter 643, World Ranking. During the Carnival of the Sia Kingdom audience in South Korea, newcomer MC becomes the focus. Second in the kill list in 12 games. Second only to Mao Xiaoma. During the game, he showed his big heart more than once. In the last game, we successfully won the chicken game in a 1 versus 2 situation. This newcomer is already causing crazy buzz. The promotion paths of Dota 2, LOL, and PUBG are relatively smooth. But MC is the newcomer that everyone has never known. The next Mao Xiaoma? MC, a talented player with better talent than Emotion. Supernova, a Bud-level rookie. Titles like this continue to appear on major websites. You must know that it took about a year from Mao Xiaoma's appearance to his rise. But MC has already reached such a high height when he first appeared. Even including the time he came to Liquid to train. It was only half a year. So everyone has reason to believe that MC is a better genius than Emotion. But MC didn't pay much attention when he saw the news about himself. He knew the gap between himself and Mao Xiaoma. It took him nearly 7 months to just pass the T1 level training chart. This time is actually about the same as James. And James did not spend all his time on training. Not to mention Mao Xiaoma. Even Liquid's trainer Alvin said that he is a rare talent in the world. In 6 months, all training maps were passed. People who have not personally experienced that training will not understand how MC feels. All Siagwa players who participated in the Liquid training camp understand what Mao Xiaoma's talent means. After the game, the 4 main players of the Siagwa team also accepted interviews with CCTV. The host of this interview is Yuan Wen, the host on the first day. She is responsible for following the PUBG competition. As the first place in the qualifiers, she must interview the players. Mao Xiaomao stood in the main position and led the Xiaogui team to the interview area. There were many reporters, and these people had never seen an array before. However, none of the players seemed very nervous, and Yuan would also relaxed a lot. Okay, Team MO. Because Mao Xiaomao's ID is MO. The official name is Team MO. First of all, congratulations on getting the first place in this qualifier. Not only did you set multiple records, but you didn't lose a set. What I want to say the most now. Yuan when asked. Mao Xiaomao replied calmly. Well, I hope our performance did not disappoint everyone. It didn't take long for us to get along this time. We will make more summaries after we go back. Mao Xiaomao's words sounded off the cuff at first glance. But in this kind of situation, it is inevitable to say some off-the-cuff remarks during a CCTV interview. Because the Xiaogui team's performance can be said to be perfect this time. And MC has a very good performance in the team. MC should evaluate his performance in this game. MC was a bit arrogant, but he still said, thanks to my teammates for creating a good environment for me. I just put out my output. Because the sports news didn't leave them much time. They just asked a few questions and ended the interview. Finally, the Xi'an national team also talked about their expectations for this Olympics. Mao Xiaomao only said 2 words. Champion. In fact, the goal set by the superiors for them is to maintain 3 points and compete for 1 point. Because there are too many strong teams this time. The top 3 are all a problem. But Mao Xiaomao always feels that second place is meaningless. The next day, Xiaogui Sports Morning News reported on Xiaogui's PUBG post-match interview after finishing first in the group with 12 perfect PUBG chickens. Mao Xiaomao and the other 3 members of the Xiaogui team also appeared on CCTV Sports Channel for the first time. CCTV 5 Morning News is relatively long, and the complete interview video has been released. Xiaogui's perfect debut has become the biggest news in the PlayerUnknown's battleground circle. In the following time, the Xiaogui team needs to return to Xiaogui to join other esports teams, and then set off for the Tokyo Olympic Village on the 16th. The 32nd Summer Olympics will be held from July 24th, 2020 to August 9th, 2020. This will be the second time Tokyo has hosted the Olympic Games. The participating list of each country has also been determined with the end of the PUBG project qualifiers. All 3 esports events will end from August 1st to August 4th. It lasted 4 days in total. The 3 projects started at the same time on August 1st. The LOL and Dota 2 projects also have 64 national teams, but they are a single elimination competition system. On the first day, 64 scored 32, 32 scored 16, and 2 BO3s led to the top 16. On the second day, 16 advanced into 8, and 8 advanced into 4, which were also 2 BO3s. The semifinals on the third day were BO5. The battle for championship, second and third place is on the fourth day, August 4th. And it is also a BO5. The same goes for PUBG's projects. The group stage will be on August 1st. The winning and losing group competition will be on August 2nd. The bottom 8 in the winning group and the top 8 in the losing group will compete for 8 final seats on August 3rd. And the finals will be on August 4th. The schedule for the finals on the last day is this. The BO5 finals of the LOL project will start at 8 a.m. Japan time and 7 a.m. Beijing time. The estimated time is 4 hours. That is 7 to 11 o'clock Beijing time. Then there will be a 1-hour break. And the BO5 finals of the Dota 2 project will be held from 12 to 4 p.m. Beijing time. The last game is the PUBG finals, which starts at 5 p.m. and is expected to last 5 hours. The game time is from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Of course, this is only an official arrangement. The Dota 2 project may end in the afternoon and the PUBG project will start directly. So you must be there at that time. The Xiaogui esports team here has 3 teams, each with 8 people. And a total of 24 players will leave for Japan together on the 16th. After moving into the Olympic Village, there will be an internet cafe specially rented by Xiaogui for the 3 teams to train. After Mao Xiaomao returned to Xia country, he didn't have time to go home for a visit. But he talked to his parents on the phone, who knew that Mao's father and mother Mao had gone to Japan before him. Already started traveling in Japan, because the Xiaogui team's game was still in August. Mao's father and Mao's mother thought that they had not had a good time in so many years. So they simply went out to relax. On the other hand, Cheng Yao also called, because he was studying in the United States. He could only take a few days off, so he could only come to Japan during the finals. On the contrary, Cheng's father invited the Xiaogua team to a light meal in Shanghai. In fact, one is his son-in-law, and the two are members of his IFCD club. They were a little cautious at first, but they got better after that. Mao Xiaoma also met Good. As a Ukrainian player, Good, without any doubt, failed to be selected for the national team. Mao Xiaoma also mocked him mercilessly. But as Good's second hometown, Xia country still loved this land very much. And he also revealed some information about the Ukrainian team to Mao Xiaoma. The Ukrainian team's lineup, this time, is also very luxurious. Led by two great CSGO gods, Simple and Edward. And then joined by two powerful players, Orange Snow and Perfect God. The lineup is quite luxurious. However, with the current strength of the Xiaogua team, it is not impossible to compete with them, because Mao Xiaoma was not very familiar with European FPS. Good also briefly discussed it with him. Denmark, Norway, Russia, Sweden, Ukraine, Finland, the United Kingdom, and France are all very strong teams. There are also two super teams in the Americas, Brazil and the United States. It can be said that the future of Xiaogua team's expedition is uncertain. For Good, he is Ukrainian. But whether Xiaogua or Ukraine wins, he will send his most sincere blessings. Before the Olympic Games begins, the Xia national team will draw lots. There will be no seed teams, which means that anyone in the group can be drawn. And the seed teams will not be separated. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is not a game where only one team can survive. As long as they advance safely in the group stage, they will be able to win. Okay. 2 days later, the TPJ website also gave the world ranking of the national team. PUBG National Team World Ranking. 1. Finland/BRA. 2. Russia/Rus. 3. Brazil/BRA. 4. United States/USA. 5. Ukraine/UKR. 6. Sweden/SWE. 7. Norway/NOR. 8. France/FRA. 9. UK/GBR. 10. Denmark/DEN. 11. Xiaogua/CHN. 12. Netherlands/NED. Not only the audience of Xia Kingdom was surprised, Mao Xiaoma himself was also a little surprised. He himself would be ranked 11th. And this is the official TPJ website ranking. The Norwegian team, which opened 64 with Xiaogua, was only ranked 7th. It seems that there is still something in this website's ranking. It's just that the Xia players are not happy. The world's strongest conductor ranks 11th. However, there was no disturbance in the Xiaogua team. Mao Xiaoma told the players to take this ranking seriously. And the top 20 teams were all their opponents. In addition to these teams, Romania, Italy, Turkey and Germany, which have performed well in the European Cup before, are also following closely behind. In the entire world, 2 teams from the Americas have entered the top 20. 1 team from Asia, and the rest are European teams, which shows the strength of European FPS. In Asia, Xia is ranked 11th and South Korea is 28th. Neither Xia nor South Korea agree with these two rankings. Mao Xiaoma also feels that South Korea is definitely a difficult opponent. He has experienced it in the professional arena and has his own style. And if they can reach the finals, I don't know how the Korean team's stubborn style can be used. This Olympic Games is definitely a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and you must give your best in every game. Chapter 644, Dog King May Emperor Emotion. On the 16th, the Xiaogua esports team gathers. The 3 national teams of LOL, Dota 2 and PUBG, with 24 members, wearing uniforms of the Xia national team, set off for Japan. The 3 national teams also started chatting after getting on the plane. After all, they are all in the same circle. 3 teams, 3 leaders. In LOL projects, UZI's leadership style is completely different from Dota 2 and PUBG. Before the 3 teams set off, they gave the 3 Xia teams a title. Dog King May Hwang Emotion. 3 leaders of their respective projects. Uzi, the #1 player in Xia Kingdom in LOL, nicknamed Puppy, is a strong and big-hearted player. On August 29, 2018, in the finals of the Esports Performance Project, League of Legends, at the Jakarta Asian Games, the Xiaogua team composed of UZI and others defeated the strong rival South Korean team 3-1 and won the gold medal, which also created a record for Xiaogua esports history. The Dota 2 project is also based on LGD, and then joined the national team composed of strong players from other clubs. The leader Maybe, LGD's main mid laner, May Emperor, is also a confident and domineering leader like Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo used to play Dota 2 a lot when he was not playing professionally. But after becoming a professional in PUBG, he didn't have that much time. Moreover, he has been under tremendous pressure in the past 6 months. 3 leaders. Uzi. Born in 1997. Maybe. Born in 1995. Mo. Born in 1999. In fact, the 3 leading players are all over 20 years old. And the lifespan of esports is difficult to predict. It is very likely that we will not be able to see them on such a big stage in the next 4 years. So players in any event cherish them. This opportunity. Whether it is LOL, Dota 2 or PUBG. This Olympic journey is difficult. LOL's biggest rival, South Korea, can be said to be a little stronger than Siagwa. There are also a large number of strong teams in Europe and the United States, which can also bring certain troubles to Siagwa's team. The same is true for Dota 2. But the biggest opponent has become the United States, together with a series of strong teams in Southeast Asia and Europe. It is also full of dangers. Not to mention PUBG. The first 2 are MOBA games, and Siagwa has a very deep foundation. After all, when the earliest MOBA game Dota 1 came out, it was the Siagwa team that dominated the world. But the FPS project is different. In any FPS project, except for Tyler's achievements in CSGO, there is no big achievement. The Siagwa team in the PUBG project has never been the biggest favorite. Each of the 3 teams has its own challenges. Whoever doesn't win the championship will be treated to a meal, maybe said while lying on the seat of the plane. Okay. Uzi and Mao Xiaomo both smiled and replied. The complete list of entries for Siagwa's esports events also topped the list on Weibo. LOL. Uzi. Let me. MLXG. XIY. Mako. Ming. Jackie Love. Ning. Dota 2. Maybe. AIM. XXS. Chalice. FY. Finmer. Baboka. Paparazzi. PUBG. MO. 211. MC. 45 AI. Psy. Show. Liang. Nova. When esports enters the Olympics, the first thing it will attract is definitely young people. Although young people also paid attention to the Olympic Games in previous years, it is impossible to pay as much attention as this time. Fortunately, the Olympic Games are during the holidays, so the popularity will not be too low. The Siagwa esports team, a team of nearly 100 people, arrived in Japan. Japan also built a huge Olympic village to host the Olympics this time, although you can choose whether to live in it or not, because the training base rented by the Siagwa esports team is not far from the Olympic village. They simply stayed in the Olympic village. The Siagwa team did not train non-stop. Although time is precious for the PUBG club, the player's own condition is also very important. So it is better to take a night's rest first. For the 2 teams of LOL and Dota 2, they are not as pressed for time as the PUBG team. They are all made up of domestic teams, and they are all based on one team, RNG of LOL and LGD of Dota 2. On the other hand, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a team that was put together temporarily, and is in urgent need of time to break in. For the team, they will be stronger now that they have one more day of training. The 20th is the draw ceremony for the 3 esports events, and the main competition officially begins on the 1st. The Siagwa team still has about half a month left. However, the Siagwa team was not idle during the break. Mao Xiaomo found the videos of the European qualifiers and last year's European Cup. These 2 videos are very helpful for studying these European teams, especially the route into the circle and the way they fight. Many teams have changed between last year's personnel and this year's personnel, but if you look carefully, you will find that the styles of each country are not much different whether they change players or not. The main issue is the conductor style. The British style is like the previous Liquid, because their leader is Scum, the former leader of Liquid. Sweden is the leader of FaZe. Hackseat. The Finnish team is the EG duo Jimby and Sambi. And the American team in the Americas is Matthew, Iron and other super players. There are still many teams worth studying. Mao Xiaomo was lying on the bed, texting with Chung Yao, and studying the European zone videos. There are still many major opponents. It is certainly not unreasonable for an official website like TPJ to rank Siagwa Team 11th, even if the Siagwa team is no longer the same team as the Siagwa team known on the TPJ website. It doesn't matter. Showing weakness to the enemy and paying attention to their opponents. Siagwa team does not need to influence themselves for this false reputation. Winning this competition is more important than anything else. On the 2nd day after arriving at the Olympic Village, All 3 teams from Xia country gathered at the training base to start training. This is attitude. In this competition, you really have to perform at your best level no matter what. Even if you lose, it only means that your skills are inferior to others. Your attitude is not only for others to see, but also for yourself. The 3 areas of this training base are not particularly soundproof. But as long as you don't shout too loudly, it won't affect the other 2 teams. Substitute players can only practice on their own in ordinary areas. Chapter 645. Esports Lottery Ceremony. On the 20th, the draw ceremony for the major events of the Tokyo Olympics LOL, Dota 2, and PUBG 3 is about to begin. The drawing process will be broadcast live around the world. You can watch it directly on Xiaogua's live broadcast platform. Mbappe invited Wei Shen, PDD, Feng Jui, and Xia Yin to explain the lottery ceremony. These guests are all loyal players of these 3 games. Not to mention Wei Shen and PDD, former LOL professional player. Wei Shen is now a PUBG professional player. They are both loyal players of Dota 2 and have played Dota 2 more than once during the live broadcast. Feng Jui and Xia Yin are also Mbappe professional game commentary, and it covers more than one game. Wei Shen, do you think this kind of draw is important in PUBG or LOL or Dota 2? Feng Jui asked. Wei Shen replied, actually, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is okay, because it is a group stage mode, so as long as you don't draw any death groups, it shouldn't be a big problem. But LOL and Dota 2 are 2 different MOBA games, because we all lose 1 round and go home. And it takes a total of 6 rounds to get from the top 64 to the championship. In fact, the opponents in these 6 rounds are quite critical, because you need to spend different energy on opponents of different levels. The players definitely want to save all their energy until the last game, so it is best for the opponent to go from weak to strong. Firstly, to adjust the team status, and secondly, to retain more energy. Wei Shen analyzed. As a sports fan, Feng Jui nodded and said, actually, there is one competition in all previous Olympic Games that left a deep impression on me. The 2016 Rio Olympics. Li Zhongwei. Do you know? Both Wei Shen and PDD pointed out that the Zhou Gongjin in the badminton world and Lin Dan were called Yu Liang, and were suppressed by Lin Dan all their lives. Li Chongwei met Lin Dan in the semifinals of the 2016 Rio Olympics. After a fierce battle, he used all his strength to defeat Lin Dan. I can't forget the roar after it ended. In fact, I had a feeling at that time that Li Chongwei would lose in the final, because I felt that I had used up all my energy to beat Lin Dan, and the result was not beyond my expectations. I was crushed in the finals, and won the 3rd Olympic runner-up. It is actually a pity. He should be regarded as one of my favorites. A foreign sports star, Feng Jui recalled. In fact, it can also explain something. Tokyo. The 3 captains of the Xiaogua esports delegation, Mao Xiaoma, Maybe, and Yuzi, came to the lottery venue together. The venue is very large, and the positions of the major delegations have been arranged. There are 4 positions for each country, in addition to the 3 captains who represented the team in the draw. The Xia national team also has a leader of the General Administration of Esports. Surname Sure. Everyone calls him leader anyway, so it doesn't matter what his last name is. In the huge venue, except for the few hundred seats in the middle, there were media friends from various countries around, broadcasting the lottery ceremony in real time. Team members from nearly 90 countries and regions have already taken their seats. Although there are 64 countries in each event, many small countries have only one event entering the Olympic Games. The main stage is similar to a stage where high-tech items are displayed, but there are 3 large screens representing the lottery results of 3 esports events. Dota 2 LOL draws numbers directly. There are 64 numbers, and the team will automatically enter the position where it is drawn. Numbers 1 to 32 are the upper half, and numbers 33 to 64 are the lower half. The PUBG project is simply ABCD for groups. After chatting for about 10 minutes, finally, an American host who presided over the draw ceremony came to the stage. This was an official Olympic person. In order to maintain fairness, he also specially invited supervisors. It can be said that there will be no room for black box operations in the entire process. Of course, for this type of esports project, you still need to be strong. As long as you pass the test, no matter which group you are assigned to, there will be no other problems. The order of the draw this time is the order of competitions in the Olympic Games. LOL first, Dota 2 next, and the finale is PUBG. As a traditional FPS game, PUBG is more competitive. The order of the draw for each country's appearance has long been handed over to each country. LOL Siagwa's team is the 4th to appear. Dota 2 is 6th. And PUBG Siagwa's team is 8th to appear. First of all, welcome to the athlete representatives and journalists from various countries and regions. The American host first welcomed him. There was also polite applause. The lottery ceremony this time is for esports projects. 3 major projects. LOL, Dota 2 and PUBG. At that time, the team representatives will come up and draw lots in order according to the order I submitted. And the drawn lots will appear in time. On the big screen. Please wait for 5 minutes. The lottery ceremony for the LOL project will begin shortly. This lottery ceremony was not very tense. After all, it was not another sports event. The lottery was important, but it was not decisive. A short time later, the lottery for the LOL project officially began. LOL lottery has officially started. The first national team representative, Denmark, please come up to the stage to draw lots. The host said that Caps, the captain of the Danish team LOL, came on stage to draw lots. And UZI and the majority of the SIA country audience paid close attention. You know, in the current LOL world rankings, South Korea is ranked first. Denmark is second. And Siagwa's team is third. It can be said that the South Korean team and the Danish team are the biggest opponents of the Siagwa team. If possible, the Siagwa team actually does not want to beat either of them before the finals. Because even they themselves are not sure of the outcome. In a large ball pool, Caps drew a white ball. Support people to open it and show it to everyone. 11. The host said. The Danish team drew number 11. And their team name also appeared in the first half of the LOL project. Okay, now we invite the second team. The Ukrainian team. The number they drew was. The lottery ceremony was in full swing. And the Siagwa LOL representative team drew number 53. District 4. The next step is to see which half of the zone the main opponent South Korea is in. Now we invite the 49th team, the Korean representative team, to draw lots. The captain of the Korean LOL team drew a request and gave it to the host. When the host saw this sign, he couldn't help but let out a wow. Wow! The Korean team drew yes. Chapter 646. The Real Group of Death. The number drawn by the Korean team is 12. Whether it's live or around the world, there was an uproar. Everyone on the scene was in shock. In Siagwa's live broadcast room, Waishan and PDD were surprised at first, and then laughed openly. Ha 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 ha! Hold the grass. Denmark will play South Korea in the first round? Awesome. Yes. This sign is so comfortable. The Danish and Korean teams were all surprised at the scene, and then looked at the big screen in disbelief. The number 11 Danish team faced the number 12 Korean team in the first round. Confirmed without a doubt. Amazing. I wish you good luck. The American host only said this, and continued to draw lots for the 50th representative team. The world's number 1 and the world's number 2 met in the round of 64. This probability is too small. This means that there are not many strong teams in the lower half. As long as there are no problems with the Siagwa team, there shouldn't be much trouble before the finals. I'm jealous. Maybe. The captain of the Dota 2 national team smiled. This lottery is really invincible. Who said just now that the lottery is not important? UZI is also secretly happy. This pick is too crucial for Siagwa's current LOL. As long as they play their own game well, there are basically no teams in the lower half that can cause them trouble. The LOL lottery ceremony is complete. Siagwa team signed number 53 for the half zone. It can be said that it is signed. The Dota 2 project lottery ceremony continues. In the Dota 2 project, Team STA has many opponents. The talented mid laner Sumail led the American team. The Canadian team led by RTZ. Singapore led by Miracle. Mushies Malaysia. And the super strong teams Ukraine and Russia. The national team is led by Navi MVP. This is also the only esports event in which the Korean team is not competitive. The emergence of MVP a few years ago surprised the world. But it was just a flash in the pan. Maybe represented Siagwa team in the 6th draw. I was very lucky and got one. That is the team in the opening match. Other strong teams have also drawn results one after another. Singapore team number 5. Malaysia number 30. And Siagwa team are in the same half zone. Coincidentally, they are all Asian teams. The European teams are basically in the bottom half. And the American team is also in the bottom half. In the lower half. Overall, it's a pretty good pick. The Southeast Asian teams that the Siagwa team faced all had obvious shortcomings, and their overall strength was not as good as the Siagwa team. This lottery position can be considered a good one. The first real opponent was the Singapore team they faced in the round of 16. That was the first challenge. Take a short break and bring the last project later. The PUBG lottery ceremony, the host said. The battle charts for LOL and DOET2 on the stage are already full. Finally, PUBG remains. PUBG is also a project where everyone agrees that the impact of lottery placement on the game is not that big. There are 16 teams in each group of ABCD in the group stage. The top 4 are in the winner group. 5 to 8 are in the loser group. And the bottom 8 are eliminated, as long as you don't draw any death groups. There is no big problem in successfully advancing to the next round. However, there is actually a hidden danger. That is, there are only 6 games. If the team's condition is not very good in 6 games, then the group may go home directly. This is definitely unacceptable to all teams. After a while, the drawing ceremony for the last item began. The first one to draw lots is the Singaporean team. The Singapore captain came on stage and drew lots. Group D. The captain of the Australian team came on stage and drew lots. Group C. The captain of the Saudi Arabian team came on stage and drew lots. Group D. The captain of the Brunei team came on stage and drew lots. Group A. While the lottery process was in progress, Mao Xiaoma, the representative of the Siagwa team, the 8th team, took the stage to draw the lots. This process is actually very interesting. When Mao Xiaoma came on stage, he felt that it was a very unique experience. It's time to start, the host said. Mao Xiaoma randomly touched a ball in the ball pool and handed it to the host. The host shows it to everyone. Siagwa team. Group A. Mao Xiaoma walked off the stage. Although the Siagwa team is only ranked 11th in the world, it is also a team that everyone pays close attention to. The strong performance of 12 consecutive chickens in the Asian qualifiers, coupled with the world's #1 conductor Mao Xiaoma, is enough to attract the attention of other teams or regions. After the draw of 8 teams, there are now only 2 teams in Group A, Siagwa team and Brunei team. Brunei team is also an opponent that Siagwa team has played and is not very strong. On the other hand, the Brunei team qualified as 6th in the Asian qualifiers. It was very thrilling. They should try their best in this Olympics and strive to reach the top 32 and win honor for the country. Team 9. Team Norway. When Mao Xiaoma walked off the stage, James happened to come on stage, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Old friends. As soon as he sat down, Mao Xiaoma heard the host say on the stage, Norway team. Group A. Mao Xiaoma and James both looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do about it. There were only 4 groups in total, so it was easy to draw them together. They can be considered the 2-seeded teams. The lottery ceremony continued, and 2 more teams were added to Group A, Italy and Portugal. They are both European FPS teams with good strength. From the overall strength point of view, Group A is undoubtedly very strong. Of the 5 teams that came out first, Siagwa and Norway are all strong first-tier teams, while Italy and Portugal are second-tier. Team USA represented nothing on stage to draw lots. Group B. It also gave everyone a sigh of relief. If the strong teams are all in Group A, it will be really stiff. Some teams will definitely go home as a group. But soon, the Siagwa team supporters stopped laughing. As the lottery ceremony proceeds, the teams of Group A are being announced one after another. Russia, France, UK. 3 of the top 10 teams in the world were drawn into Group A. Audiences around the world were somewhat shocked. This is the real group of death. Now 12 teams have been drawn from Group A, with 5 seed teams from Siagwa, Russia, France, Great Britain, and Norway. There are also strong players, like Italy and Portugal. Brunei team is a little desperate. Originally, the team strength was in the lower reaches among the 64 national teams, but they were selected into such a death group. But then again, there is no shame in this group not qualifying. The captain of the Brunei team thought so. The teams that were drawn later prayed that they would not be drawn into Group A again. If they were drawn into any other group, they would still have hope of advancing. Currently, among the top 12 teams in the world, 5 are in Group A, 1 is in Group B, 2 are in Group C, and 2 are in Group D. Only the Netherlands and Finland, ranked #1 in the world, were not drawn. The first draw was the Dutch team led by Ibiza. Don't be ridiculous. God! Ibiza also prayed silently before taking the stage. Really? If he is really drawn into Group A, he really has no confidence in breaking out surrounded by China, Norway, Britain, France, Russia, Portugal and Italy. He has no confidence at all. Ibiza is also a naughty player. He thought about it for a long time on the stage and drew a ball. All eyes are on it. A! Many delegations who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously were muttering silently. But what a pity, the host said. Netherlands. Group B. Ibiza almost jumped on the stage, which also caused a burst of laughter from the audience. Ibiza happily stepped down and winked at Malchiamo, who rolled his eyes at him in return. Next, Team Finland. The Finnish team then took the field, ranked number 1 in the world for SSS-level professional players. The two brothers Sambi and Jimpi are the champions of the European Cup in 2018 and 2019. Sambi is much calmer than Ibiza. Draw a ball from the ball pool and hand it to the host. The host slowly opened it in front of the world audience. What the heck? Wow! You're kidding! International joke. Capital A. Sambi was also confused on stage. Although number 1 in the world, PUBG is a game with too many uncertainties. He can't guarantee that he can safely qualify from the group in 6 games. Team Finland. Group A. When the host reported this unacceptable news, everyone in the audience gasped. Maybe and Uzi both found it a bit incredible. Today's draw is too weird. The top 2 teams in the LOL world meet Denmark and South Korea in the first round. PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Group A of Death. Among the top 12 teams in the world, 6 are in Group A. Ibiza secretly laughed in the audience and almost lost her temper. Sambi looked calm when he came on stage, but he looked confused when he came off stage. No one would be confused. Malchiamo shook his head. It seemed that from the first game, it was destined to be a real battle. Next, some people in the back team are happy and some are worried. Those who are drawn into Group A are worried, and those who are drawn into other groups are happy. All 64 teams have been drawn. Everyone looked at the results of the draw and shook their heads in disbelief. Was this really drawn by lot? 16 teams in Group A. Finland, World Ranking 1. Russia, World Ranking 2. Norway, World Ranking 7. France, World Ranking 8. UK, World Ranking 9. Siagua, World Ranking 11. Italy, World Ranking 14. Portugal, World Ranking 15. Chile, World Ranking 21. Poland, World Ranking 23. Bulgaria, World Ranking 26. Iceland, World Ranking 34. Greece, World Ranking 44. Estonia, World Ranking 46. Japan, World Ranking 64. Brunei, World Ranking 83. Chapter 647, Dividing the Territory. This grouping is really nonsense. Even the domestic media can't accept it. Both the LOL project and the Dota 2 project can be said to be top tier. Sure enough, the situation has changed. If you switch to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you will be the team of death. In fact, the group stage is crucial. First, half of the teams are eliminated, followed by 1/4 of the winner's group and 1/4 of the loser's group. If they enter the winner's group on the first day, the subsequent games should be much easier. So the Siagua team's goal in the group stage is to top 4. But in the death group of Group A, it can be said that except for the 2 teams from Japan and Brunei, the other teams are all capable of fighting. Even Greece and Estonia, ranked 40+ in the world, have good cooperation and strength, and have reached the top 16 in the European Cup in the past 2 years. This means that once a battle occurs in Group A, it will be impossible to resolve it quickly, which will directly affect the next strategy. However, the domestic media was so pessimistic that Malchiamo felt a little disapproving. The Siagua team's current frontal strength can be said to be comparable to these first-line teams. It's really hard to say which one is stronger or weaker. Moreover, the Finnish team, ranked number 1 in the world, is not known for its positive strength. They are fully commanded, cooperate, and have a very good overall view. So they defended the European Cup. And many first-line players did not participate in the European Cup. For example, Norway's James and Rain. So the world ranking can only be used as a reference. To be honest, Malchiamo thinks that there are only 3 to 4 teams that are really suffering from the Siagua team. The Norwegian team with James and Rain. The Brazilian team all transformed from CSGO. The American team with Iron, Matthew and others. And the Russian team ranked 2nd in the world. To be honest, Mao Xiaomo is not sure that these teams can win. As the saying goes, there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain. Now that the grouping has been decided, no matter how much you complain, it will only affect your mentality. And it doesn't make much sense. Strong teams readily accept it. And so do weak teams. It is also an honor to be able to compete with so many strong teams in the group of death. And there is no pressure on points. As long as you play your own stuff, you will definitely be praised when you return home. As soon as the lottery ceremony ended, many reporters from Xia Kingdom gathered around and took pictures. Hello, Captain Mo. What do you think of Team Xiagua being in the death group? Hello, Captain Mo. May I ask who you think the Xiagua team's main opponents are in the group? Team Mo is taking a moment of your time. Do you think Team Xia will have difficulty qualifying for the group stage? Because the two project groups of LOL and Dota 2 are relatively perfect, and PUBG is full of topicality. Mao Xiaomo also became the protagonist of this interview. Leader Shi from the Xia State Esports General Administration waved his hand and said, "Everyone asks questions one by one, and we will try our best to answer them." After receiving approval from the leader, the group of reporters also became orderly and asked questions one after another. Mao Xiaomo kept replying, "We can't do anything if he draws out the death group. Just be yourself and perform at your best. The main opponents are Britain, France, Russia, Finland and Norway. There are definitely difficulties. Xiagua's FPS foundation is not very strong to begin with, and with many CSGO professional players successfully transitioning this time, the process may be difficult." After asking several questions in a row, Mao Xiaomo answered them all appropriately. Before answering the question, the leader warned Mao Xiaomo not to be too arrogant during the interview. In the past, whether it was in CD, IFCD or Liquid, Mao Xiaomo's interviews were too crazy. This was a CCTV interview, and it was meant to be seen by the people of the entire Xia Kingdom. And the most important thing is, if the team loses, when this interview is revealed again, you will be thrown into HL. Old people often don't speak too fully. Young people don't understand. As elders, they must remind them. Okay, then I wish the Xiagua esports team a good result. I asked maybe and Uzi a few more questions. And finally all the reporter friends said this. Thank you all. In the next few days, I can't completely immerse myself in training. I have to take makeup photos and promotional videos. I also have to do a simple rehearsal for the Olympic opening ceremony. Then I just wait for the Olympics to start. After the Xiagua esports team returned to the training base, the dedicated data analysis team also began to study their opponents. The work efficiency is very fast, but it is just data collection. The overall tactical style and ideas cannot be seen in black and white. The PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds coaching staff led 4 players to study the information on the group's opponents. Sometimes when meeting an opponent, both the commander and the players must know in their mind whether the battle can be fought and how to fight it. These teams are still more powerful head-on. And France. It's really awesome. With so many teams, Team Xia is also very patient. As far as their group is concerned, the first level of frontal strength is about those 5 teams. Of course, the study of frontal strength is under the condition that the command and selection of points are not at a disadvantage. This should also be regarded as the biggest advantage of the Xiagua team. An advantage now. Both Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao are leaders in their respective positions. However, FPS still focuses on head-on combat. The Finnish team, ranked first in the world, can only be said to be a very average overall strength. Similar to a phase team, this kind of team has no weaknesses, but also no strong points, and is more like a shield. The overall strength of the Russian team is strong, but the overall style is a bit more aggressive, which is also the style of the Russian team. 3 of the 4 players are CSGO transitioners and are strong men. The Norwegian team is a dual-core team, Jeans and Rain, who focus on offense. The French team also has good players such as Navi player Shift, and the Italian team is not very weak either, generally speaking, except for the British team, which is a bit overrated. The other teams are all good. The British team is led by Scum, the former Liquid commander and now EG commander. The command style is relatively conservative and the frontal strength is very strong. But the overall strength of the team is not as good as France and Norway. But don't forget, there are only 6 games in the group stage. Anything is possible, and no one can say for sure. Even the world's #1 Finland team may be eliminated directly from the group. This Olympics is different from previous professional competitions. There are too many SSS level professional players in this Olympics. Too many. They are all players who have transformed from a large number of CSGO professional players. As a traditional FPS project, the CSGO project has always had the largest number of FPS talents. After the transformation began at the beginning of this year, in more than half a year, a large number of talented FPS geniuses emerged. It can be said that Liquid had no rivals at that time. Even well-known CSGO professional players, such as Nico and Rain, were beaten in PCI 2. But after such a long time, these players are no longer what they used to be. As long as they are paired with an excellent commander, their frontal strength is terrifying. This is also why Mao Xiaomo feels that the group stage will be very difficult. In the past, there were a group of SSS-level professional players in Europe and the United States, but not too many. Now SSS is really everywhere. For SSS-level professional players in the first team are standard. Otherwise, with the current strength of the Xiaogua team, there would have been no opponents in the competition a year ago. After taking promotional photos and videos in the afternoon, James contacted Mao Xiaomo in the evening. James means that the 16 teams in the group stage play 2 training games. Mao Xiaomo was not surprised. In fact, this training match was not a real training match. Simply put, it was a default training to divide the territory. As an opponent, it is always impossible for you to chat with your opponent. Where I jump, you jump where. But if we don't say anything, if there is a conflict in the group stage, it will be like giving away a set. What does it mean to get a plate for free? There are only 6 plates in total, so getting one for free feels half as cool. Therefore, before the competition, a training match is organized that everyone agrees to. There is almost no real training intention, and the main purpose is to divide the territory. In this kind of competition, no one will show their true skills, so just relax and have fun. There is no reference value. Mao Xiaomo said to a few players who were not very familiar with training matches in Europe and the United States. Both the rhythm and the team's playing style are very different from the official games. We can still play according to our own style in the main game. We will do this training match after we find the team and test their frontal strength, Mao Xiaomo said. The host run by the Norwegian team. Each team came in. There were 15 teams in total. One of the Russians was missing. Maybe because they were not contacted or for other reasons. But the impact on the overall battle situation was not great. Russia was in the competition. Everyone jumped to P City. Even though it was a year ago. When the game started, Xiaogua still jumped to the airport. And no team competed with them. In this way, the Xiaogua team breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no problem with their jumping points, and they did not need to replace them. The purpose is this. At the end of the second set, after studying the 2 videos, you can roughly know the jumping points of each team. In the first set, the Xiaogua team entered the circle and mainly found the mountainous terrain, and had a head-to-head confrontation with the French team. A wave of 3 for 4. In the end, only Zhou Lily survived in the Xiaogua team, and there was no great reference value later. In the second set, the Xiaogua team first easily defeated the Japanese team, and then had a head-on confrontation with its old rival, the Norwegian team. Obviously, the Norwegian team also wanted to test the strength of other teams in a head-on interview. Unexpectedly, they tried their old rival Xiaogua team. It can be said that the 2 teams already know each other very well. Chapter 648 The Olympic Games begins. When I found out that my opponent was Xiaogua/Norway, both sides were covered. In normal training, the Xiaogua team and the Norwegian team opened at 46. But this time the Xiaogua team played a wave of 2 for 4 and successfully won the team battle. It was normal to win and lose, and Mao Xiaomo didn't take it to heart. After the game, each team also received the game video, except the Russian team. According to hearsay, it seems that the Russian team was not in the Olympic Village at night, but instead went out to drink and eat meat. Debayo. Several big spots are basically occupied by strong teams. The Xi'an national team is at the airport. The Norwegian team is at Y City. Finland's Big Electric. Port P in France. Uptown in the UK. Port G in Italy. And the Russian team is unknown. However, everyone defaulted to P City. After all, there was a high probability that they would be there. So no team went there. Even the Portuguese team that had previously jumped to P City had changed their jumping point. The purpose of this training match has actually been achieved, and all teams are satisfied. The opening ceremony of the Olympic Games will be in 1 day, and the Xia delegation is also preparing. July 24th, 2020. The opening ceremony of the 32nd Olympic Games officially kicked off at the National Stadium in Tokyo, Japan. The world is paying attention. The Olympic Games is not only a feast for global athletes, but also a carnival for global audiences and countries around the world. No matter which country they are in, countless people are watching the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. Japan's unique song and dance performance also has an international touch. It also attracted bursts of cheers from more than 40,000 spectators at the scene. The theme song is also very beautiful, adapted from the 1964 Olympic Games song, Tokyo 5 Rings. The melody and lyrics of this song add a modern style and incorporate elements such as the Paralympic Games from the sense of technology. The theme song of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics has been invited to sing by Yuzo Koyama, Sayuri Ishikawa, and Kazuo Takehara. The choreography of the theme song also incorporates Olympic stunts, such as baseball and surfing, as well as dance and sign language for wheelchair users. Very beautiful and stunning. Next is the entrance ceremony for each country's delegation. The entrance ceremony for the Tokyo Olympics opening ceremony will be in English alphabetical order. The practical letter C in Xia State starts with China. In the International Olympic Committee's list of national and regional associations, Xiagwa ranks 41st. However, according to convention, Greece, the birthplace of the Olympic movement, will be the first delegation every time. This is the respect of the world for Greece. Therefore, the entry order of the Xia delegation will be 42nd, sandwiched between Chile and Colombia. The host Japan will enter the venue last as usual. Beautiful music sounded, and delegations from various countries began to enter. First up is the Greek delegation. After waiting for a long time, the Xia Kingdom's audience finally waited for the Xia Kingdom delegation. The delegation from Xia Kingdom is entering now, the commentator said excitedly. The flag bearer is the famous swimmer Sun Yang. This is his first time as the flag bearer of the Summer Olympics delegation. Sun Yang has also achieved outstanding results in previous Olympic Games. Holding hands with Sun Yang is Shi, a young hero from the Xia Kingdom. He once won the glorious title of Disaster Relief Hero. The Xia Kingdom sports representatives in this Olympics are composed of 1,152 people and 672 athletes participated. Not only has the Xia Kingdom created a record in all previous Olympic Games with the largest number of participants, it is also the largest sports delegation in this Olympic Games. The average age of the athletes in the team is 24.1 years old. 42 of them have participated in the 2012 Sydney Olympics. 177 have participated in the 2016 Athens Olympics. And some athletes have participated in the 2008, 2012, and 2016 Olympic Games. 453 people are participating in the Olympics for the first time. The camera shows the Xiagwa Esports delegation. What we see now is the Xiagwa Esports delegation. This Olympic Games is also the first time that 3 esports events have been included in the breakthrough. The 3 leaders are the captains of the 3 representative teams. Whether it was Mao Xiaoma, maybe or Yuzi, they all waved to the camera excitedly. Not only them, but the team members behind them were also extremely excited. This is a precious experience. The atmosphere is so unique. Standing in this venue, I feel like I am breathing in all the air, which is extremely comfortable. The Xia Kingdom commentator here was still introducing the members of the Xia Kingdom delegation, and the delegation behind them walked in. The opening ceremony of the Japanese Olympic Games this time shocked the world. Not only was it very grand, but it was also unique. Although it was not as good as the opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympics, it was still very good among the opening ceremonies of previous Olympic Games. After today's Olympic opening ceremony, the competition will officially begin tomorrow, and multiple gold medals will be produced. At that time, the real battle will begin. It was an extremely wonderful experience, and the Xiagwa Esports team members were still indescribably excited after returning to the Olympic Village. It was a rare night for a few of us to go out for a late-night snack and relax. After that, there was little time to relax and start preparing for their game. Every team must enter a state of preparation. On August 1st, the esports competition will officially start. Although the schedule seems to be very tight, the 4-day overall competition is already long compared to other sports. For the players, it is to accumulate all their abilities. Come in these 4 days. The venues for the first 3 days of esports are all in other esports venues in Tokyo. The group matches of a project are held at the same time. The LOL project is in the morning. The Dota 2 project is in the afternoon. And the PUBG project is in the evening. Basically, it is like this. The finals on August 4th will be held at the venue of today's opening ceremony. That is the largest stadium in Japan. This is also Japan's emphasis on esports. It is also a breakthrough attempt for the Olympics. The atmosphere at that time was definitely different from the group stage. But there were only a few teams that could actually reach that point. The Siagwa team is back in training. Even the results of other delegations and players in other sports were only glanced at without paying much attention. In fact, the Siagwa esports team had time to watch the finals of many events. But the three teams were very serious and worked non-stop. Training? Just trying to improve myself before the real competition starts. July passed quietly. The Olympic Games are also in the middle. China and the United States are still the two big countries with gold medals, ranking 1 and 2 on the gold medal list respectively. On July 31st, the Siagwa esports delegation officially went to the competition venue for adaptive training. The real battle is about to begin. Chapter 649. The Death Group begins. The venue is large and spacious, but can actually accommodate not many spectators. The group matches of different groups are held at the same time in different venues. The time of the group matches is still 5 p.m. on August 1st. The 6 games lasted about 5 hours, and there was plenty of rest time between each set. As for Siagwa, CCTV5 only broadcasts the finals of esports events. Therefore, the games in the first 3 days will be held on major live broadcast websites. And CCTV5 Plus Sports channel will also select games to broadcast live. This is also a major breakthrough for this Olympic Games. The venue is still very comfortable, both in terms of seats and equipment. The venue can accommodate approximately 6,000 to 8,000 people, so it is not a particularly large venue. But tickets sold out early. The Group A competition of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds also attracted the enthusiastic attention of countless game fans. Many fans who came to Sia Kingdom also struggled to get a ticket. After all, only a few people could enter the venue and feel the atmosphere. More people still gathered around the bar to watch the game in a public place like a square. At noon on August 1st, the 4 members of the Siagwa team got up slowly. This is a scheduled requirement, because it is a night game. The mental requirements are very high. In order to maintain the energy during the game, several people slept for a few more hours. Even if there were 2 friends who couldn't sleep. One is Zhou Lily, and the other is Wang Hao. Both of them had some insomnia the day before. It is normal to have insomnia before such a competition. However, when they woke up the next day, they were in good condition and were not affected too much. It was already noon when the PUBG Sia national team got up, and the highly anticipated LOL 64-32 and 32-16 games in the morning were all over. The Siagwa LOL national team successfully defeated Latvia and Spain with a score of 2-0.2-0 and successfully advanced to the top 16. Didn't encounter much resistance. In a focus match of 64-32, the Korean national team fought hard for 3 sets and finally defeated the Danish team 2-1 to advance successfully. When the Siagwa team arrived at the venue after lunch, news came from the Siagwa Dota 2 side, and it was also very smooth. They successfully entered the top 16 with 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. The next opponent was the powerful Singaporean team. By then, the Central Team TV stations should be broadcasting the event. The afternoon training of Mao Xiaoma and others was mainly about finding the feeling of the game. They were all in solo queue, trying to find the best feeling for the gun. For them, who have trained hard for a year, they are already confident. Now it is time to adjust their condition to the best for the next battle. Now let us welcome the teams from Group A of the PUBG Group Stage. Woohoo! Wow! JPN! CHN! At 4:45 Tokyo time, the teams from Group A of the PUBG Group Stage officially entered the stage. The venue was packed with Japanese and international audiences. As the host, Japan also drew Group A, a group of death. However, they are still very excited. The country's FPS level is relatively low. Come and watch the Japanese team's game. If you lose, you will not lose. And if you win, you will make money. They must be very excited about the group of death without having any demands on the Japanese national team. It seems that more than half of the Japanese audience at the scene. Most of the remaining half are fans and spectators of the Siagwa team. Because the distance between Siagwa and Japan is not very far. And many fans, who have the conditions to come to Japan to watch the game have come. In the audience, many Siagwa PUBG professional players, including the family members of 4 members of the Siagwa team, came to the scene. This is a battle that is already filled with smoke before it even begins. Siagwa team enters. It also received cheers from thousands of people. The quality of the Japanese audience is very high. And no matter which country they enter, they will give them the warmest applause. Sports have no borders. And so does esports. Entering the soundproof room, the Siagwa team's account had already been logged into the special competition room by the staff. There is also a real-time standings on the screen in the venue, which can provide players with real-time point status. Entering the game. The preparation time for the game is 10 minutes. Once the 10 minutes are up, you will enter the official game on time. These 10 minutes are also the time to warm up before the game. The staff at the scene also kept confirming some competition matters with Siagwa, and Mao Xiaomo kept nodding. All the Xia Kingdom spectators here are cheering for the Xia Kingdom team. Tough group stage. Okay. Hello. Viewers, what you are seeing now is the Group A match of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, an Olympic esports event. I am the commentator Mjoy. I might as well be the commentator. I'm 5400. This online live broadcast can still be seen on major live broadcast platforms, so the commentary lineup still uses 3 people. Mjoy, Yehao, and 5400 are familiar to the PUBG audience. The Olympic competition makes me very nervous now, Yiqiao said with a smile. For such a big occasion, even their commentary was sweating, not to mention the players on the field. The 4 members of the Siagwa team are all recognized as big-hearted players, but they are still a little scared before such an important game. Not only the Xia national team, but also players from other countries and regions are estimated to be the same. There are a total of 6 games in the group stage this time. The point system is the same as the previous Asian qualifiers. The first place chicken team is still worth 500 points. The second place is 400 points. The third place is 350 points. The fourth place is 300 points. And the fifth place is 250 points. The 6th to 10th places are 200, 190, 180, 170, and 160 respectively. Then the points for the 11th to 16th place are 100, 80, 60, 40, 2,010 points respectively. The final kill score is still 10 points for a single head. I believe everyone is familiar with this competition system. The point system still depends on the overall level of the team, Mjoy introduced. Yihao then said, in this points competition system, the top 4 in the group will directly advance to the upper group finals on the second day. The 5th to 8th place in the group will enter the semifinals of the lower group on the second day, and the lower group on the third day. The finals on the 4th day, should be very easy to understand the rules. In this competition format, the first day of the group stage is actually very critical, because you don't know how many games you will play in the finals. There are at least 6 games every day. If you enter the loser's bracket, your physical strength and energy may become a big problem. If you successfully enter the finals on the second day, a day of rest and adjustment time on the third day is very critical for a team that continues to compete with high intensity. Yihao also briefly described the rules of this group stage. 1 to 4 will advance to the winner group finals. 5th to 8th place advance to the semifinals of the loser bracket. The biggest advantage of the winner group is the high fault tolerance rate. If you enter the finals early, you will have 1 day of rest, and you will definitely have more energy than the team that played for 3 consecutive days. As for the participating teams in Group A, in addition to the Siagwa team, Finland, which is number 1 in the world, Russia, which is number 2 in the world, plus Norway, England, France, Italy and Portugal, are all very powerful teams. I hope the Siagwa team can have a good performance. In Group A, the list has been given out long ago, and everyone knows it by heart. The top 12 in the world: Finland, Russia, Norway, the United Kingdom, France, Siagwa plus 2 European and American strong teams Italy and Portugal. The United Kingdom are the 8 strongest teams in this Group A group stage. But the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Do you want to say these 8 teams will be in the top 8? 99% is impossible. Chile and Poland are also very capable. Even the Japanese team can reach the top 8 if they eat a plate of chicken. So there are too many surprises in the 6-set match. Just eat a plate of chicken. It is very possible to qualify from the group. It is also a hope for weak teams. Okay, our game is ready. Let's enter the PUBG group stage next. The scene switches to an airplane. With a burst of cheers from the audience, the Olympic esports project PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Group A has officially begun. Both the Xia Kingdom audience at the scene and the fans in the Xia Kingdom were heartbroken and swallowed their saliva. This tense atmosphere is really condensing. In the United States, Cheng Yao rarely took out her mobile phone in class and watched the Xiaogui team's game. Okay. The game begins. 5,400 shouted. The screen cuts to the route. This is a vertical route from north to south. This route may be a bit far from Port P in France. But in the first set, everyone definitely wants to be conservative. The teams flew out of the plane one after another. Because the territory has been determined by default in previous training games, most teams did not have much disputes over the early jump points. No team wants to compete with other teams right away, as this will definitely have a huge impact on the team's results. Okay. The Norwegian team jumped to City Y. The British team jumped to Uptown. And the Italian team jumped to Port G. Mstoy is not surprised. The coaching staff has already studied these jumping points thoroughly. Mao Xiaoma even knew their route into the circle. Should P-City be part of Russia's territory? The Russian team did not jump to P-City. Mstoy shouted. The 4 members of the Russian team were still on the plane and did not choose P-City. For a moment, Mstoy suddenly felt that the coaching staff's previous judgment might be wrong. Russia jumped to P-City in the European Cup. But that was indeed a year ago. In the current Russian team, 3 of the 4 members are not members of the previous Russian team. They chose the airport. The Russian team chose the airport. Chapter 650 Rus vs. CHN. The Russian team chose the airport, which also made the audience at the scene and in Xia Kingdom keep exclaiming. The jumping point between the Russian team and the Xiaogui team. It overlaps. No one thought of it. Even Mstoy and Mao Xiaomo didn't expect it. When Mao Xiaomo fell down, he saw 4 people around him. Is there anyone? Someone. Mao Xiaomo said with confirmation. Several team members were a little surprised. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. But now the Xiaogui team can no longer turn around. There are 3 teams on the airport island. One is the Brunei team that suffered the loss of the Xiaogui team due to the bridge blockage. They chose the airport jungle. There is also a Japanese team that chose Port Inn. Team Xia has no place to leave even if he wants to. Fight? Zhou Lily asked. Mao Xiaomo hesitated for a moment in his heart, but still nodded. Beat. The reason why Mao Xiaomo chose to fight is also very simple. The first is that they want to occupy this place. Second, they are not at a disadvantage against most teams in front of them. Oh! Why did the Russian team choose the airport? Yehao howled. The Russian team was the only one that did not participate in the pre-match training matches organized by Group A. So no one knew that their jumping point was actually the airport. And the most important thing is, in the previous Olympic qualifiers, the Russian team's starting point was P-City. But there are enough reasons. Most of the Russian national teams, whether Rogue or M19, use airport jump points. This is a backup tactic of the Russian team. After this personnel change, the airport has become one of the regular jumping points for the Russian team. Hey, I get it. Mstoy suddenly thought of a reason why the Russian team jumped to the airport. The Portuguese team was very strong in the qualifiers. They competed with the Russian team for 3 days in P-City. Although they lost more than they won, they actually didn't beat the Portuguese team in the qualifiers. They didn't know that the Portuguese team had also changed. Jump point. The Portuguese team chose to jungle outside P-City, which was similar to their usual route into the circle. After seeing that there was no one in P-City, the 4 smiling people decisively occupied P-City. The Xiaogui coaching staff was actually a little angry inside. The Russian team did not participate in the training matches before the game, but they messed with them during the game. Let's briefly introduce the Russian team. Mstoy shook her head and put aside some emotions. To be honest, this Russian team has the top 3 in the world and even has a chance to compete for the number 1 spot in the world. Someone has done this before. Among all participating teams, the first-level teams in terms of frontal strength should be Russia, the United States and Brazil. Second-tier summer country, Norway, Finland, France. There is a player in this team that everyone is familiar with. Navier Shade 1. This player is also known as the strongest player in the world. Who are the players in this group? Mao Xiaoma, James, not even Ibiza. They are the top players in the world. The key is that he is not the core of the team. The core of the team is this player named Flamey, who is a former CSGO professional player and serves as a sniper and commander. The remaining 2 players, Mir and Doja, are also very strong. After what Mstoy said, everyone suddenly realized the horror of this team. 2 of the world's top players. This kind of luxurious configuration is rare in the world. 8 contestants landed at the airport at the same time. No one thought of it. In this kind of Olympic-level competition, there will be fights in the early stage. Xiagwa team chose Building C. The Russian team took the initiative to give in. But according to my understanding of the Russian team, they will definitely come over. The Xiagwa team must do a good job of investigation, Mstoy said seriously. The overall style of the Russian team is rather reckless. This is the confidence their front brings them. Just like Liquid in the professional arena. When they have the upper hand, they will directly attack anyone they see, which is unreasonable. Now, under the leadership of Shade 1 and Flamey, the Russian team really has no opponents. In the European qualifiers, its overall score was second only to the Finnish team, ranking first in the group and second in the overall score. Although Team Xia is ranked 11th in the world, the Russian team really doesn't take Team Xia seriously. In this country, there is only one de novo, Mao Xiaoma, who is worthy of their attention. The other contestants all wrote, stinky fish and rotten shrimp. In the eyes of many teams, Xiagwa's team can be ranked 11th purely because of Mao Xiaoma. Even 12 consecutive chickens in the Asian qualifiers does not mean anything. The opponent's strength is limited, and the Russian team believes that it must be able to do it. Arrive. So they chose the latter between fighting the Portuguese team and fighting the Xiagwa team. Everyone's nerves were tense as soon as they landed. 3 Ks and 1 in the boiler room, MC said in the team. Russia's jumping method is very scientific. If it is a 2-2 jump, the Xiagwa team will not hesitate to go to the side. It is almost impossible to lose in a 4-on-2 situation. With K's 3-person defense, Xiagwa's team was not very good at rushing over at the first opportunity. The key is that they still don't know Russia's intentions, whether they want to attack or defend. Although the Russian team played recklessly, they were not stupid. They still chose to conduct a peaceful search with the Xia team first. Wait until the equipment of the 8 people is almost the same before starting a head-to-head confrontation. But a sudden shot of 98K broke the balance on the field. Boom! Russ_Flamey used car 98K to knock down CHN_211 with a headshot. Exclaim! When Joe Lily was observing K, she was directly knocked down by Flamey not far away with a 98K shot. The level 2 head I just picked up exploded instantly. Very accurate and very strong. Joe Lily looked gloomy and said to the team that this shot was like a demonstration by the Russian team. The moment he looked at Flamey, he knew he was gone. Sniper intuition. Joe Lily was sniped down, but it should be possible to save her, as the opponent didn't pull over so quickly, Mstoy said. Flamey's shot was really good. Joe Lily didn't stick her head in all the time, but Flamey predicted the time and shot 98K straight to the head. The Russian team did not choose to charge blindly, but searched for equipment first. Team Russia, Mao Xiaoma said. They all know the abbreviations of each country by heart. A super strong team. It might be a fierce battle, Mstoy said seriously. Chapter 651, Destroyed by the Group. Team Xiagwa successfully pulled Joe Lily up. The 4 of them simply searched for some equipment and chose to take the initiative. The view is always poor when you are in the C-shaped building, and you can't grasp the opponent's movements at the first time. What the audience saw was a battle between the Xia national team and Russia. In fact, there are many factors involved in this battle, including territory, morale, etc. Okay, Team Xiagwa pulled out from the right. I want to stick to Building K and Building A. Shade 1 is here too. It might be a 4-on-4 team battle. After Mstoy said that, Xiagwa spread out and touched the 5 small warehouses in the middle. On MC's left side, he held Shade 1 coming from the satellite building, and Mao Xiaoma took Wang Hao directly to the warehouse in front. There's one at the door of Building A, one at the back, then one on MC's side, and there's another one I don't know where, Joe Lily said in the team. As an observation position, he took 2 shots at the opponent in Building A and saw the distribution of the opponent's personnel. Except that there was one opponent who did not know where he was. On the other hand, the opponent, as the defensive side, clearly knows the distribution of personnel on Xiagwa's team. From this point of view, Xiagwa's team suffers. Oh, this mirror may become a hidden danger. Let's see if Team Xia realizes it. Mstoy sighed. The camera shows the Russian commando mirror. This player has already escaped from the outer warehouse of Building A. Having already crossed the road, go around behind Team Xiagwa. Russia has tactics. Yi Hao sighed. Nonsense. The Russian team just likes to play, and their overall style is a bit reckless. They are just a little weak in command and selection. But they are not stupid. This wave of Russian teams is very smart. Mir, who has the equipment, went around it immediately. This Xiaogui team was not expected, Mstoy replied. The Russian team was very smart in this wave, and they were sure that the Xia team would definitely engage in this wave of team battles, and made decisions in advance. At that time, the Xiaogui team's attention was entirely on the Russian players and rescuing people, and they were not aware of it at all. Mao Xiaomo really felt something was wrong when he saw Russia's actions. No! Someone might be circling you! Watch your back! Lily! Mao Xiaomo said to his teammates with certainty. Zhou Lily also turned around and saw a small figure. It's gone! It's gone! There's someone behind me! I can handle him! Zhou Lily took out a rifle. Without Mao Xiaomo's reminder, Xiaogui's team would have exploded this time, stealing at least 2 backs. If they cooperated with the Russian team's front, Xiaogui's team would have collapsed. But Mao Xiaomo's godlike reminder made Zhou Lily see near. The other 3 members of the Xiaogui team cannot move their positions. Once they retreat, the other 3 Russian players will definitely press forward. Not even one of them can be returned. I can only watch Zhou Lily's one-on-one. Mao Xiaomo's reaction was purely based on his intuition on the battlefield, because the Russian team members were too passive. They just stuck to building A and couldn't even point their guns correctly. Logically speaking, even if you were playing defense, you cannot even shoot correctly. It can only be because your teammates are making tactical preparations. Now Xiaogui team basically can't steal from the flanks in this terrain. They can only steal from the back. Although Mao Xiaomo didn't know whether his opponent had circumvented it, he still had to report this information to his teammates. All eyes are focused on Zhou Lily and Mir. Teammates on both sides are also waiting for the results. Whichever side wins is a 4 versus 3 situation. Team Xiaogui here realized that someone was circling him. How did you realize it? Is it a coincidence? Yi Hao shouted. Zhou Lily turned around and happened to see Mir's position, so she directly posted it. 1 against 1 on both sides. This 1 versus 1 is crucial. Take a look. With all the audience holding their breath, Zhou Lily heard the footsteps of her opponent, and so did her opponent at the same time. For such top professional players, the slightest sound can accurately determine the opponent's position. 2 people moved toward their opponent with their guns at the same time. This was not a mountain encounter. This kind of battle was purely based on marksmanship. When the reaction speed is about the same, whoever's gun is more accurate will have the advantage. Mir is a player that everyone does not know well. They only know that he is a former CSGO professional player who transitioned into PUBG. However, he was not very strong in the qualifiers. The protagonists in Russia were still Shade 1 and Flamey. But for a moment, everyone shouted out. The moment the 2 sides come into contact, Zhou Lily was instantly killed. Oops! The 3 commentators from Xia Kingdom all shouted. Russ_Mir used AKM to knock down CHN_211 with a headshot. This AK is too fast. It kills instantly with 2 shots. There is no room for Zhou Lily to react, Mstoy exclaimed. This Mir definitely has SSS level strength. And it's not ordinary. Zhou Lily clenched her fists, and although she said nothing, Mao Xiaomo also reacted immediately. Take some of it. Come back and fight. Quick! Mao Xiaomo shouted. Xiaogui's team is now in the middle. There are opponents whether on the flanks, directly in front of you or behind you. It can be said that he was perfectly double-teamed by the Russian team. Otherwise, if there are 5 warehouses in the middle as a cover, Russia will clear them out directly. Now they can only gather together to break through to one side, and then turn around and counterattack. But now the Russian team does not give them such a chance. As long as they defend until all players are in place, and then cover the national team, there will be no problem. The Xiaogui team here is so reckless, Mstoy shouted. Mao Xiaomo rushed into building A with the remaining 2 brothers. This rush actually disrupted the Russian team's formation a bit. Mir in building C is still rushing to the frontal battlefield. A corner. Mao Xiaomo sees Flamey. The M16 in hand shoots extremely fast. When he knocked down Flamey, he was also knocked down by another player from the Russian team. Completed 1-for-1 exchange. CHN_MO used M16A4 to knock down Russ_Flamey. Russ_Doja used UP9 to knock out CHN_MO. This wave is 1-for-1. It's a bit of a loss, Mstoy said. In the PUBG game, the advantage of 2-on-1 is greater than that of 3-on-2. Similarly, the advantage of 3-on-2 is definitely greater than that of 4-on-3. In fact, this wave is not a loss for the Russian team. Both Shade 1 and Mir rushed to the frontal battlefield. First patch up Mao Xiaomo, then set up a gun to help others. The Russian team played very steadily. 5,400 side. This wave of Xiagua team has reached a stalemate and is about to charge, Mstoy reminded. If the Russian team is recruited, Xiagua's team will have no chance at 2-on-4. Now it depends on whether MC and Wang Hao can take advantage of the front. Wang Hao and MC were pulled out directly from the front door. Two people together can guarantee that they can shoot each other. But it is also very dangerous. If you find an opportunity for output, it is not difficult for a professional player of this level to directly use the gun to kill. After hearing the calls of their teammates, the Russian team also gave up saving people. Based on the current situation of the Xi'an national team, even if they delay any longer, they will not be able to rescue anyone. Otherwise, it is hard to say who will win in a 2 versus 2 frontal battlefield. Wang Hao and MC pulled directly to the side. I saw Shade One's head sticking out. In this kind of battle, there is no time for MC and Wang Hao to be nervous. But there is still a little bit of tacit understanding between the two. When I saw Shade One, I subconsciously swung my gun over. And Shade One was also very smart and didn't choose to be tough. While retracting, Russia's mirror also determined the positions of the last two members of the Xiagua team, and directly synchronized with Shade One. He pulled them out from two directions and fired straight at the two members of the Xiagua team. Ta 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 ta. Many Xia Kingdom spectators silently closed their eyes at this moment, looking forward to some miracles when you open your eyes again. But when they opened their eyes again, there were 15 surviving teams on the field. The kill information in the upper right corner also means that the Xiagua team has been destroyed. Russ_Shade 1 used M416 to kill CHN_45 AI. Russ_Mirror used AKM to kill CHN_MC. The Xia Kingdom team was destroyed. At the beginning of the first game of Group A, the Russian team was wiped out. All Xia Kingdom viewers don't know what to say. Are they disappointed? Still a pity. Many barrage masters have already begun to curse what can only be abused. And the prototype of playing a strong team is exposed. Words like this continue to criticize the Xiagua team, without stopping Joy and Yehao's tactical analysis. Moreover, the Russian team's front-facing strength is the best among all teams. And PUBG's front-facing strength always has winners and losers. Joy's only concern is the Xiagua team's next 5 games and their mentality. The Xi'an national team will definitely not be able to continue jumping to the airport for the next 5 games. Their regular jumping points, the airport and Y City, all have a strong first-line team in Russia and Norway, separated in the 2 cities. The Portuguese team also entered P City, where the Russian team was originally located. It can be said that the resource points on the field no longer have the right to choose from the Xiagua team. The Russian team defeated the Xi'an national team without any loss, and also scored 40 points. After being wiped out by the group, Zhou Lily inevitably felt a little disappointed. After all, it was his failure to win the duel that directly led to the collapse of the team. Any player who is competitive will definitely feel a little disappointed. It's okay. Everyone should adjust. There are still 5 games left. Mao Xiaomao also kept comforting his teammates. In this battle, except for Mao Xiaomao who won the head-on battle against Flaney, the other 3 teammates were completely defeated in the head-on battle. Chapter 652, The Unexpected Italian Team. Being wiped out in the arena is already a huge blow. But it happened on such an important occasion. I couldn't accept it for a while. But except for MC, everyone has experienced more games and knows how to adjust their state. There is still a whole set of time. And the Xiagua team must use this nearly 1 hour to adjust its own state. The team's tactics, jumping points, and direction of thinking are all left to Mao Xiaomao alone to formulate. In fact, Mao Xiaomao felt like he couldn't beat the Russian team when he was playing head-on. This is real. When their own strength is higher, they can also feel the strength of their opponents. Just like Liquid in the professional arena. If you can't beat them, you just can't beat them. They can only score 4-6 or 50-50 against the Norwegian team. Not to mention the Russian team, which is even stronger than the Norwegian team. This is a very cruel reality. There are always strengths and weaknesses in the game. And compared to the Russian team, they are the weak side. We will go to our city later. Mao Xiaomao watched the match between Portugal and Greece and said to the other players. Although everyone was a little surprised, they didn't ask Mao Xiaomao why. What they wanted to do was to capture our city. There are many choices for the Xiagua team. Why did they choose our city? First of all, there is a truth in Mao Xiaomao's command idea. That is, the persimmon should be pinched softly. In this field, which teams are soft persimmons? One is Japan, and the other is Brunei. The Japanese team is in Port Inn and Brunei is playing jungle. Mao Xiaomao doesn't like Port Inn. For many reasons. The vehicle resources are not abundant enough. The location is more remote than the airport. And the search efficiency is low. He is usually the last team to enter the circle. There's really nothing good to do in this place. At least that's what Mao Xiaomao thinks. Not to mention the wild spots. Fighting to the death, with other teams for a few small jungles, and taking the risk of being killed without a gun is simply stupid. Think about it. Y City, Norway. Peace City, Portugal. Those teams are not easy to chew on. In contrast, our city has something to say about this place. First, the Greek team originally in our city was not very strong. In the entire Group A, the Greek team was absolutely in the middle and lower reaches, and was not very strong. This is one of them. Secondly, the three main players, Mao Xiaomao, Wang Hao, and Zhou Lili, should not be too familiar with our city's transfer route, even if you haven't practiced before the game. With Mao Xiaomao's commanding ability, he can give you a perfect circle entry route even if you jump to Z City. Halfway through the game, Mao Xiaomao asked in the team, "Have you adjusted?" "Okay. No problem." After receiving a positive reply from his teammates, Mao Xiaomao still had confidence in his smile. "Okay. Play well and get into the winner's bracket." The conductor's mood can directly affect the team members. And Mao Xiaomao's confidence also cheered up the three team members quickly. The camera happened to show the Xiaogui team, which didn't seem to be affected too much and was still discussing the situation on the court. The first set of the game reached the middle and late stages and reached the attrition circle. The Norwegian team occupies a commanding power tower in the center of the circle. If two teams don't charge at the same time, it will be difficult to knock down this power tower. Even though this power tower is very big, now there is a situation where no one dares to charge. If you charge, if the Norwegian team doesn't beat you, other teams will beat you. There are several strong teams on the field. Finland, Russia, England and France are all on the field. It can be said that except for the Xiaogui team, all the strong teams are there. The Xiaogui team also took the opportunity to secretly observe the positive strength and style characteristics of several teams in E. After all, there were still very few opportunities to contact their opponents. Losing one set is still acceptable for a 6-set contest. After all, in this competition system, if you don't get the top few points, your points will be limited. So Xiaogui doesn't have to worry too much. The only thing he needs to worry about is the subsequent games. This can't happen again. Mistakes. The competition field is very utilitarian. You can't say that you are good just because you kill someone in the team. You have to get the highest score you can. For the Xiaogui team, Mao Xiaomao told everyone before the game, "It is impossible for us to win every game like in the Asian qualifiers. The chicken win rate may only be 10% or 20%. But after each set, except for summary mistakes, other negative emotions cannot be carried to the next game. This battle has come to an end, and the circle has wiped out the Norwegian team's electric field. However, the Norwegian team is still the most advantageous team on the field because they have cars. Everyone is playing. The party with the car definitely has the advantage. The Norwegian team entered the circle and drove their cars directly into a relatively safe position in the circle to set up a car array. Now the command of the Norwegian team is also very smart, directly killing the enemies on both sides. But the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is full of surprises. The safe area is refreshed again. This time it is a corner-cut circle. The Norwegian team was forced to move again, but the smoke was almost used in the last lap. And there was an obvious gap in this lap. The Russian team did not miss this opportunity. Directly killed 3 members of the Norwegian team. Then a wave of battles in the plains and into the circle became very fierce. Britain and France were wiped out one after another. The Portuguese and Italian teams are unexpectedly strong, and they are not losing at all. To everyone's surprise, the seeded teams from Norway, Britain, and France were eliminated one after another. Finland and the Russian team played a 4v4 head-on. But after a wave of 2-for-2, both teams entered the circle harmoniously. The finals turned out to be a wave of harvesting rhythm from the Italian team. Attacked decisively when another full-formation Portuguese team was stolen from the side. Defeat Portugal, Finland, Iceland, and Russia in succession. Chicken success. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, ITA. Okay. It's beyond everyone's expectations. The Italian team got 17 heads in the first set, which no one could have imagined before the game. 5,400 said. The Italian team actually got 17 kills in the game with 64 players. There are already so many. Indeed. But the situation in the plain circle is changing rapidly. The Italian team's final victory actually had some clues after the battle between the Finnish team and the Russian team. Msjoy analyzed this set. However, Siagwa's team's first game defeat is still something that Siagwa's audience is more concerned about. This means that the Siagwa team's fault tolerance rate will become very low in subsequent games. Another team annihilation. And Team Sia's Olympic journey may be over before it even begins. Chapter 653. Battle in our city. Okay, let's take a look at the standings after the first game. Team Siagwa needs to cheer up, Msjoy said. Then the standings after the first set were drawn. Olympic PUBG Group A standings. 1. ITA/Italy, R1, 670, total, 670. 2. Rus/Russia, R1, 530, total, 530. 3. Iceland/Iceland, R1, 390, total, 390. For Frowny Face FIN/Finland, Frowny Face R1, 380, total 380. 16. CHN/Siagwa, R1, 10, total 10. The standings are generally in line with everyone's expectations. The Italian team unexpectedly occupied the top spot, with Russia, Iceland, and Finland ranked 2 to 4 respectively. However, Norway, England, and France, which everyone was optimistic about before the game, were not ranked very high. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has this kind of surprise. And it was within everyone's expectations, except for Siagwa's team who was ranked last. Before the game, no one would have imagined that the Sia national team would actually have a fight with the Russian team at the airport. As a result, the Russian team successfully took away the Siagwa team with 0-4. In fact, this also made many Sia Kingdom viewers feel like they were waking up from a dream. Since Mao Xiaomo's rise in Liquid, everyone has subconsciously regarded Liquid as Siagwa's home team. However, Liquid's strength does not mean that Siagwa's FPS is strong. It can only mean that Mao Xiaomo is strong. Siagwa team's 12 consecutive chickens in the Siagwa district qualifiers actually gave fans fantasies. I imagined that Siagwa team would be invincible under the leadership of Mao Xiaomo like Liquid. But the facts gave them a heavy blow. Even if the current level of these 4 people has reached the highest peak in the history of Siagwa FPS, although it is still on the rise, there are still countless countries that can compete with Siagwa team, and even stronger than Siagwa team. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game for 4 people. Although it sounds a bit unpleasant, there is still a clear gap between Mao Xiaomo, a top professional player in the world, and the other 3 team members. This wave of confrontations with Russia will illustrate the problem. However, what the fans think will not affect the Siagwa team itself. They have adjusted their mentality, discussed their tactics, and started preparing for the next game. 1/6 of the schedule will definitely be difficult for the Siagwa team in the past. But after all, there are still 5 games. The break passed quickly, and the second game of the group stage of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Group A continues. Okay, the plane here has already taken off. What we are more concerned about now is the Siagwa team's jump point issue. We actually had a little chat here just now, and we still think that the Siagwa team will avoid the battle first and search for resources in the rich wild areas near Y City. Because Team Sia is familiar with Y City's tactics, it won't have a big impact if they enter the circle. It's easy to say. In fact, there is one thing that is wrong. For a top commander, he still thinks very little about the route into the circle, because he can draw in his mind the most likely points, and the most likely points for each team to go, frequently visited spots, and then plan the route into the circle. It does not mean that the familiar route into the circle is necessarily safe. But the Siagwa team is playing, and Mao Xiaomo actually has a much higher say in the team than their coaching staff. There's no way. You have to be good enough to play on paper. Unlike basketball and football, Mao Xiaomo has much better control over the battlefield than they do. All they can do is give Mao Xiaomo a hand. He still has to make all the decisions on the battlefield. So there are many times when the team takes a break between games. There are coaches who will summarize them. But the Siagwa team is a unique one. The course on this plate is a diagonal course, top left to bottom right. It can be considered a relatively balanced route. Basically, the places we want to go on this route are not difficult. Let's see how Team Sia chooses. The eyes of all the Sia Kingdom spectators are focused on the arena. The Siagwa team's icon on the map is still in the plane. We passed Port G here, so we didn't choose to jump. Oh, Siagwa team jumped to our city? All the audience exclaimed. Even some viewers who were familiar with Mao Xiaomo stood up. No one doubts whether the Xiaogua team will play our city. Because Mao Xiaoma knows how to fight in our city. That was one of ISCD's regular jump points. And ISCD also played many classic games in our city at that time. Both Emotion and Lily Wang Hao are familiar with this position. It is a good position. Although there will be other teams. It's easy to say. He is the coach of ISCD. So he naturally knows who formulated ISCD's our city tactics. If it were some kind of electric point selection in G-Port, they might be worried. But they are not worried at all about this tactic in our city. As long as our city can be captured, there will be absolutely no problem. Mstoy also said, this is a very smart choice. There is a Russian team at the airport, a Portuguese team in City P, and Y City. A regular jump point for the Xi'an national team is also occupied by the Norwegian team. If you want to occupy a good resource point, it will definitely have an impact on other teams' territories. The Greek team can be said to be a relatively weak persimmon. But after all, this is the Olympics. So we still can't be careless. Mstoy reminded. You can't relax just because your opponent is not strong. Even if you lose one person. The Xiaogua team cannot accept it. The Greek team never thought that there would be another team competing with them to rob our city. FXCK. There is also a team in our city to rob? The Greek captain cursed. Although this place is not rich in the center of the circle, it can be said that it is difficult to support a team. Especially when the school has another team. The territory was clearly divided in the training games before. So why are there still teams trying to grab it? The Greek team has been unable to figure this out. But when they exchanged fire with the Xiaogua team, they understood instantly. The Xi'an national team was wiped out by the Russian team in the first set at the airport, which was equivalent to being kicked out. So they had to change the jumping point. This truth is also very simple. The 4 members of Team Xia are dancing very closely here. We chose 3 bedrooms plus warehouse. The Greek team was a little scattered. They probably didn't expect that there would be a team to compete with him. The formation was not set up right away. An opportunity for Xiaogua team. Mstoy shouted. A member of the Greek team jumped directly next to 2 members of the Xi'an national team. Want to leave? When this team member saw that something was wrong, he didn't even dare to search for his gun and went straight down. Then Mao Xiaoma, who landed on the roof, got a M16 directly. A sweep from the machine sight. Take a look at the machine sight. It only takes a moment. The headless and armorless Greek team members were directly killed by Mao Xiaoma from a high point. Ta-ta-ta-ta. CHN_MO used UP9 to knock down GRE_Botsman with a headshot. Pretty! 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 3 commentators shouted at the same time. Mao Xiaomo's wave is really accurate. If he misses one shot, his opponent may rush into the room. Let me briefly introduce the Greek team. The 4 players in their lineup are all national team players in the past 2 years. And they are very stable. Although they did not achieve very good results in the European Cup. How can I put it? They can be regarded as one of the best in Europe. About average. Mstoy introduced. Anyone who has watched the European Cup in the past 2 years should know that the Greek team, although its results are not good, is not particularly weak on the front. Of course, it also depends on who you compare with. After Mao Xiaoma knocked down Botsman, he didn't rush to make up for it. Regardless of whether it is FPP or TPP, it is very risky to supplement people. Because in the early stage when there is no head and no armor, if you rush to supplement people, it is very likely that a local player will kill you with just a gun. And you will not even have time to react. Nothing. And under the current situation, the Xi'an national team must play the Greek team. There are no other teams nearby except the school team. And there are no players from other teams to replace the Greek team members. So Mao Xiaoma chose to shrink first. Return. There's a spear. I'm a troll. There's a spear. The Xiaogua team is very lucky. Except for Zhou Lily, who is a troll. The other 3 players have fully automatic firearms. Walk. Mao Xiaoma directly ordered the attack. At this time, it was less than 20 seconds before the 2 teams landed. One can imagine the offensive efficiency of the Xiaogua team. Although Zhou Lily was criticized, she still took out the P1911 pistol she had just picked up, which was at least somewhat powerful in a gun duel. The members of the Greek team are constantly communicating with each other. The Xiaogua team pounced. The Greek team also has guns. This wave is not easy to fight. Mstoy said. From a god's perspective, both the Xiaogua team and the Greek team have the most basic combat effectiveness. And from the overall perspective, the Xiaogua team is outside the house and the Greek team is inside the house. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. But the Xiaogua team can use more to fight against fewer. Try not to engage in a building attack. In the battle to attack the building, it could easily be a 1-4-2 or 1-4-3 situation, which would definitely not be profitable for the Xiaogua team. The scene became very anxious. The Xiaogua team had gathered downstairs next to a member of the Greek team, and it looked like they were going to play a set tactic. There are also constant exchanges within the Greek team, because the other members of the Greek team are in positions that can help the player who is attacked. So they are still certain. Ta-ta-ta-ta! Pullman, a member of the Greek team, pulled out the moment he heard the gunfire. But Mao Xiaoma, who had already set up his position, took away the headless Pullman with one shot. Chapter 654. Follow the example of the gourd. What happened? Joy and Yehao were both a little confused. Not to mention the audience at the scene and in front of the TV. 5400 sees it very clearly. But in a blink of an eye, the Xiaogua team rushed directly to another Greek player's building. A huge crowd. The third member of the Greek team has very good marksmanship. Knocked down Zhou Lily and MC one after another. But there were also Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo, who were directly killed by Meng. CHN_45AI used AKM to kill GRE_Flix21. Xiaogua's team didn't skimp on the number of times they fell to the ground. They just died recklessly. There are so many things worth saying in this wave. But the Xiaogua team moved too fast and did not give the commentators any time to elaborate. 3 members of the Greek team fell to the ground, and the last member immediately chose to retreat. Very decisive. This is a Real Olympic Stadium. Players will be eliminated in 6 games, and all teams will play very effectively. Does Team Xia still want to pursue? Mao Xiaoma chased him alone. Don't chase after the bandit. The risk is too great. Joy shouted. The last member of the Greek team here is still walking out of City R. But Mao Xiaoma didn't even save anyone. So he left it to Wang Hao to rescue, while he himself began to chase the Greek lone wolf, although it may seem like a pursuit to outsiders. This is what Mao Xiaoma said in the team. You save people, I'll go after him and make sure he's gone clean. For the Xiaogua team, this pursuit is not necessarily to chase him, but to confirm whether he is left cleanly. If the culprit is hiding somewhere, he will be swept away when the Xiaogua team drives to move. It will really make him cry. No place to cry. But this lone wolf of the Greek team is seeking his own death. Originally, it would be okay to just run away, so Mao Xiaoma could just give up chasing him. Who knew that this lone wolf went directly to the garage and drove a car? As a result, as soon as he drove 2 steps away, Mao Xiaoma was swept down on the road. CHN_MO used UP9 to kill GRE_Mr. Caracas. This. What are you doing? Nothing will happen if you just keep walking. The commentators are all complaining about the last wave of choices made by the Greek team members. Mao Xiaoma can't do anything by walking directly over the mountain. And people in the school are not necessarily looking at him now. He can just walk directly to the right. But this wave was directly destroyed by the group. The Greek team also took advantage of the situation and finished 16th. The same result as the Xi'an national team in the previous set. This also gave Xiaogua team an extra 40 points. This wave of battles is completely different from the previous battle with the Russian team. Even the audience can clearly feel that in this game. At this stage, strong is strong and weak is weak. 5400 also explained what the Xiaogua team's tactics were like this time. This tactic of the Xiaogua team is actually very simple. Because once the Xiaogua team attacks the building, the other 2 members of the Greek team will definitely stick their heads in to help. The opponent will be killed instantly as soon as he peeks his head out. However, because the communication time was very short, there was no gap at all when the Xiaogua team rushed over. So there should not be much communication on the Greek team side. 5400 analysis. Xiaogua's attack on Greece still had good communication. Everyone understood what Mao Xiaoma meant with just one sentence. The more these people fight, the more they feel that their tacit understanding with each other is gradually improving. The further you go, the small problems on the front of the Xiaogua team will definitely be highlighted. And only tacit cooperation can fill them. As for the subsequent wave of attacks on the building, the Xiaogua team actually knows that the few people who rush up will definitely be killed by at least 1 or 2 people in seconds. Joy said. It can only be said that Xiaogua team still wants to save time if they choose this style of play. After all, the early search time and transfer time are too critical, especially after Xiaogua team changed to our city. It is still a central point. It can be said that the battle between the Siagwa team and the Greek team did not take too much time. It only took a little more than 1 minute from the landing to the end, which can be said to be very fast. The Iceland team here at school also shuddered when they saw a wave of refreshes in the upper right corner of the screen. The Sion national team was so fierce. It took only a short time to defeat the Greek team. Anyway, it's impossible for them to go to our city to cause trouble for Team Sia. They are now in the top 4 of the standings. Although the team strength is average, it is only 6 games after all. If they start well, they may not be able to reach the top 8 by the end. Reaching the top 32 is a big deal for the people of Iceland. At this time, the camera suddenly showed the first safe zone. What the heck? Damn! This is so uncomfortable. There is no circle more uncomfortable than this. 3 commentators from the Siagwa team said. No way. This is an airport circle. The Siagwa team had just given up on the airport and chosen our city. And it came to the airport circle. It's like buying lottery tickets and buying the same numbers for a year in a row. But you don't buy them for a day. And you win the lottery. Are you angry? It doesn't matter if the Siagwa team is a team from Y City or P City. The key point is that the Siagwa team is an airport team. It's not easy to talk about it here. I think it's almost the airport circle. In this circle now, the airport island accounts for about 60%. And the remaining 40% is in the north. Siagwa team has to figure out how to deal with the next circle. There is still a certain probability of coming back, Mstoy said. Mao Xiaomo was a little confused when he saw this circle. In this circle, no matter how awesome your commanding ability is, it's useless. Either it can't be a bridge, or it can't be a river. These are the 2 paths for you to choose from. Unless you fly a plane. Without Team Siagwa, a professional in blocking bridges, it is also a question whether anyone will block the bridge. The camera is on the Russian team, departing for Kyoto. Ouch! The Russian team is over here! Yahoo shouted. Because the Russian team's points in the first set were very good, and they were in second place. Now they have enough room to play more open. For people went to Kyoto at the same time. And only 1 French team came before them. Let's see how the Russian team blocks the bridge. The camera once again showed the Russian team. The positions of the 4 people. Standard Mao Xiaomo style bridge blocking stance. Everyone is very familiar with this position when they see it. This position is the most commonly used position of IFCD in the past. And the position of Shade 1 is where Mao Xiaomo used to stand. Shade 1 learned this trick. Mstoy couldn't help but smile. This Shade 1, Navi was blocked by IFCD several times on PCI last year. And the team lost several games. Now they are just copying the gourd. Chapter 655, Crazy Escape. Because in the previous professional arena, even if someone blocked the bridge, it was an unconventional tactic. It usually happens when a team needs to grab points. Of course, this is a foreign competition. I have never played the 8422 format. Siagwa's 8422 format still has many teams that are blocking the bridge. From the perspective of foreign teams, only IFCD has made this tactic a regular tactic and has a direct impact on the game. In the later period of that PCI, almost all teams did not dare to leave from the West Bridge, which directly affected IFCD's own safety. There is no team behind you. So the teams gather at the East Bridge or go swimming in boats, which is definitely a good tactic. Shade 1 determined the airport tactics when he joined the Russian team, and directly found the original IFCD tactics, and copied them all. The current 4-man position of the Russian team is exactly the same as IFCD's regular bridge blocking tactic. As for Mao Xiaomo's unique tactic, 1,000 miles front, it is also in their arsenal of tactics, but it has not yet been used. Let's see how the Siagwa team will deal with it. They used to be a team at the airport, so they should have some ideas on how to attack the airport. It's easy to say. A tactic is formulated. As the person most familiar with this tactic, how Mao Xiaomo will break the game is also a highlight of this game. The safe area begins to refresh. All teams start moving. The plot is also very similar to Siagwa team's previous mission of blocking the bridge. 1 team was wiped out directly on the bridge, and 4 teams were stuck near the bridge, while being held back by the Russian team. They were also holding each other back. On the other hand, the Siagwa team did not choose Shichiao. Mao Xiaomo himself knows best that as long as the terrain of the West Bridge is well circled, the benefits of blocking the West Bridge are too high, because there is no safe place to land on the West Bridge, and a strong attack will only lead to a dead end. Therefore, they chose to search our city safely, and then move along the way while searching. Not only did they not have time to enter the circle, but on the contrary, it was an idea of entering the circle slowly. The Xi'an national team, the ship from the east, has basically never thought about it. The teams from Big Yin and Port L will definitely divide the ship. For East Bridge, you can go up to a high point to observe the wave, and then choose how to get there. Okay, Xiaogua's team has started searching along the way. Looking at this posture, it seems that they are slowly entering the circle. Joy said, if the commander of the Xiaogua team was not Mao Xiaoma, he might have said that this circle is a test for the team's command. Because there is no information in the circle. The Xiaogua team played a 1-3. Wang Hao went to check on the spot and observed the situation on the bridge. The remaining teams continued to search in the nearby wild area. First, because their city is not as wealthy as the airport and does not have many accessories. Second, it is to increase the reserve of medicine for oneself, so that he can stay in the poison for a while longer. There's a fight on the bridge here too. Not good news for Team Xia. Something went wrong on the East Bridge, and two teams actually got on the bridge at the same time. As a result, there was a melee on the bridge. At this time, the first safe zone has been reached. As expected, the second safe zone is a lower left corner circle. This turns out to be an airport circle, and there is about 30% of the sea area in the lower left corner. But let's take a look at the Xiaogua team side. If they can successfully break through, there will still be a lot of bunkers in the circle from the west. Joy analyzed. The resources of the Xiaogua team were almost all searched and gathered together. The observation at this time can be said to be a textbook observation method. Only Wang Hao was observing from a high point, keeping still. At this distance, even professional players cannot detect it statically. If it is dynamic, many professional players can do it. This circle has wiped out the East Bridge, and the two teams on the bridge have been in a stalemate. Finally, the Finnish team couldn't bear it anymore. After being knocked down by a thunderbolt, everyone charged, successfully defeated the Estonian team. Team Xia witnessed the whole process, and after Team Finland licked the package and walked away, they slowly began to enter the circle. At this time, the second poison is about to arrive. When the Xi'an national team passed by the bridge, they stopped and licked the Estonian team's bag again, licking two 4X lenses that the Finnish team did not want. It's not easy for the Xiaogua team to get into the circle. It's a concentric circle. Joy said after the third lap refresh. The third circle is a concentric circle. Why didn't Joy say that the Xiaogua team is not easy to enter the circle? Now Xiaogua team has only 3 ways to enter the circle. 1 up, 2 in, 3 down. If you enter the circle in the north, it is a low slope, and the middle is directly inside the airport. You may not be able to get out after entering. There is also a large plain in the south, and there will definitely be a team around the circle. Teams sailing from the west side basically land in the south of the airport island, and then 9 out of 10 are at the edge of the white circle, unless absolutely necessary. Never place your hopes on other people's marksmanship. Okay, Xiaogua's team has arrived at the blue circle. It's time to choose a path to make up for it. Even from God's perspective, Joy dare not say which road is better, because no matter which side, there are teams on both sides of the circle. This would be very uncomfortable for the Xiaogua team. Mao Xiaoma finally set off with the Xi'an national team and entered the airport island directly. Okay. Here Mao Xiaoma chose a safer way to enter the circle and enter the airport island directly. But there is also a team near the K building on the airport island side of the circle. But if you abandon the car now, even if you beat this circle, you won't be able to get into the next circle. Joy analyzed. This is definitely a dilemma. Team Xia drove into the airport island and directly attracted the attention of Team Finland. The Finnish team opened a gun line and defended the edge of the circle. Just when the entire Xia Kingdom audience thought that the Xia Kingdom team was going to forcefully attack the circle, Wang Hao took the lead and turned the corner. Because even in the bumpy driving, he still saw the members of the Finnish team. We can't go to this location. Mao Xiaoma had no objection to Wang Hao's on-the-spot command and just followed him around the corner. It's not easy to go. Drive towards the elevated road. Mao Xiaoma glanced around and asked Wang Hao to turn around. The 4 cars of the Xiaogua team turned around and drove in the direction of the fried dough sticks. The Finnish team's firepower never stopped along the way. MC was beaten directly in the car. FIN_Jimby used AKM to knock down CHN_MC with a headshot. Amidst the hail of bullets, the Xiaogua team also reached a position in the white circle. But there was no place beside the circle for the Xiaogua team to stay. Run away like crazy. Chapter 656. Sincere cooperation. Take advantage of each other. No! There must be someone on the mountain. Mao Xiaomo shouted. Immediately ordered. Strike that housing area! Fight it down by force! Wang Hao led the two team members behind him and rushed directly to the wild area outside the airport. There is also a team in this jungle area. And it was the Russian team that had defeated the Xi'an national team in the first set. There were 3 houses on both sides of the road, with 2 people on each side. Team Xia chose the side closest to them. How dare you drive like this and drive wildly in this circle? The Xiagua team's vehicles were met with crazy fire. Wang Hao was also swept off the car. Wang Hao was swept down by the Icelandic team on the mountain. The Icelandic team is still doing target practice here. Zhou Lily drifted to the side of the room. Shade 1 originally wanted to sweep away the Xi'an national team's car from the house. But the Icelandic team on the mountain directly knocked Shade 1 back with 2 shots. Zhou Lily stopped the car, switched seats, and got off the car in one go. Then used the cover of the car to spray medicine on the ground. With the remaining blood on his body, there is no way he can rush into this room area. Mao Xiaomo then drifted and set up a car formation next to Zhou Lily, with their backs to the Russian team's house. The 2 people got out of the car formation with 2 bicycle frames, and then both fell to the ground. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Boom. Boom. Mao Xiaomo took a step back and directly blew up the 2 cars. Mao Xiaomo grasped the distance very well. He blew up the 2 people but still had half a tube of blood. So he applied another first aid bandage. On the other side, the Russian team was trapped in the house by the Icelandic team and could not get out. And the Icelandic team could not defeat the Xi'an national team. In this way, the Xi'an national team is temporarily safe outside the Russian team's house. Team Xia and Team Russia Shade 1 and Flamey can hear each other's footsteps through the wall. Both teams don't have to worry too much. If they make a move, their opponents will definitely hear it immediately. Mstoy was also greatly relieved. The Xiagua team was able to rush into the circle under such circumstances. They are indeed a very tenacious team. It can only be said that there is nothing we can do about this wave of transfer. From a god's perspective, there are too many teams in the entire east half of the circle. It is not easy for Xiagua to find an empty gap and rush into the center of the circle. To be honest, Mstoy never thought that Xiagua team could enter the circle safely. Mao Xiaomo is not a god. Without any information about the circle, he could only make some guesses. Originally, he thought that the Finnish team would not go near the K building. But the Finnish team still went. There was not much that could be done. It blocked the Xiagua team's only safe route into the circle. Now Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lily can only survive in the circle. The best situation is to get a relatively high ranking. It is almost impossible to win in this position. Teams are constantly attacking the Xiagua team. But the Xiagua team's car formation is perfect. And the 2 cars are at a perfect angle. This is also an event that the Xiagua team has practiced continuously. In the next game, Xiagua's audience can only hope that the circle brush will be more powerful, so that Xiagua's team can get a higher ranking. The 4th circle. Beautiful. A northeastern cutaway circle. This corner circle feels like it is definitely the circle that Xiagua team wants to see the most. Directly put the Xi'an national team and the Russian team in the center of the circle. Several commentators shouted. The Xi'an national team and Russia are now located in the outer wild area of the airport island. The entire west is now at a high point. And there are many teams. The Icelandic teams on the northern and northeastern sides of the circle are also very relieved. Once the safe zone is cleared, it is also very beneficial to them. At least they can hit another circle of targets. The Russian team will not take the initiative to clean up the Xiagua team, and will save the time to observe the teams in the west and north. If the northern Icelandic team enters the circle, it will be very difficult. They can only spread smoke and drive to rush forward, because there is still some distance from the center of the Russian team's circle. The western team is perfectly beaten by the Icelandic team. The Finnish team is also facing a huge problem now. Mao Xiaomo also didn't understand why the Iceland team was in this position near the K building. Once the circle was drawn in this position, it would be perfectly killed. And the Iceland team definitely had a chance to enter the center of the circle at that time. That's why he guessed that the Icelandic team had left and they could take a break. However, something went wrong during the process and 2 people were swept off the road. The safe zone begins to refresh. This is also a large attrition circle. Fortunately, the Xiagua team will not be involved in this large-scale attrition circle, even if the Finnish team keeps closing eyes. But it was perfectly output by the Iceland team. No matter how inaccurate the Icelandic team's marksmanship is, even the Finnish team couldn't handle it under the firepower of 4 people. Under the beautiful concentrated fire, The members of the Finnish team were knocked down one after another. It didn't take long. The Finnish team is destroyed. The world's #1 Finnish team was eliminated early and only finished 11th. The competition for the high points of the Western Mountains and the competition for the Southern Mountains has also entered a fierce stage. The Polish team and the Chilean team were eliminated in the head-on confrontation. The Norwegian team also showed its superior marksmanship, winning head-to-head gunfights. The last 3 people grabbed the best seats in the circle. But the only thing they need to worry about is how they will go down the mountain if the circle is brushed away. The Siagwa team was completely out of danger after the Finnish team died. Seeing the sharp decrease in the number of survivors, fans of the Siagwa team were quite relaxed, although they could not understand some of the situation. Mstoy said that the Siagwa team would not die for a while, which means that this position is absolutely safe, at least at the current position. This 4 circle was absolutely brutal. There were many teams on the mountain, but there were few positions. One team after another was wiped out by the group. By the time the 4 circle was completed, only 8 teams survived on the field. It is not very common to kill more than half of the players in the 4th lap. Now on the field, the Siagwa team and the Russian team are at the bottom of the mountain, and the Iceland team is on the northern mountain. Then I will take a look. Norway, Britain, France, Italy, Portugal, and 5 other strong European teams are in the western mountains. The tone may be set for the next circle. Amid everyone's nervous breathing, the 5th save zone was refreshed. Pretty! This circle, only the Russian team and the Siagwa team are still in the circle. In this case, the Icelandic team has to leave. The northern team should choose to rush to the room area on the other side of the Russian team. But there are still 5 teams on this side of the mountain. It may be a ways of war. I think Siagwa's position is still safe. Mstoy analyzed. Not only did he think so, Mao Xiaoma also thought so. The 2 of us will help the Russian team beat the Icelandic team later. It will be safe after the match, Mao Xiaoma said to Zhou Lili. They must help the Russian team to prevent the Icelandic team from entering the circle. Once the Icelandic team enters the circle, they must not only clear out the 2 Russian team members, but also them. But once the Iceland team is cleared, their position is absolutely safe, and they can even stand up and use this house as a bunker to resurrect, entering the top 8. In fact, the basic points are already there. With the 4 heads of the Greek team in Siagwa's hand, the points will definitely not be too low. It can be regarded as a little guarantee that the scores will not be low in 2 consecutive sets. If so, there is really no chance of entering the winner's bracket. The save zone began to refresh, and Mao Xiaoma and Zhou Lili also stood up. They want to stop the Icelandic team from coming over. The Icelandic team had already begun laying out cigarettes, and the Russian team's guns in the house were very uncomfortable. They found 2 places where they could only shoot their guns and tried to fight the Icelandic team. If the Icelandic team got close to them, they would have to fight hand to hand. But that's when the Icelandic team really started to move. The Siagwa team outside the wall also fired. Shade 1 instantly understood what Siagwa team meant. 2 teams, 4 people, formed a tacit understanding in an instant. 4 guns, simultaneously outputting the poisonous Icelandic team. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The Icelandic team did not expect that they would face such strong firepower. While the Chinese and Russian teams helped each other, they also had some intrigues. In the professional arena of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, points are not counted for knocking down people, but points are counted for replacing people. In a game, if Shade 1 knocks down an enemy and Mao Xiaoma makes up for it, this head will be regarded as a fan of the Siagwa team. Vice versa is also true. 1 head is worth 10 points. The 2 teams are fighting each other. Once someone is knocked down, 4 people rush to make up for it. CHN_MO killed ISL with M16A4. Russ_Shade 1 killed ISL with M416. 2 heads, 1 on each side. It was basically impossible for the remaining 2 people to enter the circle. Under the crazy firepower, one was knocked down by Mao Xiaoma, and the other was poisoned to death. In this way, the full Iceland team was wiped out almost instantly. The Xia team got 2 kills, and the Russian team got 1. The 2 teams cooperate sincerely. After destroying the Icelandic team, both Mao Xiaoma and Zhou Lili left the car formation, one on the left and the other on the right, and started shooting targets on the mountain. At this time, the fighting on the mountain was at its most intense, with countless smoke, corpses, and enemies mixed together. In the duel between opponents on the mountain, there will definitely be no chance to make up for the loss immediately. This will give the Siagwa team a chance to steal a kill. Mao Xiaomo's M16 with a 4x lens used crazy output without any pressure and stole 2 more heads. Suddenly, fans of the Xiaogui team felt like they had become serfs and started singing. Under this situation, we can still see Xiaogui team's crazy output. Definitely rare. The 2 members of the Russian team are also discussing whether to kill the 2 members of the Xi'an national team. But after thinking about it, I gave up the idea. Mao Xiaomo was not worried at all. The Xiaogui team is helping the Russian team attack their room on the mountain. It is equivalent to 6 people attacking the enemies on the mountain. These 2 teammates do not pose any threat to the Russian team anyway. Just use each other. Chapter 657 4321. The Xi'an national team's response to the dangerous situation in this game was completely beyond everyone's understanding. It also directly lifted the Xiaogui team's points out of the dangerous zone. Otherwise, with 2 consecutive low scores, the group stage might really be the end of the Xiaogui team. This wave of cooperation between the Xi'an national team and the Russian team is based on common interests, which is points, and it might be a malicious collaboration. Everyone can see it. It can only be said that a specific cooperative relationship was synthesized under a specific environment. The firepower of 6 people from the entire East was poured on the mountain. The firepower is very fierce. The people on the top of the mountain were too tired to enter the circle and had no chance to fight back. The head count of Xiaogui team gradually exceeded 10. The outcome of this set was really beyond everyone's expectations. Even Mao Xiaomo didn't expect it. They originally wanted to beat the 2 people from the Russian team. But the pressure from the Icelandic team was too much. When Mao Xiaomo was in danger, he saw Zhou Lili sticking to the side of the room and suddenly thought of a way to survive, which was to set up a car formation. But I didn't expect this game to end like this. So far in this set, Team Sa has been following the Russian team. And as a result, Zhou Lili and Mao Xiaomo got a lot of kills. The Italian team and the Portuguese team on the top of the mountain were wiped out one after another. The Norwegian team also launched a suicidal charge towards the Russian team's room. 3 people were knocked down directly on the road, leaving only James alone to hide in the first floor of the Russian team's fake garage. The French team also exchanged 1 for 4 regiments and destroyed the British team, directly lying on the ground and entering the circle. The white circle they were on had an angle that would allow them to lie down. The number of people on the field dropped sharply, and by the 6th round, only 4 teams were left. For +3 +2 +1. 10 survivors. The Russian team is still fully staffed, with 2 members from Xiaogui team, a lone wolf from Norway, and 3 members from the French team. However, for the French team, their position will definitely be eliminated in the next circle. In this case, they will have little chance to compete for the chicken team, although the Russian team is now fully staffed. Their previous strategy of dividing their troops was to occupy 2 housing areas to allow their team to have a wider range of control. Who would have thought that the Icelandic team and the Xiaogui team would defeat these 2 Russian teams? People are wasted here, now that there are 2 on each side of the road. The advantage of full-scale stores is not that great. Now Russia should think about how to play, because the other teams are not in very good condition. If they handle it well, the Russian team will still be the team with the best chance of winning the game, Msjoy said. The situation of the Xiaogui team and the French team is not good, and the Norwegian team is just James, a lone wolf shivering downstairs of the Russian team. It can be said that the Russian team has a relatively large advantage. The winner will probably be decided in the 6th lap. This special terrain has large roads and flat areas, and there are not many places to stay. Look at the refresh of the safe zone. All the battle dust has settled, and all teams are waiting for the next circle to be refreshed. The Xiaogui team is also formulating a strategy. Lily, do you still have cigarettes? Also, I haven't used it, Zhou Lili replied. It would be best if we circle around our side. If we do the opposite, we must deal with the 2 in front of us first. Lay out the cigarettes and wait. Good. Xiaogui team's tactics are also very simple. If they want to cross the road, they can only take advantage of the Russian team's attack on the French team on the mountain to get into the circle. But there are 2 super players of the Russian team, Shade 1 and Flamey, in front of them, and they must deal with them first. The 6th safe zone is refreshed. Oh, it's still a Western circle. In this case, both the Xi'an national team and the French team will move, and James can just stay here for a while. Msjoy and Yao both said a little disappointed. Although the Xiaogui team still reached the top 4 in this desperate situation, everyone has dreams after all. It would be best if there is a chance to win the chicken. Once this circle is cleared, The Xiaogua team has almost no chance of winning the chicken. No. They have to cross a very dangerous road. There are Flamey and Shade 1 on this side of the road. And there are many people on the opposite side waiting to snipe them. Everyone on the field should now have an understanding of the distribution of personnel on the field. Yes. The French team and Jean should also be relatively clear about it, Joy said. Now let's take a look at each team's ability to handle the finals. The Russian team has to take care of both ends. The Xia team wants to go down a very dangerous road. And the French team here has no smoke and wants to go down the mountain. It's also very difficult. Okay. The Xiaogua team is starting to spread smoke here. The French team is also coming down the mountain, Joy shouted. Neither the Xiaogua team nor the French team will wait until they are in last place before going down the mountain. They have to give themselves time to match their guns and deal with the situation. The Russian team has also formulated a good strategy. Let Shade 1 and Flamey go to the Qingxian national team. And the remaining 2 people kill the French team that is running drugs on the mountain. The Russian team is very brave. In this situation, is it a better choice to kill Xiaogua team? Yehao was a little confused. Joy said. Absolutely. The Russian team's ability to handle the finals is still a bit poor. If they kill the Xi'an national team first, even if the French team rushes downstairs, it will still be a 4-on-3-on-1 situation. The Russian team has an absolute advantage. In this case, Xiaogua team actually has a chance. Let's see if Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili can seize it, Joy said. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili heard the shots of the Russian team blocking the French team. Chance! This is the opportunity they are waiting for. At the same time, Flamey and Shade 1 also came out from the front. At this stage, no one can hit them from behind. Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili are on the left and right. Mao Xiaomo was smoking, and Zhou Lili pulled him directly from the right. In this case, it was already difficult for them to win the chicken. They could only choose to send Mao Xiaomo into the circle as much as possible to compete for the second and third places. With the sound of footsteps so close, everyone can determine the opponent's position. Zhou Lili directly pulled over from the right to engage in a close encounter with Shade 1. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The scene was very chaotic. Mao Xiaomo felt that he might not be in too much danger for the time being. No one was paying attention to them on the other side of the road. So he pulled him over from the left and fired a few bullets through the gap in the window. He only crippled Flamey. But Flamey also shot twice in the backhand. Both of them lost blood at the same time. Chapter 658. Just give it a shot. On this side, Zhou Lili turned the corner and shot directly in advance. And Shade 1 has already set up his position. Zhou Lili! Oops! Shade 1's reaction was very fast. And he hit his head with 2 or 3 shots. It's as simple as a lock. Although Zhou Lili fired early, she made a mistake in judging the position of her opponent's head. He didn't aim for the head, but he just disabled Shade 1. Russ_Shade 1 used AKM headshot to knock down CHN_211. Zhou Lili lost consecutive duels, which was definitely rare in the previous professional leagues of Xia Kingdom. Russia's comprehensive strength is too strong, and Xiaogua's team is only a challenge. But the 3 people still alive here all have residual health. Mao Xiaomo decisively leaned forward from his crouching position and shot the remaining HP Flamey in seconds. CHN_MO used M16A4 to knock down Russ_Flamey. But Shade 1 knew Mao Xiaomo's location and hid outside the house on the other side to spray medicine. At this time, the safe zone begins to refresh. Mao Xiaomo is also observing the information in the upper right corner. There is a fierce battle in the east. And the west is not idle either. The French team has 1 punch and 2 punches. Then fight each other and get into the circle. The tactics were very beautiful. But after all, the Russian team was in a room and kept using the cover to dodge and attack. The French team simply couldn't bear it. One after another fell to the ground. Shiv saw that it was almost impossible for the French team to enter the circle and gave up the idea of entering the circle. He looked up and saw Shade 1 who was applying medicine. A shot floated over, just in time to knock down Shade 1 who was still alive. And he was also knocked down by the Russian team members at the same time. French friends! Pretty! Joy and Yehao shouted. The French team Shiv shot here is so crucial. Directly knocked down Shade 1 who was stuck with Mao Xiaomo. Coincidentally, Shade 1 and Shiv are also teammates in the Navi Club. Mao Xiaomo saw the kill information in the upper right corner and rushed into the circle without hesitation to get a first aid kit. Although the circle starts to refresh, the circle refreshes very slowly. When everyone is caught off guard, Another burst of violent gunfire rang out. In the room of the other two members of the Russian team. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Nor_James used M416 to knock down Russ_Mir. What's the situation? Everyone was paying attention to the Seogwa team, and did not see the situation on the other side at all. The camera quickly cuts to James. We have reached the second floor of the Russian team's fake garage. I see. James should have taken advantage of the Russian team to export the French team, and just came up and stole the Russian players. Joy's guess is basically similar to reality. James analyzed the situation on the court, and found that the situation was not difficult for them. Although there is only one person. The French team and Seogwa team are almost in a certain death situation. And outside the safe zone. There is only one room in the safe zone. If he finds an opportunity to kill the two Russian team members, it is not impossible for the Norwegian team to win chicken. In this case, James is also brave. He quietly touched it, while the Russian team was furiously attacking the French team. Then when the French team member died, he rushed forward and knocked Mir down. This timing is perfect. Mir just killed Shiv and is reloading. Although he saw James for the first time, he couldn't lift the gun in his hand at all. He was instantly killed by James without any suspense. After the instant kill, James directly made up for it, not letting Mir stop him. Doja, the last member of the Russian team in the room, also reacted very quickly. Stand directly towards the door. James leaned forward to cheat the gun. Found the location of Doja. Dodge and shoot confidently. 3 headshots. Duh. Instant kill. Nor_James used M416 to kill Russ_Doja with a headshot. Not even blood was lost. Everyone was a bit unresponsive in the flash of lightning. And the number of survivors on the field became 2. Nor_James. CHN_MO. Former club teammates, also known as possibly the 2 strongest players in the world, actually had a one-on-one opportunity in the finals of the group stage. But this time one-on-one is not very fair. As soon as Mao Xiaomo finished taking the medicine, he heard a burst of violent gunfire, and then saw the news that James had wiped out the Russian team. The number of survivors on the field has also become 2. This situation is very simple. But the thing happened so suddenly. Mao Xiaomo did not stick to the inside and outside the room immediately, but chose to spray medicine, which is understandable. But James really doesn't look like a lone wolf this time. Just go for the chicken. In fact, I took a certain risk. Artists are brave. Just as Joy lamented. As a lone wolf, James has a very clear mind and has no intention of settling for second place. It can only be said that this gamble has paid off. After the team destroyed the Russian team, only 2 survived on the field. Both James and Mao Xiaomo know their opponent's position. James smiled confidently and went straight to smoking. It is also a psychological deterrent to opponents. The subtext is I see you. Mao Xiaomo's expression did not change. Reaching second place in this set was beyond his expectation. But it's not certain who will win in this game. Mao Xiaomo took out his Kar 98K. He still has a chance to shoot. In the Seogwa team, Zhou Lily must carry a sniper rifle. And it must be a bolt sniper. It is needed both for tactical needs and when breaking points. Mao Xiaomo's firearm configuration is always M16 plus bolt sniper. With Mao Xiaomo's rifle level, even the M16's 4x scope burst shot is not much different from a continuous sniper shot. So I carry a 98K to deal with various situations. Sometimes a 98K can bring more deterrence than several consecutive snipers. This is a gun that can kill an opponent instantly. Mao Xiaomo had filled up his drink and his armor was almost broken. So he just had to fight with this one shot. Mao Xiaomo still has 98K on him. I wonder if it will create a miracle. Joy and Yehao both look forward to it. But they also know in their hearts that it is too difficult to defeat James without cover. An almost impossible thing. Chapter 659, Peak Showdown. Mao Xiaomo didn't move. Instead, he held his gun and waited for the smoke to dissipate. This circle is refreshed very slowly. Before it hits Mao Xiaomo, the winner will definitely be determined by the opponent. Everyone's breath is frozen. James is also looking for Mao Xiaomo. He also has no throwing objects. Otherwise, throwing 2 thunders into the smoke might yield something. James is very smart. Keep shooting. Change points. And keep shooting, Joy said. This wave of James is a textbook example of fighting enemies without cover. If you shoot at one point, professional players, who are extremely sensitive to sound, may be able to blindly kill James directly with the help of sound. James always ducks and shoots about 10 rounds of bullets, and then quickly retreats, without giving the opponent a chance to react. Mao Xiaomao also knows that James can't be that stupid. And he also had special training charts when he was in Liquid. It's difficult, but he has to give it a try. A duel between masters. Deadly guns. Mao Xiaomao, who may be the two best players in the world, did not dare to shoot. He only had one chance to shoot, regardless of whether his body was exposed or not, based on James' judgment of the sound. Even if he fired in the smoke, James can also kill instantly. The smoke gradually dissipated, and both sides gradually gained visibility. James keeps leaning forward from left to right, not giving his opponent a chance to kill him instantly. The moment the smoke dissipates, both sides saw their opponents at the same time. Mao Xiaomao directly shot and sniped him away. This shot! All the commentators shouted. This 7.62 bullet cut through the sky and penetrated directly into James' head. But James is already confident. As soon as he saw Mao Xiaomao, he ducked into the bunker. Boom! This bullet hit the second floor room of the fake garage directly. There was a burst of sparks. At the last moment, James' head was exactly in this position. Oh! It's just a little bit different. Might as well shout. But this little bit is inevitable. Both Mao Xiaomao and James know this. When the shot went down, Mao Xiaomao knew it would definitely miss. So he directly cut out the rifle. I want to make a final struggle. But James has already figured out Mao Xiaomao's location based on Mao Xiaomao's last shot. In this situation, Mao Xiaomao would definitely hold the window up, so that it would be impossible to move it. James ducks peek. I grabbed it in advance and shot 2 times, and took it back immediately. QE keeps changing. Very beautiful operation. Although Mao Xiaomao reacted very quickly, he only hit James once, with a confident finishing move from James. Headshot kill. Nor_James used M416 to kill CHN_MO with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Nor. Oh, what a shame! However, the Xiaogua team also achieved a very good result in this set. Congratulations to the Norwegian team. James is a lone wolf. Msjoy sighed. It's too strong. What kind of monsters are Liquid? Yehao shook his head. With a lone wolf in the circle, he calmly judged the situation and made the final decision to win the chicken. James' game was definitely a textbook game. In the end, Mao Xiaomao had no choice in that position. Otherwise, he should be able to deal with James. The match between the two within Liquid's team was only 50-50. It is no exaggeration to say that these two people are the two best PUBG players in the world. On another field, in Group B, both Ibiza and Iron showed great strength. Ibiza had 14 kills in 2 sets, while Iron led the American team to 2 consecutive chicken kills. What kind of monsters are Liquid? Many PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans, who are following the competitions of various groups in Xia Kingdom, think so. No wonder Liquid has no rivals around the world. Mao Xiaomao, James, Ibiza, Iron. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little invincible. The Xiaogua team here finished second with 11 kills under desperate circumstances, which was beyond their own expectations. Although they were played by James in the end, the 4 members of the Xiaogua team were still greatly relieved. Zhou Lily also felt a little guilty while sitting in her seat. To be honest, his condition today was not very good. He didn't sleep well last night, and his lack of physical strength caused him to repeatedly lose in duels. Although the opponents are all top players in the world like Flaney and Shade One, a loss is a loss. And Zhou Lily will never make excuses this time. Congratulations to the Norwegian team. With 13 kills, the Xi'an national team here is second with 11 kills. Among these 11 kills, the Russian team is actually the most grateful, Msjoy said with a smile. Yes, if it weren't for the help of the Russian team, the Xi'an national team would not be able to achieve this result. The Russian team is still in the top 3, ranking 3rd with 10 kills. These 3 teams took more than half of the kills, and the French team ranked 4th with 2 kills. After 2 games, Xiaogua's performance should improve. Let's take a look at the current standings first. Olympic PUBG Group A standings. 1. Rus/Russia, R1, 530, R2, 450, total, 980. 2. ITA/Italy, R1, 670, R2, 220, total, 890. 3. Nor/Norway, R1, 170, R2, 630, total, 800. 4. Isel/Iceland, R1, 390, R2, 240, total, 630. 7. CHN/Siagwa, R1, 10, R2, 510, total, 520. Okay. The Siagwa team has successfully risen to 7th place with 510 points in this set, and is only 110 points away from the 4th place Iceland team, Mjoy said. Now the top 3, Russia, Italy, and Norway, can be considered the first group, and the bottom 4 to 9 can be considered the second group. The teams behind them have to work hard. Yes, the top 4 now are Russia, Italy, Norway, and Iceland. The 5th place is France with 540 points. The 6th place is Portugal with 530 points. Siagwa is in 7th place with 510 points. The 8th place is Finland with 480 points. And the 9th place is the United Kingdom with 470 points. The teams at the back are much worse. The 10th place Polish team only has 310 points. But this is only the second set. Each subsequent set can drastically change the situation in Group A. No team can afford to be careless. Chapter 660. Chicken Eating Mountain. At the end of the 2 sets, Russia, Italy, and Norway, which played well in both sets, are naturally ranked in the top 3. The Siagwa team is still nearly 300 points behind Norway, which is 3rd. This is why the fault tolerance rate in a 6-set game is relatively low. For a strong team, their scores are basically very stable. If you want to get a good result, you must first do your best and cannot pray for others to make mistakes. Winning 2nd place in the 2nd set was beyond Siagwa's own expectations. The Greek team was also troubled by the Siagwa team. Originally, they had nothing to do if they occupied our city honestly. Now that Siagwa's team forced their way into our city, it was tantamount to driving them away. After being defeated again and again, the coach of the Greek team came up during the break and told the Greek team members that there was no resource point on this field that did not have a team. The 3rd set began quickly. The competition has progressed so far, and many viewers still don't feel nervous about being eliminated if they fall behind. Many of the audience at the scene were excited and relaxed. You know, after these 6 group matches, 16 teams will eliminate 8 teams. Eliminate directly. The Siagwa team is now in 7th place, and is on the verge of elimination. There is still no room for failure in the next game. Okay, the 3rd set here begins. It's still a relatively balanced route. Let's see if the Greek team will continue to jump to City R. I don't think so. They are far behind in points now. After Mjoy said that, the Greek team is indeed in the Holy Mountain. The nearby wild area is falling. Abandoned our city. The Siagwa team was relieved after parachuting. Everyone was afraid that a team would mess with them in the early stage. If 1 or 2 players were killed, it would have a great impact on the team's overall tactics and strategy. The Siagwa team had already divided the search area during the break and started searching immediately. Because there is another team in the school, the Icelandic team. The Siagwa team has also been prepared for sneak attacks at any time, although the probability is relatively low. Okay, the first safe zone has been refreshed. The first safety zone of the 3rd game of Group A group stage is refreshed. It's a circle in the lower middle of the map. As for this circle, 30 to 40% of the area is still on the airport island, but it should be a land circle, Mjoy said. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle. The R city they were in was on the northern edge of the map. The center point of the map is probably the mountain range on the right side of P City. Wang Hao, take the position. Clear. Wang Hao didn't even need to ask what point Mao Xiaomo wanted to occupy. They have played this type of circle countless times in ISCD. But since Mao Xiaomo left and ISCD changed their style of play, they have not been here much. The familiar Chicken Mountain. It is located in a mountain range about 1 kilometer outside the school. This chicken-eating mountain has a better view, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and is easy to hide cars. It is a place where you can collect information and practice targets along the way. Wang Hao found an armor and a gun, and drove the car in the car garage to occupy the spot. The people from the Icelandic team also saw it, but Wang Hao was really far away from them, so he only fired a few symbolic shots. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Siagwa team's resources suddenly changed from the airport to our city, and they couldn't even find the level 2 sets on them, which was really a bit uncomfortable. After MC searched for basic equipment, he joined Wang Hao. Zhou Lily and Mao Xiaomo searched our city to search for more resources for the team. The Siagwa team's playing style is still relatively traditional. The airport chose our city, which definitely has an advantage over Airport Island, and that is entering the circle. After all, our city is still located in the center of the circle. It can only be said that there are gains and losses. The Siagwa team firmly occupied a hilltop to the north of the center of the circle and set up camp, waiting for the next safe zone to be refreshed. The first safe zone was also quieter than ever. All 64 contestants from the 16 teams were alive, and there were no conflicts. But thinking about it, the protagonists of the early conflicts in the previous 2 games were Siagwa's team. This time, Siagwa's team didn't cause trouble, so naturally there wouldn't be too many fights in the early stage. The second safe zone is refreshed. Oh! This circle actually has a southwest cutaway circle. In this case, Siagwa team's current position is no longer in the safe zone and needs to be moved as soon as possible, Mjoy said. The Siagwa team's luck in circling was not very good. They were on the east side, and this time, they directly cut a southwest corner. But don't worry too much. Siagwa team can directly enter the circle from this position. There is a large mountain range on the northeast side of the circle. Now the entire city of P is on the edge of the circle, and no one dares to enter. Entering P City will most likely mean not being able to get out. So everyone would rather choose some mountains to see how the next circle will be refreshed. When Mao Xiaoma saw this circle, he also had a rough prediction of the finals in his mind. In this circle, although the southern airport island is still a little bit inside the circle, it will definitely be wiped out in the third and fourth circles. In other words, the next step is likely to be a northern circle. And because of the location of this sea area, the probability of brushing the east and west corner circles is not high. Cut corners at most northwest or northeast. If the Siagwa team occupies the northeastern part of the current circle, they will not suffer any loss. And this finals is likely to be a mountain battle. Siagwa's team really jumped right into the circle. Mjoy nodded. There was no mistake in Mao Xiaomo's decision. But there must be a team rushing to this place. As long as the Siagwa team holds on, this position will be better than the center of the circle. Because this position is at a commanding height, a lot of information can be collected. In addition, the Siagwa team also has enough vehicles, which makes it easier to move. So this position is very good, Mjoy analyzed with everyone. On the other hand, the Siagwa team should move very quickly. On the other hand, the Estonian team, although they also wanted to occupy this position, moved too slowly. By the time they had just gotten on the bus and moved, the Siagwa team had already occupied the position. But they don't know. This way, the Estonian team is going to challenge the Sion national team. Isn't this a bonus? Mjoy's words are a true prophecy. The Estonian team had just rushed to the top of the Sion national team when they were swept down by the Sion national team, who had been ready for a long time. The remaining 2 people turned around and ran away. The Siagwa team did not force the chase and scored 20 points at the beginning. The Estonian team in this position will definitely give it away. This position is very defensive, and there is basically no difficulty. Yes! Chapter 660. The situation in the north. Now Siagwa's team is in this position where they can advance, attack, retreat or defend. But they still have to wait and see the next circle before making any moves. The third circle! Take a look! Mjoy is not too worried about Siagwa team's route into the circle. The Siagwa team now has a car at this position, so they can get into the circle no matter what, just to see how the circles are doing. The third circle! Brush a northern corner. This is how Siagwa team enters the circle, several commentators said. This means that the Sion national team still does not need to make any major transfers in this circle. The current situation in the circle is that the entire eastern and central parts are mountainous. The Siagwa team must not dare to go to the center of the circle in its current position, Mjoy said. Now the west of the circle is the Great Plains. The northwest is the wheat fields of P City, and the mountains are in the middle. The Siagwa team is on the edge of the circle. If they want to enter, they can enter the center of the circle at any time. But there is no need. To put it simply, the Siagwa team has no way to control the center of the circle. Even if the team from the west cannot come up, the teams from the east, north, and south will definitely rush to Siagwa's position after the circle is refreshed. At that time, they will be the target of public criticism. Now Siagwa's team is staying at the northern edge of the circle, constantly harassing the passing enemies and shooting targets instantly without any major problems. The Iceland team originally wanted to attack the mountainous area of Siagwa's team, but they gave up the idea after being suppressed by Siagwa's team. This is the third round. It's not worth fighting your opponents in the third round. Moreover, The Iceland team is now ranked in the top 4 of the 16 teams, and has a great chance of entering the next round. There is no need to do it. A rather risky move. The Sjagwa team here is still very stable, with 4 people occupying the edge of the circle. And there has been no major exchange of fire, except for the battle with Estonia. This is also in line with the rhythm of the competition. Be conservative. Score points. And qualify. The next 4 circles should be a big attrition circle. There are 14 teams on the field now. This circle is most likely to be a mountain battle. The Sjagwa team should have communicated well. If it is not an extreme corner cut circle, it is likely to be a mountain battle. There were no surprises. Just concentric circles. It is a very pure mountain battle. Originally, the island map of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has a lot of mountains, and the probability is very high. The first 2 games were not mountain battles, and the third game should also appear. Look at Sjagwa team's strategy. Would you choose to enter the circle early, or wait until the circle shrinks? The 4th safe zone is refreshed. Team Sjagwa immediately chose to transfer. Swipe this circle. One made a judgment immediately. The edge of this circle is a very advantageous terrain. The 4 members of the Sjagwa team drove directly to the edge of the circle. Sjagwa's team entered the safe zone in the fastest time. Still very decisive. But there should be teams attacking this position. So I think it's okay. As long as we hold on to it, this position will still be a high point. And it still has a big advantage. Let's see if Sjagwa team can stay in front. M16 analyzed. For the Sjagwa team, the terrain on the edge of the circle is a high slope that can be pulled away. It can be regarded as an advantageous terrain, because the team on the edge of the circle has no advantage if they want to come in. The Sjagwa team in the circle also has a geographical advantage, as long as they don't let the team break through the defense line in the first wave. The team that wants to enter the circle will definitely suffer. Sjagwa's team's extremely fast transfer is definitely a first-line professional level, but it does not cover up its position. This position must be occupied no matter what, no matter whether it is discovered or not. Sjagwa team is playing more proactively like this. The French team is coming from the north. They had just heard the movements of Sjagwa's team from across the slope, and quietly came over. The Sjagwa team must be guarding the edge of the circle anyway, so it doesn't matter. The 2 sides are getting closer and closer. Sjagwa's team will definitely have an advantage if they have their guns set up in this position. The footsteps of the French team will be heard as soon as they come over. M16 analyzed that the advantage of Sjagwa's position is that they will not be attacked from other directions, which means they only need to face enemies from one direction of the French team, which is very comfortable, because this terrain is a very long slope. The Sjagwa team did not choose to move too much after taking a good position. They just need to hide themselves in this position and wait for the other side to send them off. Someone will definitely enter the circle from this north. The 4 members of the French team have been observing secretly, but they only saw the Sion national team's vehicles and could not see where the Sion national team members were specifically, and they did not dare to get on for a while. In PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds professional competitions, in a 4-on-4 situation, 80% of the teams that are eliminated are the teams that are tried at first. The French team didn't see anyone from the Sia team, and they didn't dare to move around casually. The safe area begins to refresh. The circle began to refresh, and the French team still had not found anyone from the Sia national team. Because it is an FPP model, the French team does not dare to poke their heads in casually. Otherwise, if you reveal too much, you will be instantly killed, and it will be difficult for them to fight. Just when the French team was hesitating, the Iceland team directly hit a French team's back. Team Sia also heard the gunshot for the first time. Go up and fight. Eat both teams. M16 shouted decisively. This timing is very good. Not just because Iceland played France's back. It's because this circle is about to be reached. Sjagwa's position can be pushed from the outside. Oh, Team Sjagwa didn't choose to go up, or just went up the slope, M16 said. Well, Team Sjagwa still chose to be prudent. Yehau continued. In this wave of attacks, Sho could definitely defend the edge of the circle. The reason why he did not attack the French team on the back was that M16 did not want to reduce the number of Sjagwa team. Once knocked down outside the circle, it is not easy to save. Go up and get as many heads as you can. There won't be any danger. The Icelandic team sent a back directly to a member of the French team. Oops! This is a big deal. A horse within a horse. The Icelandic team made an obvious mistake in this wave of backup play. It is obvious that the Iceland team has communication. And it takes 3 people in seconds in the first place. In the end, only one person made no mistakes in his marksmanship. The first shot was aimed at the head, but the second shot to replenish the body failed to do so, which was really inappropriate. When the Xi'an national team came up, the first thing they saw was not the French team, but the Icelandic team, who had played several games with them. In huge contrast to the previous wave of shooting, Mao Xiaoma directly knocked down the Icelandic team members with 2 consecutive shots. CHN_MO used M16A for headshot to knock down ISL_OSHAs. There is an absolute gap in marksmanship. Although the Icelandic team is currently among the top 4 teams, everyone can see that their strength is very average and not very strong. Being able to get this score is partly due to their good luck, but also shows that their operations are still good. The Siagwa team fought with them, almost to the point of hitting the flesh. And the 4 members of the Icelandic team were beaten so hard that they couldn't hold their heads up. After the French team took the medicine, they also started to smoke. The Icelandic team came down a high slope with almost no cover on the way. If we didn't defeat the French team in seconds, we would be half as bad. The poisonous circle has begun to hit the Icelandic team. Let's see what the Iceland team will decide. After Mjoy said this, it felt like everyone on the Icelandic team had given up on entering the circle. Just find an angle to output the French team. The French team was attacked from both sides and could not find any room to fight back. The Icelandic team is also very smart. They know they can't make it into the circle, so they want to get the head points from the French team. The French team now only has 3 people left. The Icelandic team outside the circle is exporting them, and the 4 Xi'an national team inside the circle are blocking them. It is basically impossible to enter the circle. Symbolically, he threw a few thunderbolts into the Siagwa team's position. Although Wang Hao was blown down, it didn't help. Wang Hao climbed behind a tree, and it was downhill again. It was impossible to be repaired. Originally, there was a British team that wanted to enter the circle from the north, but when they heard the constant gunshots from the north, they gave up the idea and did not take a trip into the muddy water. Otherwise, they would all be killed here. Boom. Boom. Duh. CHN_MO used a frag grenade to kill FRA_Shiv. ISL_Jack died outside safety. ISL_Moker died outside security. Okay. The French team was wiped out, and the Icelandic team was all poisoned. They had relatively few medicines, and did not choose to give away points. They were very smart. The Siagwa team is their direct competitor. I think the Icelandic team could have entered the circle early, and gambled on the last circle just now. It's easy to say. Mjoy also understood what he meant instantly. You're saying that the Icelandic team is relatively weak in the front, so they choose to bet on the circle to score points. Right. Yes. It's actually quite reasonable. Teams always have strengths and weaknesses. There's nothing wrong with playing utilitarian on such a big stage. The South Korean team is ranked 3rd after 3 games in the group next door. They rely on it's not a positive strength, Mjoy said. In fact, he has always admired the Korean team's style of play. It can be said that they bully the weak and fear the strong. Eat when you see a weak one. Run away when you see a strong one. Get points in the betting circle, and guarantee advancement. Of course, this style of play may lead to better results. But if you want to get first place, these are not enough. The situation in the north here is settled. In the end, the Siagwa team only gained 2 kills, which was a pity. After all, the 8 people in both teams were in a state of being defenseless. In addition to the 5 heads obtained previously, the Siagwa team also scored 7 heads, temporarily ranking first among all teams. The situation in this game is much simpler. There is only one Norwegian team in the center of the circle, and the other teams have chosen to be stationed on the edge of the circle. Chapter 661, Mystery. Everyone depends on their ability. The Norwegian team did not deliberately choose the center of the circle. They were forced to come in. But fortunately, there was still some terrain in the center of the circle that could be used. However, the Norwegian team did not dare to be too arrogant and could only try to block the enemies in the south. After the Siagwa team took control of the northern circle, they also began to observe the current situation on the field. Although it cannot be output directly, because the Siagwa team is at a high point in the circle, and coupled with the judgment of gunshots, it can actually roughly analyze the situation on the field. Oh, this circle is a southern corner. In this case, it will be a little difficult for Siagwa team to enter the circle, Mjoy shouted after the 5th lap refreshed. At this critical moment of chasing points, I actually made this circle, from the Siagwa team to the current northern white circle, not to mention the Norwegian team in the middle. There are teams on the left and right. If this is not done properly, Seogwa team will definitely encounter a lot of trouble. The Norwegian team was originally in the center of the circle. But as soon as the circle was cleared, they stepped into the circle. But their position is not very defensive. If they defend hard, something may happen. For the Norwegian team, which currently leads the standings, they will definitely not risk guarding this circle. James leads the team here. Let it go immediately. It's hard to guard this circle. The Norwegian team here is also very smart, taking advantage of all the teams to deal with their own problems in the circle and going down the mountain directly. In the plain in the center of the circle, the 4 people continue to crawl along a slope. The viewing pleasure of the game is definitely not as good as that of professional games. After all, in this kind of competition, everyone focuses on qualifying. But on the other hand, it is also more thrilling. According to the pre-match data analysis, in a 6-set game, a player who scores around 2,000 points in 6 games can qualify for the winner's group, and a player who scores around 1,500 points can almost enter the loser's group. Now the first 2 sets of the Norwegian team can be said to be a perfect start. But in this group of death, Group A, we really can't be careless. There are too many strong players behind you, and you may go home if you relax. This transfer by the Norwegian team is very smart. At this point in the game, it is no longer possible to carry out large-scale transfers. The poison is already very painful, and most teams cannot resist it. Moreover, large-scale transfers can only be carried out by driving around. In this case, everyone's eyes will be on them. Put it in the car. A few cars circling around at this time are just trying to deceive others. Seogwa team didn't leave in a hurry. It's a bit uncomfortable. Mjoy sighed. Also not in a hurry to enter the circle are the Finnish team and the British team. One left and one right, both on the edge of the previous circle. The circle they want to enter cannot be defended. In this kind of terrain, the best way is to suppress the poison and enter. Be the last team to enter the circle and make sure there is no one behind you. Otherwise they will be beaten down even if they occupy the edge of the circle. Not only the Seon national team thinks so, but also the Finnish team and the British team think so. So the 3 teams stared at the other 2 teams eagerly. The current situation of the Seogwa team is very uncomfortable. Once this circle is cleared, they are equivalent to being sandwiched between the 2 teams. If it were not a corner circle, this situation would not exist at all. But this is equivalent to doing Seoul with the national team in hand. Neither the Finnish team nor the British team can directly enter the circle and can only choose 1 point. If the Seogwa team takes the initiative to clean up one side, the team on the other side will definitely have a wave of Oriole. There is no doubt about this. Don't worry. We still have a car. We won't be in a hurry to leave later. Fill up the medicine. And then the 2 teams will fight and try to clear out the people on one side. After clearing out, just drive in from that direction. Mao Xiaomo said in the team. The team members immediately understood what he meant. This is the 5th poison. Theoretically, only the 6th poison will drop in large squares. Moreover, because the Seogwa team has taken the resources of the first team, the amount of medicine is still relatively sufficient. They can wait for a while. We'll look for opportunities to join the circle again. Otherwise, you will directly enter the circle and be beaten by both teams. Even the gods will not be able to withstand it. So they have to wait for these 2 teams to leave first and see if they can steal the backs of these 2 teams. If they can clear out the team on one side and focus on the team on the other side, Seogwa team will still have a chance to advance. Lock up. The decision Mao Xiaomo made was absolutely correct. Entering directly would be a dead end. And if the tactics fail, they can only use a wave of Korean team tactics. The tactics of the Korean team were also discovered by Mao Xiaomo when he was studying the videos of the Korean team, when they had a relatively small chance of entering the lap. For cars rush from 4 directions. In this way, even if only 1 person rushes in, he can get a good ranking. After all, this is the finals. Surviving 1 more circle can advance a lot more rankings. Although this style of play is basically useless in the final Golden Rooster system. But guaranteeing points in points competition is definitely a good tactic. Mao Xiaomo would never look down on those teams with a more conservative style of play. He would take the best and discard the draws. Neither being rigid nor being stubborn is not good. The safe area begins to be scrubbed. The Finnish team and the British team began to enter the circle, but both sides smoked out at the same time. The restless teams started fighting each other. These teams don't want to make things easier for their opponents. For a moment, the Finnish team and the British team did not dare to move casually. All three teams are poisoned. You are going to die here alive. Might as well shout. Things went a little awry. The Finnish team and the British team were both locked up, and no one dared to move. Moreover, Siagwa's team was immobile, and they couldn't leave at all. Once they left, Siagwa's team would directly hit their backs. Even if there was smoke cover, it would be useless. After all, smoke bombs don't cover all their routes. And even if you try your best to get into the circle, there will definitely be attrition. This position on the edge of the circle is not easy to defend. So what if we get in? This circle of desperate punishment brought all three powerful teams here at once. England and Finland. These are the teams that are currently ranked relatively high. Now the three teams are using their energy to delay the fight for a while. Fortunately, all three teams have more medicine. There is good news for the Siagwa team. That is, they are the only team with vehicles. If it doesn't work, they can use the Korean team's tactics. Joy said. They are all members of the Siagwa team's coaching staff. So of course they know what the Korean team's tactics are. For people rushed into the circle from 4 directions. This tactic also has a 4-character name like the 1,000 miles front. It's called Everyone Depends on Their Ability. Half of the circle is painted. The Finnish team, the Seoul national team, and the British team are still in a stalemate here. The Seoul national team has no choice. They will all die when this circle is reached. Okay. Team Siagwa really got on the bus and wanted to lap. It shouldn't hit a single point. Based on Joy's understanding of the Siagwa team, Mao Xiaomo would definitely not put all his eggs in one basket. Sure enough, the Siagwa audience once saw the tactics used by South Korea in the World Championships and laughed at the tactics they used. At this moment, it appeared on the Siagwa team. Mao Xiaomo, Wang Hao, Zhou Lili, MC. For players drove 4 cars and bypassed the Finnish team and the British team. The Finnish and British teams were confused. Unexpectedly, the Siagwa team that was in a stalemate with them would just leave like that. This time their situation was also revived. The Siagwa team was originally the most disadvantaged team, but they were restricted by the Siagwa team. But the poison is almost coming, and they have no time to deal with the battle. The Finnish team rushed directly into the circle, met the British team who did the same thing. Both sides want a quick victory. Fight directly on the road? Everyone is at the same altitude, so it can be said that you can shoot on flat ground. Both sides are top European players. Scum knocked down 2 people with his backhand and was also knocked down. Then, there was a brutal exchange between the 2 sides. In the terrain without bunkers, the 2 strong teams will always be in a swap situation. And the Finnish team's frontal strength is still stronger, with Sambi killing the last player of the British team. Finland team 2 for 4 completed the annihilation of the British team. Just at this time, the safe zone just arrived. Sambi and Jambi, who were originally half health, lost health immediately. It's over! It's over! You can't beat me this hard! As soon as Joy finished speaking, Sambi and Jambi both fell into the poison. FIN_Sambi died outside safety. FIN_Jambi died outside safety. A brutal battle. The 2 teams left in the north, the Finnish team and the British team, were both wiped out. Group A is worthy of being called the group of death. The strength of each team is very close. Every time the attrition circle comes, it is extremely tragic. On the other hand, look at the Siagwa team. 4 people, 4 directions. At the same time, he inserted himself into the circle from outside the circle. MC was swept off the car, and Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao keenly found an opportunity when the Japanese team was fighting. He roared directly into the circle. This way! This way! Saw it! Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo shouted in the team. On the other hand, although Zhou Lili entered the circle, because she was alone and lacked firepower, she was directly found and killed by the Norwegian team. And Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao had the same idea. After they entered the circle, they discovered that the Japanese team behind them had just defeated their opponents and were still supplying supplies outside the circle. There is no way to export them immediately. The Japanese team was also confused. They originally thought they had cleared all the teams around the circle. But who would have thought that 2 people would rush over from outside the circle? At this time, the Japanese team did not dare to cancel the medicine. Otherwise, this poison will kill them directly. I could only watch helplessly as the 2 members of Team Xia rushed into the circle. Moreover, after entering the circle, the 2 members of Team Xia seemed to have discovered the dilemma of the Japanese team. Stopped immediately. The Japanese team was a little desperate for a moment. Mao Xiaomao stopped and took out the M16 in his hand. No matter how much blood you have. 2 shots killed 2 members of the Japanese team who were spraying medicine. Ta 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 ta. Chapter 662, Score Points. CHN_MO used M16A for headshot to knock down JPN_Q. CHN_MO used an M16A for headshot to knock down JPN_Kaiser. Beautiful! Knock down 2 of them directly. Mjoy's voice is a bit broken. This game is too crucial for the Xiaogua team. They must score points. Otherwise, if this set ends, half of the schedule will have passed. Not only will the pressure on points be great, but the pressure on the players will also be great. A person's performance in a state of high tension will definitely not be particularly stable, especially in the later stages of the fight, where a life and death situation is likely to occur. The Xiaogua team is now ranked 7th, and this game is very critical. Even though Mao Xiaomao was at half health, he still calmly went down the mountain and killed 2 of them. Because he only saw 2 at the first time, Mao Xiaomao really didn't think much about it. If the Japanese team members took the medicine well, there would only be 2 of them, and it would be hard to say whether they would win or lose, since he saw that the opponent was spraying medicine. And with this poison, the opponent would definitely have residual health. If he took advantage of this time to drop 2 in seconds, he could hit no matter how many opponents there were. Set up the gun! Mao Xiaomao fell to the ground and sprayed medicine after killing the 2 of them instantly. At this point in time, the Japanese players must have finished taking medicine, since there is no indication of the Japanese team's team destruction. It means that the Japanese team still has 1 to 2 players. To be on the safe side, he had to take a medicine first. Otherwise he and Wang Hao, 2 players with residual health, would have no chance of winning against 2 players with almost full health, unless the opponent is very weak and his reaction is slow to a certain extent. But again, you cannot place all your hopes on the opponent's strength. Although Wang Hao was still alive, he immediately understood what Mao Xiaomao meant. If the 2 of them spray medicine at the same time, their opponents will definitely pounce on them immediately. Xiaogua's team also came in through poison. This poison left 100% of the remaining blood. As long as the Japanese team has no problem with their brains, they should think of Xiaogua team's 2 remaining health. Moreover, this poison cannot save anyone. The 2 players who were knocked down by Mao Xiaomao were directly poisoned to death. The remaining 2 players had no choice. They just picked up their guns and rushed inside. Emotion is still applying medicine. Wang Hao is number 1 here. It's okay as long as it's used up. Don't fail. Mjoy and several commentators shouted loudly. Wang Hao wanted to help Mao Xiaomao buy the medicine. This means that the medicine cannot be sprayed at the same time. Wang Hao must make sacrifices. This is a team. Even if Wang Hao dies in this wave, the impact on the Xiaogua team will not be that big. As long as Mao Xiaomao takes good medicine and destroys the opponent, the Xiaogua team will probably be in the top 5. The top 5 results are enough to get a good score. The Xiaogua team's luck in the game was not particularly good in several games, and it can be said that there was no room for operation. But they all found a way to get into the circle and score points. The second set, including the third set, was a bit thrilling for not only the audience, but also the players. Zhou Lily and MC looked a little nervous. Wang Hao stood on the edge of the circle. He couldn't see the Japanese team coming up from a position where he could not see it at the first time. He had to wait for the Japanese team to come up. I took a look at Mao Xiaomao's screen and looked at the time for him to apply medicine. And I knew it clearly. The members of the Japanese team know not to delay. Otherwise the outcome will be unknown. They definitely have an advantage now. The Japanese team members rushed forward. Wang Hao needs to avoid the first wave to avoid falling. After Mjoy said that, Wang Hao actually fired. Wang Hao is very decisive this time. He thinks he can do it in seconds. Moreover, Mao Xiaomao's time for spraying is almost enough. If he can spray 1 every second, it will be easy to fight. Mao Xiaomao continued to spray medicine and did not choose to help Wang Hao. Wang Hao is definitely not weak in judging the situation. Wang Hao's guns this time are very stable and very courageous. He directly killed the members of the Japanese team. CHN_45AI used AKM to knock down JPN_Oink with a headshot. Don't be pretty. Beautiful. A little bit fell off in seconds. Apply medicine to the ground. These commentators talk very fast. 1 second they were saying don't fight. Don't fight. Wait for a while. And the next second 3 people shouted beautiful. Wang Hao's wave was so stable that he took away a member of the Japanese team in 1 stroke. Then just lay on the ground with residual blood and apply medicine. Mao Xiaomao stood up immediately. A emotion who is almost full of health. Just ask the opponent if he is afraid. Just a second ago, everyone was still worried about the situation of Team Xia. The volume was raised the next second. Mao Xiaomao didn't choose to be tough and just threw an instant explosive thunder. The Japanese team members were originally rescuing people. It's too late to hear the thunder. Boom. CHN_MO used a frag grenade to kill JPN_Ashe. Pretty! The three commentators shouted at the same time. As expected, this wave of parking was the first. And I felt that no domestic professional player except Mao Xiaomao could do it. He was so decisive. When he had little health left, he did not choose to spray medicine and directly knock down two local players who were spraying medicine. It was so crucial. After the Xiagua team defeated the Japanese team in this wave, successfully entered the top 6. There are still 6 teams on the field. 19 survivors. In other words, except for the Xiagua team, several teams are in full formation. The probability of Xiagua team winning the chicken is not very high. Group A is too difficult. With the current strength of the Xiagua team, if they want to break out of Group A, they must go all out. And it may not be possible to rush out, which is somewhat different from what the Xia Kingdom audience predicted before the game. They underestimated the strength of European FPS and overestimated the strength of Xiagua's FPS. Mao Xiaomao led his teammates all the way and is still on the edge of promotion. Although there are reasons for being in the circle, everyone can still see clearly that his own strength is not as good as that of strong teams such as Russia. Oops! Why is it this kind of sobby circle again? Joy directly sprayed curse words. Fortunately, the live broadcast on the platform was not a CCTV live broadcast. Otherwise she would have been blocked directly. This circle is another western circle that almost cuts an angle. It directly made the Xiagua team on the east side of the circle blush. In fact, it was a bit of luck to get in the last circle. This time the circle is so small, and all the teams are watching eagerly. It is almost impossible to have the same situation as the last circle. Get points. If you don't enter, you can't enter this circle. Mao Xiaomao said directly to the team. They are very decisive. There are only 2 people in their circle. On the right is the Norwegian team. They know that if they want to enter the circle, they must defeat the Norwegian team and beat the Norwegian team in a 2-on-4 situation. Mao Xiaomao does not think they have this strength. If it were the Golden Rooster system in the finals, they would definitely compete at all costs. But at this stage, the probability of them being wiped out by the Norwegian team is greater than 90%, and there is no other way to go. The Xiagua team still chose to score points. Chapter 663 Utility. Cruel. Before the start of the Group A game, Mao Xiaomao actually expected the difficulty of the game. But the intensity was so high that even Mao Xiaomao thought of it. But it's normal to think about it. 6 games. 8 teams went home, and 4 teams went to the lower bracket. All teams are working hard and playing very effectively. Some teams know that they cannot get a higher ranking, but they still focus on scoring points. Utilitarian ally. Eat poison and get points. To put it bluntly, everyone is working hard in this competition. So don't expect to get into the circle easily. The Norwegian team is now being screwed by the Xiagua team. After the safe zone started to refresh, the Xiagua team had no intention of leaving their position. The Norwegian team just heard the gunshots of the battle between the Xiagua team and the Japanese team. I know there is still a remnant team here, but they are one step closer to the circle. What James is thinking is to clear out the Xiagua team when they enter the circle, and then just enter the circle directly. In normal games, Mao Xiaomao's command is basically the same idea. But the circle starts to refresh. Xiagua's team didn't even have a chance to get their heads wet, let alone spread the smoke and get into the circle. James was a little confused at first, but after a while, he suddenly guessed what Mao Xiaomao was thinking. FXCK! Rain! Stay and set up the gun! Others just enter the circle! James commanded. The Xiagua team currently has a small number of players, but they are in a position flanking the Norwegian team. As long as the Norwegian team makes a move, the Xiagua team will definitely hit the Norwegian team side. The remaining members of the Xia national team don't want to leave, but the Norwegian team wants to leave. The Norwegian team didn't even think about spreading smoke before the circle was refreshed. They just had to ensure their vision and wait until the Xiagua team entered the circle to clear out the Xiagua team. It wouldn't be that troublesome. But I didn't expect the Xiagua team to be so ruthless. They just gave up entering the circle and prepared to score points. The Norwegian team is the one who suffers from this. If I had known earlier, I should have rushed over and cleared out those two people from the Xiaogua team. It's too late for James to regret it anymore. He can't let the full formation complete the exchange with the Xiaogua team. 1 frame 3 punches. James can only temporarily leave the team's life to the team's second person Rain. Rain, a former CSGO professional player, nicknamed Rain God, has gone through a long period of adaptation after transitioning to PUBG. And his current strength is SSS 4 stars in TPJ's overall rating, because the number of people at the SSS level has increased. The SSS level has also been reclassified to 5 stars according to the newly released scoring standards of TPJ Comprehensive Review. In the new January TPJ review given on August 1st, Wang Hao and MC are both 1-star SSS level, and Zhou Lily is 2-star. Mao Xiaomo and James are both SSS level 5-star players, the highest level players in the world. Also at this level are Shade 1 and Flaney of the Russian team, and Koldzera of the Brazilian team. There are a total of 5 SSS level 5-star players in the world. 1 from Xiaogua, 1 from Norway, 2 from Russia, and 1 from Brazil. Iron and Ibiza, who are both in Liquid, are both 4-star players. In other words, this Rain definitely possesses the highest level of marksmanship in the world. James wants to compete in the finals, and this task can only be given to Rain. The Norwegian team made the most correct decision in a short period of time. Otherwise their entire team would be ruined here. The Norwegian team chose 1 aircraft and 3 scored, Msjoy shouted. At the same time, Xiaogua team also communicated well within the team. I'm here to clear the gun. Take a look. If there are 2 of you, help me clear it, Mao Xiaomo said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao also immediately understood what Mao Xiaomo meant. If the Norwegian team didn't show up, there would definitely be players with guns blazing. This was the default. Of course, it wouldn't be any better. Xiaogua's team just played from behind. The Norwegian team doesn't know how many gun players will be placed. But Mao Xiaomo's idea is that there will be 2 at most. If there is a player fighting, Mao Xiaomo will never think that he will lose to him, even if the opponent may be James. Wang Hao had to observe the players immediately. If there is only 1 opponent, he can just hand it over to Mao Xiaomo. If there are 2, he must help. If the opponent outputs him, Wang Hao is also confident that Mao Xiaomo will knock the opponent down before the opponent knocks him down. The gunman must be a rifle, not a sniper. Otherwise the entire team will collapse if he misses a single shot. So Wang Hao is not worried that the opponent will kill him directly. The most stable and strongest member of their team is Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao were at an angle, and their bodies were full of energy and began to lose blood. At the same time, 2 people were pulled out. The first thing Rain saw was Wang Hao's head. But suddenly I felt a dangerous atmosphere. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mao Xiaomo, who was also pointing at his head. Just pull the gun and go over. It's about the same time as Mao Xiaomo shooting. Both of them are very high-level players. But Mao Xiaomo's actual marksmanship was shown to the world. The difference between SSS level 5-star players and 4-star players. Duh. Clatter. Same accuracy. Different shooting frequencies. Rain's aim and shooting were very accurate, and he directly hit Mao Xiaomo's head. But Mao Xiaomo just fired 2 confident shots in a row. Take Rain directly. And Wang Hao also directly knocked down a Norwegian team member, who was running away with 3 shots. CHN_MO used M16A4 to knock down Nor_Rain with a headshot. CHN_45AI used SKS to knock down Nor_8C with a headshot. 2 down. Got 20 points. Several commentators shouted. 20 points is still a point. Put medicine. Mao Xiaomo shouted towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao also immediately put away his gun and sprayed the poison. The poison was too painful. If he took another bite, he would fall to the ground directly. He had no choice but to spray the poison. Although Mao Xiaomo knocked down Rain, he was also shot in the head and had no blood left. He could only hit James twice with all his strength. Then he was poisoned and fell outside the circle. 2 brothers in the club beat each other up. There is still blood on the right side, so hit the right side first. Mao Xiaomo's fall to the ground was not unexpected. At this point, the Norwegian team could only force their way into the circle. And they also observed the news that one of the Xi'an national team members was poisoned. After Wang Hao took the medicine, he stood up and dealt James, an enemy with residual health and an enemy with full health. I'll definitely kill James, who is still alive, just to be on the safe side. This poison is so painful that it's hard to say whether the second person can be killed. After Wang Hao got up, He shot James to death. CHN_45AI used SKS to knock out Nora_James. 10 points. Siagwa team's commentator shouted at the same time. After knocking down James, Wang Hao directly pulled his gun on another Norwegian team member. But we are almost in the circle. Wang Hao has no choice. SKS, hurry up. Ta. The bullets of the SKS were fired like a machine gun. But the accuracy is definitely a little worse. The last member of the Norwegian team jumped into the safety zone and fell to the ground. Wang Hao's last bullet passed over his head. Oops. CHN_45AI was killed outside the safe zone. CHN_MO was killed outside the safe zone. The Xia Kingdom team was destroyed. It's a pity. There is nothing we can do. Wang Hao can only speed up the frequency of shooting, Mjoy said. The opponent was about to leave Siagwa's field of vision, so it was normal for SKS to miss several consecutive shots. Siagwa's team's results in the third set can only be said to be satisfactory and acceptable. Siagwa's team is ranked 6th. It's a pity. If the team defeats the Norwegian team, they can advance one more place, Mjoy said. The ranking score for 5th place is 250 points. And the ranking score for 6th place is 200 points. A gap of 50 points. But fortunately, the Siagwa team got 14 kills and a kill score of 140. This kill score is already very high. Yes. After all, there are only 16 teams. The Siagwa team got more than 10 kills in these 2 games, which shows that there is no problem with the marksmanship of the entire team. But there are still many factors involved in wanting to win in an event of this level. The current ranking of the Siagwa team can only be said to be quite satisfactory. The remaining 3 sets are very critical. If you don't play well, you may be eliminated directly, but you still have the hope of reaching the winner's group. Mjoy's words made all the Xia Kingdom viewers look solemn. This game is a bit difficult. If you are not careful in the following games, you can be eliminated directly. And winning chicken is not as simple as the audience imagined. There are 2 most important reasons. One is the enhancement of team members' strength. PUBG is popular all over the world, and many professional players in FPS projects have transformed. You must know that these players are the most talented players in FPS. They have improved the overall level of PUBG. Now there are 30% to 40% of the players in the national team, all from CSGO. Another reason is the importance of this game, and the attitude of each team towards this game. Even if there is an opportunity to grab points, I will never let it go. Just now is the most vivid example. You may not see this situation of Siagwa team many times in domestic and foreign competitions. The embarrassing thing is that the Norwegian team, with its own full roster, was almost wiped out by the Siagwa team. Only one lone wolf is left to enter the finals. And as soon as they entered the finals, they were eliminated by the Russian team in the circle. In this case, the Norwegian team was messed up by Siagwa's team. And it suddenly fell from the team that was very likely to win to 4th place. If it were a club match, there would definitely be a bloody storm. But that's not the case in this game. Everyone is playing for utility, to score points, and to qualify. The competition field is very cruel, and no one cares about the tiers of the weak. Audiences from various countries must belong to their own country no matter what their stance is. Chapter 664, 4th halfway through. Look at the finals. The one with the advantage here should be the Bulgarian team. The Russian team has a 3-person formation. I don't know if it can attack the Bulgarian team, Mjoy said. There are currently 4 teams on the field: Portugal, Bulgaria, Italy, and Russia. They are all familiar teams. The Bulgarian team is now in the best position and is still full. If nothing else, the Bulgarian team should be the team with the best chance to win. But it's hard to say. Under the strong frontal firepower of the Russian team, 3-on-4 is not without a chance. Okay, the Italian team is here first. We need to clear out the Portuguese team. Marksmanship. No mistakes were made. The 2 sides face each other directly. The frontal strength of these 2 teams is actually almost the same. But the Portuguese team is missing 1 person. The Italian team made no mistakes in their marksmanship. And they were even better. Completely defeated the Portuguese team. This brings us to 3 teams in the finals. The Bulgarian team continues to play dead. The 3-man Russian team did not miss the opportunity for the Portuguese team to compete with the Italian team and went straight ahead. At this time, the Bulgarian team also quietly touched it. 3 teams fighting. The development of the situation did not exceed everyone's expectations. After the Russian team defeated the Portuguese team, the Bulgarian team also pounced. Although the Russian team members were extremely brave and knocked down 2 Bulgarian team members one after another. But the army pressed forward, and the Bulgarian team did not give Russia any other chance and directly destroyed the opponent. Bul_SK used AKM to kill Rus_Shade1 with a headshot. Good luck. Chicken tonight. Winner, Bul. Okay. Congratulations to the Bulgarian team for winning the chicken game. As a result, the Russian team has entered the finals in 3 consecutive sets without any success. It can only be said that their shooting skills are indeed at the forefront among these teams. But there is still room for improvement in the handling of the finals, Mjoy said. In this way, the Bulgarian team has a chicken game, with 570 points in 1 set. The situation in Group B is even more confusing. The Bulgarian team eating chicken is not particularly good news for the teams in front. After eating their plate of chicken, it should be no surprise that they will be in the top 10. In this case, there will be about 10 to 11 teams in Group A that have a chance to advance. Mjoy shook her head. After Bulgaria eats this chicken, if nothing goes wrong, it should be promoted to the 2nd tier again, which will be another points pressure for the Siagwa team. You still have to do your best. If you do well and get good results, you will definitely enter the winners group. Let's take a look at the standings after this game first. Siagwa's team scored 340 points in this set, which is a good score. It should be ranked 5th and 6th. Olympic PUBG Group A standings. 1. Rus/Russia, R1, 530, R2, 450, R3, 470, total, 1450. 2. ITA/Italy, R1, 670, R2, 220, R3, 380, total, 1270. 3. Norway, R1, 170, R2, 630, R3, 270, total, 1070. 4. CHN/Siagwa, R1, 10, R2, 510, R3, 340, total, 860. 4. POR/Portugal, R1, 270, R2, 260, R3, 330, total, 860. 6. ISL/Iceland, R1, 390, R2, 240, R3, 70, total, 700. Oh! Siagwa's team is actually tied for 4th place. Everyone was surprised. However, Siagwa's team's points are not very high. The points of the 5 to 10 teams behind them are all very close. The Bulgarian team, which just had a lot of chicken, also successfully rose to 8th place. It can be said that the current point situation in Group A is very unclear, and it is very likely that a low score will cause them to fall behind. Half of the schedule has passed, and this standings is enough to make many teams nervous, including the Siagwa team. After 1 set, it is very likely that the points of several teams will rise directly. Russia is indeed the team we were unanimously optimistic about before the game. It is far ahead with 1,450 points. This score can basically lock in a qualifying spot, and there is a high probability that it will be a winner's group seat. With the Russian team's state and skills, even if they perform abnormally in 1 or 2 sets in the remaining games, it will not affect the overall situation. As long as the top 4, you will definitely enter the winner group. Siagwa's side was also very successful in grabbing points in this set. Not only did they successfully drag down the Norwegian team to death, but their points also reached the 4th position in the rankings. Looking at the standings, the Finnish team may be in danger, Mjoy then said. In the current standings, Iceland is ranked 6th. Great Britain is 7th. Bulgaria is 8th. France is 9th. And Finland is 10th. After 3 sets, the Finnish team only had 540 points, which was already very dangerous. No one could have imagined it before the game. The Finnish team, ranked number 1 in the world, is actually in such a predicament. 16 teams ranked 10th, Poland and Chile, who are ranked 11th and 12th behind, are still very close. It's enough to show how brutal the competition was. The world's number 1 team is eliminated. This is definitely headline-grabbing news. There's nothing you can do about it. With real swords and guns, all weaknesses will be exposed. On this field, Siagwa, Norway, Russia, Britain and France, their frontal strength is not weaker than the Finnish team or even better. And the most important thing is that in this game, all the teams play more conservatively. Large-scale the battle takes place in the attrition circle. This directly leads to no room for operation. Even Mao Xiaoma, the world's number 1 conductor of the Xi'an national team, can't do anything. Not to mention the conductors of the Finnish team and other teams. The Siagwa team's success in these two sets was due to luck and strength. Both are indispensable. But neither is particularly successful. After playing 3 sets, Mao Xiaomo also knew the rhythm of the game. After the intermission, Mao Xiaomo's command rhythm will definitely change a little in the next 3 sets. The current state of the team is not particularly good. As mentioned before, Lily MC did not sleep particularly well last night. The direct impact is on reaction and concentration. This is unavoidable. Mao Xiaomo is also we can only use our strengths and avoid weaknesses to drag the team into the top 16. Chapter 665 Mood Swings. At the end of the half game, the halftime break was also a critical adjustment for the Siagwa team. Mao Xiaomo took a look at the standings after the 3 games. All teams before Chile, which is ranked 12th, have a chance to get into the top 8 or even the top 4. The next 3 games can be said to be life and death battles for these 12 teams. The last 8 will be eliminated directly. No team wants to be eliminated from the group in such a competition. Zhou Lily's overall mood is relatively low. Firstly, because the team's performance is not particularly ideal. And secondly, because her personal condition is not particularly ideal either. In these 4 games, it can be said that he was just doing it, without any particularly outstanding contribution. Which is intolerable for the strong Zhou Lily. Mao Xiaomo knew what Zhou Lily was thinking because he was also a strong player like Zhou Lily. Don't want to lose. Don't want to lose. So they can contribute in this industry. But the state is the state. And you can't just adjust it if you realize that you are not in a good state today. Sitting in the competition field again, the atmosphere of the Siagwa team was still very solemn. Mao Xiaomo feels that this kind of atmosphere is not a bad thing. The whole team must be tightened up. As the captain, he must grasp this situation well. The 4th game here is very critical, Msjoy said. There are only 6 group matches in total. After the 4th game, you can actually see the general situation of the group. Yes, I still hope that the Siagwa team can stabilize. He said it sincerely. He really couldn't imagine how Siagwa's team would be exported by the current domestic fans if they were eliminated in the group stage. Okay, the game is ready here. Get into the game scene immediately. The further you go to the back, the more nervous everyone becomes. This kind of nervous situation is experienced by spectators when watching club games, let alone a global competition like the Olympics. This should be more valuable than the World Cup or the European Cup. The 4th set of the game also proceeds normally. Team Siagwa is still a jumping point in our city. The early stages of this set were even more harmonious than the previous one. All teams know the importance of the 4th set. If they can maintain a lead of about 300 points after the end of the 4th set, they can basically maintain the lead without any surprises with 2 sets left. But in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, it's hard for anyone to say. The team may die suddenly. Okay, the first circle here is a Wild West circle. In this case, let's plan the route for Siagwa team to enter the circle. It is estimated that it will go directly from above Peace City and insert into the center of the circle, Msjoy predicted. The route he predicted was the safest route for the Siagwa team, and everyone had discussed it during the halftime break. Msjoy's advice to Mao Xiaomo is to minimize the number of fights. In this game, everyone is more conservative and still relies on the old style of play. The teams in this group work too hard, and even if they are wiped out, they will take a piece of your flesh. This game is really for the people of the country to watch. You can lose, but you cannot lose morale. The goals of the Siagwa team are different. They still focus on getting as high a score as possible. This circle is not particularly difficult for the Siagwa team to enter, because there are no teams in the distance from Peace City to the north. Siagwa's team only needs to observe the school's Icelandic team. If they don't clash with the Icelandic team, they shouldn't have much of a position. Everyone suddenly discovered. The overall rhythm of PUBG matches is becoming more and more like when the game first appeared. There will be many officials or organizers who have introduced many different points rules in order to increase the enjoyment of the game. But no matter how they are introduced, all teams still have the ultimate goal of winning chicken. As we get closer to the competition, the overall tempo will be faster, but we will also play more conservatively. So you can often see situations where 60 plus survive in the 4 circle. Okay, Siagwa's team entered the circle very quickly. Not long after they landed, all 4 members of the Siagwa team had already entered the circle. This time, earlier than all the teams. The discussion just now also gave Mao Xiaomo some choices. At the beginning, he should take the car and enter the circle quickly to gain points. This circle extends from the upper and lower urban areas of Port G to the north and Airport Island to the south. It is a complete western wilderness circle. The terrain in this circle is more complicated, and any situation is possible. It may be a mountain battle, a plain battle, or it may be an offensive and defensive battle in the housing area. It still depends on how the circle is cleared. It is not too difficult for the Siagwa team to operate. Siagwa team chose the wild area first. You still have to ensure your own development first, Msoi said. The advanced circle does not mean the advanced circle center OB. Simply speaking, it means advancing the transfer time. Moreover, Mao Xiaomo has already studied the jumping points of these western wilderness teams. There are basically no people in the wild area where Mao Xiaomo and the others are. The Xia national team's playstyle in this set was very traditional. Directly 31. Wang Hao occupied the high point to the north of the center of the circle. Then everyone else will search the wild area in the circle. If there is nothing missing, go and join Wang Hao. But there is someone in Zhou Lily's jungle area here. Zhou Lily was not at all defensive. All the doors were closed, and there was a first aid kit outside. In fact, the Portuguese team members didn't pick it up in time, and hid after hearing Zhou Lily's footsteps. Then he blocked the door. Oops! It's over! It's over! Msjoy and Yehao shouted at the same time. There is basically no chance of this happening. If you are prepared, it is very possible to react. But if you are not prepared, it is completely impossible to be attacked by a professional player and try to counterattack. Zhou Lily pushed open the door and entered. Immediately killed. Poor_Chronix used AKM to kill CHN_MO with a headshot. There were no surprises. Zhou Lily was killed without even reacting. Someone in the team was suddenly knocked down. And Mao Xiaomo also had some surprises. Zhou Lily suddenly felt like she was picking up the keyboard and smashing it down. She was not joking. Everyone's eyes are on fire. My mentality has also undergone very drastic fluctuations. Everyone has bad times in a game. But Zhou Lily doesn't allow herself to make mistakes in such a game. Then he was killed countless times in duels. Being tricked to death, this time directly became the trigger for his emotional explosion. If the Siagwa team does not enter the winner's group or is eliminated from the group due to his reasons, he couldn't imagine it. Chapter 666, Execution. What's wrong? Someone was hiding in the room. But I didn't notice it. Zhou Lily suppressed her inner anger and said to Mao Xiaomo. If he were in IFCD or in his previous team, he would have exploded on the spot. But Mao Xiaomo has said more than once in the team not to let personal emotions affect the team. The entire team is based on his emotions. When he is passionate, he will rush forward, and when he is calm, he will calm down. The responsibility lies with the captain. And all their team members have to do is manage their emotions. Although Mao Xiaomo is about 5 years younger than Zhou Lily, Zhou Lily is still very convinced of this legendary PUBG genius player from Xia Kingdom. Zhou Lily used to be Mao Xiaomo's senior, but now Mao Xiaomo is his captain. Adjust it, Mao Xiaomo said to Zhou Lily, and then threw himself into the game. When I was in CD, one of the team members had an explosive mentality, which caused CD to get into trouble. Mao Xiaomo still remembers it to this day. At that time, many people told Mao Xiaomo that as the captain, he should deal with the emotions of the team members. Later, thinking about it, this was indeed the case. But things are different now than they were then. Zhou Lily is not CD's stupid substitute player. As a player who has been in the professional arena for about 4 years, he has more experience in the game than Mao Xiaomo. If you can't even handle this emotion, then you don't know where your career has gone in the past 4 years. There is no way to reduce the number of members in the team, especially against such a shady opponent. Mao Xiaomo can probably imagine what kind of state it is like. And he can't blame Zhou Lily. Maybe if you look more carefully, you will find clues. But it is impossible to say these things in the middle of the game. Zhou Lily took a deep breath. Mao Xiaomo gave him enough trust. From the beginning of the Liquid training camp, he was the only player confirmed to be selected for the Siagwa national team. It shows that Mao Xiaomo attaches great importance to his ability. And the subsequent Wang Hao MC has been discussed and selected for a long time. Opening her eyes again, Zhou Lily's mood stabilized. Is it okay? No problem. When Mao Xiaomo asked Zhou Lily again, Zhou Lily had returned to normal. Although he is not in the best condition today, he is not a rotten fish that everyone can bully. Leave it to me, Zhou Lily said to Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo nodded. If anyone is listening to the Siagwa team's voice now, they will definitely be a little surprised as to why Zhou Lily suddenly said leave it to me for Mao Xiaomo. A team. Once someone is tried it in the middle and early stages, He will take on the task of recording battlefield information. Because there are so many things that Mao Xiaomon needs to care about. Sometimes it is difficult to see which team has a few dead, and which team has a few left. At this time, the dead team member can constantly observe the information in the upper right corner, and then concentrate on the team to remember the distribution and survival status of other teams. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a team game, and the acquisition and sharing of team information is also an important part of the game. Zhou Lili took on this responsibility. The Xiaogua team here also occupied a housing area and did not choose an electric tower. 5,400 said. They all know the regular Western Wilderness play style of the Xiaogua team. They are a team that often chooses electric towers. Because now the Xiaogua team is in our city and can enter the circle in advance. The position of this electric tower should be such that no one will compete with him. Rob. However, due to Zhou Lili's early attrition in this set, Mao Xiaomon directly changed points. Well, it's like this. Because there are only 3 people in the Xiaogua team now. This electric tower needs to be observed in 4 directions. 3 people can go there, but it is more difficult. Emotion must have thought of this and chose to change the point. But the point in the first circle doesn't matter. It still depends on how well this circle is painted. I hope to paint a northern circle. As soon as Joy finished speaking, she immediately said, "No, I understand something now." Huh? What's the point? Being fat first is not considered fat. What will happen next? Being fat overwhelms the Kong. Well, that's pretty much what it means. The destiny in the first few circles is of no use. Unless the team on Airport Island gets the airport circle. That is really a visible advantage. But the other ones don't have much impact. So it's better. When you are in the attrition circle, do the destiny shooting circle. The one who is the fat one will be the one behind. It's also very reasonable to say. It was the same before. Often in the third circle it seemed that the Xiaogua team was in a destiny circle position. But by the fourth circle it was gone. All previous preparations are meaningless. In this game, the second lap also included a southeast corner lap, which was acceptable for the Xiaogua team, because the previous information was relatively clear to the Xiaogua team. The Xiaogua team also drove directly to the location of the 2 sewers in the Western Wilderness, which is also commonly known as the fried dough sticks among players. However, the Xiaogua team's game was still I chose to camp in the wild area instead of going to the mountains or pits. 4 people have the play style of 4 people, and 3 people have the play style of 3 people. The competition system of this Olympic Games is very simple. It is a points competition system where the ranking is greater than the number of people. We should try our best to achieve the top 5 as the goal. Moreover, 3 people were facing 4 people. To be honest, even Mao Xiaomo's own confidence was limited. He won't bloat enough to put the team in a dangerous situation. However, Xiaogua team's position also has an advantage. That is, it guards a traffic artery in the center of the due west entrance circle. Now if the teams in the west want to enter the circle, they can only go up the mountain. The firepower of the Xiaogua team under the mountain is no joke. This also directly makes the French team and the British team who enter the circle in the west meet directly on the mountain. Wang Hao glanced at Mao Xiaomo. Don't touch it. Just a few dozen points. Little head. When 2 teams fight and score. This is the second circle. There is no need to force other teams. Even if you can get a few heads, it's only a few dozen points, which is a completely small number for ranking points. You can see here that the Xiaogua team is still playing very conservatively. If it were Emotion who played in normal games, they would touch this slope no matter what. Joy said. Liquid's style of play has been studied hundreds of times by clubs in various countries and regions around the world. If there is a battle between teams, Liquid as a third party will definitely participate. Whether it's 4 people, 3 people, or even 2 people, Liquid will touch it without hesitation. Once, Mao Xiaomao and James ate up 2 full formations. The only pity was that there was no chicken in that plate. Otherwise it would definitely become a classic battle. Although Mao Xiaomao's style of play is less entertaining now, it also reassures fans of the Xiaogua team. In this kind of competition, fans are not willing to let the Xiaogua team run rampant. There is no advantage in the first place, and there are many strong opponents. The key is to play your own game well. The overall head count of the Xiaogua team is still very large, and it is still in the forefront after 3 sets, which shows that there is definitely no problem with the command of the Xiaogua team. It just depends on when to exert force. The French team and the British team fought each other for a while, as 2 strong teams hovering on the edge of elimination. They both played very hard. Before the game, they did not expect that the competition in this group would be so brutal. England, France, and Finland, the traditional strong teams in Europe, are now on the verge of promotion. Hey, if France knocks down someone here, just make up for it. So cruel. 3 thunderbolts were thrown directly over. The Olympic Games are completely different from the previous European professional competitions. Even in the pub game, the European server and the Asian server have 2 completely different playstyles. The European server generally won't make up for the first time someone is knocked down. But the Asian server will try to make up for you no matter how hard they work. The professional playing style is basically the same. Watching European professional games here. In 4v4 situations, many times the person who is knocked down will not make up for it immediately. When the winner is determined, the winner can save all the players and continue the rest of the game. But in the Olympics, any gentleman is bullshit. At least not in PUBG, where the battlefield is very bloody. Knocking someone down is 10 points. And for these teams who are very close in points, it is very likely that the last 10 points will determine whether they will be eliminated or not. Scum also showed off his personal abilities in this battle. Won 2 enemies in a row. The British team also defeated the powerful enemy France in a thrilling 2-for-4 team. Although he won the battle, it was a miserable victory. Very bad news for both Team GB and Team France. Needless to say, the French team has 1 foot off the ground and will fall off the cliff if they take a step back. The British team here was also pushed to the edge of the cliff by the French team. Although the team defeated the French team only had 40 points after all, which was really a drop in the bucket for the entire game. The British team only had 2 players in the next game, which was already very difficult. Just when everyone was lamenting the tragedy of the battlefield, the 3rd safe zone was refreshed. Circle 3. Team Xia is already on the bus. In this circle, given Team Xia's current position and tactics, they must grab the center of the circle. Start up. Before the circle was refreshed, all the members of the Xiagua team got into their cars and started their engines, driving towards the center of the circle. If the circle is wiped away, the Xiagua team can rush to the center of the circle as quickly as possible. If it is wiped back, at worst they can go back the same way, and there will be no big impact. Okay, this is a concentric circle. Xiagua's team rushed directly to the center of the circle. Msjoy shouted. The housing area where the Xiagua team was originally located is now also located on the edge of the circle, so it is naturally abandoned. Xiagua team's transfer speed and execution ability. No one can beat it. Chapter 667, Defending the Circle. Xiagua's team entered the circle at extremely high speed and rushed directly into the center of the circle. Beautiful. This wave is very decisive. Xiagua's team is just trying to gain a point in this set. The center of this circle is very meaningful. This directly means that in the next month, the Xiagua team will basically be in a circle. Even if it is a corner circle, it doesn't matter. The team in the center of the circle is easy to handle. There is a nice hilltop in the center of the 3rd circle. The Xiagua team had already discussed it just before the circle was drawn. Once this hilltop was occupied, the Xiagua team felt very comfortable. Even if there are only 3 people, this position is not very easy to attack. The position of the Xiagua team is telling the truth now. If it were a normal professional competition, there would definitely be teams coming to play, Msjoy said. But not now. This is really a game where you can go home if the team is wiped out. Not many teams will take such a risk unless it is absolutely necessary. What Msjoy said is basically consistent with the facts. After everyone saw the Xiagua team going up the mountain, they also gave up on the hillside occupied by the Xiagua team. This is the 4th game in 6 sets. The key is that all teams are very anxious about their scores now. And even the last few teams will not give up. A plate of chicken costs about 600 points. The teams currently ranked 8th and 4th have less than 1,000 points. It can be said that a game of chicken can turn them around like the Bulgarian team. This is the game that determines the overall situation. The 4th circle is the circle of heavy attrition. This circle will eliminate a large number of teams and players. But fortunately it has nothing to do with the Xiagua team. To be on the safe side, Mao Xiaomao didn't even allow his team's players to practice target shooting. This is what they will do if they knock down 1 to 2 people and others are reckless. They really can't take this risk. Although the Olympic Games may not be as good looking as other professional games in terms of competition scenes, I feel that this is the most exciting and nervous game that everyone can watch. Every move of the Xiagua team touches the hearts of the audience and fans. It's rare that Godemo chose to play conservatively. Hold on, Msjoy and Yehao said at the same time. The Mao Xiaomao they know is an all-around commander. But his style of play is basically not too conservative. And he will definitely give it a try if he has the chance. But in this competition, Mao Xiaomao completely changed his style. When all teams want to save points, they constantly grab points and wait for the circle. The Xiaogui team's efficiency is definitely at the forefront of all teams. Big reduction circle. See which side the brush is on. There was basically no big fight in the third safe zone. There are 14 teams left in the safe zone. Oh! This circle. It's a circle that's half mountainous and half plain. Almost cutting off the southern corner. In this position, will the Xiaogui team go down? Mjoy is not sure what kind of decision Mao Xiaomao will make. Now going down the mountain is undoubtedly passive. But most of this circle is on the plain. Whether it is this circle or the next circle, the Xiaogui team should consider going down the mountain. Mao Xiaomao frowned. The plains in this circle really don't have much cover. The hilltop where they are now is within the circle. But it is on the edge of the circle. Someone will definitely come in at this position. And there will be more than one team. Now that Zhou Lily of the Xiaogui team has been killed, there are only 3 people. They may not be able to withstand the impact of these strong teams. There are still many choices for Mao Xiaomao now. And there are 2 small toilets in the plain where the team members can stay. But once you enter that toilet, the rest is fate. Show! Mao Xiaomao thought for a while, and said to the team members. Wang Hao nodded. He has also been a professional for more than a year, and knows what it means to enter the toilet now. Almost no team can reach the top 5 in the toilet. And now it's not in the top 5. Which doesn't mean much to the team. But if the Xiaogui team can close the circle, plus they have a car, so they can push it directly to the edge of the next circle, then deal with the finals. Okay! Xiaogui's team has opened up! Mao Xiaomao chose to defend. Mjoy thinks that this style of play is similar. In this point-based competition, Go Toilet can only score more than 100 points at most. Which doesn't mean much. It's better to hold on to the edge of the circle. The situation of holding the edge of the circle will be very complicated. Because you don't know who the opponent is, and when the opponent will come. It's possible that the 2 teams entered the circle together, and then ran into each other. And the Xiaogui team reaped the benefits. It's also possible that one team fought against the Xiaogui team, and the other team stole their butts. No one can tell. But Mao Xiaomao still prepared a backup plan. Wang Hao was dragged at the back of the team, with a motorcycle beside him. Mao Xiaomao and MC are on the left and right as the first point. When they encounter the enemy, they will definitely form a wave of frontal firefight with the enemy at the first point. The result of this head-on firefight was very important. If they lost, the Xiaogui team, which had only a few people in the first place, would be completely unable to withstand the enemy. In this case, Wang Hao would get on his motorcycle and retreat decisively to help the Xiaogui team stay in the rankings. Of course, this is just one situation. The terrain around the Xiaogui team circle is still good, but the field of vision is relatively poor. The Xiaogui team does not dare to go to higher points, as it will be attacked by teams from other directions. In this way, we can only wait for the teams outside the circle to get in, and then engage in a wave of encounters. The 2 strongest players in the Xiaogui team are Mao Xiaomao and MC. Mao Xiaomao also officially took a fancy to MC's ability before recruiting him to the Xia national team. Even though the accuracy and stability of his marksmanship still have a lot of room for improvement, his reactions are quick. In this kind of encounter, the first thing to look at is reaction, and the second thing is to look at marksmanship. MC has adjusted the crosshair here. Originally, MC's red dot sight was a cross. But before the battle, it was adjusted to the original central red dot. This crosshair has a wider field of view, making it easier to land headshots in encounters. Let's see what happens here. Even from God's perspective, no one can predict what will happen next. Why is the Russian team in the north? The camera suddenly showed Russ. The Russian team. They are the team from the airport. Based on their geographical location, they are probably the team entering the circle from the south. But they were found on the north side of the circle. Well, it seems that the last one took a big circle and moved around. The Finnish team is also in the north. It's easy to say. Why are these strong teams moving from the south to the north? The reason is also very simple. The overall terrain in the north is much higher than that in the south. There are mountains in the north and plains in the south. No matter what, it is definitely easier to fight from the mountains to the plains than from the plains to the mountains. The thinking of the strong teams is also very similar. The British and French teams were eliminated one after another. This time the pressure also came to the Finnish team. The current point situation of the Finnish team is not ideal. But Britain and France, who were ahead of them, both left the field early. It also gave them the opportunity to chase points and establish their lead. The hilltop for Siagwa team is a good location. Although it cannot hit the target, it is very safe. Moreover, once the next circle is brushed, Siagwa team will also have several big rocks as a bunker underneath. It would be better if there is a car. It's just a car array. This way! The Russian team bypassed the Siagwa team's mountain. Mjoy and 5,400 couldn't help shouting. If the Russian hunk is allowed to rush to the top of the Sion national team, the result is basically determined. The 4v4 Siagwa team and the Russian team have a situation of 28 openings, and the maximum opening situation of 3v4 is 19. Among the 5 SSS level 5-star players in the world, there are 2 from Russia. They have fierce frontal strength. To be honest, Siagwa's team is no match, and the Russian team's fighting is fundamentally different from other European teams. The overall style of this team is reckless. When attacking, he is very fierce. After knocking down one person, everyone presses forward. Pressure without tactics can't stop it. The safe area begins to refresh. The situation around the circle has also become a bit turbulent. Siagwa's audience most wants to see Finland and Russia fighting outside the circle. And then Siagwa's team firmly defends the edge of the circle. This situation is the best. But the Russian team did not choose the north to enter the circle, but chose the northeast. In this way, the Finnish team is also happy, and they can handle the situation around the circle with confidence. The Russian team here doesn't want to get involved with the Finnish team. That should be the case, 5,400 said. The Finnish team and the Russian team just had a shot at each other. The Finnish team was knocked down by a member of the Russian team, but they did not charge directly due to the terrain. But both sides knew the identity of their opponents. One is number 1 in the world, and the other is number 2 in the world. They are all a little wary of their opponents. And usually there is always a winner or loser in the professional arena. The Russian team simply entered the circle from another direction, which would also be beneficial to their own team. The Finnish team here saw the Russian team retreating and began to prepare to enter the circle. However, when they saw this terrain, they did not choose to spread cigarettes. Instead, the 4 of them moved up the small slope like a special team. If the opponent is not the Russian team, the Finnish team will not be weak. Even the Siagwa team or the Norwegian team are confident enough to fight. They didn't know that Siagwa's team only had 3 players on the mountain, so they chose a steady 22-point push. There are 2 enemies on Mao Xiaomo's side and MC's side. Wang Hao is on the front, helping Mao Xiaomo and MC hold up their flanks. But because there was one less person in the team, there would definitely be gaps in the firepower network. This way! Watch the match between the Finnish team and the Siagwa team. Although Mjoy was nervous, fortunately they saw the Siagwa team style of play. Even if they lost, Wang Hao could retreat decisively. The Finnish team touches the ball at different speeds on both sides. Emotion should be the first point, the 3 commentators shouted at the same time. Chapter 668, he has done everything he can. Mao Xiaomo is the strongest point of Siagwa team, facing the 2 people from the Finnish team. Do not know why. Almost all the Xia Kingdom viewers have confidence in Mao Xiaomo. At least so far. Mao Xiaomo rarely loses in front of him, because this side is the strong side. The 2 most powerful players of the Finnish team, brothers Jimby and Samby, members of EG, former FaZe, and former Liquid members, directly got involved. Mao Xiaomo also heard the slightest footsteps. He set his gun in advance and adjusted his body shape at the same time. This body shape is very particular, because you need to control your body skills at all times, especially on such a sloping battlefield. Players must try to ensure that only one of their heads is exposed to reduce the opponent's hitting area and fault tolerance rate. Mao Xiaomo kept squatting and standing up to ensure that his body was constantly moving to prevent his opponent from hitting his head immediately. Jimby and Samby slowly touched each other. Both sides discovered the enemy almost at the same time. Mao Xiaomo fired 2 consecutive shots. Then he lowered his head instantly. Mao Xiaomo is still very confident in his reaction. There are not many players in the world who are faster than him in these 2 shots. At least so far. The only ones that Mao Xiaomo knows that can compete with Mao Xiaomo in positive reactions are James, and the 2 Russian super players Shade 1. It's a little bit worse than Flaney. And I haven't played against the Brazilian team. The moment Mao Xiaomo squatted down, a dozen bullets flew over Mao Xiaomo's head. Definitely hit the mark. Mao Xiaomo thought to himself. In his position, if you want to hit him, You can only hit the head. If the opponent is not dead, he should be shot.
Pretty. Don't worry. Jimby is already out of health. Give him some more medicine. Let's see how emotion will deal with it,
Msjoy said. Mao Xiaomo's wave of gun battles immediately disabled Jimby. Jimby was also shocked.
Master. Very strong.
Everyone is a top professional player. And you can tell the level of your opponent almost immediately upon meeting them. Jimby's shooting skills and reactions didn't make any mistakes. But he was still shot in the head even though he didn't hit his opponent. This is already very revealing. There are definitely not many people with this kind of marksmanship. The Russian team is not in this direction. Britain and France are eliminated early. And it can only be the team from Xia Kingdom and Norway. Follow Jimby's intuition. This must be someone between James and Mao Xiaomo. The Finnish team can become the #1 in the world. And their brains are naturally very good. And they don't know the distribution of their opponents. Just looking at their reactions and marksmanship. This is definitely a strong point.
You break through,
Jimby said decisively to the other two team members. Look for persimmons that are soft to pinch. If it's not easy to say here, just break through from the other side. The other two players of the Finnish team are also very familiar players. Andapiro and Los HD are both top players from well-known clubs. And their strength is between SSSS level. The Finnish team is one of the few European teams that does not have CSGO professional players. These 4 players have worked together for many years. And their tacit understanding ranks first among all teams. Hearing what Jimby said, the other 2 players didn't hesitate and rushed straight up MC's slope. In the blink of an eye, the center of gravity of the battlefield shifted from the left to the right. The camera switches instantly. But Mao Xiaomo on the left is a thunderbolt. Blast Jimby down directly. Boom. CHN_MO used the frag grenade to knock down FIN_Jimby.
1 down. 2 on my side,
Mao Xiaomo said.
2. Come up from my side. Wang Hao help me,
MC said to Wang Hao. After Jimby fell to the ground, Wang Hao also made the same judgment. This fight can be fought. Even though the opponent is the Finnish team, the Xiaogwa team is not inferior to them. Wang Hao also directly touched MC's back from the right. The two sides started fighting almost at the same time. The shots on TV have also become split shots. Mao Xiaomo touched down confidently. He has to deal with another member of the Finnish team. On the other side, there was a local 2v2 instant firefight. MC's response is very fast. But there was a slight mistake in the shooting.
Oops. Mistake.
Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. FIN_Andapiro used AKM headshot to knock down CHN_MC. There was a mistake in MC's shooting this time. Because the resources in this game are very scarce. The M4 in MC's hand is still in a state of almost zero configuration. This time, MC uses full automatic, trying to suppress the scalp. But because he is standing, the gun beats very loudly. He only hit his opponent with 1 shot and was knocked down. Wang Hao didn't know that MC had made a mistake. But Zhou Lily saw it clearly.
The state of Xiaogwa team today. Why?
Everyone sighed. Poor condition visible to the naked eye. Not only Zhou Lily, but also MC. The whole team said that only Mao Xiaomo was stable. When Wang Hao saw MC fall to the ground, he was not in a hurry to get up. He was able to hold off the 2 players and prevent his opponent from making up for MC. Andapiro was half-blooded. He did not apply medicine immediately, but continued to touch the side of Xiaogwa team. In this way, Wang Hao had to take the initiative to greet him. Almost at the same time, Mao Xiaomo found Jimby and Sambi. Sambi was helping people. But after hearing Mao Xiaomo's voice, he gave up rescuing. Then hold the gun and move slowly over. A face-to-face meeting. They all aim at the opponent's head and shoot wildly. Ta-ta-ta-ta. CHN_MO used an M16A for headshot to knock down FIN_Sambi.
Mao Xiaomo knocked down 2 people by himself.
Mao Xiaomo's level 2 head was directly hit red by Sambi. And he himself was in a state of residual health. One person took care of 2 Finnish team members. Mao Xiaomo amazed all the Xia Kingdom audiences. He did everything he could, while Mao Xiaomo was lying down and applying medicine. Wang Hao finally met the other 2 players from the Finnish team. 1 gun cannot hit 2 guns in front. Wang Hao knows what his situation is. A very extreme shot. After knocking down 1 player, quickly pull towards the second player. But it is too difficult to complete such an operation in a gun duel with close strength.
Wang Hao! Oops! 1 for 1.
CHN_45AI used AKM headshot to knock down FIN_Los HD. FIN_and Pyro used AKM to knock down CHN_45 AI. Chapter 669. Single Power.
There is still one,
Wang Hao said to Mao Xiaomo after falling to the ground. But he was instantly compensated. After Mao Xiaomo took the medicine, he also made up for Sambi and Jimbi. Just as they predicted, it turned out to be one of Jim's and Mao Xiaomo. Members of the Xiaogua team were replaced one after another. Only Mao Xiaomo is left. But Andy Pyro is the only one left on the Finnish team. A one-on-one contest.
Hey, this is a pity.
Mjoy's side. Wang Hao and MC's side failed to win the 2-on-2 match. Otherwise Mao Xiaomo's side would have defeated the Finnish team 1-on-2 in a 3v4 team without any damage. If the team destroys Finland, the situation of the Xi'an national team can be said to be great. But I can only say that I made a mistake. This caused the battlefield on Wang Hao and MC's side to collapse. Knowing that there were two more people on the other side, Mao Xiaomo also pulled him directly from the slope. Andy Pyro didn't dare to save anyone even after getting a first aid kit. The brothers Sambi and Jimbi knew Mao Xiaomo too well. In this situation, especially 1v1, it is impossible for Mao Xiaomo to withdraw. But in terms of personal strength, he is indeed superior to his opponent.
Coming.
Sambi heard a slight footsteps and said to Andy Pyro,
Mao Xiaomo over here. Let's see. Can we take away the Finnish team?
Mjoy shouted. Mao Xiaomo's M16 was also adjusted to burst mode. Andy Pyro and Mao Xiaomo both know each other's position. And there must be a battle. Mao Xiaomo cut out the grenade and threw one at random. There was a loud bang. Then Mao Xiaomo rushed forward under the cover of Lei Sheng. Andy Pyro still heard the footsteps. Two direct confrontations. Mao Xiaomo's first wave of peak cheating. Andy Pyro was indeed fooled and shot early. The second wave leans forward directly and confidently. Use your fingers to connect points quickly. A wave of blood exchanges between both sides.
Emotion. Pretty.
CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill FIN_Andy Pyro. All the Xiaogua team spectators and commentators shouted out at the same time. Mao Xiaomo fought tooth and nail to kill Andy Pyro. The Xiaogua team went 3v4 and completely destroyed the Finnish team.
Call.
Mao Xiaomo took a breath. The team's environment is different. And he can't ask for too much. To be honest, he doesn't have to do that much when he's in liquid. Gems, iron. Few people can beat them in a one-on-one match. But in the environment of the Xiaogua team, from the words of fans, it is like being a father and a mother at the same time. Command, fight, duel, transfer, shoulder resistance. Mjoy sighed.
Emotion used his personal abilities to help Xiaogua's team destroy Finland. Yes, the 1v2 between the two brothers Jimbi and Sambi on the left is already amazing. No other player in the country can do it.
Yi Hao also sighed. In such a high-level competition, the only one in the Xiaogua team who can be called a stable performer is the only living Xiaogua team captain. But that's exactly why everyone trusts him. After the team defeated the Finnish team, Mao Xiaomo felt that he could no longer stay in this circle. The safe zone just happened to be refreshed. He licked some equipment and directly drove his motorcycle and rushed into the small toilet at the bottom of the mountain. Then Mao Xiaomo's character hid alone in the toilet and barely moved.
I am a relatively straightforward person. I feel that the other three members of the Xiaogua team gave Emotion too little support. Really?
Mjoy said suddenly. It's hard to say. Wang Hao and Zhou Lily are both members of their IFCD team. And he happens to be the coach.
Even if Mao Xiaomo was not eliminated in the group stage, can we still rely on Mao Xiaomo in the subsequent games? This is a team game. And there are super strong teams like Russia, Norway, the United States, Brazil, and Ukraine. Now, really, to be honest, the other three players basically have no role in the 4 games. The same is basically true for other domestic players.
Mjoy said unceremoniously. They are all the coaching staff of the Xiaogua team. And they are definitely qualified to criticize the players. The entire Xiaogua team is currently supported by Mao Xiaomo alone. Except for Wang Hao, who is slightly better. Zhou Lily and MC don't know what the other 3 people are doing. You must know that there are masters like Sai, Shou and Liang on the bench of Xiaogua team. If Xiaogua's team is eliminated from the group or falls into the loser's bracket, everyone really doesn't know what words to use to describe it. One god with 3 legs. What everyone sees is this word. In the 4th set of the game, the Xiaogua team basically came to this point. And it was Mao Xiaomo who dragged the team here alone.
There are still 2 games left. Adjust your condition.
Although Mao Xiaomo is in the finals. In this finals, no matter how strong he is, there is not much room for him to perform. He needs teammates. Both MC and Zhou Lili feel a little guilty, but there is nothing they can do about it. Mao Xiaomo also understands this feeling. After a person makes a mistake, it will definitely have an impact on subsequent technical actions. This is a matter of confidence. Lion and Shou were also a little anxious in the audience, and even wanted to rush up and replace MC and Zhou Lili. This is true. Of course, they couldn't do that, and neither would Mao Xiaomo. The substitute hands at the bottom are all cold, and they may not be able to play the role of MC and Zhou Lili when they come up. Before this round was over, the forum had already exploded.
What are these three people fighting for?
Do you really think Godemo is James? Follow and win.
Change the substitute.
What are MC and Zhou Lili doing? I can't stand it anymore.
These are really CBA teammates. Goddamn Xiaogua team. Emotion 1 with 3-inch.
Posts like this instantly hit major forums. The Olympic Games PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Almost everyone who has played this game is watching. The popularity of this game is also the highest in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The number of Xiaogua team's posts has set a new record and continues to rise. Everyone saw the performance of the game, and they could only say that the emotion they were familiar with was still the same emotion. Regardless of whether the opponent is Finland or Russia, they can produce a stable performance. Everyone has their moments. But in this kind of competition, not only the audience can't stand it, but also the Xiaogua team. Don't make the team a treasure. A wave of carbine may mean losing hundreds of points. Chapter 670. Scoreboard.
Zhou Lili. MC. Wake up!
Mjoi's words are also the appeal of all Xia Kingdom viewers. If you don't wake up, Xiaogua's team really won't be able to enter the winner's bracket. The game continued. Mao Xiaomo was lucky, and was still inside the circle on the 6th lap. But then the Icelandic team's 3-man charge made Mao Xiaomo really lose his temper at all. 3 people rushed directly into Mao Xiaomo's toilet. Although Mao Xiaomo knocked down 2 people in succession, there were too many opponents and he was rushed down. After Mao Xiaomo died, the player who was far away to make up for the kills failed to do so, which resulted in the natural death of the Icelandic team members. Mao Xiaomo got an extra head out of thin air. In this way, the total number of heads of the Xiaogua team also reached 5.
Oh, what a pity. One more person to go. In this way, Xiaogua team's 4 set ends like this, and they should be ranked 7. Yes, it is not a passing result for the Xiaogua team. It can only be said to be just okay. However, both the Icelandic team and the Bulgarian team are still there. Maybe after the set, the Xiaogua team will fall to around 6th place.
Mjoi predicted that because the United Kingdom, France, and Finland were all eliminated early, although Russia and Norway are still strong, their points are too far ahead of the Xiaogua team, and there is basically no chance of catching up. After the Xiaogua team was wiped out, the forum also began to summarize the 4 games that had been played. In the first game, there were 0 kills. The Russian team destroyed the Xia Kingdom. No one except Mao Xiaomo won the duel. In the second game, there were 11 kills. Wang Hao had 1 kill. Zhou Lili had 1 kill. MC had 0 kills. And Mao Xiaomo had 9 kills. In the third game, there were 14 kills. Wang Hao had 3 kills. Zhou Lili had 2 kills. MC had 0 kills. And Mao Xiaomo had 9 kills. In the fourth game, there were 5 kills. Wang Hao had 1 kill. Zhou Lili had 0 kills. And Mao Xiaomo had 4 kills. Where are you playing with your mother? The entire Xiaogua team got a total of 30 kills in 4 games. Mao Xiaomo has 22. Wang Hao has 5. Zhou Lili has 3. And MC is still stuck. Once the data is listed, there is no need to elaborate on how to spray it. This data? Is this a 4-player game? Mao Xiaomo now has more kills than many teams combined. Except for a few teams with a total kill count greater than 22. Most of the teams did not have as many kills as Mao Xiaomo alone. With 22 kills in 4 sets, Mao Xiaomo has given his best. But the Xiaogua team is still in a position of neither improving nor falling. Let me ask, who should this blame be given to? Countless abuses.
It's still the same sentence. Team Xia needs to work hard,
Mjoy said sincerely. The entire Xia Kingdom team is watching the Xia Kingdom team. No matter who it is, they must cheer for it.
Let's take a look at the next game first.
Mjoy sighed slightly. The main competitors of the Xia national team here: Italy, Portugal, Norway, and Bulgaria are all present. There was a head-on exchange of fire between Russia and Japan, and the Japanese team did not put up much resistance. The front was swept away, but this circle was not very friendly to the Russian team. Is a western cutaway circle. The Russian team without a car can only forcefully advance through smoke and mirrors. But the Norwegian team didn't give them such a chance from the side. And the camera showed James and Rain. Both of them have very good marksmanship. One with 3 guns and one with 3 guns. The Norwegian duo had 2 kills each and successfully wiped out the Russian team that was running poison. The Russian team also rarely ranked 5th and did not make the top 3. Seeing James and Rain's target shooting. Not only Mjoy was envious, but also all the Xia Kingdom viewers were envious. James and Mao Xiaomo are in a similar situation. They are both the strongest players in the Norwegian team and the Xia national team. And there is a gap between the strength of their teammates and them. But this year's Norwegian team has a very powerful helper. CSGO professional player transformation. Rain. Suddenly, 1 firepower point on the opposite side was turned into 2 firepower points. This is a fundamental difference. The difference visible to the naked eye is like the difference between 1 superstar James and 2 superstars Korea do in the team. No matter how powerful they are, they will be killed. Zhou Lily, MC and Wang Hao can only be regarded as qualified starting players. I haven't reached that level yet.
The Bulgarian team here is in a good position. Why do I feel so?
Mjoy said half of his words. But everyone understood what he meant. Is the Palila team going to eat chicken again? There is no doubt that the Bulgarian team is a weak team on this court. But in 2 consecutive sets, luck was on their side.
The Italian team ran away with drugs and were destroyed. The Portuguese team here was also beaten to death. Only the Norwegian and Bulgarian teams are left. But it's a wave of 4-on-2.
Mjoy shouted. The Bulgarian team is not only in the loop. It's still a wave of more people beating fewer people. A dark horse? No one would have guessed it halfway through the fight. The 2 dark horse teams of Iceland and Bulgaria will fight. On the contrary, the 3 traditional strong FPS teams of the United Kingdom, France, and Finland are now somewhat lagging behind. The Norwegian team still put up the last resistance. And the 2 brothers James and Rain entered the circle with smoke. But the Bulgarian team pulled away with 4 players. Used the strongest firepower to suppress the Norwegian team. With the bombardment of countless thunder. Boom! BUL_SK used a frag grenade to kill Nor_Jims. The Norwegian team was destroyed. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, BUL. The Bulgarian team wins again.
The Bulgarian team here is eating chicken again. Unbelievable.
Mjoy and Yehao both shouted. Who would have thought? In the Group A competition, which is full of strong players, there are Finland, the world's number 1, Russia, the world's 2nd, and many powerful teams such as Xia Kingdom, Norway, England and France. But after 4 games, the Bulgarian team actually got chicken twice. Got 2 wins. This was completely unimaginable before the game. But PUBG is such an unpredictable game. After this set, maybe the Bulgarian team's points will go up directly. The Siagwa team's qualifying situation may be even more difficult. After 4 sets, the situation becomes even more confusing.
To be honest now, the situation after this set is probably like this. England, France and Finland are lagging behind. In addition to those 6 teams, there is also Bulgaria. I guess these are the current top 7. Let's take a look at the standings. Bar.
Everyone knows the 6 teams Mjoy mentioned. Olympic PUBG Group A standings. 1. Russia, R1, 530, R2, 450, R3, 470, R4, 320, total, 1770. 2. ITA/Italy, R1, 670, R2, 220, R3, 380, R4, 320, total, 1590. 3. Norway, R1, 170, R2, 630, R3, 270, R4, 500, total, 1570. 4. POR/Portugal, R1, 270, R2, 260, R3, 330, R4, 430, total, 1290. 5. BUL/Bulgaria, R1, 40, R2, 60, R3, 530, R4, 560, total, 1190. 6. CHN/Siagwa, R1, 10, R2, 510, R3, 340, R4, 240, total, 1100. 7. ISL/Iceland, R1, 390, R2, 240, R3, 70, R4, 190, total, 890.
Okay. The standings here are pretty much what I imagined,
Joy said. The new standings are out. The 1st to 3rd place is an echelon. The 4th to 6th place is an echelon. And the 7th to 12th place is an echelon.
This situation is very confusing. Yes, the Bulgarian team rushed to the 5th place twice in a row. The Sion national team ranked 6th with 1100 points. And Iceland and the United Kingdom ranked 7th and 8th respectively. The top 4 are still Russia, Italy, Norway, and Portugal.
There are only 2 sets left in the game. After 2 games, 8 teams will leave the Olympics. But the exciting thing is that in this group stage, the teams only compete for 2 goals. One is the top 4, and the other is the top 8. But so far, except for Russia, which is relatively stable, Italy and Norway cannot be said to be particularly stable, and have certain advantages. Teams ranked 4 to 6 will also compete for a spot in the upper bracket. For the Finnish team and the British and French teams who are not in very good condition today, they are already on the edge of the cliff. We must fight not to be eliminated. No one could have imagined it before the group stage started. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the standings in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Siagua's team now leads the 8th place British team by more than 300 points and nearly 400 points. If they don't make a big mistake, a qualifying spot is basically locked. At least the group won't be eliminated. The team is in bad shape today. And as the team leader, he can directly feel it. Today's task is to bring the team into tomorrow's game. The status of the players really changes day by day. And the Siagua team will definitely have a different face tomorrow. Based on the current situation of the Siagua team, it can be said that Mao Xiaomo's score was achieved by himself. Countless Siagua team fans hope that the remaining 3 players can really give some strength, give emotion some help. The standings go all the way to the right side of the screen. The gap between Siagua team and 4th place is less than 200. There is still a big difference between the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket.
I still have full confidence in the Siagua team. After the commercial, it's time to enter Game 5,
Ms. Joy said. Chapter 671 Another corner cut? After a short break, Group A group stage. Round 5 competition begins.
The penultimate game. We don't need to overstate the importance. The point situation of each team is very anxious now. And there is a lot of suspense about the top 4 and top 8 seats,
Ms. Joy said. The further you get to the later games, the more important it becomes. If the Siagua team can continue to score points steadily in this game, they will at least be guaranteed to qualify from the group. However, if they want to enter the winner's group, the Siagua team still needs to perform well in 2 sets. But for the Siagua team at this stage, the audience and fans are not optimistic about their state. Seeing now, they just hope that the Siagua team will not have any accidents, perform steadily, and get to the top 8, even if they enter the loser's bracket. In fact, after the last set, the Siagua team felt a little fragmented. Except for Mao Xiaomo, the other 3 team members were more or less mentally broken. But fortunately, the current points are still stable, and the Siagua team does not have much pressure to be eliminated. So it is reunited. As the saying goes, in competitive sports, winning will cover up all problems. Although the current situation of the Siagua team cannot be called winning, at least it will not be in the worst state. They still have time to redeem themselves. There are many teams that are also in trouble. Finland, UK, France, Chile, Poland. Several teams are traditional strong teams ranked very high in the world. But in this arena, there are at least 3 teams that are stronger than them in terms of physical strength. And at least 3 teams are luckier than them. As a result, several teams were on the verge of elimination. After Game 4, there were countless reports ranking up British, French and Finnish teams. They are 8, 9 and 10 respectively. Only Group A, the death group, can do this. After the same 4 games, in Group B, the United States and the Netherlands are far ahead, with 2,140 points and 2020 points. You must know that the first place in Group A only has 1,770 points, and Russia is still almost in the top 3. Team. There were almost no surprises in Group C. The Brazilian team took the lead, and the Danish team ranked second, with a point difference of 800 plus. Ukraine and Sweden are also in the top 3 in Group D. It can be said that except for Group A, The strong teams in other groups are almost where they should be. It won't be too difficult to qualify for the upper bracket. Let's look at Group A again. It can only be described as fighting.
Okay, this is a route from north to south.
It was another relatively balanced route. And the Siagwa team also landed directly in City R. The lack of resources in the previous game actually brought them certain problems. The Siagwa team also slightly changed their search strategy in this game. MC and Wang Hao also directly looked for cars on the road and searched for schools first. Our city is relatively fat. Jungle area. And then look at the circle to determine the team's next strategy. And the Icelandic team in the school had no intention of taking care of the Siagwa team. Their current ranking has exceeded their pre-match expectations. In the last 2 sets of the game, whether they can maintain their top 8 position depends on these 2 sets. They are very self-aware. Their strength is at the bottom among the top 10 teams. They have good luck. And the team is better at seizing opportunities. And they have reached the top 8. If you want to advance to the second day of competition, you need to perform well in the last 2 sets. The first safe zone is refreshed. It is an eastern circle with a center point near the dugout.
It's an eastern circle. In this circle, the Siagwa team can actually go to Chicken Mountain. This is a point near the center,
Joy said. The current position of the Siagwa team is very close to Chiji Mountain. And Chichi Mountain is also very close to the air raid shelter in the center of the circle. It can be said to be a hill close to the center of the circle. And this Shantou Siagwa team likes to go there very much. So Joy's prediction should not have any big problems. The field of view of Chiji Mountain is very wide. You can directly see the entrance of some air raid shelters. And you can also see the situation of large warehouses, wild areas and invincible rooms outside the air raid shelters, which is actually very helpful for the subsequent transfer. While the Siagwa team was still searching for supplies, Joy also briefly talked to everyone about the games and advantages in the winners group.
It's like this. After today's game, the winners and losers will be divided into groups, and they will be played at the same time tomorrow. The top 8 teams in the winners bracket advance directly to the finals on the 4th day, while the bottom 8 teams fall into the losers bracket finals on the 3rd day. The top 8 teams in the loser bracket will advance to the loser bracket finals on the 3rd day, and the bottom 8 teams will be eliminated directly. Then the 3rd day is the game between the bottom 8 in the winners group and the top 8 in the losers group. The top 8 will advance and the bottom 8 will be eliminated. Everyone should be able to understand it very simply. In fact, if you say it this simply, you should be able to understand the difference between the winners and losers.
On the second day of the competition, the winning group has no elimination pressure, while the losing group has to play knockout matches for several days in a row, which puts a lot of physical and psychological pressure on them. The top 8 are promoted, and the last 8 are eliminated. In fact, it is not a too harsh qualification for promotion. But looking at the current situation in Group A, the world's number 1 Finnish team is still in 10th place. The most important is, there will not be a very weak gangster team that can advance to the second day of the competition. Taking the current 5 to 8 teams in Group A, no matter which 4 teams enter, they will probably be 4 very strong teams, in addition to the strong teams in other groups that fell into the losers bracket, who can pat their chests and say that they will definitely make it out of the losers bracket. Moreover, the pressure of the knockout rounds is definitely greater than that of the upper bracket promotion rounds. Continuous knockout rounds are also a drain on the spirit. The final on the last day is a Golden Rooster system. I don't know how many games there will be. It may be 3 games. It may be 5 games. It may be 10 games. Continuous game consumption will definitely have an impact on the last day of the game. So if the 3rd day of the game can be skipped, all teams can relax their tension and prepare for the finals.
The Sion national team here has begun to move. See if it's Chicken Mountain.
The Siagwa team is very close to the center of the circle. Coupled with their position, they should be the fastest team to get to the center of the safety zone other than the team in the dugout, giving them the advantage of being the first to pick a spot.
Oh, here Zhou Lily and MC drove directly past Chicken Mountain?
The transfer of Siagwa's team was also somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. I originally thought that everyone would be stationed at Chiji Mountain, but Zhou Lily and MC, who took the lead, did not stop at Chiji Mountain, but drove straight over.
Then where should I choose here? Invincible Room. Oh, Team Xia chose the Invincible Room. Isn't it some?
Neither Mjoy nor Yahao fully understood Mao Xiaomo's decision to transfer. This Invincible Room is very familiar to everyone. It is a small wild area next to a large warehouse. There is only one house, but the surrounding walls are so comfortable. so it is often called an invincible room. This housing area is surrounded by plains, which means no one can rush it even if they drive. The 4 members of the Xiaogua team also observed Okura after entering the invincible room. After confirming that no one was around, Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo drove over directly. Now everyone finally understood Xiaogua team's tactics. It is a relatively old tactic. 2 and 2 points. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao occupy the large warehouse, while Zhou Lili and MC occupy the invincible room. This is different from the previous tactics of the Xiaogua team. Mjoy cannot comment on which tactic is better. Anyway, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Mao Xiaomo must have his own ideas. The later games in the group stage, each team played more conservatively. In this case, really, information is not as important as position. This is what Mao Xiaomo suddenly understood. In fact, this is also a very important reason why the Xiaogua team and the Finnish team struggled. According to the way of playing in previous professional games, they will pursue a point where they can obtain a lot of information. For example, the various hills in the previous games. But, in the case of very large numbers of people, even if you know the information of all the teams, sometimes you still can't get into the circle because there are too many teams trying to beat you along the way. In the second set, the Xiaogua team suffered a big loss. That's why Mao Xiaomo desperately entered the center of the circle in the 4th set. If Zhou Lili hadn't lost in the early stages of that game, Xiaogua's team would have defeated Finland without any loss, which was actually the best position in the center of the circle. Although the sample is relatively small, Mao Xiaomo's idea got a good result. The Finnish team obviously didn't realize this. Their transfer method was actually a bit close to that of the Xiaogua team. But the professional competition is completely different from the Olympic competition. To put it simply, the operating space is smaller, and the frontal requirements are higher. In such a competition, the teams hug each other very tightly, and there are hardly many opportunities to grab orders. Therefore, it is likely to be a wave of 4v4 team battles. And the positive advantage of the Russian team can be reflected. But you can't win the battle just by looking at the front. Mao Xiaomo is also exploring now. Under such a game rhythm, what is the correct rhythm for these important components of operation? Point selection and front facing? The Xiaogua team occupies the Okura and Invincible rooms, which are actually a room area that can support each other. To put it more clearly, an Invincible room can support Okura's terrain. After all, 100% of the walls and terrain of the Invincible room can't be reached by any team. Zhou Lili and MC in the Invincible room can help Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao hold the back door and flanks. If a team rushes over, Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao still have a lot of room for choice.
Let's see how to refresh the next circle. If it is brushed in the center of the circle, it will be really good news for the Xiaogua team,
Mjoy said. The second safe zone is refreshed.
Why another southern cutaway circle?
Chapter 672, A Dirt Road. Breakout Battle.
This is really temperless.
Yehao shook his head. There are countless ways to clear the circle that are beneficial to the Xi'an national team. But God chose the one that is the most disadvantageous to the Xi'an national team. This time, the Invincible room and Okura that were originally in the center of the circle were wiped out. Moreover, Xiaogua's position in this position already feels very embarrassing.
This location doesn't feel very suitable for driving.
From a God's perspective, there are currently 2 teams on the east side of the circle. It would be impossible for the Xiaogua team to enter the circle around the east side. And now there are several teams in the center of the safety zone. Xiaogua's team can easily enter the circle. But the edge of the second lap meant nothing, especially at this pace of racing. Moreover, this vehicle is not suitable for driving into the mountains. At a slow speed, it will most likely be swept down when faced with so many experts. However, there is definitely a route to enter the circle. The route of not entering the circle in the second circle is a bit too much. It still depends on how Mao Xiaomo chooses.
Okay, the Xi'an national team has begun to move here. Look at their choices.
The camera follows the Xiaogua team. 3 cars. We drove directly to the foot of the mountain near the air raid shelter. This location is also a location on the northeast side next to the white circle. It is very safe, but has little strategic significance.
Xiaogua team still chose a conservative circle? That's not right.
Chapter 5400 is just halfway through. Team Xiaogua made an unexpected move. 4 people went down the mountain. Hike up the mountain.
Team Xia directly chose to abandon the car.
This decision,
very bold,
Mjoy said. I dared to abandon the car on the second lap. Everyone had to admire Mao Xiaomo's courage. In this circle, Abandoning the car is indeed a good choice. But teams also have to take certain risks. Because the Siagwa team does not know the information on the mountain. Which means they have to explore all the way up. The team state requirements are very high. And it is possible to face the enemy face to face in just one encounter. With the current state of the Siagwa team, can they really sustain this kind of bulldozing style of play around the perimeter? Everyone has this question. Mao Xiaomo trusts his teammates. This style of play is indeed the most beneficial to the Siagwa team. Because if you enter the circle, you will not be completely unable to enter. The terrain of the dirt road is very complicated. As long as you have the ability, there is no problem at all. If Mao Xiaomo chooses to give up the front because of the player's condition, it will definitely have an impact on the player's psychology. This is just like all competitive sports. If you are in poor condition on the court, your teammates will no longer trust you, which will form a vicious cycle. The player's condition will get worse and worse. As the captain of the Siagwa team, Mao Xiaomo can feel it directly. In fact, although the mental state of these three teammates is not the best now, they have not reached the state of losing confidence. Just now, Mao Xiaomo told his team members that they would fight all the way in. Wang Hao and Zhou Lili both answered firmly with one word. Okay. Firm confidence. Mao Xiaomo gave them enough trust. For the captain to be able to do this is considered the ultimate. If the Siagwa team wants to win the game, mutual trust is the prerequisite. So outsiders, that is, viewers and fans, should never speculate on things they don't know. This is true for everyone. Because the reality may be different from what you see. Msjoy did not discuss this tactic too much. There is definitely nothing wrong with this tactic. Just make a breakthrough and get into the circle. It's just that the current state of the team is a point of concern for them. The Siagwa team's promotion position is not particularly stable now. But since Mao Xiaomo made this choice on the spot, they will definitely not question it. In terms of command, none of them here can compare to the current captain of the Siagwa team. The 4 members of the Siagwa team went all the way up the mountain. The speed of going up the mountain is very fast. Because it is almost impossible to have a team in this position. And it is a big uphill. If you go up this slope as quickly as possible, you can get rid of the danger behind you. From a god's perspective, there is no team behind the Siagwa team here. But after all, the Siagwa team present does not know. There is still a long way between the Siagwa team's current position and the conditions of the dirt road. The Siagwa team was not in too much of a hurry and took their time halfway up the mountain. This is only the second circle, because there is sea area in the south. The next circle will most likely be closer to the north. Team Xia is not in a hurry. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. He vaguely heard the sound of gunfire near a dirt road. Mao Xiaomo didn't rush up and quietly observe the information in the upper right corner. In this situation where the distance is not far, you can actually judge the current situation on the top of the mountain through the kill information in the upper right corner. Wait for the next circle. Prepare for the breakout, Mao Xiaomo said calmly in the team. Everyone also tightened their grip on the barrels of their guns. There is no rush to go up now. Otherwise the circle will be drawn in a very strange direction later. And it will be in vain. Anyway, there is still a lot of processing time in the second and third circles. And the Siagwa team is not in a hurry. The third circle! The game entered the third lap smoothly. Although the pace of the Olympic Games was very slow, the audience did not feel as boring as the previous games. I was nervous watching this game. And I enjoyed listening to Msjoy and Yahao analyzing the Siagwa team situation. For these 16 teams, the Siagwa team's coaching staff has also done their homework. This Southwest Cutaway Circle. Is this circle good news for the Siagwa team? Msjoy was a little unsure for a while. The current position of the Siagwa team is in the northeast. But if they want to enter the circle, they can just go straight into the circle. And if they can defeat the team on the dirt road, they will have successfully occupied the high point of the entire circle. There is still about 30% sea area in the south of the third circle, which means that the next circle is likely to be a northern circle. In this case, if the Siagwa team can occupy a street on the dirt road, it seems to be a good circle. Well, I think it's a good circle shape. Although there is no destiny circle or anything like that. It may be a little uncomfortable for the Xia national team to create the destiny circle in this circle. It is halfway up the mountain, and it will be difficult for other teams to defend it. 5400 is known as the strongest review commentator. Also has his own set of opinions on understanding the situation. This is indeed the case. If the Siagwa team does not have a car in M City or air raid shelter, it may be very embarrassing. In this circle, it is no longer important whether the Xia national team abandons the car or not. The main thing is a breakout battle on a dirt road and a street.
Xiaogua's team started to fight upwards.
Chapter 673, Killing. A breakout battle on a dirt road? There are 3 more teams above the Xiaogua team. Full Bulgarian team. Full of Greece. There is also a British team that only has 2 people left. If we really want to talk about it, the current situation of the British team is undoubtedly the worst. They are currently in 8th place in the standings. This position is on the verge of elimination. This set fell behind again in the battle with the Bulgarian team.
The Bulgarian team is in good shape now,
Mjoy said. The Bulgarian team is in good shape after 2 consecutive chickens. The long-distance gunfight with the British team actually gained the upper hand.
Yes, the state of a team is indeed very important. The Bulgarian team now feels that whoever they see will do who they want.
The 2 consecutive chickens in the Olympics not only helped the Bulgarian team temporarily rank in the top 4, but also basically guaranteed that the Bulgarian team would not be eliminated on the first day. In fact, this has achieved the highest goal of the Bulgarian team. Before the game, they themselves never thought that they could reach their current position in this group of death. Players can play freely, which will indeed greatly improve the entire team. In such an important arena, there are only 2 types of teams that can play freely on the field. One is a team that has strong confidence in itself, and the other is a team that has no pressure.
The first thing you see when you touch the direction of the Xiaogua team is the side of the full Greek team. It's not easy to hit this sideways position. Let's see how Xiaogua team handles it,
Mjoy said. With the current terrain of the Greek team, the position left for the Xiaogua team is not completely sideways, and the opponent has a bunker. If the Xiaogua team cannot kill 1 or 2 people from the Greek team in seconds, the Greek team will definitely be discovered. In this case, it is very likely that this dirt road will become a situation where 4 teams are fighting each other, which is not particularly good news for any team.
Xiaogua's team's formation has changed a bit. With this formation, Mao Xiaoma and Zhou Lili will be pushed to the first point,
Mjoy shouted. Team Xiaogua knows what the terrain looks like, so it is particularly important for the first player to have a double lens. Team Xia now only has 2 4x scopes, one for Mao Xiaoma's rifle and one for Zhou Lili's bolt sniper. There will be advantages in both gun and encounter battles. The Greek team here is also very vigilant, constantly observing the situation around them, and at the same time discussing the method of entering the circle. However, they did not expect that the team would come up from this large slope. The teams in the north should all have cars by default now, and there is a large uphill slope with almost no cover in the south. Logically speaking, no one will come up on foot. But what they didn't expect was that the Xiaogua team made a transfer in advance. The Greek team's back player only showed a small head and kept observing the direction behind him. As a team that broke out from the European region where there are so many strong players, the Greek team still has some tactical qualities. But it was also a coincidence that the Greek team members were just preparing to retreat. Zhou Lili and Mao Xiaoma just came up. A moving target. Mao Xiaoma and Zhou Lili both subconsciously shot directly. CHN_MO used an M16A for headshot to knock down GRE_Flix21.
Beautiful. Defeat 1 first.
Mao Xiaoma's gun was fast and accurate, hitting his head with 2 consecutive shots. This kind of sideways movement may be a little difficult for other team members, but for Mao Xiaoma, who has experienced countless such trainings, it is in vain. Zhou Lili and Mao Xiaoma knew the approximate location of the Greek team and its distance from them, and Zhou Lili also directly took out 98K, taking advantage of the situation. Another enemy of the Greek team was targeting them. Shot away. Directly penetrate the level 2 head. Boom. CHN_211 used Car 98K to knock down GRE_Mr. Caracas with a headshot.
Pretty. Zhou Lili. This shot is very accurate at 98K.
Zhou Lili's shot also made the Xiaogua team's audience jump to their feet. An extremely confident shot.
The one behind the tree fell,
Zhou Lili said calmly. At this tone, Mao Xiaoma smiled slightly. Familiar tone.
The Greek team here needs to withdraw quickly. Otherwise, the entire team may be here,
Mjoy suggested for the Greek team. The Xiaogua team has begun to press hard. The Greek team was obviously not very decisive. When they got on the bus and transferred, the Xiaogua team had already reached a position of about 100 meters. Buzz buzz. When Team Xiaogua heard the sound of the car, 3 people came over. Find the angle of output. Wang Hao's side blocked the rear to prevent a third team from joining. Most teams would not miss this opportunity for the other 2 teams to fight. Although the Bulgarian team and the British team heard the gunfire from the Xia team and the Greek team. The embarrassing thing was that the British team, which was not far from the Xia team, only had 2 players. If they are fully staffed, Scum will definitely let the team fight against Xiaogua's side. The Greek team's vehicles have just started to speed up. The 3 members of the Xiaogua team found a suitable position. Ta-ta-ta-ta. 3 people violently attacked the Greek team's vehicles. Under such a violent attack, the members of the Greek team had no chance of surviving. The vehicle was also directly blown up. Boom! CHN_211 detonated the vehicle and killed GRE_Pullman. CHN_211 detonated the vehicle and killed GRE_IO.
Okay. This team destroyed the Greek team. Want to lick it?
After the team defeated the Greek team, the Xiaogua team was not in a hurry to continue breaking through. The resources of their city are really not enough. The 4 Greek team members must lick their packages. Although the Greek team is also very poor, fortunately they still contributed a lot of throwing objects. After changing the refresh rate of grenades in the blue hole, the Xiaogua team had never received so many grenades. Everyone had at least 3 grenades on their bodies.
It seems that the Xia national team knew the position of the British team and went around directly.
It's easy to say. The information that the Xiaogua team just obtained on the mountainside was actually very limited. They only knew that 2 people from the British team died. But in that terrain, hitting from behind is definitely no problem. The British team members were unaware. When I found out that Xiaogua team was here, I was about to face each other. Scum's response is very fast. Use the AK in your hand to kill one instantly. But at the same time, he was directly knocked down by Mao Xiaomo, who was shooting from behind. GBR_Scum used AKM to knock down CHN_MC. CHN_MO used an M16A for headshot to knock down GBR_Scum.
There's another one. Behind the tree.
When MC fell to the ground dying, he saw the last member of the British team.
Wang Hao, pull up. The Bulgarian team will pounce.
Mao Xiaomo said firmly. Bulgaria will never let go of such an opportunity to clean up all the teams behind them. The fact is exactly as Mao Xiaomo predicted. Msjoy and Yehao are watching Bulgaria's action trajectory. Also a little worried. MC falls to the ground. Xiaogua still has to deal with the last player of the British team, which is equivalent to saying that the Bulgarian team will not give Xiaogua team time to sort out their condition. However, the Xiaogua team's tactical quality also exceeded everyone's expectations. While fighting against the British team, Wang Hao also pulled directly up the slope. Obviously he needs to delay some time for the Xiaogua team. It is enough for Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili to deal with the last player of the British team. The Xiaogua team was very confident and chose to divide their troops directly. In the side of the Bulgarian team, they get a lot of information. 1. On the opposite side, the Xiaogua team and the British team are fighting. 2. They know the position of Xiaogua team, and they are fully staffed. 3. Xiaogua team doesn't know their position. 4. The battle between the Xia national team and the British team is not over yet. It was precisely with this information that the Bulgarian team almost rushed forward on the road without cover. They need to reach the battlefield before the Xia team can deal with the British team. Wang Hao pulled it out directly. I saw 3 enemies rushing towards me on the front road. 3 are on the front, and 1 is trying to pull the Xia national team from the side. At this time, the safe zone finally begins to refresh. Wang Hao swiped at 3 enemies without cover. Although there are not many accessories for the M416. But when the opponent has no cover, Wang Hao can still control the gun accurately. Although today's state is not particularly good, the state may affect the reaction, but it will definitely not be the marksmanship. This is the player's hard power. The Bulgarian team did not expect to be violently attacked here. Wang Hao's gun is very accurate. Knocked them down directly. CHN_45AI used M416 headshot to knock down BUL_SK. CHN_45AI used M416 to knock out BUL_Bankai.
The third.
The third member of the Bulgarian team also reacted very quickly. He directly hit Wang Hao back with a shot from SKS. According to SKS's blood volume, Wang Hao's current blood volume must be residual blood. Cut out the smoke bomb and prepare to throw it on the spot. Then push forward to see if you can kill Wang Hao as well. In this case, the 2 teammates still have a chance to save. But no one thought of it. Wang Hao pulled out with a trace of bloody skin. Another wave of M416 fire. Although the members of the Greek team reacted quickly, their hands were not guns, but smoke bombs. There is nothing we can do about Wang Hao. The jump before death did not change his dying fate. CHN_45AI used M416 to knock down BUL_Svansterer.
Pre! 1 against 3. Wang Hao completed a wave of 1 versus 3.
All the commentators roared and shouted. This wave of 1 versus 3 is so morale boosting. Chapter 674, Chase. Even with his remaining health, he still maintained his big heart and directly pulled out to fight the last enemy. This is the thinking inertia of FPP. To cripple the opponent. Because it is FPP, the opponent will not know what you are doing without showing his head. It is different from TPP. So FPP players will complete the front pressure or smoke sealing operation after crippling the enemy. The side with residual health can seize this opportunity. Generally speaking, this opportunity is completely unpredictable for the opponent. This is a style of play that often appears in European competitions. If James or Mao Xiaomo were standing as the third Greek team member, they would definitely not choose to rush forward or stay put. If you are moving at an accelerated pace, even if you see the enemy, you cannot raise your gun immediately. If there is no cover, move forward slowly. Always pay attention to the opponent's position, and ensure that you shoot as soon as possible, even if the opponent does not intend to come out. When applying the medicine, you can basically touch it to the nearest point. It's just a one-on-one challenge. This is already the optimal solution. After all, you have no cover, but there is a cover on the opposite side. Wang Hao didn't make any mistakes, and his 2 waves of M416 fire were as steady as a mountain. Xiaogua team seemed to have solved all the problems in an instant. Vard, the last member of the British team, is also very strong personally. He was dragged out and crippled Mao Xiaomo. But there were 2 people who had no choice but to rush at him. Ruthlessly taken away by Zhou Lili. CHN_211 used M416 to kill GBR_Vard. A dirt road. 2 minutes ago. The situation where the 4 teams gathered together is now very clear.
The Xiaogua team's breakout battle was so beautiful. There's no problem at all. The key is that the team members' marksmanship has just improved.
Msjoy could clearly feel that Xiaogua's team's tactics seemed to be a little different from before. But he couldn't tell what the specific difference was. It felt like Xiaogua's team played more rationally, and played when it was time to play. In fact, if I insist on saying that Mao Xiaomo's command has only one shortcoming, that is a bit idealistic. This cannot be said to be a shortcoming. But it is indeed the case. If the team is in good condition and cooperates well, once Mao Xiaomo's style of play is successfully played, it will be as devastating as the breakout just now. Because he knew that the Bulgarian team would come forward to press. He dared to let Wang Hao go sniper alone. This is idealism. If Wang Hao died, wouldn't the entire Xia team collapse? Why is Liquid so strong in the professional arena that no team is a rival? The most fundamental reason is that James, Ibiza, and Iron can support all of Mao Xiaomo's tactics and temporary layouts. Xiaogua's team seemed to be struggling a bit in the previous games. And it can be seen that Mao Xiaomo's side is also adjusting. The last member of the Greek team was confused. Just a moment ago, I was shouting with my teammates,
I'm going to pull the gun line. I pull to the right.
Next moment, I saw 3 team members falling to the ground one after another. Extremely fast. The entire team suddenly died suddenly. And he was left alone. Still on his way to the shooting line of the Russian national team.
The last player on the Bulgarian team here should be running away. Do you want to pursue this?
Msjoy and Yehao were very happy to see the Bulgarian team members running away. It is very good news that the Xiaogua team successfully broke through. But the next moment, Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili ignored MC, who fell to the ground at their feet. He immediately chased after him from left to right. 2 ghosts knock on the door. This kind of pursuit is prone to accidents. So there is always a saying in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds: don't chase after a poor enemy. Even Mao Xiaomo understands this truth. Wang Hao, go down here and save MC. The situation in the entire mountain range was stably controlled by the Xiaogua team, and they temporarily got 9 kills. This breakout battle was perfect. With these 90 points, even if the Xiaogua team is suddenly killed, the score will not be too low. After the team defeated the British team, the situation within the Xiaogua team was like this.
The last one. Here.
Wang Hao quickly opened the map and marked a point on the map. But Zhou Lili and Mao Xiaomo rushed over directly. When they were just on the mountainside, Mao Xiaomo told the other team members that if there was a chance to defeat the Bulgarian team as a team, they would definitely go for it. Now is the chance. If this lone wolf were the Greek team or the British team, the Xiaogua team would not chase him. Now in the standings, the Bulgarian team is ahead of the Xiaogua team and is ranked 5th. It can be said to be the direct competitor of the Siagwa team. The lone wolf is the best to be stubborn, because there are not many people, and the movement is very small. If you give him one of the top positions, he will be a very big opponent for the Siagwa team's goal of winning the group. There is only one opponent, and Mao Xiaomo does not feel that he will lose to the members of the Bulgarian team. This is also his absolute confidence. Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili saw the last running Bulgarian team member, and shot directly. But the space was very small, and the Bulgarian team members hid directly behind the bunker. At the same time, he was also secretly scolding the Siagwa team for not giving them a way to survive. Pull! Mao Xiaomo stood up and said to Zhou Lili. Zhou Lili also pulled directly to the right. The members of the Bulgarian team knew that once Zhou Lili was pulled to the wing, even if he could only hit his arm, he would have no way to survive. So they wanted to pull him out directly and hit him. But Mao Xiaomo pushed him back with a precise shot. I have no choice but to smoke in place. See if you can find an opportunity to retreat. Press. This smoke is equivalent to a defensive smoke, in order to prevent Zhou Lili on the flank from directly attacking him. Blocking his field of vision meant that the last member of the Bulgarian team could only retreat passively. When Mao Xiaomo saw his opponent Feng Yan, he pressed closer and threw a thunderbolt into the smoke. This thunder. Pre! Boom! CHN_MO used a frag grenade to kill BUL_Mlak. Thus, when the Siagwa team got their 10th kill, they also successfully destroyed the enemies on the dirt road. Successful breakout. This battle also directly made the fans and spectators of Siagwa team, who had been feeling aggrieved for a long time, scream. It's so morale boosting. The Siagwa team never lost confidence. In this way, Siagwa team's decision making has achieved the best results. After MC is rescued here, the third poison can also be injected with medicine. MC fell into the third poison. After applying a bandage, he still applied the medicine steadily. Team Siagwa completely controlled the commanding heights of the entire circle. With the resources of several teams, the Siagwa team has now fully graduated and has everything they need. It can be said that it has the strongest combat effectiveness in the entire competition. Chapter 675, Eating Norway by Force. The Bulgarian team, which was very close to the Sion national team in points, was eliminated, which is also good news for the Sion national team. The third safe zone was also beaten very fiercely, because this circle has about 30% sea area, and many of the centers of the circle are great plains and wild areas. There are a lot of teams around the circle. The fighting on the northwest side of the circle was also extremely fierce. In the end, the Norwegian team lost one person. Among the teams on the field, the ones that have attracted more attention are the Russian team, which came out of the airport island and is now located in the barn on the west side of the ring. The Norwegian team, which is on the northwest side, and the Siagwa team, which is on the northeast side. Britain and Iceland were destroyed. The remnants of the French team are living in a room. But now Italy, which is second in the standings, and Portugal, which is fourth, are still here. In this case, the battle for the top 4 and the top 8 are very confusing. Look at the fourth circle. I hope it's not too difficult. Now the spectators of the Siagwa team are also a little afraid of the corner circle. But fortunately God has finally favored the Siagwa team once. And this circle is in the northern corner. Okay. This angle-cut circle cuts out all the southern sea area. The situation in the north should be said to be relatively stable. And the Siagwa team may not necessarily go to the Norwegian side of the circle. Mstoy analyzed. As soon as the circle was refreshed, the Norwegian team stepped into the circle, which was equivalent to sharing the northern hilltop with the Siagwa team. It is obviously unrealistic to control all the northern hills, and the Siagwa team does not have such a big appetite. The speed of attrition in this circle should not be that exaggerated. Because of the fierce fighting in the last circle, some of the more complicated situations have been dealt with in advance in the last circle. The only large housing area in the circle is right in the center of the circle. This place is bound to become a target, Mstoy said. Now this circle shape. Inside the circle, there are mountains in the north. Then a big downhill. A 2-row large house area in the center of the circle. And then the rest of the area is plain, except for a small slope and trees. In addition, there are countless small toilets in this circle. In the 5th game, many teams chose to stay in the toilet for safety reasons and to score points stably. Just as everyone was waiting for the next lap, the camera switched. Now the Italian team ranked second in the standings has been attacked. They were touched downstairs by the Polish team. Then a few thunderbolts poured in, instantly blowing up 2 members of the Italian team. The Polish team is actually giving it a try now. They are in the 11th place. And the points gap with the 10th place Finnish team is not small. If they want to qualify, they must give it a try. During the Italian team's target practice just now, they actually almost knew the distribution of the Italian team's personnel. After blowing up 2 enemies, he rushed into the housing area despite the hail of bullets from afar. Then a few cigarettes and thunder were thrown onto the second floor. Now there is a numerical advantage. But if you want to attack a strong professional team's building, it is almost impossible to get there without mixing in smoke. This is the natural advantage of the defender in the room. But the Polish team is also very smart, blocking the door to prevent another Italian team member from coming to support from another room. 2 of the 3 people in this house were blown down. Although I don't know if they were pulled up immediately. The Polish team still decisively chose to charge.
Polish team! Pretty!
This is almost the first time that Siogła team commentators have shouted, "Beautiful," for a foreign team. This wave of Polish team directly defeated 3 members of the Italian team. Only 1 player is left next door to the Polish team.
Go for it! There's another one! Don't you go for it?
Yihao keeps encouraging. The Italian team's points are now in 2nd place. If this set falls, and the Siogła team achieves another good result, then the Siogła team has a greater chance of entering the winners group.
I really want to rush. The Polish team here is 4-on-1. It makes no sense that they can't rush down.
No matter from which perspective, the Polish team will definitely eat the last lone wolf of the Italian team. This large housing area has north and south sides. The terrain in the south is higher, and the view is better. If the Polish team wants to win the chicken, they will definitely want to occupy the entire southern housing area. In a 4-on-1 situation, the last player of the Italian team had nowhere to run and had no ability to resist. Directly cleared by the Polish team.
Beautiful! The Polish team cleared out the Italian team.
But to be honest,
the Italian team should not be so vigilant at this stage.
5,400 said. There are only 2 games left in the group stage of Group A. The Italian team played 0 for 4 against the Polish team while defending, which only shows that there is a big problem with their defense this time. But this is the best news for the Siogła team.
The Italian team should be in 10th place, and there is only 1 head scored. Let me calculate. The total is 170 points. Before the start of this set, the Italian team led the Siogła team by 490 points. After this set is over, the point gap with the Italian team should be further narrowed.
The situation in the standings is a bit chaotic now, and even their commentary is a little unclear. However, if the Siogła team does a good job and plays well in these 2 games, it still has a great chance of entering the winner's bracket. The 4th lap was refreshed and the situation on the field stabilized. The Northern Mountain Siogła team and the 3-man Norwegian team also had a slight exchange of shots. But because it was meaningless, Malsiamo and James also held back their own players.
In this circle, Team Sia may have to find a way to enter the next circle. Yes!
After passing the biggest attrition circle, at least the Siogła team score in this set cannot be lower, even if the first 8 are eliminated. Plus the current head score of 100 points. There are still 300 plus points. This score is already the passing mark, which will put less psychological pressure on the audience of Siogła team. The barrage is already full of cheers and encouragements of
Siogła team rushes to duck.
The last circle was already the northern corner circle. In fact, fans of the Siogła team no longer expected to get another Destiny circle.
Based on the current situation, as long as the southern corner is not brushed, the Siogła team will still have no problem.
Mjoy said. The Siogła team does not have a car now, so it will be more difficult to cut corners in the south.
Okay, come and see.
The much anticipated circle breaking moment.
Circle 5. Nice. Northeast corner.
All the Siogła team spectators breathed a sigh of relief. This northeast corner circle was painted at the right time, so that the Siogła team is still on the edge of a white circle. If they are willing, they can also go to the northwest edge of the circle to force the Norwegian team. Let's see how Siogła team chooses.
Okay. Logically speaking, we won't choose to move here.
Mjoy analyzed. The Siogła team already has a lot of heads in this set, so there is no need to take risks for these heads. They don't lack the 30 points now. But as soon as Mjoy finished speaking, she was slapped in the face. All members of the Siogła team are on the move. Rush to the northwest side of the circle.
Oh! Siogła's team wants to force the Norwegian team. This choice is too risky.
Because traveling over the mountains, the Siogła team was also attacked by the team in the center of the circle. But fortunately, it was far away, and they hit low and high. And they made a wave of lateral transfers without any danger. The Norwegian team never expected that the Siagwa team would be so amazing. This is definitely a decision with more risks than benefits. The Siagwa team had a rough idea of the situation in the northwest as early as the previous lap. The three-man Norwegian team is no secret to the Siagwa team. Mao Xiaomo felt that in this terrain. They and the Norwegian team were the only two teams on the entire mountain range. First, the space was very large. They had enough space to open the line of fire. The most important thing was that they had many people, and it was a 4-on-3 situation. Fighting in the mountains is an absolute advantage. And the Norwegian team is also their main competitor for the winner's bracket. If the Norwegian team can be wiped out now, it will definitely be good news for the Siagwa team. In international competitions, Mao Xiaomo will definitely not care about the friendship with James. Both parties represent their respective countries and are rivals on the field. The Siagwa team moved directly to the northwest side of the circle. For people move toward the circle, they only know the approximate position of the Norwegian team. From a god's perspective, you can see that the two teams are not far apart. The Norwegian team is doomed to suffer a big loss due to mental arithmetic but not care. The Norwegian team never expected that there would be anyone around this circle. They could clearly see the people around this circle from their position in the last circle. It was not bad news for them to create a corner circle. Mao Xiaomo and James lead their respective teams forward. During the encounter, James' reaction was obviously half a beat too slow. CHN_MO used M16A4 to knock down James with a headshot. A face-to-face meeting. The enemy's strongest player was knocked down by Mao Xiaomo. And everyone knows that the Norwegian team now only has 3 players in total. And 1 died. Which is a wave of 4v2.
The one behind the 75 slope. James, the one on the right.
Mao Xiaomo accurately reported the point. And at the same time Zhou Lili and Wang Hao pulled directly to both sides. They are going to eat the Norwegian team this time. The attack Norwegian team was suddenly at a loss. Siagwa's team forced them to pull them. But they couldn't fight and couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The 2 strongest players in the team, James and Rain, both fell to the ground and died in the previous battle. And the team suddenly lost its backbone. James kept shouting at the team, asking the 2 team members to attack decisively. But after all, it's a wave of 4 versus 2. The experienced Mao Xiaomo did not give the 2 players from the Norwegian team a last chance. When the opponent's terrain was average, he decisively opened the line of fire. In the end, Zhou Lili successfully killed 2 people. Destroy Norway. Chapter 676. The finals without cover. This time, the Norwegian team also had no temper. The fact that they were given the upper hand when the number of players was already small can only be blamed on their lack of vigilance. However, the fact that the Siagwa team did not give them a way to survive also confirmed the cruelty of this game. If you don't die, I will die. So I want you to die. Mao Xiaomo. The Siagwa team only strives for victory on the court. This is true both at IFCD and at Liquid. After the Xia team here wiped out the Norwegian team, they also completely controlled the mountains. In the entire northern mountain range, there is only one team, the Siagwa team. This situation has never appeared in previous PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds games. But even in the 5th circle, this position is still on the edge of the circle. The best position in the circle now is definitely the center of the circle around the housing area. The Siagwa team has no vehicles. Clearing out all the teams on the mountain will also eliminate the hidden danger of them entering the circle. There were not many teams on the field, and the Siagwa team had already achieved a good result. After the Italian team and the Norwegian team were wiped out one after another, the only teams at the top of the standings are Russia, Portugal and Siagwa. The Russian team has always been the most stable team in Group A, winning almost every game in the finals.
Okay, we can see from here that the Siagwa team is starting to spread smoke into the circle.
The perspective is given to the Siagwa team. Siagwa's team didn't even wait for the circle to clear, and came down directly from the mountain. Because of the poor visibility on the lower slopes, and the fact that the teams down the mountain were beating each other up, no one dealt any damage to the Siagwa team at the first opportunity. Siagwa team is halfway here. Safe area refreshed.
Oops! The 6th circle is a southwest corner. He's tired again at the corner cutoff.
A scene that Siagwa fans don't want to see has appeared. Another southwest cutaway. When they saw this circle, not only Mao Xiaomo, but also all the teams were a little frightened. In this circle, apart from a few small slopes, there are only a few toilets. Moreover, there is a queue for the toilet on the south side. and there is no room for people to stand on the small slope. This position will definitely be eliminated by the position of the toilet behind you. This circle.
It feels like all the teams can't get in.
It's easy to say. Once the circle was cleared, all the teams were confused, including Russia and Poland in the room area, as well as the Sion national team Chile outside the room area. There is no place to stay. On the contrary, the Portuguese team is happy. There were only 2 of them left, but they occupy 2 small toilets in the center of the current safe zone. There is 1 person on each side of these 2 small toilets. Tianming toilet. If this circle is the 7th or 8th circle, maybe they will panic. After all, they can't stand 2 people being charged by a full formation. But this is only the 6th circle. There are still 19 survivors on the field. 7 of them. Team. No one dares to flush their toilet. So there will definitely be a team behind them to help the Portuguese team attack. As long as they guard the toilet safely and watch the 2 small slopes in front of them, they will at least be in the top 3 in this set. Siagwa team reached halfway and found that this circle was very good. However, Mao Xiaoma's reaction was still very fast. It was difficult for them to enter this circle, and it was equally difficult for other teams to enter. In this points competition, whether they win or not is not particularly important to them. Scoring points and ranking are the only things they have to consider.
Fortunately, there is a lot of smoke here in the Siagwa team.
The Siagwa team destroyed 4 teams. They had a lot of resources, and there was no shortage of smoke. From the mountain to the bottom, the Siagwa team pulled out a wall of smoke. Now all the teams have to pay attention to Team Siagwa. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The 4 members of the Russian team in the room also directly began to deal damage to the Xia team, who wanted to enter the circle directly. The Polish team is also attacking the Chilean team on the other side, who wants to sneak into the circle. The scene was chaotic, except for the stable Portuguese team. All the teams are unable to protect themselves, and at the same time, they are attacking others. The Russian team's marksmanship and firepower are too strong. Team Siagwa couldn't fight back at all. Russ_Shade1 used M416 to knock down CHN_MC.
Lily, set up the gun!
Mao Xiaoma shouted. Zhou Lily also knew her difficult role and stepped out of the smoke a little. I saw members of the Russian team. Raise your hand and shoot 98K. As he fought out, he instantly disappeared into the smoke. Boom! There was no problem with the preview point of this shot. Even if there is no vision in the smoke, you can still roughly hear the opponent's position from the sound. Zhou Lily is also looking for people very quickly this time. Killed the output Shade 1 with 1 shot. CHN_211 used Car 98K headshot and sent it to Russ_Shade 1.
Pretty! God of War Zhou Lily!
Msjoy shouted. This wave of headshots is so crucial. Directly affected the Russian team's firepower. Shade 1 falls to the ground. Someone from the Russian team must help him. The safe zone begins to refresh.
Lily Zhou rescued MC. But the circle has begun to close.
Once the circle was closed, the already chaotic scene became even more chaotic. After all, there are a few trees on the Siagwa team side, and the west side of the Chilean team can be seen at a glance. The Polish team killed 4 people in target shooting. At the same time, the Russian, Polish and Japanese teams in the room also left the room. The Japanese team was at the very edge of the safety zone, and the Russian team completely ignored them when they finished saving people and were about to force their way into the circle. Got stolen by the Japanese team. 3 teams battle together. The room area is not in the safe zone to begin with, and there are Siagwa team members on one side, which is not good news for every team. Let's look at the Siagwa team again. There were almost no bunkers in the circle, and the trees were too thin to block the team members. Mao Xiaoma and Wang Hao fell to the ground. On the other side, MC and Zhou Lily are dragging on the right, ready to snipe the team coming out of the room area at any time. After the Russian team was knocked down by 2 people, they didn't care about the Japanese team. Sell team members directly into the circle. Shade 1 and Flamey also had a real head-to-head confrontation with Zhou Lily MC. There are rifles on both sides. There was smoke under the feet of Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao. And after the Chilean team was wiped out, the 2 Portuguese team members did not stick to the toilet and directly pulled them out for target practice. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao were beaten so hard that they didn't dare to stand up. The Xia national team was attacked from both sides by the Russian team and the Portuguese team at the same time. MC and Zhou Lily defeated Shade 1. 2 for 1. But the Russian team's Flamey's marksmanship was at full strength this time. 2 consecutive headshots took away Zhou Lily and MC. Then the remaining blood fell to the ground, and was also moving towards the safe zone. The players of the Japanese team were surprisingly strong in combat. They killed 3 members of the Polish team and scored 30 points. But he was also destroyed by the group. Chapter 677, Fight to the Death. R6. Under chaos. The number of survivors on the field is decreasing rapidly. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao knew that there were members of the Russian team on the right and remained motionless. If someone came out of the room, the Russian team would be the first to block the shot. But after the Polish team was destroyed, the number of survivors on the field has become 6.
2 toilets. 1 for the Russian team,
Zhou Lily said. They had just defeated Shade 1 and had no time to make up for it. But the Russian team did not dare to save it. The safe zone is reached. Shade 1 also bled to death. Surviving teams, 3. Number of survivors, 5. Xiaogua team also successfully entered the top 3 in this set.
Now for the players of the 3 teams on the field. They all know the positions of the other teams. And the Russian team and Xiaogua team are both remnant teams. And the Portuguese team's numerical disadvantage is gone now. Just look at this circle. But unless there are 2 consecutive corners, I can't think of the possibility that the Portuguese team will not eat chicken.
Msjoy analyzed. The current situation on the field is very simple. The 2 members of the Xiaogua team and the Russian lone wolf are lying on the grass beside the northern circle. No one dares to show their head. The 2 players of the Portuguese team occupy 2 small toilets in 2 excellent positions near the center of the circle. In this safe zone, unless there are 2 consecutive extreme northern corner circles, the Xiaogua team and the Russian team will have opportunities. In other cases, the Portuguese team here will undoubtedly have a better chance.
This circle, it's still a concentric circle. In this case, the Portuguese team should be in trouble. The Xiaogua team's correct idea now is to maintain second place.
Msjoy analyzed rationally.
If the Xia team still has throwing objects in their hands, they may be able to block the Portuguese team's view, and then clear out the Russian team's lone wolf and forcefully break through with their marksmanship. But in the last circle, the Xia national team had thrown away all the throwing objects, and the Russian team had no throwing objects. In this situation, as long as the Portuguese team doesn't make a huge mistake, for example, if you hit someone with 10 shots without being killed, and the 3 people here backhand you with 2 shots, it is still very possible. The shooting skills of these 3 people, especially Emotion Haflami, they are all top in the world.
In the Xiaogua team, Mao Xiaomo also said to Wang Hao,
"Let's see if we can keep second place."
Wang Hao understands that in this situation, there is a possibility of winning the game. But there is no need to take risks. If you want to win this game, you must deal with the Portuguese team members as soon as you stand up. The Russian team here must also want to take second place. So they will attack the Xiaogua team as soon as possible. In this case, the Xiaogua team welcomes the firepower of both teams at the same time, and is very likely to be directly destroyed by the Russian team on the flank. In the group stage points competition, points are everything. Whether or not to win is not very important to the team. As long as it gets to the top 4, there is not much difference from first place. After a while, the circle will be refreshed, and both the Xia and Russian teams will be poisoned. The first target will definitely be their opponents. Based on Xiaogua's current prone position, Mao Xiaomo must be the player who collided with Flamey immediately. The save zone will be refreshed in 30 seconds.
"Let's see if anything happens in this game,"
Msjoy said. If the situation is normal, the Portuguese team will definitely clear it out. But in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, until the moment of final victory, you don't know what will happen in the next second. After all, the gun is in the hands of the players. It's all attracting attention. Although the Xiaogua team audience knows that the chance is slim, they still have expectations. The save zone begins to refresh. Flamey and Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao both tried their best to move forward, not wanting to be the first to stand up. In this case, whoever stands up first will definitely lose the Portuguese team first. Even gods can't handle the firepower of 2 people.
"Then it feels like Team Xiaogua has little chance,"
Msjoy said. Xiaogua's team is now trying to secure second place. He can tell that even though the circle brushed against Xiaogua's body, it still didn't move. Flamey isn't moving here either. Both sides began to lose blood in large amounts. There is no way. Standing up now means death. The Portuguese team is keeping an eye on this side. Flamey has also thought about it. They can't stand if the Xiaogua team doesn't stand. So the 2 teams have been deadlocked in the poison. This poison, they couldn't resist for 5 seconds, and they couldn't even get the first aid kit. The 3 team members all wrapped bandages on themselves to see if they could delay it for a while. The 2 members of the Portuguese team saw that the Siagwa team and the Russian team took this poison, and they were already celebrating the chicken. Siagwa team's commentary footage was cut into 2 parts. On one side is Flamey's health, and on the other is the health of the 2 members of the Siagwa team. There is no point in standing up again at this time, and you will definitely be killed instantly. It depends on which side can last longer.
Here's blood volume. I can't tell the difference.
The blood volume difference is indistinguishable to the naked eye, and both parties are almost colleagues taking poison. The next thing to look at is luck. Team Xia and Russia were unable to reverse the situation. They just wrapped bandages on their bodies and left the rest up to the sky. Blood volume bottomed out. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it.
This way. Wang Hao falls first. Oops.
CHN_45 AI was killed outside the safe zone. CHN_MO died outside the safe zone. Russ_Flamey died outside the safe zone. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, PR. The camera cut to the members of the Siagwa team. The expressions of the 4 of them did not change. They discussed the game with each other and rubbed their wrists. The intensity of the 5 games was still very high, and the Siagwa team basically reached the finals except for the first set. Mstoy said,
"There is really nothing we can do." Yes. In this way, the Portuguese team wins the chicken. The Russian team takes 2nd place, and the Siagwa team takes 3rd place with 14 kills. This is also a good result.
The difference between 2nd place and 3rd place is only 50 points. But because of these 50 points, the Siagwa team did not enter the winners group. So there really is nothing to say. 5,400 answered.
Yes, although there are more people than the Russian team. If the Portuguese team sets up their guns, the Xia team will definitely not be able to stand up. At this time, it actually depends on who takes the poison earlier and is closer to the safe zone.
The commentator analyzed. There is no good solution for the Siagwa team's failure to throw anything at the end of the set. The fundamental reason is the last corner circle. The Siagwa team's large-scale transfer used up all the throwing objects. However, the Siagwa team can be said to have achieved the highest possible result in this set, and several of their direct competitors scored low, which is considered an acceptable result.
At the end of this set, the last game of Group A will be left. The Siagwa team should be able to say that they have stabilized the top 8 now. There is no problem with a qualifying spot. Everyone can put down their worries.
5,400 said. Indeed, Siagwa team has been hovering on the edge of elimination, which made Siagwa team fans worried. After this game, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and finally did not need to be eliminated in the group. But if you want to get a seat in the winners group, you may have to look at the performance of the final set.
Okay, let's take a look at the standings first, and then analyze the current group situation.
Olympic PUBG Group A standings. 1. Russia, R1, 530, R2, 450, R3, 470, R4, 320, R5, 430, total, 2,200. 2. PR/Portugal, R1, 270, R2, 260, R3, 330, R4, 430, R5, 540, total, 1830. 3. Norway, R1, 170, R2, 630, R3, 270, R4, 500, R5, 240, total, 1810. 4. ITA/Italy, R1, 670, R2, 220, R3, 380, R4, 320, R5, 170, total, 1760. 5. CHN/Siagwa, R1, 10, R2, 510, R3, 340, R4, 240, R5, 490, total, 1590.
Okay, the battle for the top 4 and the top 8 are still confusing.
Looking at the current standings, the 5th place Siagwa team is still nearly 300 points ahead of the 6th place Bulgarian team, which means that even if the Bulgarian team is trying to win, it will be difficult to reach 4th place. And now the teams ranked 6 to 12 are very close in points. Whoever plays well will get the 3 positions of 6th to 8th.
Yes, now it has become a situation where the top 5 are fighting for the top 4, and the top 12 are fighting for the top 8. The only team here that has secured a seat in the winner's bracket is the Russian team, which will advance to the winner's bracket 1 round ahead of schedule. The Portuguese team also successfully rose to second place with its victory in the fifth set, while Norway and Italy ranked third and fourth. The point difference between Siagwa team and them is now about 200 points. This score is definitely a score that can be caught up,
Joy said. Because of this format, if you can get into the top 3 or top 5 in another set, you can definitely get a score of nearly 400. Among the other 3 teams, there are always teams that have not entered the finals. So as long as the Siagwa team plays its own game well and scores points, it can enter the winner's group from behind. The last game of the group stage is about to turn into a battle to the death among 13 teams, except for the Russian team, which has already qualified in advance, and Japan and Brunei, which have been basically eliminated early. The remaining 13 teams are all in a life and death battle. The Japanese team currently has 410 points, and the Brunei team has 350 points. In theory, they both have the possibility of qualifying. Chapter 678, Land Transfer. The current points for the 8th place is about 950 points. If the Japanese team has 20 kills in the last set, it will be a chicken game, although the probability is extremely small. But with 700 points in a set, and the team in front of them performing poorly and failing to score points, the Japanese team may rise directly to around 8th place. All I can say is that anything is possible. For the Siagwa team, they can also see the right time to attack a team that is ahead of them. This is Mao Xiaomo's strength. He is very good at seizing the time. If any team from Norway, Italy, or Portugal appears in front of the Siagwa team, the Siagwa team may choose to fight. If the team destroys the opponent, the score difference of 200 points will be enough for the top 8. Now the Siagwa team is in the role of a chaser, and different roles must have different mentality. For teams ranked 2 to 4, once a team falls behind, they can enter the top 4, basically completing the task. It's still a battle of 5 into 4. The tragedy of Group A has exceeded everyone's expectations. The world's number 1 Finland team is still in 10th place, with only one set left. If there is no very good result, it is very likely to be eliminated directly from the group. The United Kingdom and France are also on the verge of elimination. Among the 6 so-called seed teams, the point situation of 3 of them is not very satisfactory. The lens is given to each team, except for the Russian team. The other teams look solemn. The Japanese team and Brunei team are also relatively helpless. Their current point situation has basically been eliminated. They are not capable of achieving high kills. This is a fact. With such strength, there is really nothing you can do if you are in Group A. The overall strength of this group is much stronger than other groups. Maybe the 8 strongest teams in other groups are not as strong as the 8 teams in this group. There are 6 seeded teams plus 2 equally seeded Italian and Portuguese teams. There is no doubt about the strength of this group both on paper and in real terms. Joy and several commentators are analyzing the prospects of the Siagwa team. We are now ranked 5th, and it is not easy to reach 4th place. But even if we enter the loser group, everyone can actually accept it. The strength of the teams in the winners group and the teams in the losers group are definitely not at the same level, and the conditions for promotion to the losers group are not very demanding.
Okay, here, the last game of Group A of the PUBG Olympics group stage is about to begin. Let us enter the game screen first.
The last set. Almost all teams have only one last chance. After this set, 8 teams from Group A will leave this cherished Olympic venue.
Okay, dear viewers, what you are watching now is the group stage of Group A of the PUBG event of the Tokyo Olympics. I am the commentator Joy. It's okay that I am. I'm 5400. There are a total of 6 games in the group stage. And now it is the final game. The Siagwa team is currently ranked 5th in points. After the 6 games, the top 4 can advance to the winners group, and the 5th to 8th will enter the loser group. You can see that this is a route from north to south. Each team should still be a jumping point that we are more familiar with,
Joy said. The last round has officially started. A balanced route.
In this last game, I don't think any team will let themselves go. Theoretically, all teams should have a chance. Even the Japanese and Brunei teams that are currently behind in points. Look at the performance of each team in this set.
The 6th set started, and both the audience at the scene and those in front of the TV were nervous. The players also took deep breaths. The more they fight this kind of life and death battle, the higher the psychological pressure will be on the players. Under such tremendous pressure, how to ensure that technical movements do not deform is also a major focus. The FPS project is different from the MOBA project. It requires very precise gun control. One mistake may lead to being taken away by the opponent. In the last game, except for the Russian team, the other teams were still very nervous. The Russian team landed on the airport island almost humming a tune. I still remember that before the game, the 15 teams in Group A played 2 training games to divide the territory, and only the Russian team did not participate. But so far, the Russian team can be said to be far ahead in Group A. This is a team with real strength.
The Siagwa team here is still our city.
Until now, it is impossible for the Siagwa team to change points. The situation is different, and it is impossible for them to look for Norway, Italy, and Portugal in the early stage. The probability that these 3 teams will perform well in one game at the same time is too small. So the Siagwa team still has to ensure its own score. If they play well, it should not be difficult to rise from 5th to top 4. All teams still fell according to their own team's regular placement points. But many teams will have different strategies in this set. For the lower-ranked teams, they need to grab points, while getting a relatively high ranking. They also got considerable head points. So the rhythm of this game may be different from the previous games. The Siagwa team still adapts to the situation. Except for the Russian team. Their frontal strength is not weak. Any team present, shortly after landing, the first safe zone was refreshed. And God seems to be making one joke after another with Group A.
Holy shit!
Yeehaw couldn't help but cursed out. All the audience's eyes widened. Another airport circle.
Another airport circle. Oh my god! I played an airport circle in the last set. There were too many variables in this set.
5,400 said. There are too many variables in the airport circle. And many teams need to grab points in this set. Mao Xiaoma can be sure that the behavior and tactics of blocking the bridge will be 100%. And there are 2 bridges. The Siagwa team in our city is actually not a team that is particularly close to the airport island. In this case, the Siagwa team has no choice and must move as soon as possible.
Can I leave?
I just searched 1 or 2 houses. Mao Xiaoma asked directly in the team.
1 head and 1 armor. AK. 1 head. No armor. AK. 1 with 2 armors.
The 3 team members reported in turn. Mao Xiaoma himself only has a UMP-9 and a Thompson.
Just go!
Mao Xiaoma directly led the team to transfer just 1 minute after landing.
Siagwa's team has been transferred directly. I don't have any guns on me.
The camera showed the Siagwa team, and all members began to move. 3 cars drove directly past the left side of the Icelandic team. At this point in time, the Icelandic team was confused. What time is this?
Siagwa's team's pace is very fast. I think this decision is definitely the right one. If we don't cross this bridge early, accidents may easily occur later.
Chapter 679, The Italian Team's Dilemma. The Siagwa team almost landed, searched for a gun, and moved directly. Wang Hao doesn't even have armor on his body. But not only the Xi'an national team. Another strong team, Norway, also moved soon after landing. And they didn't search much. But this time was still nearly 1 minute later than the Xi'an national team. Team Siagwa has already driven to the East Bridge. Ever since the Siagwa team's jump point changed from the airport to our city, they finally felt the malice of the airport circle. And it's that feeling of being helpless. In the past, they were the ones blocking the bridge. The northern team wanted to enter the circle, but many times their fate was not in their hands. This set was so crucial that the Siagwa team had no choice but to give up resources and advance into the circle. There will be no ink marks on the Siagwa team crossing the bridge at this transfer time. And there can be no one at this time. Even if the team wants to block the bridge, it is impossible to search for UMP-9 and block the bridge.
Now the Siagwa team should want to search the southern jungle area of the airport island.
After Mstoy said that, the Siagwa team crossed the bridge safely and rushed directly towards the southern wild area. On this airport island, port and airport is occupied by people. If you want to search, you can only search in the southern wild area. For people, and 3 vehicles went to 3 wild areas to get a wave of blood. The equipment they now have is too embarrassing. Under the same level of conditions, it is impossible for UMP-9 to be a rifle when facing a gun. There is more than one team that has the same idea as Siagwa team. Just after Wang Hao left this jungle area, the Norwegian team also came to the jungle area south of the airport island. The doors were all wide open, and the Norwegian team walked around the wild area to observe for a long time before being forced to enter. According to the current situation, this jungle area has been searched, so there must be a team that is 1 step ahead of them. In this case, the jungle area on the airport island should be almost searched. and there is no need for them to bother. Maybe they will encounter them on the road. Other teams. However, the equipment of the Norwegian team is not bad, and they all have guns, although the accessories are not complete. But based on the level of the Norwegian team, it is not too difficult to control the guns. Gun accessories are still very important in professional competitions. The stability of firearms is different, and the output they can produce is also different. However, it is impossible for a team to have all the accessories available in every game. So even when Seogwa's team members trained on marksmanship in training mode, they trained with bare guns. The 4 members of the Seogwa team occupied the room in the center of the circle in advance, and then quietly observed the information in the upper right corner. Italy, Portugal, Norway 3 teams. Once something unexpected happens to a team, the Seogwa team's playing style may change. Everyone can clearly remember the score difference between several teams, and the Seogwa team even if they don't look at the big screen. Italy leads by 170 points. Norway leads by 220 points, and Portugal leads by 240 points. The Seogwa team and the Norwegian team, which have already set up camp in the center of the circle, have long thought that the east-west bridge may be a bloody storm. This is also true. I still remember that in the previous game in the airport circle, the Russian team also adopted the same bridge blocking strategy as in the last game. It could not be considered very successful, but it was very annoying for many teams that moved. After learning the lesson from that game, Shichu would definitely not dare to leave. But Dongqiao, the Japanese team, blocked the bridge. Now the Japanese team, which is second to last in the standings, is blocked on the bridge. And it's the kind that won't stop until death. No team that can stand in this Olympic stadium is willing to just go home. Although the possibility of getting a high kill to kill the chicken is very small, you still have to give it a try. In this circle, the way to gamble is to block the bridge. The Italian team's Pathfinder was directly swept down by the Japanese team. It also caused the Italian team to lose 1 player shortly after the start of the game. This is very good news for the Seogwa team. The Italian team was also forced to stay at the eastern bridge.
Okay, let's turn our perspective to the east side of the bridge,
Mjoy said. The Seogwa team is now in a wild area near the center of the circle. There is nothing special worth paying attention to. It is better to turn its attention to the Seogwa team's competitors. Now that the Norwegian team has entered the circle, the Portuguese team uses a slow into the circle tactic. I have no intention of moving yet. I seem to want to search all of P City. There is only the Italian team, now located at the gas station at the eastern bridge. And there are only 3 players, which is very embarrassing, Mjoy analyzed.
I will analyze why the Italian team is so embarrassed now. First of all, if the transfer time of the Italian team is in normal professional games, it is indeed a very early time point. But this set is different. Both the Seoul national team and the Norwegian team realized that someone was going to block the bridge very early in this game. So they crossed the bridge first before the Japanese team. The Italian team is still a step slow here.
Mjoy's analysis is very clear. In short, it can be said in one word, slow. With the same idea, if the Seogwa team and the Norwegian team have passed, but the Italian team has not, there must be a problem. Moreover, the Italian team really cannot advance or retreat from this position. One of the Italian team's original 2 cars was intercepted by the Japanese team on the bridge. If the 3 of them still wanted to leave, they could only take 1 car. But it was difficult for them to go anywhere. They moved very early. Unlike the Portuguese team, which searched for so many resources, they definitely couldn't resist the poison with the resources they had. And whether you are swimming or sailing, you will definitely be output by the team on the east-west bridge.
The Italian team should have seen this boat. But whether they dared to sit on it or not is a question.
The camera was given to the Italian team, and a ship on the seaside was seen through the 4X lens. But if this ship sails, it will definitely be perfectly seen by the Japanese team on the bridge. Although the Japanese team may not be able to perfectly output it at this distance, it feels like it will definitely knock down a few people.
Okay, the Italian team here is really going to leave. There's nothing we can do if they don't leave.
5,400 said. If you don't leave, wait until other teams arrive at the East Bridge. Then the Italian team really won't be able to leave. 3 members of the Italian team get on the bus. I drove directly into the sea. The 4 members of the Japanese team discovered them immediately, and were all communicating, preparing to shoot the moment the Italian team boarded the boat. Although the distance is relatively far, for people can take down 1 or 2 people without any surprise if they focus their fire. The Italian team really had nothing to do Otherwise, they would not have chosen this option of being beaten forcibly.
Look how the Japanese team shooting is. All 4 of them are aiming at the ship. They should have communicated well. China-Japan friendship.
Not only a few commentators, but all Siagwa fans hope that the Japanese team can get these 30 points. Chapter 680, Unexpected Group Destruction. The moment the Italian team got on board, 4 players from the Japanese team output at the same time.
Wow! Pretty!
Msjoy shouted excitedly. The Siagwa team in the center of the circle also saw the news that the Italian team member fell to the ground. And everyone paid attention. JPN_Kaiser used M416 to knock out IE_FG Chuck. JPN_Kaiser used M416 headshot to knock down IE_Washout. Msjoy and Yehao kept shouting. This wave of Japanese team's target shooting is very accurate. With such a long distance and 4 well-prepared players. The OB player named Kaiser did not make any mistakes. Before the boat speed increased, he directly knocked down 2 members of the Italian team. The last member of the Italian team quickly switches driving positions. Rush towards the distance at full speed. The farther the distance, the more difficult it will be for the Japanese team to output. The rickety ship performs a snakeskin walk at sea. However, these 4 members of the Japanese team still have professional qualities. For an enemy who is moving like a snake, they will fire their bullets in one direction crazily, and make the bullets hit in a straight line. There will always be a hit.
1 shot! 2 shots! The blood is gone! 1 more shot!
Unexpected. At such a long distance, the Japanese team actually knocked down 2 of the Italian team and disabled 1. When the last Italian team member was still 1 shot short of health. The Italian team ship had already sailed far away. But I guess the Japanese team members also know that the Italian team members are still 1 or 2 shots behind. Don't want to give up either. The muzzles of the guns are raised to the sky. The 4 of them are still crazy about attacking Italian players. The rifle was reluctant to shoot bullets. So I took out the UPM-9 and swiped it. The determination of the Japanese team also moved all the audience. The spirit of the Japanese themselves is to never give up. Just when everyone thought there might really be no hope, the gun of a member of the Japanese team floated to the head of the last member of the Italian team. Although it is only UMP-9, it can cause slight damage at a distance of 9 millimeters, or shoot down the Italian team members, who already had a trace of blood on their skin.
Pretty! Respectable Japanese team!
Msjoy shouted. JPN_Q used UP-9 to kill ITA_Proasco with a headshot. Italian team. The group is destroyed. Before the last game started, everyone felt that the Siagwa team was in a very difficult situation in the last game, and it would be an epic and tense game. But no one expected that the Italian team would become the first team to be eliminated in this competition. 16th place. 0 kills. Points. 10. The changes in the arena are so rapid. The 4th place Italian team only scored 10 points. The Norwegian team, the Portuguese team, and the Siagwa team all had different expressions on the field. The Portuguese team and the Norwegian team, which were originally in 2nd and 3rd place, are in the winners group. The nervousness disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the current point situation, in addition to Siagwa's team having the ability to advance to the top 4, Bulgaria's team, which is currently 6th in the standings, is still about 300 points behind Siagwa's team. 500 to 600 points behind the top 500 to 600 points. Even if it has a chance to overtake, it's not big either. Therefore, the Norwegian team and the Portuguese team can be said to be in the winner's bracket. This has made the atmosphere of the 2 teams very relaxed.
The Norwegian and Portuguese teams should be relieved now,
Msjoy said. Indeed, it takes a lot of energy to break out of such a brutal match. Especially the Portuguese team. No one was optimistic about them before the game. And they are still 2nd in the standings.
For the Siagwa team, the current situation is relatively simple. Yes, and to be honest, it's not that difficult to achieve.
The standings appear just above the screen. The Italian team's score settled at 1770.
Siagwa's team only needs to score more than 180 points in this set to surpass the Italian team, which is currently ranked 4th in the standings. At the same time, we need to be careful not to let Bulgaria catch up with a 300-point difference in this set,
Msjoy analyzed. If it is a theoretical analysis, the Siagwa team needs to score about 300 points to almost be in the winner's group. However, because the Bulgarian team's high-kill chicken game is only theoretically possible, so it will not help if the Bulgarian team scores 180 points and surpasses the Italian team, even if the Bulgarian team takes 2nd place. There is still a 100-point gap between the ranking points of first and second place. A fight to the death. Because the Italian team's sudden destruction changed a lot of the situation. 180 points, not counting kill points, are the ranking points for 8th place. In other words, as long as the Siagwa team gets into the top 8, it is very likely that they will be among the top 4 after the set. The Siagwa team was also very surprised when they received the news that the Italian team had been killed. A strong team of this level, especially in the most important game like this, even if it is cheated and has not been beaten, it should not be destroyed directly. In the first circle, there is absolutely room to sell off teammates and retreat directly. On the bridge it obviously didn't look like blocking a team, because the Italian team felled one first, and then 3 consecutively within 1 minute. Mao Xiaomao couldn't figure it out. But this was excellent news for the Siagwa team. Suddenly, the rope that bound Siagwa team was untied, and the promotion conditions for Siagwa team were also very loose. If you can't grasp this, you can't blame others.
Concentrate. If there is an emergency, we will guarantee the first 8,
Mao Xiaomao said. Everyone nodded. If they encounter a strong team that they have never played against before, or if 2 players are knocked down first, in order to save points, they can only choose to sell their teammates. This is the most rational choice. Although the annihilation of the Italian team made several teams relax, it did not have a big impact on the teams competing for the lower bracket seats. Finland, Britain, France, Iceland, Bulgaria, Poland, and Chile are almost all fighting to the death. The Finnish team's poor performance in 5 consecutive sets obviously caused some emotional fluctuations among their players. But Jimby and Sambi are both experienced veterans, and they still have a chance to come back in the last set.
The Icelandic team here is in the circle. The Finnish team and the French team are all sailing to the southern islands. But the Xi'an national team has already occupied that position, and they may have to enter the circle from another cliff.
Mstoy analyzed. There are only 3 places where you can go ashore in the south of the airport island. The Siagwa team controls the coast and the cliffs on the coast. If the Finnish team and the French team want to enter the circle, they can only enter from another cliff. The battle on the east-west bridge was extremely fierce. The Japanese team pretended to retreat, but actually retreated to the Quotofong area. Another wave of enemies crossing the bridge was blocked. After the team defeated the Brunei team, the number of heads of the Japanese team also came to 8.
Why do I feel like I'm going to stage a Japanese miracle?
It's also funny. Mstoy also smiled and said,
Don't be too fond of me. Don't be too fond of me. The Japanese people will come and chop you down later.
In this game, the Japanese team obviously relaxed a lot. In the last set, they also relieved all the pressure. The penultimate one is considered the bottom. If they win this game, they still have a chance to make a huge comeback. There were 16 teams. Due to the bridge blockage between the Japanese team and the Russian team, 3 teams were wiped out in the first circle.
Now the teams ranked 6th and above will really leave the Olympics if they die,
Mstoy said. Even if the team is on the edge of 8th place, once the team is wiped out, there will definitely be a team behind to take over. Here the Brunei team, the Italian team, and the Greek team left the last set of the game one after another. The camera showed the 4 members of the Brunei team looking helpless, while the 4 members of the Greek team looked deeply disappointed. In fact, the Greek team is not weak, and was in the middle of the pack in previous European Cups. It's a pity that they were drawn into the death group of Group A. Even the Finnish team, ranked number 1 in the world, was struggling, let alone their strength, which was far inferior to the Finnish team. The matches of B, C, and D are faster than those of Group A.
Okay, we just got the news here. The games of the other 3 groups have ended one after another, and several seed teams have successfully entered the winner group. The specific list will be rolled out after the games of Group A. You can pay attention to it when the time comes.
Ibiza, Iron, Nothing, masters from various countries and regions also paid attention to the situation in Group A after making it out of the group stage. They were confused the first time they saw the points situation. Finland ranked 10th in the group. It's funny and a little scary at the same time. They ask themselves that they have not surpassed the strength of the Finnish team, which is a 2-time European Cup champion. There may be many other reasons, but Ibiza also knows the strength of the Siagwa team, temporarily ranked 5th. The Dutch team played a training match with the Siagwa team, and the result was 46. They were 4, and the Siagwa team was 6. If they were in Group A, they might be on the verge of promotion. The scene once again cut to the Siagwa team's game. Just now, The sound of the French team's boats attracted the Siagwa team, but they drove directly over. The Siagwa team did not waste bullets. It has relatively few resources, and the distance is relatively far. But the French team and the Finnish team collided at sea. The camera cuts to a panoramic view, for both saw each other on the sea.
Take a look. It seems like the Finnish team is closer to the shore,
Joy said, because the shore where the Sia national team was not allowed to go. There was only one place for them to get ashore. The Finnish team ignored the French team and rushed directly to the shore. The French team had no choice but to forcefully continue the transfer, targeting Port N. Although it is a large circle and still outside the poison, it is still better than directly destroying the group. Chapter 681. One after another they are eliminated.
The French team has no choice but to go to Port N. Let's see which side of the second safe zone it lands on,
Joy said. This circle is very critical for the teams at East and West Bridge. However, the Siagwa team's commentator hopes that the circle will be higher and higher, which will help the Siagwa team take a further step. Although the Siagwa team currently has rifles, they don't have many bullets. One person carries a UMP-9 on his back. This is also the first game that Joe Lilly does not have a Kar 98K in hand. This is the resource situation in the last game. In this circle, the Siagwa team was not in a hurry to get on the bus and transfer. In the second circle, and there were a large number of teams on the East-West Bridge, no matter how this circle turned out, there would not be a lot of pressure on the Siagwa team.
Okay, the second safe zone has been refreshed. It's a circle to the northeast. In this case, although the Siagwa team's housing area is still within the circle, it is already on the southwest circle. If nothing else happens, the Siagwa team will choose the mountains on the right side of the airport. But they may encounter other teams,
Joy analyzed. Sure enough, Team Sia drove straight into the circle. The Finnish team watched the Siagwa team go up the mountain, because it was a life and death battle, and they would go home if they lost. The Finnish team also played very cautiously. They would not choose to attack rashly when they were not sure, which also caused them to miss a good opportunity to go up the mountain. There was no one on this hilltop. After the Siagwa team went up the mountain to observe, they found that there was no one at the satellite station on a hillside on the right side of the airport in the center of the circle. So all members went straight in. There are too many things that can happen in the last set. Team Siagwa still tries its best to play a more conservative tactic and steadily get to the top 8.
There shouldn't be anything interesting to see on the Siagwa team's side, unless there is a team that can't think of a way to force a charge. But I guess no one would choose in front of such a life and death battle,
Joy said. This central satellite station is undoubtedly the best location in the circle.
In this way, the West Bridge team has to leave, and the Russian team did not gain any kills in this set. It just delayed the entry route of the following team.
The Russian team moved, but still only moved a distance of about 200 meters, entering the white circle and continuing to block the enemies outside the circle.
The Russian team obviously relaxed and played casually in this set. They have already locked in a promotion spot in the winner's bracket. Under normal circumstances, the Russian team will definitely advance from the mountains on the north side of the airport island all the way to the center of the circle.
The Siagwa team's coaching staff also did a lot of research on the Russian team's route into the circle. For the Russian team, this set didn't mean much to them. The British team at the West Bridge saw the Russian team moving and crossed the bridge directly. Scum was very smart. He guessed that the Russian team might be blocking them at the edge of the circle, so he drove directly to the west, bypassing the Russian team.
There is also a team on the west side of here,
Joy shouted. The British team rushed directly in front of the Bulgarian team without a car. 2 people were swept down in an instant. Countless British team fans not only covered their eyes. If the team is wiped out here, they may be eliminated from the group directly. Scum didn't hesitate at all. Drive directly into the safe zone, with sparks and lightning all the way. All 3 teammates of the British team were killed, and Scum rushed into the airport island and became the ignition of the British team's hope.
Okay, here the British team entered the airport island alone, but the Bulgarian team got 3 heads.
Joy is not very concerned about the situation of the British team. The Bulgarian team, the direct competitor of the Sion national team, got 3 kills. This is a very important message. The Japanese team in Dongqiao played very beautifully in this set. After successfully blocking the bridge, go directly to the mountains on the left side of the East Bridge. Start setting up a sea swimming team. When the camera is shown to the Japanese team again, the number of heads has reached 10. All Japanese fans seem to see the hope of a Jedi counterattack. All 4 members of the Chilean team were killed on the shore. There are 12 teams on the field. such as the battle in the airport circle.
In this way, the Chilean team should have left the Olympics.
Every time a team leaves the Olympics, the camera will show them. Chile, the strong South American team, has been eliminated. The 4 Chilean team members lowered their heads, not daring to face this fact. Before the game, the Chilean people had very high expectations for them and hoped that they would reach the finals. But the reality was cruel. They gave the country and people a poor performance.
This shot is cruel, but this is competitive sports.
5,400 side. In competitive sports, there are always winners and losers. Mao Xiaomao recorded the information of each team in his mind. To be honest, since they occupied this satellite building, the difficulty of the top 8 is not very high. Now the main thing is to prevent the Bulgarian team from catching up. If necessary, the Siagwa team can even drag the Bulgarian team to death themselves. Of course, these are all choices in the game. Among the teams that have been eliminated now, the Italian team has no worries about advancing. But it is a matter of the winner and loser group. While the Greek, Brunei and Chile teams are also ranked at the bottom. And some of the popular teams are still fighting to the death. After the Siagwa team entered the circle, the Finnish team also chose to go up the mountain and observe the position of the Siagwa team. The French team, which was driven to port in, also chose the east to enter the circle without encountering much trouble. The second safe zone begins to refresh. A small battle breaks out again on the west side. Cut to the west. A battle between Estonia and Portugal. The Portuguese team chose a tactic of entering the circle late. To be on the safe side, they took poison and sailed. When they went up the mountain to enter the circle, they still encountered the Estonian team.
The Estonian team has a terrain advantage. Let's see if we can take advantage of it,
Msjoy said. The Estonian team's performance in this game is also very average. Whenever the camera shows them, they are almost wiped out by the team. Their current score is also third from the bottom. Unless there is a miracle, there is basically no hope of advancing. The Portuguese team's nervousness also eased after the Italian team was wiped out. As expected, for people rushed forward. The last plate of chicken was in perfect condition. In a head-on battle, even when the opponent has no cover, the Estonian team is still at an obvious disadvantage. In the first wave, 1 for 2, 2 people fell to the ground. Although a few mines delayed the enemy's movement, they did not have much effect. A wave of 0 for 4 completely destroyed the team. In this way, the Estonian team also became the 4th team in Group A to be eliminated. Chapter 682, Sudden Deaths One After Another.
It's a pity here that the Estonian team also left this venue. This is equivalent to saying that except for the Japanese team, the relatively weak teams have been eliminated. PUBG is still a game where the strong will always be strong. Yes.
Several teams are now eliminated. Estonia is 14th. Brunei is 16th. Chile is 12th. And Greece is 13th, which is basically the same as their position in the standings. And the Japanese team here is a special team. After defeating 3 teams, the momentum of the Japanese team seems to have reached its highest point. Head count 12. If we eat chicken with this number of heads, it may be a chicken game with close to 20 heads. There is so much to watch in the game now. One is the battle for the top 4, mainly between the Siagwa team and the Bulgarian team. One is the battle for the top 8, with 5 teams ranked 7 to 11 all competing for these 3 spots. There is another team that is currently ranked second to last, the Japanese team. Everyone likes to see miracles happen, including fans of Siagwa team, who also look forward to the Japanese team performing the Japanese miracle.
Okay, in the third circle, Team Siagwa shouldn't have to make any moves.
Before the third circle was finished, Mjoy said, now Siagwa team's satellite station. Even if it reaches the edge of the circle, it is an invincible shooting position, and there is no need to make an immediate transfer. The third safe zone is refreshed. The eyes of all teams are focused on the big map.
It's a concentric circle. No problem.
The third safe zone is still a regular concentric circle, which does not seem to be very large. The only team that needs to make large-scale transfers is Portugal. The game also entered a normal rhythm after the 5 teams were wiped out. There will be no large-scale battles in the third circle. Normally, there are a lot of teams in the attrition circle. There are only 11 teams in this set, and there are not many players. So the space in the circle will be very large.
Scum is feeling more uncomfortable now. He can't leave the airport. But there is a high probability that the next circle of the airport will not be in the safe zone. Although the British team is still in the top 8 in the standings. Annihilating the team at this time is undoubtedly a death sentence. Let's see what Scum will choose.
The third safety zone was also very calm, and Scum did not choose to risk leaving the airport. The Siagwa team also collected similar information. There was a team at the target shooting satellite station at the highest point above, and then the Finnish team behind them also saw it. However, neither of these two teams poses any threat to them. With the terrain of the satellite station, there should be no team that can't think of a strong attack until the finals. The Portuguese team also entered the third circle quite steadily. Without knowing the information in the circle, they made a big circle and entered the airport island from the west. It can be seen that the Portuguese team still wants to secure a good place to advance to tomorrow's winners group match, although they now have a 99% probability of qualifying. No one dares to joke about that 1%. There are miracles in esports.
It's a very calm lap here, and the refresh on the fourth lap is very interesting.
The fourth circle, also known as the attrition circle. Although people are lost faster in this round, the handling of the fourth circle is still the top priority.
Take a look. Wow. Team Sia's Destiny Circle.
Swipe this circle. All Siagwa team fans jumped up. In the most critical last round, the most critical circle, a corner-cut circle on the east side was drawn. In this way, Siagwa team's satellite building is in the center of the circle. The more correct you are, the more correct you will be.
This circle has so many benefits. Not only does this circle not need to be moved, but the next circle also does not need to be moved.
It's easy to analyze. The team in the center of the circle, no matter how hard it is in the next circle and cuts again, at most it will change from the center of the circle to the edge of the circle, and will not be directly kicked out. By the time the fifth and sixth circles become the edge of the circle, it actually doesn't matter anymore. Msjoy has said many times before that what is the Destiny Circle in professional competitions? The first four circles are centered in the circle to reduce transfer. In the fifth and sixth circles, brush the edge of the circle to clear the team behind you and prevent a flanking attack. The seventh to ninth circle brushes the Destiny cut corner. This is the true meaning of the Destiny Circle. The camera switches again. The Bulgarian team actually competed with the Russian team in the west for the same spot in the circle.
The Bulgarian team is going to meet the Russian team.
Msjoy just finished speaking. The Bulgarian team was knocked down by one player. Huge gap in frontal strength. If there's a team in the top few that has better luck, then this team must be the Bulgarian team. They have 2 consecutive chickens and are currently ranked 6th. But this does not mean that their frontal strength is very strong. I'm afraid even they themselves are so confident that they have some illusions. In one confrontation, one member of the Bulgarian team was directly knocked down. Russian team. This information was instantly captured by the Bulgarian team. In fact, before they start the game, they should think about which of the remaining 9 teams can win, even though they know that the Japanese team is not nearby. And they luckily encountered the Russian team, the world's top frontal strength. Siagwa team's commentators and fans were all excited. The development of the game continues to exceed Siagwa's expectations. The members of the Bulgarian team are helpless. The front is indeed no match for the Russian team. One after another fell to the ground. Russ_Shade1 used AKM to kill Bul_Bankai with a headshot. Russ_Shade1 used AKM to kill Bul_SK with a headshot. Team Bulgaria. The group is destroyed.
Pretty. Shade 1's 2 consecutive headshots here directly wiped out the Bulgarian team.
Msjoy also found it a bit funny. Before the game, both teams were enemies. But once the fight started, Siagwa team's Destiny Circle didn't need to be moved, and the direct competitors died suddenly one after another. Now the Bulgarian team is in 6th place, and the point difference from 7.8.9 is not very big. In this set, they are only 10th, including the previous 3 kills. The total is 190 points. This score is not very safe. When Team Sia saw the news that the Bulgarian team was wiped out, they couldn't help but laugh. Real opponents are killed suddenly one after another.
Fight hard and don't relax,
Mao Xiaomo reminded. There are now 10 teams on the field. As long as the Siagwa team gets to the top 8, it can get more than 180 ranking points. Even the point difference with the Italian team, and advance to the top 4. And this difficulty, with the help of this circle, is as easy as eating and drinking.
The Finnish team here is going up the mountain from the right. This way, Siagwa team will have less pressure.
It's easy to say. The only Finnish team that could attack the Sia national team's room did not choose to rush in, but chose to go around the mountain top of the Icelandic team. 2 teams competing for a spot in the group stage have a direct conversation. The Icelandic team is actually a very respectable team. The country has a sparse population. No matter which sport they play, They have the sportsmanship to never give up. The Finnish team went up the mountain with the determination to defeat their opponents. The Russian team had just defeated Bulgaria. They were completely convinced that this team was not the Russian team. Even the Siagwa team has the confidence to fight. The Iceland team has also been looking at the situation behind them, and saw the Finnish team members for the first time. The members of the Icelandic team were relatively scattered, and did not fight at the first moment. But everyone came closer.
A wave of 4v4. Iceland's team beats the mountain.
It stands to reason that the Icelandic team on the mountain has a relatively large advantage. But it is hard to say. In the previous rounds of firefights, the side with the advantageous terrain lost. The huge gap in frontal strength is more important than the advantageous terrain. But the Icelandic team communicated very well in the first wave. A wave of fire. 4 people found the location at the same time. This is the vantage point of the mountain. The Finnish team also responded very quickly. The moment the Icelandic team attacks them, just choose to shoot on the spot. Duh.
A wave of 2 for 2. Iceland has a chance.
Mstoy shouted. It's basically a battle where who loses and who goes home. The Icelandic team played very well in the first wave. The 2 remaining members of the team still have half health, while the 2 members of the Finnish team still have half health. However, there were obviously some mistakes in communication. And to be conservative, 2 members of the Icelandic team chose to use medicine. If the information is in place, you can just pull it out and continue. The 2 brothers from the Finnish team also took this opportunity to stick to the foot of the mountain.
Does the Icelandic team still want to save people? It's a bit overwhelming,
Mstoy said. Here, after the Finnish team took the medicine, the 2 of them jumped right in. In this case, the Icelandic team can only say that they did not show their tactical prowess. They beat people from the top of the mountain and knocked down people. You either directly pulled them out to fight, or you directly rescued your teammates. When your teammates rescued them, it was 4 on 2. Even if it was 4 residual health is better than 2 full health. The difference between 4 guns and 2 guns. The Icelandic team made the worst choice and pulled the Finnish team up from the edge of the cliff, and then let themselves fall into the cliff. 2 members of the Finnish team rushed directly up the cliff. 2 members of the Icelandic team had just rescued their teammates, but they didn't even have time to pick up the guns. As expected, Sambi rushed up and fired, knocked down 3 of them directly. A moment. The situation is reversed. Finnish team 2 versus 1.
The Finnish team jumped right in. Is the Icelandic team leading the Olympics?
A firefight. The whole audience cheered. Finland defeats Iceland as the #1 team in the world. The Finnish team did not let this upset happen here. A perfect team battle of 0 for 4. At the same time, the Portuguese team also eliminated Scum, the lone wolf of the British team. The British team and the Icelandic team were wiped out almost at the same time. Siagwa team entered the top 8. Chapter 683, locking in the winner's group spot.
Okay. In this way, Siagwa team has locked up a spot in the winner's group. Now the Siagwa team and the Italian team should have the same score. But the Siagwa team's head count is ahead of the Italian team. Congratulations to the Siagwa team for successfully advancing to the victory, even though the team's condition is not very good. Team!
5,400 shouted. All Siagwa team fans clenched their fists and breathed a sigh of relief. No one expected that the first day of competition would be so difficult.
Let's finish the game first. The destruction of the British team and the Icelandic team also left the suspense of the top 8 until the last minute. Yes, the British team has a high probability of being eliminated with this point. The 7th-placed Iceland team will still be on the verge of elimination depending on the attitude of other teams.
Mstoy is right. In this format, 9th and 10th place each have 170,160 points, and 6th place only has 200 points. If the results of the Finnish team and other direct competitors are not very good, the Iceland team still has hope of advancing.
Okay, now let's take a look at the game status of each team on the field. Team Siagwa, fully staffed. In the center, locked in the top 4. The Russian team, in the northwest circle, is fully staffed and locked in the top 4. The Portuguese team is at the airport island, fully staffed, locked in the top 4. Team Norway, in the northern circle, fully equipped, locked in the top 4. The French team, 3 people in the northern circle, competing for the top 8. Polish team, 2 people at the northern circle, competing for the top 8. The Finnish team, in the mountains surrounding the eastern circle, is fully staffed and competing for the top 8. The Japanese team, full of people from the mountains surrounding the northeastern circle, competes for the top 8.
Currently, the top 4 teams on the field are still on the field. But this game is no longer particularly important to them. For teams have locked in the top 4. And the fierce competition is still for the top 8. Because the scores of the teams ranked 6 to 11 are very complicated. And there is a point difference between each team. So the situation of each team is different. The key is that after the 5th game, the teams ranked 6 to 8, Bulgaria, Iceland, and the United Kingdom, were all eliminated from this game. In other words, our eyes must be on the other 4 teams competing for the top 8.
Now for the Japanese team, the Finnish team, and the Polish team.
They should all get very good results before they can enter the top 8. The point difference between the French team and the British team is not big now. But if they don't get high scores, if the teams behind them get high scores, they may not be able to advance safely. Even the current 6th place Bulgarian team is in danger of being eliminated.
The situation in the top 4 is clear, but the top 8 is still confusing. The game continued, and the Finnish team finally pulled itself back from the edge of the cliff after defeating the Icelandic team.
Circle 5. Take a look.
The Siogwa team successfully advanced to the upper bracket, and the Siogwa team's commentators also felt a lot more relaxed. The Siogwa team's trip to the group stage was not smooth. They were once on the verge of elimination, and so far, they have not scored a chicken in 5 games. But fortunately, Mao Xiaoma still played steadily and successfully stabilized the situation, scoring enough points in several sets. Mao Xiaoma is so smart. When the Finnish team defeated Iceland and the British team was cleared of the lone wolf, they knew that the Siogwa team had achieved their pre-match goal. However, under this performance, they were just relieved and not overly happy. The refresh rate of the 5th circle is the smallest circle, but a western corner is refreshed.
It's a western cutaway circle. Will the Finnish team choose to attack the Sion national team satellite building?
It's easy to say. In this circle, the Japanese team, Norway, France, and Finland are not in the safe zone. The satellite building where the Siogwa team is located is now almost on the southeast side of the circle. The Finnish team has only 2 choices. One is to cross the road and join the battle in the north. Another one is to wash away the Siogwa team's satellite building. Both are extremely dangerous. Mao Xiaoma saw the circle and said,
"The Finnish team will not go to our side. We should still be able to stabilize for one circle. In the next circle, we can go directly from below."
Msjoy also gave reasons for Mao Xiaoma's judgment.
In this circle, the Finnish team should not choose to conflict with the Siogwa team. Look at the safe zone. The Siogwa team's area is only about 30%, which means that in the next circle, there is a high probability that it will be in the north and in the mountains to the northwest. The Finnish team crossed the road directly. There was no danger, and the Siogwa team couldn't deal with them on the hillside. A transfer once and for all requires high judgment and front-facing of the situation.
Msjoy said, the Finnish team really moved down the mountain. The first time he crossed the road was by the edge of the circle, and he came to the north side of the road. If he wanted to enter this circle, he could only go up the mountain and hit his way in. However, for the current Finnish team, there was nothing to worry about. Just hit it, and it was over. Put yourself to death and live again. The safe area begins to refresh. As expected, no one came from the Siogwa team. The Portuguese and Russian teams in the Western Circle also played very aggressively. When I see someone, I rush up to him.
The 5 teams in the Northern Circle haven't started fighting yet. These 2 teams started fighting.
Msjoy Kanzuya laughed. The 5 teams on the Northern Circle were grinding away. But it was the Russian team and the Portuguese team here who took the lead in the exchange of fire.
There's nothing we can do about it. These 2 teams are both teams without points pressure.
After saying 5,400, the 2 teams rushed forward without any tactics. A wave of guns. The Portuguese team has never been a particularly reckless team, but this time they played very aggressively. Shade 1 also rarely lost to his opponent in a gun duel. 2 gun heads were knocked down directly. Then the Portuguese team pulled the trigger and prepared to beat the Russian team. But what they didn't expect was that a member of Siogwa's team from far away on the other side could hit their back. When they were sure that the Finnish team was not behind them, the Siogwa team fired at the Portuguese team with all their strength.
When the Portuguese team was avoiding the firepower of the Siogwa team, the Russian team also rushed forward. Even though it's far away, Siogwa's shooting percentage is still very high. The Portuguese team's numerical advantage was completely destroyed. But he still knocked down 2 people from the Russian team and made up for it easily, as Flamey killed the last Portuguese player. The Russian team also completed a wave of 2 for 4.
Okay, the Portuguese team here was wiped out, but it didn't have a big impact on the situation. We still need to take a look at the situation around the Northern Circle.
Chapter 684. The biggest comeback in history? Among the 5 teams in the Northern Circle, except for the Norwegian team, which has a more relaxed mentality, the other 4 teams are in a life or death battle. Maybe if the group is wiped out, we can go home directly. In this case, it depends on which team can come out. In the previous games, these teams would not have been so cautious. In this game, the gap between the top 5 scores and the 6th place score is still very large. The more life or death it is, the more they want to qualify. After the Japanese team got 12 heads, they also saw hope of advancing. People are like this. When there is a glimmer of hope, you will give it a try. But when you really see the light, you will be cautious.
Oh shit! Fight!
There were 2 teams shouting this sentence at the same time. Team Japan and Team Finland. The 2 teams rushed towards their respective enemies at the same time.
Both the Polish and French teams are not very well organized. This wave of Japanese and Finnish teams have a great chance,
Mjoy said. One side is 4 against 2. The other is 4 against 3. The Norwegian team also heard gunshots from both sides at the same time. He also decisively joined in. A free-for-all between 5 teams. Dazzling knockdown. Make up. In an instant, the Polish team was wiped out. The news that the Polish team was wiped out appeared on the screen. The Polish team, currently ranked 11th in the standings, has no hope of advancing. And its journey to the Olympics has also come to an end. In addition to blaming bad luck and being drawn into the death group, I can only blame my own lack of strength. The last member of the French team also looked desperately at the 4 Japanese team members, who rushed over. 9th in the standings. The group was wiped out.
Oops! The French team here is also destroyed. With their current point situation, they should still be in 9th place. Just 1 place away. The French team scored 6th. 200 points. If it can reach 5th, 250 points should be able to rise to the 8th position.
One team after another was wiped out. In addition to the thrilling teams on the court, the teams off the court were also nervously looking at the screen. The British team and the Icelandic team are not very safe now, after the French and Polish teams were wiped out and did not make the top 8. The Bulgarian team, currently ranked 6th in the standings, should have successfully qualified. The Icelandic team and the British team were still looking at the screen nervously. Logically speaking, the Iceland team has a very high probability of qualifying, because both the Japanese team and the Finnish team must achieve very good results to advance to the top 8. Unless Japan is first and Finland is second, they will be eliminated. There are only 5 teams left, which is already very dangerous for the British team. Just when everyone's focus is on the northern mountains, 2 kill messages also popped up in the upper right corner. CHN_211 used M416 to kill Russ_Shade1. CHN_MC used AKM to kill Russ_Flamey.
Oh, I haven't noticed yet. But Siagwa's team also went up the mountain directly from the south. Clear out the remaining Russian troops.
Because Siagwa's team has already qualified. Even Siagwa's own OB perspective was not given to Siagwa's team.
It can be seen that the Sion national team is still very serious in this set,
Mjoy said. Although the Portuguese team and the Russian team played aggressively and had a relaxed mentality, the Siagwa team still played the last set meticulously. This is an attitude. New save zone refreshed. The fighting in the north is still fierce here. The Norwegian team originally wanted to steal the Finnish teams back, but the battle on the Finnish team ended very quickly. And Jimby also turned around and discovered the Norwegian team members.
The Finnish team here is in great shape,
Mjoy shouted. Even if the regiment destroyed France, they didn't lose any blood. On the contrary, it is the Norwegian team, eager to steal the Finnish teams back. And now it is in the middle of the slope. Very awkward position. Until now, all teams must have subconscious reactions and don't have much time to think. Circle 6. It feels like the winner will be decided immediately. The moment when the Finnish team and the Norwegian team played against each other. Team Siagwa silently held down the edge of the next circle. And the Japanese team wants to be fishermen. The Japanese team also got 14 heads in this set. But it doesn't seem to be enough. To be honest with these 14 heads, the Japanese team did not encounter too strong frontal resistance. Their own ammunition is almost exhausted. Almost to the point of running out of ammunition and food. But that's what makes it so awe-inspiring. The two brothers Jimby and Samby are indeed two big-hearted players who have participated in countless world competitions. Two wings. Knock down Rain and James directly. In this kind of close-range gunfight, whoever wins is just a split second.
The Japanese team is going to rush here too. The medicine is not even full. But if you don't rush, you have no chance.
The head-on battle between the Finnish team and the Norwegian team became one-sided due to the difference in terrain. The Japanese team seized this opportunity. The Finnish team was attacked front and back. Countless people stared nervously at the screen. Under such high pressure, the players of the Finnish team made mistakes. When I turned back to suppress the Japanese team members, I made a huge mistake with my gun. A sideways attack didn't kill him. Instead, he was killed by 3 shots from the Japanese team members, who reacted.
The Finnish team needs to hit one side quickly. Time is running out,
Mjoy suggested. Fortunately, Samby still maintains a very cool head. The two contestants who were still alive rushed down the slope. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Head-on firefight. A wave of 2v2 between the Norwegian team and the Finnish team.
This wave? Pretty. Samby just moved in.
FIN_Samby used AKM to kill Nor_8C with a headshot. FIN_Samby used AKM to kill Nor_Ultrastar with a headshot. The Norwegian team was destroyed. But the last 2 players of the Finnish team were also beaten to residual health. The Japanese team rushed forward. They knocked down these 2 players from the Finnish team. So they don't have to rush to make up for it. As long as they wipe out the Finnish team, all the heads will be theirs. The 2 brothers from the Finnish team really have nothing to do until now. The Japanese team is 4-on-2. But they still have some health left. Samby shot a headshot the moment the Japanese team showed up, but was also killed later. The Finnish team is destroyed. 11 kills third.
Okay. The Finnish team here is wiped out. I don't know if they have enough points. Look at the real-time standings.
After the Finnish team was wiped out, they looked directly at the real-time standings in front of them. Also looking at the standings are the Icelandic team and the British team. Their scores updated. 460 points in a single game. Ranking refreshed. Olympic PUBG Group A standings. 1 frowny face Rus/Russia. 8 FIN/Finland, total 1120. 9 GBR/UK, total 1110.
Wow!
It's not just Siagwa's commentary booth. At the scene, people all over the world screamed in surprise. The Finnish team actually scored 10 points, surpassing the British team by 10 points. Came to the 8th position. All the GB players and fans looked at the standings in disbelief. They were eliminated. The team is out.
It's so exciting!
Mjoy shouted excitedly. Surviving teams on the field, 2. Number of survivors on the field, 8. There are only 2 teams left. Siagwa team and Japanese team.
This means that the British team is eliminated from the group. Finland is ranked 8th. Let's take a look at the points of the Japanese team. Let me do the math. After 5 games, they have 410 points. And now they have 18 heads. If they win chicken, they will get 22 heads. Adding the ranking points, it should be 720 points in a single game, which adds up to 1130 points.
Mjoy's calculation made everyone's skin crawl. If you say so, as long as the Japanese team eats chicken, they'll be overtaking a bunch of teams, including the UK and Finland. Even if you realize it later, everyone should know about this point situation. On the field, the 4 players from the Icelandic team were overjoyed. Hug each other. Even in the lower bracket. This is a historic breakthrough for Icelandic esports. They are now in 7th place. Even if the Japanese team loses, they are still in 7th place and have been confirmed to be in the top 8. The Japanese people are also very excited. The last set, as long as they eat chicken, they can complete the biggest comeback in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The last wave of 4v4, although the Siagwa team is within the circle. Judging from the terrain, the Siagwa team does not have much advantage.
I don't know if the Siagwa team knows the Japanese team's point status now.
Mjoy smiled. The biggest comeback in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This gimmick. TSK. The answer is I don't know. The Siagwa team just wanted to win the first place in the Olympics. After confirming that the team entered the winner group, the Siagwa team no longer paid attention to the point situation. The members of the Finnish team were also staring at the screen of the Siagwa team. The 2 brothers Jimby and Samby begged Malxiamo 10,000 times in their hearts, because the safety zone has just been refreshed. The Japanese team members still have enough time to rectify. Forget it. Count the points. Excited to discover how to eat chicken. Then they can overtake a large number of teams and enter the top 8. Now with 18 heads in hand, the members of the Japanese team took a deep breath. The bullets, smoke, and thunder were almost gone. Fortunately, the Norwegian team, which had not experienced much fighting, gave them enough supplies. This should be the first 4v4 head-to-head confrontation between the Seoul national team and the Japanese team in the Olympics. And the outcome of this battle is related to the fate of the two countries.
Okay, the Japanese team here is in order.
Mstoy is also very excited. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, today's game will definitely be a blood-soaked day, full of drama and twists. Fight for the top 4. Fight for the top 8. All very exciting. Chapter 685. The miracle did not happen.
The Japanese team can only charge head-on in this circle. If they observe carefully here, they should be able to know that the team on the mountain is a full formation.
It's easy to say. The level of Japanese esports has never been high. But seeing the miraculous story of a team going from second to last and hoping to advance in just one game is still full of expectations. The members of the Seogwa team were very calm. To be honest, no team can be afraid of the Japanese team on this venue. Countless pairs of eyes are watching this arena.
Seogwa team should have a psychological advantage.
5,400 said. The situation of the Seogwa team is different from that of the Japanese team. Even if the Seogwa team cannot eat the chicken, it will not affect their promotion. But here the Japanese team is in a life and death battle.
Okay, the Japanese team chose to spread smoke. They want to shorten the front.
Mstoy exclaimed. The Japanese team's thinking is very clear. In terms of guns, there is a high probability that they will not be able to defeat any team on the field. But PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is more than just a gun-fighting game. Just make your opponent fall. Seogwa's team saw countless cigarettes coming towards them. And they also started to win prizes. This type has more mines. See if you can blow up 1 or 2 in advance to give your team an advantage before the battle. Unfortunately, after the grenade explosion rate has been changed, it is impossible to throw a sea of grenades. And the smoke will fill the air. All members of the Japanese team touched it from the right side.
The Japanese team here is fighting hard. Break through one side. Seogwa team's steps are hidden in the smoke. Seogwa team's Mao Xiaomo is on the left. Take a look.
Mstoy shouted excitedly. There is absolutely no problem with this choice of the Japanese team. Let's see how Mao Xiaomo in the smoke will make his first choice. The Japanese team is very fast. Because of the smoke cover, they will not be attacked by the Seogwa team immediately. But if the pace slows down and the enemies in the smoke hear the Japanese team's footsteps, the situation is likely to change again.
Now the Seogwa team's formation and the Japanese team's formation have undergone some changes. Wang Hao, pull toward the back. In this way, no matter how the Japanese team rushes, he should be able to help his teammates immediately. The Japanese team's formation is very beautiful. Look at it.
The Japanese team is also a team whose tactics are greater than their marksmanship. The 4 people did not choose to break through the circle. Instead, he chose to force his way from the poisonous side into the circle. If the camera shows Mao Xiaomo, everyone will find that his eyes have been completely closed. There is no vision in the smoke. So closing your eyes can help you focus more. The entire competition room was silent. It doesn't look like the communication between the finals teams at all. Sudden, Mao Xiaomo heard the subtle footsteps. Eyes suddenly opened. Eyes as bright as fire.
On my side. 4. Pull.
This distance. When Mstoy and Yehao both had doubts on their faces, the Seogwa team launched a siege.
Has Team Seoul discovered the Japanese team? It should have been discovered. Although I don't know how it was discovered. The Seoul national team is going to be surrounded.
There must be a direct difference between the sound heard by the commentator and the sound heard in the players' headphones. Even the Finnish team in the OB Summer national team did not hear it. However, Mao Xiaomo confidently pulled down the mountain where the poison was being purged. The remaining 3 people also opened the bags left and right and went over. The Japanese team climbed over the hill. The 4 of them kept a certain distance and remained motionless, waiting for Seogwa's team to make mistakes or reveal their steps. But what they didn't expect was that it was their waiting that gave Team Seoul the opportunity to pull the trigger. If it is in TPP mode, the Japanese team can see the Seogwa team's lateral movement through the slope. But in this tense FPP life and death battle, the Japanese team would never dare to poke their heads in. If they were discovered by the Seogwa team, they would not be able to attack this position even with their numerical advantage. You can only wait for the opportunity. Kill 1 to 2 people in seconds. And then look for opportunities. This is an unexpected tactic. The only pity is that Mao Xiaomo's hearing is too keen. Just when the Japanese team is constantly communicating and preparing for the next strategy, the smoke dissipates. 2 thunderbolts were thrown directly over. At the same time, footsteps on the right suddenly sounded. Boom, boom, boom. CHN_45 AI used a frag grenade to knock down JPN_Q.
This thunder. What a pity! Only one was blown down. The Japanese team seems to be a little panicked.
Xiaogua team has a huge advantage. Mao Xiaomo rushed up directly from the flank of the Japanese team. At the same time, Zhou Lili set up a gun from the far end, and Wang Hao and MC were also pushing forward, exerting pressure. Xiaogua's team's cooperation is perfect. The members of the Japanese team shouted in the competition room. They know the importance of this battle to them. But there are pressures from several directions at the same time. Based on the Japanese team's game experience, it is difficult to handle it perfectly. Kaiser just pulled him out to put some positive pressure. But Wang Hao, MC, and Zhou Lili were taken away with 1 shot each. CHN_211 used SKS to knock down JPN_Kaiser with a headshot.
2 of them. 2 more.
In this battle, the Xiaogua team's communication process only consisted of a few words. Mao Xiaomo glanced at Wang Hao's screen and rushed forward. At this distance, even if he falls to the ground, it will not have much impact, giving MC and Wang Hao time to rush up. The Japanese team is here. There were constant screams and shouts.
Front! Front! We're getting closer. Someone is coming from the side. Hit the side first. Ah! There's someone fighting from the front. I'm down. Don't save me. Hit me first. Side. Side.
The more nervous the team becomes, the more panicked the team becomes when they encounter a desperate situation. Mao Xiaomo rushed up and confronted Oink directly, shooting while squatting against the turf. In an instant, Oink was beaten to the lowest level of blood. But 2 members of the Japanese team decided to clear the side first. He rushed out directly. Mao Xiaomo killed Oink with 1 shot and then instantly pulled the gun on another enemy. At this critical moment, the Japanese team finally made a mistake in marksmanship. In this tense life-and-death battle, the Japanese team, the Finnish team, and the French team all made mistakes to varying degrees. The huge pressure this kind of competition puts on the players directly leads to technical deformation. When the members of the Japanese team fired, their hearts nearly jumped out. How is it possible to hold the gun steady? Mao Xiaomo, calm down and kill 1 person, and then directly pull the gun on the other person. Extremely quick kill. Complete the double kill. CHN_MO used an M16A4 to kill JPN_Oink with a headshot. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill JPN_A with a headshot.
Pretty! Xiaogua's team will destroy Japan. Won the 6th game.
Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CHN.
This is also the Xiaogua team's first win in the Olympics. Although it came a little later than we expected. But this is only the group stage. There will be the knockout round of the winners group and the finals later. The game! It's just begun. Yes. It's a pity that the Japanese team here didn't complete an epic comeback. But even so, it's an honor for them to lose. I started a desperate counterattack in an almost desperate situation in the last set. Although I fell short in the end. But it is still worthy of respect.
Several Xi'an national team commentators shouted excitedly. It was just a simple game of chicken. But it was of great significance to the Xiaogua team and Xiaogua Esports. Mjoy and all the commentators did not expect that they would be so excited when Xiaogua team was competing on the field. Perhaps it was because they had witnessed Xiaogua team's struggles and difficulties in the game. The camera is on the playing field. The expressions of each team are different. Live music starts. It also means that all the games in the death group of Group A of the Olympic Games group stage are over. The 4 members of the Xiaogua team were much calmer than everyone expected. After eating chicken, they all breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, high-fived and chatted. For members of the Icelandic team hugged each other and cried. The Finnish team passed the test in a thrilling manner and chatted with each other with smiles on their faces. The eliminated teams all looked gloomy. For members of the Japanese team fell from heaven to H.L. Somewhat unacceptable. I leaned over the computer desk. This is how esports is. There are winners and there are losers. There can never be all winners.
Okay, let's take a look at the standings after the last game,
Mjoy said. Olympic PUBG Group A standings. 1. Russia R1, 530, R2, 450, R3, 470, R4, 320, R5, 430, R6, 290, total, 2490. 2. CHN/Siagua, R1, 10, R2, 510, R3, 340, R4, 240, R5, 490, R6, 560, total, 2150. 3. Norway, R1, 170, R2, 630, R3, 270, R4, 500, R5, 240, R6, 260, total, 2070. 4. POR/Portugal, R1, 270, R2, 260, R3, 330, R4, 430, R5, 540, R6, 190, total, 2020. 5. ITA/Italy, R1, 670, R2, 220, R3, 380, R4, 320, R5, 170, R6, 10, total, 1770. 6. BUL/Bulgaria. 7. Frowny Face ISL/Iceland. 8. Finland. Chapter 686. Orange-Red Responsibility and Glory.
Okay. At this point, the group matches of Group A of the Olympic PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds event are all over. The Siagua team successfully rose to second place by winning the last set and successfully advanced to tomorrow's winners group match. But don't take this ranking too seriously,
Joy said. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that in the last set, strong teams such as Portugal, Norway, and Russia obviously did not rush to win the chicken. Although the Siagua team won the chicken, everyone is happy. But we must also face this fact.
In this way, the top 4 teams in Group A are Russia, Siagua, Portugal, and Norway. They will compete in the winners bracket tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the evening Beijing time. With the top 4 of Groups B, C, and D, the Italian team, Bulgarian team, Iceland, and Finland will also compete in the loser group at the same time tomorrow. As for the remaining 8 teams, we can only regretfully say goodbye to the Olympics,
Joy said. No one thought before the game that the British team and the French team would be eliminated from the group. In the British and French formations, there are Scum and Shiv, the top players in the world today. They are all faces that everyone is familiar with. If the group is eliminated, it can only be blamed on its own lack of strength. Even though everyone had imagined the cruelty of Group A before the game, they didn't expect it to turn out like this. Finland, the world's #1 team, advanced in a thrilling way and was almost eliminated from the group. If it was really eliminated, it might become a big joke. The game is like this. There will definitely be teams with good luck, such as Bulgaria and Iceland. And there will definitely be teams with very strong physical strength, such as the Russian team and the Norwegian team. If you want to break through in such a game, you can only win. Do your best. Obviously, neither Britain nor France did it. In a cruel competition of this level, if you don't use your full strength, the outcome can be imagined. In the group stage, whether it is Norway, Siagua or Russia, everyone is 100% dedicated, which is also a good thing about esports. In other sports, the group stage and qualifiers do not require all-out efforts, whether it is football, basketball or even sprinting. But esports is not good if you relax. Whether it is PUBG, LOL or Dota 2, you are in danger of being eliminated directly.
Okay, take a short break. After the commercial, there will be a post-match interview session with the Sion national team.
After that, the live broadcast screen switched to the advertisement. This is also a live broadcast that is different from the past, because so many young people are paying attention to online live broadcasts. As a big social media, it will definitely attract a large number of advertisers. Mao Xiaomo high-fived his teammates. On the field, Wang Hao, MC and Zhou Lili felt a little uncomfortable. After all, they gave you Mao Xiaomo too little help in today's game. It was purely using Mao Xiaomo's ultimate personal strength to constantly open gaps, including in the last game. But the real Siagua team is the chicken. When the game is over, this emotion has almost disappeared. What replaces it is joy from the heart. They know best how difficult it is to get this upper bracket spot. It was completely different from the game they imagined. And it was also different from the training games they had played before. The firepower of the Russian team. There is no way out during the attrition circle. The helplessness of the finals. It was beyond their expectations. Fight well tomorrow. Mao Xiaomao didn't put any pressure. This game was too important. At this point, he could only believe in his teammates. SSS-level players such as Zhou Lili, MC, and Wang Hao are somewhat unable to adapt to this arena, let alone Liang and Shou, who have not yet reached the SSS level. Team Xiaogua slowly left the competition room. Take a big breath of fresh air. The cheers at the scene were also getting louder and louder. Although the Xiaogua team's performance was lower than their expectations. But the chicken was successfully won in the last set. The residual warmth was still there. And the standings rose to second place. Part of the Xiaogua team's coaching staff came. And several substitute players also gathered around. There was no ceremony after the group stage. And many spectators began to leave. Mao Xiaomao saw his parents and Good in the front row at a glance.
What a noob! Damn monkey!
Good laughed loudly. If there weren't so many media around, Mao Xiaomao would have just given him the middle finger. However, as a Ukrainian, Good did not go to the Ukrainian game, but came to support the Xi'an national team, which moved Mao Xiaomao very much. Father Mao and Mother Mao also waved excitedly to Mao Xiaomao. However, they also knew that Mao Xiaomao and the others were still in the competition cycle, and did not have much time to meet them.
Xiao Mo, the reporters here are interviewing you. Will you go back to the Olympic Village directly after that?
Asked the leader of the Xi'an State Esports Administration. Mao Xiaomao is also very polite. And he is sincerely grateful to these leaders, who continue to help them.
Let's go to the training base first. There shouldn't be that much time tomorrow.
After Mao Xiaomao said this, the leader nodded. Tomorrow's winner's bracket match will involve many teams that have never played before. And they still need to conduct research and analysis. The Xiaogua team's coaching staff analysts are already at work. Although it is still almost 11 o'clock. Pre-match preparations must be done. For the game tomorrow evening. They must be energetic and get up at noon. Otherwise they will definitely be a little tired by the evening. There is only so much time. And the conditions are the same for every team. It also depends on which team is more prepared before the game. Mao Xiaomao also waved to his parents and Good. They don't have much time to see their families now. It's already 11 o'clock and there are still a lot of things to do. Seeing my children in such a stadium, carrying the heavy burden of the Xiaogua team and leading the Xiaogua team forward. Such responsibility and honor. Father Mao and Mother Mao are full of pride. 20-year-old Mao Xiaomao walked in the front and led the Xiaogua team to the media area, wearing the orange-red Xi'an national team uniform. I don't know when a boy started to grow into a man. For people were standing in the media interview area. Countless media congratulated Team Xia for successfully breaking out of the death group.
Congratulations to Team Mo for leading Team Xiaogua to successfully qualify. When we were once behind in points, I saw that everyone was very worried whether the intensity of the group stage matches was a bit beyond your expectations.
A media friend asked. Mao Xiaomao replied.
Actually, I have thought about it when I think about it. But when I actually play it is a different feeling. I am still getting used to the rhythm in the first few sets. But it is obviously much easier to play in the next few sets.
After all, Xiaogua's team had not played against each other in the European Cup like European teams. And the intensity of this Olympics was greater than any previous competition. Xiaogua's team was not particularly adaptable at first, resulting in falling behind in points. Chapter 687 Winter Group Finals List.
In today's game, everyone is saying that Xiaogua's team is not in very good condition. But it still succeeded in winning the chicken in the last set. I wonder how you would rate today's performance.
Another reporter asked a sharp question. Mao Xiaomao shrugged and replied,
5 points. I still need to adjust later.
Mao Xiaomao's answer was very simple. And it was considered a relatively official answer. The Xiaogua team's last game was actually a bit watery. He knew this. But they just didn't care about it, and played all games as the last game.
Ask the other 3 players how you feel about today's game.
The microphone was handed to Zhou Lili. And Zhou Lili replied,
The opponent is very strong. And my condition today is average. I didn't play very well. I will make adjustments when I go back tonight.
MC continued.
It is still a learning and growing process. I have never played such a high-intensity game before. And I am still adapting.
Wang Hao said.
There is no big feeling. After passing the first level, there will be a second level and a third level. Take your time.
The answers from the members of the Xiaogua team were quite appropriate. The leaders of the General Administration of Esports had told them this before.
Last question. What are Xiaoguo's expectations for tomorrow's game?
Mao Xiaomo replied.
In the top 8. Our opponents are getting stronger and stronger. But we are also very strong. Thank you.
After saying that, the 4 members of the Xiaoguo team left the field under the leadership of the staff, accompanied by the cheers of the audience. In fact, everyone is a little tired. Outsiders may not quite understand how intense a 6-game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game is for the players. This is not as simple as playing 6 games like ordinary players. In terms of time alone, the Xiaoguo team played for more than 5 hours from the beginning to the end, which is already a lot of time. The most important thing is that the mental pressure of the game is different from the mental pressure of playing games in normal times. It is tense all the time. So the further you go, the team state will definitely not be as good as in the second and third games. When the Xiaoguo team left the stadium, there were still many fans and friends surrounding the Xiaoguo team's bus. For people lay on the chairs of the bus to take a short rest. Even Mao Xiaomo felt a little tired. Not to mention the other team members, who didn't get a good rest yesterday. After the big battle, I relaxed and felt a little tired. The bus waited for a while at the entrance of the venue, and finally waited for members of the Xiaoguo team's coaching staff. First, I would like to congratulate Team Xia. This time the group stage was considered a near miss.
How about it? Do you want to go to the training base later?
Msjoy asked after seeing everyone's slightly tired state. Mao Xiaomo smiled and said,
Well, I have to do some preparations. I don't have much time in the first place. It's okay when I'm tired. It's better to sleep when I'm tired.
Everyone laughed.
Okay, let's go to the training base first. Anyway, you should have a rest tomorrow morning.
The buzz starts.
Come on, Team Xia. Come on, Team Xia. Come on, Team Xia.
The faint sound of cheering can be heard in the bus. And the Xiaoguo team members also respond to these fans, who have always supported the Xiaoguo team. On all major news websites, the new esports section quickly reported on Xiaoguo team's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds group stage results.
Here, the list of winners.
Yao handed the phone to Mao Xiaomo. It was also the homepage of the domestic news network.
Second in the group, Xiaoguo's team successfully broke out of the death group.
The Olympic Games PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Group A group stage has ended. And Russia, Norway, and Portugal are ranked in the top 4.
The Olympic Games PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Group B group stage has ended. And the United States and the Netherlands are ranked in the top 2.
The PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds group stage is all over. And there are 32 teams in the winners group. Mao Xiaomo looked through it and found that except for Group A, there didn't seem to be any big surprises or upsets. The top 12 teams in the world, except for the United Kingdom and France, who were eliminated in the group stage, and the Finnish team, who fell into the losers group, all advanced to the upper group competition. Maybe tomorrow's game will be a preview of the finals. 6 of the top 12 teams in the world are in Group A, and it will be easier for other teams to break through. Olympic PUBG winner group final list. 1. Russia/Rus, world ranking 2. 2. Brazil/BRA, world ranking 3. 3. United States/USA, world ranking 4. 4. Ukraine/UKR, world ranking 5. 5. Sweden/SWE, world ranking 6. 6. Norway/Nor, world ranking 7. 7. Denmark/DN, world ranking 10. 8. Xiaoguo/CHN, world ranking 11. 9. Netherlands/NED, world ranking 12. 10. Germany/GR, world ranking 13. 11. Portugal/POR, world ranking 15. 12. Croatia/CRO, world ranking 19. 13. Spain/ESP, world ranking 20. 14. Hungary/Hun, world ranking 22. 15. South Korea/KOR, world ranking 28. 16. Colombia/COL, world ranking 41. Mao Xiaomo glanced at it. There are 2 Asian teams, China and South Korea. 3 American teams, Brazil, the United States and Colombia. And the remaining 11 teams are all European teams. This shows the strength of European FPS. Mao Xiaomo has also watched matches played by strong European teams such as Ukraine, Sweden, and Denmark before. In fact, the European teams play in similar styles, because the European club members are a mixture of various countries, so the styles are not much different. But that is also the past tense. The video of the group stage is actually the video that can truly illustrate the strength of the team, because everyone is the main force and goes all out. In fact, it is the most worthy of study. Mao Xiaomao didn't care about how the loser group was going. The competition was coming, so he had to play the game at hand well, even if there is a gathering of strong players. And there are many teams with higher world rankings than Xiaogui team. Mao Xiaomao will not think that Xiaogui team will be outside the top 8, just because of himself. What an excellent leader ensures is the lower limit of the team. If he can't make it into the top 8, it's his problem.
These teams are all very strong on the front, except for the Korean team.
Fortunately, he said it in Mao Xiaomao's ear. Mao Xiaomao smiled. In fact, standing on the field, Mao Xiaomao could feel where the Xiaogui team's frontal strength was. What he said about Xiaogui's team being very strong is not a lie. Although the Xiaogui team's players are not as comprehensive as those top European players in terms of overall strength, they all have their own characteristics. And the team they form will definitely add to the team. Chapter 688. It's not certain who is afraid of whom. The distance from the venue to the base was not long. Mao Xiaomao reached the base after flipping through the news for a while. When they got off the bus, MC and Wang Hao also yawned profusely. It's rare that there are no other two teams in the base. The LOL and Dota 2 games were played in the morning and afternoon, and I have already gone back to rest to prepare for tomorrow's knockout round. The PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds project started later, so I can stay a little later.
Let's review the game first. Let's prepare and sort out the information on the other opponents in the winners group.
It's easy to say. Mao Xiaomao nodded. In addition to the few teams they have met, there are still 12 teams left, including Joy, Teacher Xiaoyao, and the 3 major coaches who cooperate with analysts to sort out the videos. It would be nice to serve as a professional review coach to assist Mao Xiaomao in reviewing the review. The circle shapes in the 6 games are different. In fact, the research on the route into the circle is not particularly significant, but you can see the opponents shifting ideas and habits, which will definitely be helpful for subsequent games. Mao Xiaomao got all the videos of the 6 games in Group A. Reviewing this matter, because of Mao Xiaomao's existence. Actually, the significance of the coach's existence is not that big. If the coach understands, Mao Xiaomao understands it better than you. If the coach cannot understand, Mao Xiaomao also understands. So from the beginning of team building at the beginning, Mao Xiaomao was the main player in the review, and 5400 was the supplementary one. Because Xiaogui Sports has never produced such talents, the model of the national team is different from other national teams. The videos of the 6 games were all in Mao Xiaomao's hands, and several people moved chairs around. Mao Xiaomao sat in front of the computer and put aside the 6th video. In the last set, Xiaogui's team had no behavior that was easy to analyze. It was destiny that they made it all the way to the finals, clearing out the Russian and Japanese teams one after another. The key is that there was no team destruction. The lack of team destruction means that there were few problems in this game, or said it would not affect the trend of the game.
First set.
This set is still fresh in everyone's memory. Directly destroyed by the Russian team. Mao Xiaomao kept changing his perspective to see if there were any other problems besides frontal shooting.
This wave is my problem. I haven't played one-on-one.
Zhou Lily was also a conductor when she was in the club before, and could also find some problems. However, in this set, his 1v1 failure directly caused the team to be at a disadvantage.
Well, I actually feel like I can help,
5400 said. Although the opponent's position allows him to press forward, he may not be able to overcome the obstruction of 2 Xiaogui team members.
Tisk! There is no one standing at this location. It hurts.
Mao Xiaomao marked the entrance of Building 2. Building C. If this position was occupied, it would be impossible for the Russian team members to go around to the side. And this position could also hold K's enemies from a distance. The Xiaogui team's gun line at that time was too narrow, and it was still a bit conservative if they fought. However, in the immediate battle, Mao Xiaomao felt that there was nothing wrong with the Xiaogui team. And in the first set, their hands were a little tight, so it was reasonable to lose. Time passed quietly. Everyone was quite tired at first, but the more they reviewed the game, the more energetic they became. Mao Xiaomao kept talking about the team's problems. In fact, his own problems were also quite big. I have never played against these European teams before, and it took about 3 games to get used to the rhythm of the game.
This set was just pure luck.
In the second set, Mao Xiaomao never thought that the only way to survive was the mutual advantage he had with the Russian team. However, he did not expect that he would end up in second place. If the first two sets collapse, the Seogwa team's mentality will definitely be affected, and it's unclear how the subsequent games will play out. In the adaptation stage of the game, Mao Xiaomo's strategy of entering the circle is actually relatively conventional, but when all teams are conservative, the routine will be very difficult. You either have to be more aggressive to advance the circle, or you can be more conservative to gain possession. Point. Regular transfers are easy to target. Even if the third set moved to the top of the mountain, the Seogwa team thought they had a good position. But when the circle was biased, they had almost no way. Looking back now, the Seogwa team was really lucky. In the third set, the Japanese team rushed in from outside the circle. Otherwise they would be destroyed again. These 3 sets were all 3 sets in which Mao Xiaomo was unable to control the situation. The next 3 sets were much better. Zhou Lili died first in the 4th set, and the breakout battle on a dirt road in the 5th set was actually quite impressive to everyone. In the next 3 games, Mao Xiaomo adapted to the rhythm of the game and began to lead the team to good results with command and transfer that were not luck.
We still need to reduce the number of wild areas in the search circle.
Mao Xiaomo swiped the screen. These wild areas were all within the circle. It was very likely that people had already fallen when they parachuted. But Mao Xiaomo and the others did not know this information. Moreover, the 2-2 search is of little significance. Zhou Lili's death also has a certain relationship with Mao Xiaomo's command of the game. But you can't tell whether this relationship is good or bad. Originally, the Seogwa team did not search in our city. And then, they entered the circle without any supplies. If they did not search again, the entire team might not have much combat effectiveness. Thinking about it carefully, there seems to be no better way. Mao Xiaomo will not review the situation from an overall perspective, because it does not make much sense. For example, in a game, the Seogwa team was wiped out because they chose a wrong route into the circle. On the court, it is impossible for the players to see God's perspective. After the game, you review the game and say,
"No, we should have gone this way at that time. If we go this way, we will not be wiped out by the team."
It is all nonsense. If the players are given another chance to choose, based on the information they have obtained, they will still choose the wrong route. You can't review what should have been done at that time from a God's perspective and review it from back to front. It doesn't make much sense. Don't use results to infer processes. What should be seen in the review is how to improve the details of the game, enhance execution, and obtain more information. For example, the positioning issues in the first set, the rhythm in the previous sets, and the tactical issues in the later rounds. It's not about the route into the circle that netizens said. Everyone who can be a commander has a strong overall view and battlefield awareness. But Mao Xiaomo's ability to be recognized as the world's best commander lies in his control of battlefield details and decisive decision-making. In every team Mao Xiaomo has been in, the players completely trust him. This is ability. When Zhou Lili joined the Xi'an national team, everyone was worried at first, because Zhou Lili is a very strong commander. When he joins the Xi'an national team, it is obvious that he will move from a combat command position to a pure sniper position. Everyone was a little worried about this at first. But after a simple run-in, Zhou Lili, who has rich competition experience, has completely integrated into the team. The team atmosphere of Seogwa team is not like that of Dota 2 and LOL. The members of those two teams can be described as brothers. And the PUBG national team is a team. In just 2 months, our execution capabilities have reached the top level in the world. The review only took 30 minutes. It's mainly a matter of details. In the past 2 months, the Seogwa team had been fully prepared for everything that needed attention and research. Otherwise, they would not have confidently stepped onto this field. Tomorrow's game will be played. It's impossible to improvise anything. Just when this side was about to end, the Seogwa team's coaching staff gathered together with all the video materials of the other opponents' group matches. This is what Mao Xiaomo cares most about, because many teams have new lineups. Seogwa's team doesn't know much about their playing style and abilities.
"I won't look at the front of the Dutch team. You are familiar with this."
Everyone nodded. Ibiza's team has practiced with them countless times, and Seogwa's team has a small advantage.
This is their route choice for entering the circle. Very strong. The US team is also very strong.
Very strong. The more we look behind, the more powerful everyone feels that their opponent is. Not to mention transfer and point selection. In terms of positive strength alone, there are 3 first-tier teams. The overall strength of the American team is very strong. The 4 4-star SSS professional players. Iron. Nothing. and Matthew are all familiar professional players. They have a luxurious lineup, average strength, and fierce playing styles. Russia is the only team with two 5-star SSS professional players, Flamey and Shade 1. Together with two good players, they have the potential to be number one in terms of frontal strength. The Brazilian team is almost entirely composed of former CSGO professional players. This team's marksmanship is very strong, and there is no big problem in tactical point selection. After more than half a year of professional training, it is also a very strong opponent. The second-level team, Malshiamo personally thinks there are 5. The Ukrainian team, a strong FPS country, has a strong lineup, a strong front, and a style similar to the Russian team. The Norwegian team has a strong overall strength and is led by James, who can be both strong and stubborn. The Dutch team, a team from Ibiza, is also a liquid team, with a similar style to the Norwegian team. I won't talk about the Siagwa team. There is also a team. Malshiamo thinks it's the Colombian team. This team was somewhat beyond Malshiamo's expectations. His most intuitive feeling is that the Colombian team is better than Sweden ranked 6th in the world, England and France ranked 8th and 9th, and Denmark ranked 10th. The third place in the Americas qualifiers, second only to Brazil and the United States. Third in Group B, second only to the United States and the Netherlands. They are professional players, and their sensitivity to marksmanship and strength is far beyond ordinary people.
Don't be afraid of them. If we really get to the finals, we still don't know who is afraid of whom.
Malshiamo smiled. The
golden chicken system
in the finals was very difficult to defeat the Russian and Ukrainian teams. In the group stage of Group A, although the Russian team was far ahead of the group, they did not win a chicken, which was also due to their reckless style. Relationship. The style of a team is like this. Can you expect it to change it before the game? It's a fantasy. Chapter 689 Status. Back at the Olympic Village, Malshiamo also called Chung Yao.
Hello!
Chung Yao's sweet voice came from the other side, and Malshiamo's pressure was instantly reduced by half.
Still awake.
Chung Yao knew it was Malshiamo and said that in order not to disturb Malshiamo's game, he did not call Malshiamo these days.
No, I'll go to sleep later. There's still a winner's bracket match tomorrow. I saw it. Hee hee. Come on. I'll be in Japan the day after tomorrow,
Chung Yao said with a smile. In fact, his parents were coming too, but she was worried that Malshiamo would be under extra pressure after knowing it, so she didn't say anything.
Good.
Malshiamo lay on the bed, listening to Chung Yao's voice quietly. No one knows how much pressure they are under as they carry the hopes of the people across the country. Siagwa's team qualified second in the group, which also caused an uproar in the country. Although many fans are very sensible and continue to cheer for Siagwa team, Siagwa team's performance has still been somewhat controversial. There are also various posts flying on the forum.
What happened to the Siagwa team?
Content. What are the other 3 people doing? Where is Malshiamo's command? The team crashed out in every game. If it weren't for the last game, no one else would be able to get into the winner's bracket if they didn't want to play chicken.
Full of worries about Siagwa team's game tomorrow. Content. Anyone with a discerning eye will know after watching today's game that the Siagwa team actually does not have the strength of the first level. I wonder how the Siagwa team can break through if the opponents behind them are 3 levels stronger.
It's all luck to qualify today. Let's face the gap. Content. It's a blind attack based entirely on luck, with no tactics at all. The team can't go far with Malshiamo alone. Siagwa team members will not go to the forum, but the coaching staff will. Several members of the Siagwa team's coaching staff posted on the forum, and many professional players also responded one after another.
I don't think there is a gap in quality between Siagwa team and other teams. We are still adapting to the game. Author, Joy. There is also a lot of content, and they are all things that I will review and analyze in the evening. But surprisingly, countless professional players responded to this post. For AM_GODD, spray NMB. Spray. You also spray the national team competition. I can't do it, so I don't. You can do it. You can do it. 17_show. Come on, and that's it. OMG_Lionk. There will be some differences in abilities, but this gap will not be too big. Running. Believe in Team Xia. Although the Siagwa team qualified, the way they qualified was difficult to satisfy domestic audiences and fans. In the 6-game match, we only had 1 chicken, and it was the last game. There was little suspense about the outcome, and no one else was playing seriously. Fans like to put themselves into the player's perspective. It is undoubtedly a very frustrating feeling for Siagwa's team to be wiped out all the time.
The reason is also very simple. Everyone is used to Mao Xiaomo's victory. In liquid, more than 50% of the chicken winning rate. PUBG Olympic Asian qualifiers. The epic 12 consecutive chickens did not let any victory fall by the wayside. Everyone has long forgotten that the professional competition of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is the most powerful in the country. For the team, the winning rate is only about 10%. There are winners and losers in the game because Mao Xiaomo's strength gave the fans an illusion. The audience will only see the performance and results, but will never understand the hardships of the players. Stress can make you sleepless, but exhaustion can make you fall asleep. I didn't get a good rest last night. A day of high-intensity competition and review lasted until 1 a.m. And it was almost 2 o'clock when I arrived at the Olympic Village. Zhou Lily, Wang Hao, and MC almost all fell asleep. When you are really sleepy, it doesn't matter whether you are stressed or not. The energy consumption on the field is really huge. Mao Xiaomo is the one who sleeps the latest. As a conductor, he must have more things to think about than his teammates. The Russian team will definitely be at the airport for tomorrow's game. And there will also be a problem with their jumping point. Among the 16 teams, 2 are from the airport and 1 is from our city. Where they will go, whether they want to go to our city to compete with other teams, and what other options they have if they don't go to our city. They all decide now. The problem in front of Mao Xiaomo. One decision may very well determine the fate of the team. They also discussed it in the evening. But the main choice must still be in Mao Xiaomo's hands.
That place. Maybe it works.
The Siagwa team woke up later than the stipulated time. But the coaching staff did not rush them. A good rest is much more useful than some improvised tactical arrangements. Facts have proven that there is nothing that cannot be solved by sleeping. If it is, then sleep a little longer. The gloom of the first day was all gone. The next day was a whole new day of racing. Starting from scratch, I stretched out my waist and felt 120% confident. When Mao Xiaomo saw several teammates again, he clearly felt that they were in a different state than yesterday. You can tell whether your mental state is good or not at a glance.
Eat. I'm hungry. I feel like I have lost 5 pounds after sleeping. Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. There's not much time.
Everyone simply ate something to fill their stomachs. It's now past 12 o'clock. And we will need to eat a little before the game starts. We have to play until past 10 o'clock in the evening. And we have to eat a meal. Otherwise we will miss the game in the evening. Sometimes the energy is definitely not enough. On the bus to the training base, I also took a look at the status of other events. LOL successfully won 2 games in the morning. In the 16-8 and 8-4 games, we successfully won and reached the top 4. We also did not encounter any big obstacles. The Dota 2 project will soon be the turn of Team Siagwa. So it can be said that the problem is not that big. The progress of the Olympic Games is so fast. In the blink of an eye, the top 4 of other esports events have been born. Esports is a relatively slow competition, finishing in 4 days. Anyone who often watches the Olympics knows that many events are completed in 1 day, with no room for adjustment. And the requirements for the player's condition are also very high. In fact, everyone's psychological pressure in today's game is completely incomparable to yesterday. Yesterday, I really just went home if I didn't play well. But today is different. If I lose, there will be a loser's bracket final. Not only the players, but also the audience don't have the same fear as yesterday when they came to watch. I made the final preparations before the game at the base. And after warming up a bit, I set off for the venue. The Dota 2 project competition has just ended. Siagwa also successfully used Maybe's outstanding performance to take away his opponent's 2 o'clock without pressure and advance to the top 4. Tomorrow, there will be a semi-final contest. Chapter 690, Changing the Jump Point. Before the game, Team Xia simply ate something light and walked onto the field in high spirits. Anyone who is familiar with competitive sports knows that players cannot eat too much before a game. If they eat too much, their reactions will be a little slow. In any sport, the cost of a slow reaction is huge. Not to mention FPS games like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, where the outcome of a gun battle is likely to be just a few tenths of a second. The venue for the semifinals is very familiar to the teams in Group A. It is where they played in the Group A group stage. This is considered the best esports venue in Japan. Strictly speaking, the venue for the finals is not an esports venue. Yesterday, Group A's death group attracted much attention. Today's winners group final is known as
A final under the old competition system.
Tokyo time. 4:45. All representative teams enter.
Okay. Dear audience friends, what you are watching now is the finals of the Olympic Games PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds winner group. I'm the commentator Msjoy. I might as well be the commentator. I am commentator 5400.
It's the three familiar brothers again. It's still a live webcast. The Seogwa team is much more relaxed than when they entered the field on the first day.
There are a lot of fans of the Seoul national team here today. Yes, because the Japanese team was eliminated yesterday. So the audience in Japan today is much smaller than yesterday. Most of the people present should be fans of the Seogwa team.
Because China and Japan are very close. Many Seoul fans will not feel too much pressure to watch the game. The scene has become the home court of Seogwa team.
Team Seoul! Come on! Team Seoul! Come on! Team Seoul! Come on!
A mighty cheer. It also allowed the four Mao Xiaoma to respond to the fans at the scene.
Come on! Come on! Come on!
The four of us also encourage each other. Seogwa team takes the competition position. Yesterday we were still not close together. But the feeling was similar. There would be no problem after just 1 hour of familiarity. The competition is about to begin. And players from all countries are making final preparations. Shots are given to each team one after another.
What we see now is the Norwegian team. The core is James, another ace-level player of Liquid. I believe fans of the Seogwa team should be familiar with it. In fact, influenced by Mao Xiaoma, James' commanding style is similar to Mao Xiaoma's. Xiaomo is a bit similar. Yes, the same goes for Ibiza here, who also serves as a commander for the Dutch team. The four members of the Dutch team are also very good and may be a major competitor for the Seogwa team to qualify for the finals.
The camera shows the last member of Liquid. Iron.
This is Team America. Liquid's 4 players gathered in the upper bracket finals, each with their own master.
Everyone was a little sad when they saw this scene. Because of Mao Xiaoma. There are a very large number of Liquid fans in China. Whether it is James, Ibiza or Iron. There are a large number of fans in China. The lens is also very interesting. Divide the lens into 4 parts. For Liquid players wearing different national team uniforms. Seogwa, the United States, the Netherlands, and Norway. A battle is about to begin.
This is the Brazilian team. In fact, what we were most worried about yesterday in this competition was the 3 teams in the Americas. United States, Brazil, Colombia. In fact, we have studied the European teams more thoroughly. Their styles are relatively similar and quite distinctive. However, these 3 American teams are very strong, and Seogwa's team is not very familiar with them.
Msjoy said. Seogwa's team only knows about these teams in the Americas from the group stage matches. However, the overall level of the other groups in the group stage is a bit far behind that of Group A. Without direct comparison, nothing can be seen.
Okay, here is the list of players and points rules for the winners group finals.
Everyone was a little shocked when they saw the list of players in the upper bracket. Except for the Finnish team, which everyone expected. They did not enter the upper bracket. It can be said that the remaining teams all made it. As for the British team and the French team, everyone expected them to be in the losers bracket before the game, ranking around 4th to 8th. Who thought they would be eliminated directly? There are still many familiar faces in those 2 teams.
This upper bracket final can be said to be the final under the old competition system.
It's easy to say. The finals adopt a
Golden Rooster system,
while the winners group finals still adopt a points competition system.
Everyone is familiar with the points rules. Let me tell you, 1 to 5 are worth 500, 400, 350, 300 and 250 points respectively. 6 to 10th place are 200, 190, 180, 170, and 160 points respectively. Then the points for the 11th to 16th place are 100, 80, 60, 40, 2,010 points respectively. The final kill score is still 10 points for a single head.
Everyone is already very familiar with this competition system and can even memorize it. However, as a commentator, I must explain the points rules to the audience again.
There is still some time for everyone to chat for a while.
There are about 5 minutes left before the start of the game, and all the players are basically ready.
We actually did a summary after the game yesterday. First of all, there is the issue of the jumping point. In fact, the fact that the Seoul national team was kicked out of the airport by the Russian team somewhat affected the rhythm of the game.
Joy said. Everyone still remembers the first set of the match yesterday. Meeting the Russian team at the airport was really a surprise. After being kicked out of the airport by the Russian team, the Siadwa team's jumping point also became a big problem. The most important thing is that the jumping point of the Dutch team is also our city. As a direct competitor before the game, direct communication is not allowed, and the competition personnel directly supervise it. So now the Siadwa team does not know whether the Dutch team will continue to our city in today's game.
Yes, the Siadwa team's jump point has been adjusted today. You will see it later during the game.
5400 was sold out first. The roar of a plane taking off suddenly sounded at the scene.
Okay, then we see here that the game is ready. The finals of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds project are about to begin. There are 6 games in this winner's group finals. After the 6 games, the top 8 teams will directly advance to the finals. The bottom 8 teams will compete with the top 8 in the loser group semifinals compete for the other 8 seats to advance to the finals.
Joy says it. Take off.
Okay. This is a diagonal route from port N to port G.
The game officially begins. The first game of the upper bracket.
Siadwa's team jumped up and down. Okay.
When the Siadwa team performed the big and small electric dance, some spectators, who were familiar with the Siadwa team members exclaimed, Mao Xiaomo has never used the tactics of big and small electricity.
There should be no other teams.
5,400 answered. The jumping point of the big electric is the jumping point of the Finnish team in European competitions. And as the Finnish team is number 1 in the world, basically no team will compete with them for the jumping point. However, in the group stage of Group A, the Finnish team was beaten in the loser group. This position becomes vacant. In addition to these 11 European teams, the Korean team's jumping point is port N. The American team is school. The Colombian team is port P. And the Brazilian team is in the downtown area. There are no teams from big and small. In this way, Siadwa team found a big spot that no one jumped on and fell directly. And it is extremely lucky that no team competes with the Siadwa team for the space of the large and small power plants. Because among these 16 teams, it is inevitable that there will be teams with conflicting jump points. And it is normal for teams to temporarily change points.
Yes, the Russian team here is still at the airport. Let's see if there will be any fighting in the early stage.
The Dutch team from our city, under the command of Ibiza, first jumped into the water city conservatively. After finding that there was no one in our city to compete with them, they turned directly to our city.
Both the Portuguese team and the Swedish team here jumped to P City. These 2 teams should be jungle-focused teams, which is a coincidence.
Joy said. The conventional tactics of these 2 teams are junglers. But the Portuguese team tasted the sweetness of the group stage. They were able to break through this group of death. And the jumping point of P City was indispensable. The Swedish team narrowly qualified in 4th place in Group C. Their jungle tactics still have big flaws, especially since the materials in this map are not particularly rich. If they want to get a relatively complete set of supplies, they can only go to the big city. They studied the games in Group A. In fact, the Portuguese team went to P City after the Russian team gave up on P City. They were not sure whether the Portuguese team would jump to P City. Anyway, it was just the first set, so they were testing it out first. As a result, as soon as they parachuted, they saw the Portuguese team that had also parachuted. P City is a place that cannot tolerate 2 tigers. It is not because of the problem of resources, but because of the problem of vehicles. This place is different from Y City. The only disadvantage of P City is that there are fewer vehicles. It is impossible for the 2 teams to divide the vehicles, unless your team has the guts. Just don't ask for the car. But no team will do that.
Everyone may be worried about whether the Siadwa team will have a big impact on their tactics and route into the circle if they jump to a power plant that they are not familiar with.
Joy also asked a question that everyone wants to ask.
I'm telling you, for the current emotion, it won't happen. It's just that the team has changed from a relatively standard entry into the circle to adapting to changes. The problem is not particularly big, and there is also an advantage. It's just that the other teams can't judge the Siadwa team's route into the circle.
Chapter 691, SSS is everywhere. This is indeed the case. Mao Xiaomo, a weirdo, can find a suitable route into the circle no matter which direction he goes. Our city during the IFCD period, Y City during the liquid period, and the airport during the national team period. A few different jump points. Makes it unpredictable.
Actually, teams like Norway, Brazil, and the United States can predict their entry route and position. But other teams probably don't know Siagwa's entry route and position, Mjoy said. Let's take a look at the battle in Peace City first. The scene turned to Peace City. The battle between Portugal and Sweden. The core of the Swedish team is also very familiar to everyone. The current leader Hackseat from FaZe. He is also an SSS level super player. Logically speaking, the Swedish team's frontal strength should have the upper hand, Mjoy said. Indeed, the Swedish team is ranked 6th in the world. And the team also has 2 SSS level professional players, Hackseat and JW, while the Portuguese team is slightly behind. The Swedish team here really took the initiative to find the Portuguese team. Take a look. The Swedish team played very proactively. After parachuting, they found that the Portuguese team's position was taken directly. Anyone who has played in Peace City knows that the field of view in this room area is very small. So the Portuguese team also chose to go frontal. If this can defeat Peace City, their chances of advancing to the finals will be much higher. But in the first wave of gunfights, the Portuguese team suffered a big loss. Hackseat saw ahead and shot it to death. At the same time, the teammate on the other side was also knocked down by the Swedish team member. 2 players fell down in an instant. There is an element of luck. But it is also true that the Swedish team played more proactively. 2 fell down here. The Swedish team is not in a hurry. Let's wait a moment, Mjoy explained. The Swedish team played very calmly. FaZe's command can be said to be the best in the world before Mao Xiaomo came to the fore. In this kind of must-win battle, he must ensure that there is no reduction in personnel. All 4 people know the opponent's position. And after sorting out their status, they start shooting at each other. Cross the road. The members of the Portuguese team just pulled him out to fight. But unfortunately, Hackseat, who was holding a gun, shot him in the head. The last member of the Portuguese team wanted to escape, but the Swedish team had already arrived downstairs. A thunderbolt is poured into it and taken away directly. The Portuguese team is destroyed. Became the first team to be eliminated in the first game of the upper bracket finals. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. Pretty! The Swedish team's offense here is very smooth, Mjoy praised. In fact, if you look at the top teams in the world, the Swedish team has the worst players. But they are still ranked 6th in the world, which shows how good their coordination and command are. The Swedish team has no problems this time. Yes! At the same time, the first safe zone has also been refreshed. I depend on. Don't blame me for the curse words. There is no other reason. This is the ultimate southwest circle centered around the mines. It's another heavenly punishment for Team Xia, Mjoy said helplessly. The Xiagwa team chose large and small power plants. But this circle was so stubborn that it was brushed in the southwest. And it comes with a lot of sea. When Mao Xiaomo saw this circle, he also cursed it secretly. He was really afraid of whatever he wanted. We came in late and searched, Mao Xiaomo said in the team. If nothing else goes wrong, the Xiagwa team should choose a tactic of entering the circle late. Yes, even if you seize the center of the circle, you won't be able to win over other teams in this circle. But since you have chosen a large or small power plant, you have to bear the risk of the Scourge Circle, Mjoy said rationally. Many fans in China blame the Heavenly Punishment Circle, but it actually has something to do with the team's jump point. In relatively remote places like Shudyan, the probability of being in the circle is relatively small. The reason why Mao Xiaomo chose Big Gian today is firstly because he is confident in his command transfer, and also because he is confident in his teammates. Judging from the state in the afternoon, several of them are very good. They are completely different from yesterday, and they are confident. The team can lack anything but confidence. If there is confidence, Mao Xiaomo will dare to try it even if it is a dragon's pond or a tiger's den. In the past, FaZe also achieved the world's #1 ranking in esports, which shows that position is only one factor and can be completely ignored as long as the team is strong enough. All teams are on the ground searching, and the Xiagwa team has no plans to move. It has also entered a relatively boring development period under the old competition system. At this time, the screen also began to scroll with the introduction of the players from each country in the winners group finals and the regular jump points. 1. Russia/Rus, world ranking, 2. Jump point, airport. 2. Brazil/BRA, world ranking, 3. Jump point, Xiaoqing district. 3. United States/USA, world ranking, 4. Jump point, school. Okay, what you see now is the list of all contestants in the winners group finals, Mjoy introduced. Yahao continued. There are a total of 64 players in this winners group final. 35 SSS level professional players, 28 SS level professional players, and 1 S level professional player. It can be said that they are almost the highest level in the world. It's the winner's bracket final.
Mjoy sighed.
Yes. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has grown from about 15 SSS level professional players at the beginning to 42 SSS level professional players now, which can be said to have doubled. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is also constantly developing, and there are also a large number of professional players from other FPS projects entering PUBG, which has also brought a lot of fresh blood. There are now 42 SSS level professional players in the world. There are 5 people in the 5 SS level, and Emotion is one of them. There are 6 people in the 4 SS level. There are 4 people in 3 SS level. There are 6 people in 2 SS level. There are 21 people in 1 SSS level.
Mjoy will give you a popular science guide, because you are not very familiar with the new star rating on this TPJ website. Among them, players like Joe Lilly and Wang Hao account for half of the 1 SSS players.
A team that can reach this upper bracket final must first have a good configuration. There is still a big gap between 2 players and 1 players. Yes.
Mjoy nodded. In the past, most high-level professional players gathered in major professional clubs such as Navi, FaZe, and Liquid. Now, it can be said that 100 flowers are blooming, and there are many in various countries. Although the current level of the Siagwa team is not low, there is no way to reach the top level in the world.
But to be honest, it would be nice for everyone to take a look at this thing. After all, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is not a purely gun-focused game like CSGO. There are many factors. For example, the Swedish team is not very strong in front of them, but FaZe really understands tactics very well. This is really important. Okay, every team is starting to move now. The Siagwa team is still searching.
Chapter 692, Breakout. The safe area begins to refresh. All teams have begun to move.
This circle is not very comfortable for the Norwegian team of Y City and the Siagwa team of Big and Small DN. Both teams chose to continue the search.
Mjoy explained. Jeans and Mao Xiaomo are close friends. The jumping points of both teams are far from this circle. From a professional perspective, search time plus transfer time equals lap time. The transfer time actually has a lot to do with the speed and route of the transfer. For example, the transfer of Siagwa team takes 2 minutes, but it only takes 1 minute to transfer at full speed and reach the target point. The extra minute is the extra search time. Entering the circle later also means using your time more rationally. In the first wave, the teams entered in a very disharmonious manner. Originally, there were more teams in the northern part of this jumping point, and the number of vehicles near Port G was also very limited. The Brazilian team in downtown. During the transfer, 2 people were shot down by the German team who transferred at the same time.
Brazil dropped 2.
The Brazilian team was also a team that was generally favored by everyone before the game. It was ranked 2nd in the world. The 4 players in the team were strong. In terms of the individual strength of the players, they were no worse than the Russian team. But in the first set, 2 super players, Fair and Fallen, were beaten directly in the car.
You may not be very familiar with the Brazilian team. Let me give you a brief introduction. These 4 players are all former professional players of CSGO. Coldzera should have heard of his nickname even if he has not played CSGO. Lunshin. Yes. He also defeated one of the 5 strongest people in the world in a short period of time. It's a pity that Lunshin's 2 strong teammates were directly swept away in this set.
It is not unusual for a strong team to lose players in the early stage, or it is due to bad luck. But there is a high probability that there are some small mistakes in early processing, like the situation of the Brazilian team just now. If they were more conservative and went around the high slope, it would be fine. They were trying to gain lap time, and then something unexpected happened. It was a pity that 2 masters were lost at the beginning of this epic game. This Dushan national team chose to eat by force. The Siagwa team didn't start to move until the second circle was refreshed.
Siagwa's team is very rich this time around. They have everything. In this way, when there is a package lick, you only need to lick the head armor and the projectile, and the efficiency will be much faster.
Mjoy explained.
Look at the second circle first. Okay, it's an all-terrestrial circle.
Mjoy shouted. The second circle was also painted in the northeast of the entire circle. Clear out all the sea areas. There are currently 58 players on the field, almost all of whom are in this area, except for the Siagwa team and the Norwegian team, which are late arrivals.
Now we don't know how Xiaogua's team will move, because we don't have regular large and small power tactics. Everything depends on emotions arrangements in the game,
Joy said. This is also the first time for the Xiaogua team to dance big and small in an official game. A late entry into the circle playstyle. For the Xiaogua team, there is nothing they can do in this circle. It is impossible to grab points over other teams, no matter how early they move. The refreshed direction of this circle was actually within Mao Xiaomo's expectation. The center of the circle is the location of a mine. Judging from the shape of the previous circle, there must not be many people in the northeastern mountains of this circle. This is Mao Xiaomo's idea of judging. This is officially the case. Now the center of the circle is all teams. In the second circle of the western wilderness, fighting has begun. The other Norwegian team, which entered the circle slowly, chose the area near Chopsticks outside G City. There was only one team in this area.
What's interesting about this is that in the first lap, many teams were heading towards the mine. At this point in the mine, it will not be that easy to enter the mine if another concentric circle is drawn next.
5,400 analyzed.
Yes, it's not easy to get close to. And it's not easy to climb. There are only 2 or 3 ways to go up. So the mine team only needs to get stuck here. I think it will be very difficult for Xiaogua to enter the next round. Of course, except for the Destiny Cut angle.
It's easy to answer. Now, the swamps of the western wilderness near the mine are also full of teams. The number of survivors in the upper right corner is also slowly decreasing. The Xiaogua team entered an uninhabited mountain range directly without any accidents.
This position in the Xiaogua team here is an insignificant position, because they not only have to consider this circle,
but also the next circle. They can wait for another circle to take a look.
In general games, the 4th circle is the real attrition circle, so the team must occupy a good position before the 3rd circle, and at least be able to enter the circle safely. But the reason why it is called an attrition circle is because there is not enough space for you to enter the circle. Xiaogua's fans were shocked to find themselves in such a predicament in the first set. Mao Xiaomo was not very panicked. They can fight all the way in along this mountain range. If they really want to create a concentric circle or a mine circle, they will have to fight in the 3rd circle. Time passes quietly. There is no friction among the teams around the circle. The Norwegian team is also taking one step at a time, observing progress steadily.
There is a queue ahead, about 200 meters away.
Wang Hao saw the Ukrainian team in front. If you want to get closer to the center of the circle, you must step on the Ukrainian team's corpse.
Now the Xiaogua team has basically given up. Yes, look at the refresh of this circle.
The 3rd circle. I still painted a mine circle with a southwest corner.
Then the Xi'an national team will have to beat the Ukrainian team. But fortunately, the Ukrainian team is also very uncomfortable. They also have to prevent teams from the side from getting involved.
Yes, there were 2 teams on the northern circle just now. The Ukrainian team knew about them. One was the Norwegian team, and the other was the German team. They could drive to the bottom of the Ukrainian team's mountain. The Xiaogua team should also pay attention to the enemies on the side.
A brief introduction to the Ukrainian team. It is currently ranked 5th in the world. The core is simple. Friends who play CSGO should be familiar with it. It is an epic level gunner. It is also one of the few 4-star SSS level professional players in the world. But I didn't personally commentate on his games.
Joy said.
Xiaogua's team doesn't seem to be in a hurry to move. Yes, they also want to see the situation of the side team.
Xiaogua's team will not be the first to take the poison. The flanking team will definitely move first. It depends on the situation later. Xiaogua's team has no chance to break through. Chapter 693 MOVS Games. The situation around the Xiaogua team is now more complicated. The Ukrainian team is definitely the team closest to the circle. But,
the Ukrainian team here just slipped away.
Joy shouted.
The Ukrainian team here doesn't want to stay on the edge of the circle. They want to play in the center of the circle.
It's easy to answer. The Ukrainian team's decision is actually very normal. As mentioned before, all teams want to occupy a better position before the 4th circle. Even if the Ukrainian team blocks all the enemies around the circle in this circle, they will not be able to compete in the next circle. Still have to get rid of the poison. The team density in the current circle is definitely not comparable to the team density in the next circle. And the Ukrainian team will be easier to handle. The Ukrainian team was attacked shortly after they set off, but Xiaogua OB didn't pay attention to them.
This way, Xiaogua's team moved very quickly.
Ukraine team transfer. It's an opportunity for the teams around the circle to enter the circle. The 3 teams on the edge of the circle The Xiaohua team, the Norwegian team and the German team also saw the transfer of the Ukrainian team. No one thought that the Xiaohua team would move so quickly. Very decisive. Almost as soon as the Ukrainian team left, the Xiaohua team immediately got on the bus and moved. The Norwegian team and the German team obviously had a good exchange and then got on the bus right away.
Xiaohua's team is very fast. Execution is very strong.
This wave completely allowed everyone to see the execution ability of the Xiaohua team. Wang Hao was the first to rush up the hill where the Ukrainian team was on his motorcycle. Because of the emergency, the motorcycle was thrown away. The distance between the Xiaohua national team and the Ukrainian team is about the same as that of Germany and Norway.
But the first one stopped on the mountain.
This way, Team Xiaohua got off the bus.
The scene is very chaotic. Nearly 10 cars rushed up the hill. But the cooperation and tacit understanding of the Xiaohua team allowed the 4 of them to set up a good formation right away. On the contrary, it is Norway and Germany. Because the communication time before going up the mountain is too short. It is almost an instinctive reaction. But James gets off the seat with a drift. AKM has 2 gun heads. Xiaohua's OB happens to be from MC's perspective. I saw a car parked on a rock in front of me. When I got out of the car, I was instantly knocked down with 2 shots. MC has no chance to shoot. James used AKM headshot to knock down MC.
Wow! No way.
Mjoy and Yehao sighed at the same time. This wave of MC was scanning another car at the beginning. When he saw James stop 50 meters away, he pulled the gun directly. Who knew that James had already heard his position clearly. And he directly cut his seat and fired 2 AK shots in succession.
I can only say that he is worthy of being James. So let's take a look at emotion over here.
In the Xiaohua team, Mao Xiaomo is almost the only one giving orders. Almost everyone can access the information here. So there is no need to repeat it.
Cigarette. Wait a minute. Don't worry. They are going to fight.
Mao Xiaomo said in the team. Wang Hao didn't need Mao Xiaomo to remind him. He just took out a cigarette and threw it at MC's feet. The enemy cannot cover this position. And the fear is that there will be a team further behind to steal the kill.
Lily takes my place. Crawl back a little. And Wang Hao pulls me in.
After Mao Xiaomo said this, he pulled directly to the left. This wave of James will definitely break through from the hilltop on the left. If the Norwegian team wants to go up the mountain, they can only break into the side of the Xiaohua team and know that their opponent is James. To be honest, except for him, no one in the Xiaohua team can face the current James head-on.
Xiaohua's team should be recruiting people. And the Norwegian team is also fighting with the German team. But James is going to sneak up the left slope.
Mjoy shouted. But Mao Xiaomo seemed to realize something here and retreated from the frontal battlefield. And then Zhou Lily directly stepped into Mao Xiaomo's position.
Emotion pulled him directly to the left. Did James not care about the front?
Here, the Norwegian team and the German team played a 2-4-2 game. And Zhou Lily also stole ahead. But James pulled towards the left and threw a thunderbolt into the smoke.
This thunder. Boom. Fortunately, MC crawled back a little.
James didn't hit anyone with any of his mines. So he fired directly at the back of the smoke. Ta-ta-ta-ta.
Oops. Awesome.
James used AKM headshot to knock down CHN_45 AI. James used AKM to kill CHN_45 AI with a headshot. 40 rounds of ammunition directly swept down Wang Hao, who was rescuing people in the smoke. Then Wang Hao was not given a chance to crawl back. And he instantly made up for it in place. Nearly 40 meters away. AK's non-decompression gun. Even the Xiaohua team substitute, who was known as the gun-pressing monster off the court, cursed secretly. This pressure gun. It absolutely cannot be done without a huge amount of training. Mao Xiaomo was still a step too late. He pulled to the side and saw a small side view of James. But James was looking for someone. But he immediately shrank back when he saw Mao Xiaomo. Sure enough, 2 shots flew over his head in succession. Pull it out instantly and shoot twice in advance. A preview based on memory. When Mao Xiaomo raised his gun, he fired twice and then squatted down instantly. Duh.
Wow.
Neither Mjoy nor Yehao knew what to say. Epic master level gun battle. 1 shot on each side. Instant medication. In this round of fighting, both James and Mao Xiaomo knew each other's identities. But there was no time to reminisce with old friends on the field. Both sides were the hope of the team. The camera showed 2 players. And they didn't even go to the OB on the front battlefield. Jeans and Mao Xiaomo stared at the screen seriously. Mao Xiaomo did not choose to continue the gunfight with Jeans, and went directly around the slope. Although the two are equally powerful, their emphasis, that is, their strengths, are different. Jean's strength is mid-range gunfighting, and Mao Xiaomo's strength is his reaction to encounters. Of course, these strengths are all relative. Mao Xiaomo knew that his opponent was Jeans, so he must have pulled him directly. It cannot be said that we should avoid shortcomings, but we should make use of our strengths. Jeans and Mao Xiaomo have been teammates for such a long time, and they know Mao Xiaomo's style of play, so he also goes up to it. Two of his teammates fell, and he had to break through Mao Xiaomo's side and pull up from the side to join his teammates.
A duel between Emotion and Jeans. It's hard to say okay. Emotion himself said that he is a 50-50 rivalry with Jeans.
Chapter 694 The God of War returns. It's not like Mao Xiaomo never played against these brothers when he was at Liquid. Once again, I played one day during the rest of the DreamHack tournament. The brothers all challenged each other. As far as Mao Xiaomo's record was concerned, de novo 78:74 Jeans, de novo 61:26 Iron, de novo 70:27 Ibiza. In this level of confrontation, Mao Xiaomo had a clear advantage against Iron and Ibiza. But after playing with Jeans for a little more than 2 hours, the result can be said to be a 50-50 split. This wave of people pull from the side, so they can't hear each other's footsteps. It's just a matter of reaction.
Jeans isn't afraid here either. There's really no need to be afraid.
Mao Xiaomo and Jeans slowly advanced toward each other. The frontal battlefield had become a mess. The Norwegian team and the German team fought a 2-4-2. And then Zhou Lili actually pounced on them.
Zhou Lili is very decisive this time. Both sides should start fighting at the same time.
Xiaogua Team's Obi was also very smart and directly cut a split screen. Everyone doesn't know whether Zhou Lili's bold decision is right or wrong. It still depends on the effect of Lili next week.
Zhou Lili must not be greedy this time. You should be able to see the German team sideways.
Mjoi's concerns are not unreasonable. Now that the German team had retreated behind a slope, Zhou Lili went around just in time to see the enemy rescuing people. In this case, if you try to make up for the loss, you will definitely be counterattacked. However, sometimes players are too focused on the game and will subconsciously hit someone they see. This is why they often hit teammates in professional competitions. Both sides are key points.
Let's take a look here first. When MC falls, he still has less than half of his health.
Mjoi says it. Mao Xiaomo meets Jeans here. A wave of mid to close range encounters. Mao Xiaomo's reaction was very fast. The M16's unbeatable rate of fire. No one knows how Mao Xiaomo clicked it. It's so scary. Singles a la carte mode. 3 consecutive shots. With Jeans' fast movement, he successfully hit 2 gun heads. And he was shot to death by Jeans' level 2 head. But this level 2 leader completed his final mission. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill Nor_Jeans with a headshot.
Pretty. Here. God MO turned around and rescued people directly.
Mjoi shouted. Mao Xiaomo won in just a moment. In a flash of lightning, he exploded Jeans' head while dying of blood. It's too extreme. This is a true world-class battle between experts. Jeans also had no choice but to report the situation here to his opponents. But Jeans hadn't finished speaking yet. For them, good news came. Boom, 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 boom. Zhou Lili's SKS connects points. He directly killed the German team member who was helping someone. CHN_211 used SKS to kill GR_Kiev with a headshot. CHN_211 used SKS to kill GR_Crystal with a headshot.
Beautiful. The German team made a mistake here. There was no cigarette seal.
Mjoi analyzed. The German team did not expect that while the Xiaogua team and the Norwegian team were fighting, someone could get around them. This wave of Zhou Lili's attack also had an effect. The German team is wiped out. And the happiest thing is that the Norwegian team should be. The activity space for several people suddenly became larger.
2 people from the Norwegian team. There is still a certain threat. Emotion and MC are both without helmets.
Just now, Zhou Lili took the opportunity to replace a member of the Norwegian team, resulting in one member of the Norwegian team being reduced. Jeans lost to Mao Xiaomo in a one-on-one, and one member of the Norwegian team was reduced.
MC is rescued here. A wave of 3 versus 2. It should be an advantage.
It's better to speak truthfully. On such an important occasion, no one mentioned the topic of poisonous milk. After all, it was just a joke. The Norwegian team also applied medicine after rescuing the man. But the Xia team had already opened the gun line.
This wave of Norwegian team is already in the circle. It would be difficult for Seogwa team to charge forward.
5,400 said. I feel bad for Seogwa team. They know that there are only 2 people in the Norwegian team. And they also know their positions. But it is not easy to rush over in their current position. But if they don't get rid of them, there will always be 2 people behind them. Which is also a huge hidden danger.
Let's see how emotion chooses,
Mstoy said helplessly. From God's perspective, Mstoy doesn't have any good ideas. This is why the role of coaches in a team is very limited. Mstoy can't help it. It doesn't mean that Mao Xiaomo has nothing to do.
The Seogwa team is smoking cigarettes here. Are you going to rush like this?
Whether it was Yi Hao, 5,400, Mstoy, or the professional guy who was watching, the audience and fans all exclaimed. This wave of Mao Xiaomo has given a fatal order to clear out the Norwegian team. Just pull the cigarette and get ready to get closer. Even people who don't understand tactics know what this style of play means. Smoke bombs have always been a key item in this game. Especially in professional matches. Smoke.
Correct. Smoke bomb.
Mstoy suddenly thought of something. Although smoke bombs are very precious. But as long as the Seogwa team can clear out the Norwegian team, they are not afraid of running out of smoke. Here are 9 boxes waiting for Team Xia to lick.
As long as they can destroy the Norwegian team, the Seogwa team can take advantage of it. They are not afraid of running out of smoke.
Everyone suddenly realized it. Even many professional coaches shook their heads. This kind of thing would not even occur to them if they were given a day. Everyone will understand some things once they are said. But if they really want to think about it, they will not be able to think of anything.
Put smoke and rush.
Mao Xiaomo said only 4 words. The other 2 members of the Seogwa team started smoking. Zhou Lily's current execution ability has been fully integrated into this team. In this game, communication is also a very important part. The regret that Mao Xiaomo has always been absolutely deficient in Liquid is communication. No matter how good his English is, he cannot communicate seamlessly with a few pure foreigners. A few words here will let the other members of the Seogwa team directly implement the tactics. This feeling is back to the familiar ISCD. The Norwegian team originally wanted to wait and see for a while. But I heard the sound of the Seogwa team pulling cigarettes. Rain was very cautious and pulled up a little to take a look. In an instant, Mao Xiaomo shot him. And Rain was so frightened that he immediately shrank back. But I still saw a sheet of smoke sealing in front of the Norwegian team, blocking the Norwegian team's view. James frowned. Mao Xiaomo was determined to fight to the death. And there was no way he could avoid this battle. Rain directly threw 2 thunderbolts into the smoke. But to no avail. Boom! Boom! They lost control of Seogwa's position. After Mao Xiaomo pressed a few shots, he also pulled sideways. Otherwise, the Norwegian team can move sideways. Rain listened to the footsteps attentively. The first time I heard the sound, I would definitely shoot at it. But what I didn't expect was that what flew over was a grenade. Boom! CHN_211 used a frag grenade to knock down Rain.
Blow one down,
Mstoy shouted.
There's another one behind the tree on the right,
Mao Xiaomo said calmly. Here he also continued to pull to the left unscrupulously. Here Rain watched Mao Xiaomo pull over but couldn't shoot. So he could only keep reminding his teammates. Eitzi, the last member of the Norwegian team, also began to make his final struggle.
Eitzi is smart. I moved my position and didn't expose my side to emotion,
Mstoy said. Eitzi also made the right move. If someone pulls the gun line, but you are alone, how to handle the situation. Eitzi also gave everyone the most correct demonstration. Just like the current situation. Zhou Lily is on the front and Mao Xiaomo is on the right. Eitzi's position moved from behind the tree to the left side of the tree. And then placed the gun in the front. If he could knock down the enemy in front, he would turn around and hit Mao Xiaomo on the side. There is no other way. Choose the side of your body that is exposed to the opponent. And it must be the side with less cover. Now if Eitzi exposes his entire body to Mao Xiaomo can easily take him away through constant peek. But Zhou Lily's side is different. They originally rushed over from the slope without cover. And after waiting for the smoke to dissipate, they were still without cover. Eitzi did not choose to stand next to the tree, but leaned to the left. Otherwise, the members of the Seogwa team would pass through Eitzi directly from the smoke. And Eitzi would have no way to do it.
It's directly to the right of the tree, not necessarily to the side of the tree. Don't rush to smoke.
Mao Xiaomo reminded his teammates. If he hurriedly showed his steps now, his opponent would definitely hear him. And he himself ran towards 8C unscrupulously. But just then, the smoke gradually dissipated. Zhou Lili stared at the screen intently. When a shadow appears on the screen, he confidently swung the gun and threw it away. 8C also reacts quickly. But in comparison, the results speak for themselves. CHN_211 used M416 to kill Nor_8C with a headshot. Norway team. The group is destroyed.
Beautiful Zhou Lili.
This battle instantly ignited the fans of Xiaogua team. Defeat the two powerful teams of Germany and Norway. Zhou Lili killed 4 people with 1 person. The God of War returns. Chapter 695, A Perfect Arc. Today's Zhou Lili is completely different from yesterday's Zhou Lili. This is the player status issue that everyone talks about all the time. Even the most ordinary Xia Kingdom audience can tell that it's not because Zhou Lili killed 4 people. It can be intuitively felt from the shooting skills and reactions. Zhou Lili yesterday was simply unbearable to look at. The other 3 people together could not kill as many people as Mao Xiaomo alone.
In this way, the Xiaogua team stabilized the situation here and got 5 heads. M16's duel is actually the focus of this battle.
Mjoy sees it more clearly. Zhou Lili is the icing on the cake. But Mao Xiaomo is the one who really provides help in times of need. At least so far. Mao Xiaomo's performance in the Xiaogua team has never disappointed the fans and viewers of the Xiaogua team. His performance has been very stable, and he has almost never made any mistakes.
The only pity is that Wang Hao died in battle.
Everyone also recalled the wave just now, when Wang Hao saved others in the smoke. But he was knocked down by James through the smoke. But to be honest at that time, I really couldn't say anything except lamenting how awesome James was. However, Wang Hao didn't care. Although he died while saving his teammates. MC was revived anyway. There are still 3 people in the Xiaogua team, which is still a relatively complete establishment.
The current situation of the Xiaogua team is not optimistic.
5,400 said. The game here is very enjoyable. But in fact this is a position that the Ukrainian team does not want. Everyone should be able to imagine how good it can be. In this circle, even before the 4th attrition circle, several teams have already been reduced. Once the circle is finished, the tone of the set will be almost set.
Although the Xiaogua team's position on the edge of the circle is very poor. Fortunately they have cars. And there are more than one.
Mjoy analyzed. The situation was urgent just now. And all the teams were driving towards the top of the mountain. There are quite a lot of vehicles.
Look at the 4th circle here.
The game is in the middle. Attrition circle. This circle actually has a northwest corner cut circle.
In this way, the mine will be flushed out. Look at Xiaogua team's route into the circle.
Mjoy was just about to analyze the entry route of this wave of Xiaogua team, when she discovered that all members of Xiaogua team had started to move.
Xiaogua's team moved very fast. Look at the direction of movement. They abandoned the car directly.
The goal of the Xiaogua team is a housing area on the northwest side of the white circle. Interestingly, there is a large plain in the center of this circle. This large plain will have a direct consequence. That is, the southern edge of the circle will be very crowded. And the northern part, which originally had a small number of people, will become a weak side. There is no danger for the Xiaogua team to go around from the northern mountains to the back of the housing area, unless the team in the housing area takes the initiative to come out to fight the Xiaogua team on the mountains. But this probability should be relatively small.
The Dutch team's room is relatively large. Let's see what kind of defensive strategy the Dutch team will have.
The building where the Dutch team is currently located is divided into 2 parts, about 40 meters apart. There are 2 houses in the north and 2 houses in the south. After the circle was refreshed, the members of the Dutch team also gathered in the 2 rooms in the north. Be prepared to block the enemies in the circle behind you. This circle is a completely acceptable circle for the Xiaogua team. They have no pressure to move from all members of this circle to the edge of the next circle. But the only hidden danger is that there are only 3 people in the Xiaogua team.
Xiaogua team actually has 2 choices. One is the small housing area in the swamp to the east, and the other is the Dutch team's housing area in the northwest. But obviously the terrain of this housing area in the northwest is better. But the terrain is also higher. As long as it is conquered, the benefits will be huge. Xiaogua's team has already found the back of the Dutch team's back. Look at this wave.
With a battle inevitable, Team Xia had no choice. The Dutch team knew that there were only 3 members of the Xiaogua team, and there was a high probability that they would come from the northwest circle. So they were ready to get closer at any time. After the 3 members of the Xiaogua team touched the back of the mountain, They did not choose to attack the housing area immediately. There are many reasons. It is too risky to attack the housing area now. Even if it is defeated. If there is a team nearby and they drive recklessly, Seogwa team will definitely not be able to defeat it with the current health status. When the poison starts to refresh, each team the team's tactics are almost decided. Another important reason is that this is an attrition circle, and large-scale attrition is likely to occur. The later the battle begins, the higher the ranking may be, because the Dutch team could not directly send out players from the Seogwa team. The 3 players from the Seogwa team also pulled away to take a look at the left and right views.
Seogwa team is very cautious here. The Dutch team is stuck at this circle. In fact, they are not sure whether the Seogwa team will come from this way.
Ibiza led 3 team members to constantly observe the situation on the hilltop in the room area, while carefully shooting the target in the circle. Ibiza is very sure that the Seogwa team will come. If it were him, he would also choose to play in this area. The safe zone begins to refresh. This circle did not keep the Seogwa team waiting for too long, and it was refreshed quickly. When they were about to hit Seogwa team finally started to take action. 3 people shrink. The Dutch team did not hit the target in the circle anymore. They still had to clear the cards behind them first. As soon as Mao Xiaomo emerged from the slope, he was shot in the head by Ibiza. Mao Xiaomo was so frightened that he quickly shrank back. Fortunately, I just licked a level 2 head with residual blood. Otherwise it would be dead with 1 shot.
22.
The moment Mao Xiaomo called the order, Zhou Lily's thunder started to pinch.
Smoke seals the door.
Keep commanding MC. MC immediately threw 2 cigarettes at the door of the 2 room areas to prevent anyone from taking out a gun from that position. These 2 cigarettes were equivalent to blocking 2 gun points.
Seogwa team starts to smoke. Very skillful cooperation. Here Zhou Lily took off his helmet directly.
Msjoy shouted. Here Zhou Lily took off her full level 2 head directly to Mao Xiaomo. And Mao Xiaomo directly dragged it onto her head. I have only seen others take off Zhou Lily's level 2 head before. This is the first time I saw Zhou Lily take off someone's helmet. Mao Xiaomo then reached out and peeked twice. These 2 shots are very fast. He directly knocked back the members of the Dutch team. After seeing the position of the window clearly, I took out a thunderbolt. At the same time, he said to his teammates,
"Get ready to charge. I'll help you fight. Take a look. This thunder."
Mao Xiaomo threw a grenade directly. The perfect arc landed directly in the Dutch team's room. Chapter 696, Playing Dead Mode. Boom! The moment the grenade exploded, Zhou Lily and MC climbed over the mountain in an instant. This thunder exploded directly in the room on the left. CHN_MO used the frag grenade to knock down MD_Lockwood. This instant mine not only knocked down Lockwood of the Dutch team, but also disabled Ibiza. But Ibiza knew that the Seogwa team was definitely going to charge. I didn't choose to spray medicine and just pulled it out. What the Seogwa team OB here gives is Mao Xiaomo's perspective. After a thunderbolt, it swept directly towards the window of another room area. Another shot instantly knocked back another member of the Dutch team. Then Ibiza showed up. 60-degree parallel draw gun. Mao Xiaomo's reaction was almost subconscious. Knocked down Ibiza with 1 shot. CHN_MO used M16A for headshot to knock down MD_Ibiza. Mao Xiaomo is alone. Defeated the entire Dutch team.
The left side is finished. There's a big cripple on the right. Come right up.
Mao Xiaomo directly gave the order to charge. Very decisive. He knew that he might not be able to rush to the enemies downstairs if there was no one in his position. Instead of waiting around, he might as well take advantage of the enemy's remaining health and rush up as soon as possible. MC leads the way, holding an AK. He rushed forward, and Mao Xiaomo outside the housing area has been putting pressure on him.
This wave of MC is crucial,
Msjoy shouted. In this corridor, once MC is knocked down in the middle of the stairs, Zhou Lily will be stuck behind him. As soon as MC rushed here, Mao Xiaomo also started to stick to it. Without fighting on the frontal battlefield, he would have no chance of passing. But this invincible building, the defensive side has too great an advantage. MC keeps shooting in advance. Successfully rushed upstairs, but the opponent's gun line has been successfully opened. MC knocked down Oj, who was already in low health. With 1 shot, he was also knocked down. Zhou Lily catches up with the shot. But because there is no helmet, I was floated to my head almost instantly. 2 players from Seogwa team fell to the ground. Mista completed a double kill. CHN_MC used AKM to knock down NED_Oj with a headshot. Ned_Mista used Scarl to knock down CHN_211 with a headshot. Ned_Mista used Scarl to knock down CHN_MC with a headshot.
Oops. This way. Emotion also came in.
The moment Mao Xiaomo walked in, Mista immediately chose to reload. No choice to make up for it. This is absolutely the right choice. Mao Xiaomo rushed up in a short time, and he didn't have many bullets in his magazine. If he was replaced, he would 100% die. But if he changes his bullets and wipes out the Xia team, then the Dutch team will still be a full team. Mista also took several steps back while changing bullets. Zhou Lili and MC both crawled to the side and gave Mao Xiaomo a detour. Mao Xiaomo is Xiaogua team's last hope. He also rushed forward.
This wave of 1 versus 1.
The hope of the Xiaogua team is pinned on emotion again. Everyone. Very relieved. Mao Xiaomo's hearing is very good, and he directly heard Mista's position. Come up and shoot in advance. But Mista also shrank. The M16 in hand instantly switches from single-shot mode to burst mode. He rushed over without opening the mirror. The melee advantage of the M16 is fully demonstrated. If you open the camera at this distance, it will definitely be much slower. So Mao Xiaomo also chose to shoot directly from the shoulder. Kill Mista directly. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill NED_Mista with a headshot. The Dutch team is destroyed.
Nice. Pretty.
The Xiaogua team's commentators all shouted. Emotion was so strong that the audience and commentators felt very at ease. Before the duel even started, all the Xia Kingdom viewers seemed to know that the Xia Kingdom team was going to win this wave. The moment Mao Xiaomo killed the enemy, I'm excited but also feel it's natural. One of the 5 strongest people in the world is no joke.
In this way, we can also pull up Zhou Lili and MC who are lying on the ground. This wave of fighting was so beautiful. 3-on-4 defeated the powerful enemy Netherlands.
Msjoy shouted. The terrain of this wave of Dutch team is actually limited, and it is difficult to take advantage of the numerical advantage. Coupled with Mao Xiaomo's excellent marksmanship, he was taken away by the Xiaogua team directly in the housing area. After this battle, the number of heads of the Xiaogua team reached 9. MC2 fell down and his health dropped quickly. But it didn't matter. Mao Xiaomo successfully rescued him. One of the functions of the Corps is to clean up the mess. The helmet Zhou Lili gave to Mao Xiaomo also played a key role in this wave. And Ibiza was also helpless. Fans of Xiaogua team were very excited to see it. They killed James first and then Ibiza. Is it Iron's turn next? The camera also showed the position of the American team at the right time.
Team USA is now on a small rise in the circle. This high slope feels a bit invincible.
Mjoy said. The US team's position not only does not need to move in this circle, but also most likely does not need to move in the next circle. And the US team also has 7 kills, which is also a stress-free shooting position. Their heads were completely different from those of the Xiaogua team, and they were not under any pressure. The first set of the game was also somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Now 8 teams on the field are out. Among them, the 9th to 16th places are Brazil, the Netherlands, Sweden, Ukraine, Hungary, Croatia, Norway, and Germany. Several very strong teams were eliminated. However, there are no soft persimmons among the teams on the field now. Even if super strong teams, like Brazil and Norway were eliminated in the first set, there is still Russia, the king of the front, who is a strong opponent of the United States. And these 2 teams are still full. Until now, everyone has finally realized how terrifying the lineup is in this winner's bracket final. Really, every time a team is destroyed, a lot of energy are spent. When the Xiaogua team was finishing its reorganization, the 5th lap was refreshed. Although the 5th circle is the circle with the smallest refresh rate. But this circle is very difficult for the Xiaogua team, because the Xiaogua team's room is near the circle. Even after covering a short distance, Team Xia still had to leave the room to find a position. This circle also happened to clear out the Xiaogua team's housing area, and the Xiaogua team had nothing to do. They had already thought of this situation before entering the circle. Start with the first circle. It is destined that the Xia national team's strategy for entering the circle in this game will be very passive. In layman's terms, it means
being driven away by the circle.
And there are still many battles to fight for position. As soon as the circle was completed, the members of the Xiaogua team were not disappointed. Wang Hao exclaimed,
"Under this tree, you can lie down."
Wang Hao said firmly. He remembered the topography of this circle very clearly. There is a hollow under the tree he marked, where 2 people can lie down, and 3 people can barely do it. And the most important thing is safety. No one dared to come in on the Great Plain in front. They beat each other in the swamp on the left. And the American team fought to death on the road on the right. Behind them was the direction they came from. There couldn't be anyone.
Can walk.
The Siagwa team started selling cigarettes immediately.
Siagwa's team is starting to smoke. Looking at the direction where the smoke is spread, I feel like I want to go under this tree. Isn't this tree not very good?
Msjoy said. He didn't know that there was a small concave slope under the tree. Looking at this location alone, with teams on the left and right, this location was definitely not a very good location. The Siagwa team begins to move. The American team further away did not hesitate to perform. Okay, output. MC was killed in the smoke again. USA_Iron used M416 to knock down CHN_MC. The MC that falls down by 3 loses blood very quickly. And the American team also started shooting, trying to make up for MC.
MC has bad luck here. Can't be saved. If we try to save him, something will happen.
Sure enough, as Msjoy said, the Siagwa team directly chose to give up the rescue. MC bled to death in the smoke, and the American team added another head. But Mao Xiaomao and Zhou Lili went to the tree with full health. Sure enough, as MC said, there was an invincible little pit.
This one has a dent. It's very beautiful. This way the Siagwa team will be safe. The transfer of this wave is beautiful.
It would also be nice to know how long it took Wang Hao to memorize the terrain of the island map. Now, except for some corners, Wang Hao can remember most of the maps clearly. Those corners are really unnecessary. And it is impossible to reach such places with circles.
Team Siagwa should start pretending to be dead now. Yes.
Msjoy smiled. The Siagwa team now has 9 heads in this game. According to the current situation, it feels like they are at least in the top 5. The score is already very impressive. Today's goals are different from yesterday's. Yesterday's goal was top 4. And today's goal is top 8. Which is much looser than yesterday. Judging from yesterday's scores, a score of around 1100 can reach the top 8 position. 200 points per set is more than enough. This should be regarded as the passing line for the Siagwa team. This set obviously passed the line. So the commentators also all relatively relaxed. What everyone is afraid of is that it will be the same as yesterday. The first set will be a box. And then they will keep chasing. It is thrilling, and they are all on tenterhooks. Siagwa's team lay down safely. The battle in the next circle should not have much to do with Siagwa's team. In the Siagwa team's position, with the help of the American team, it is almost impossible for anyone to get close. Even if they get close, the 2 brothers Mao Xiaomao and Zhou Lili can fight back. The camera goes into the swamp. The audience of Siagwa team saw a familiar figure. Korean team. For people hid behind a big rock. 0 kills. Chapter 697, Road Circle without bunkers. The technical style of the Korean team is obvious. They are a more tactical team. The audience in Xia Kingdom has always had the impression that the Korean team is bad. But if you study their Korean league, you will find that they have a very utilitarian tactical system. All for ranking. Therefore, even if surrounded by strong enemies, the Korean team performed well in previous World Series, and almost all entered the top 8. Although their frontal strength is top-notch in Asia. In the world, these 16 teams may be at the bottom. But even so, when the Siagwa coaching staff made the top 8 predictions before the game, they still included the Korean team. This is a team that will try their best to get into the finals. For people past the attrition circle. And the Korean team also stood up. Start sealing the smoke and prepare to clear out the enemies in the swamp.
6th circle. They should clear out the US team's cubicle area.
Msjoy just finished speaking. The new safe area is refreshed. A concentric circle.
In this case, the Seoul national team doesn't have to move. It depends on how the Korean team chooses. If it were me, I wouldn't go to the Seoul national team. It doesn't make much sense.
It's easy to analyze. Siagwa's position is a very passive position. And he can only play hard. Moreover, there are not many people who can stay. The Korean team is full. And if they want to clear the circle, the Qingxia national team will not gain much for them. The terrain in the circle is very simple now. And there are not many places to station the team. The Russian team across the road can also take advantage of the small slope of the road to make another lap, which is of great significance to them. Once this circle is brushed, most of the enemies in the swamp will probably die. The Korean team knows the situation in the swamp. There was such a fierce firefight in the last lap. And the full formation was almost non-existent. USA_Iron used SKS to kill Seal_J with a headshot. Lens to Team USA also started to circle from downhill. They also want to enter from the swamp. The fully staffed US team is like no one in the southeastern circle. The Korean team harassed them twice and chose to force their way into the circle.
The fighting in the swamp is fierce now. Seogwa team can enter the top 5 if nothing happens,
Mstoy analyzed. Now Seogwa's position is a position that no one pays attention to. In the swamp, smoke and thunder continue to spread and explode. The American team and the Korean team were also knocked down by one person each. The other teams in the swamp were almost wiped out. The safe zone is reached. There are only 5 teams left on the field.
Okay. The Russian team is still full on the field. There are 2 members from the Seoul national team, 3 members from the American team and South Korean team, and 1 is the lone wolf of the Portuguese team.
The situation on the scene stabilized. There were 5 teams and 13 people on the field. The Seogwa team seemed to have obtained a good score.
The 7th circle determines what kind of result Seogwa team can achieve in the first set,
Mstoy said. With this position and this staffing, it would be too difficult and almost impossible for Seogwa team to win the chicken. The 7th circle continues to be a concentric circle. This leaves no cover within the circle. There are no inclines.
There's something interesting about this concentric circle.
There are no bunkers in the circle. It's all the road. And all teams have to move.
It's hard to say what will happen in this chaotic battle. Yes. Currently, the Seoul national team and the Russian team still have plenty of smoke. And the American team and the Korean team have no smoke,
Mstoy analyzed. The Seogwa team and the Russian team did not fight in the previous round. So they were both in relatively good condition. The Russian team, which has always played a more aggressive style, also changed its rhythm in this set. I don't know if it was caused by the circle shape or because it was a preview for the final. By the final round, there were still 0 kills. This rarely happened in the Russian team's previous games. When Mao Xiaomo saw the 7th circle, he felt a little bit like Jojo in his heart. In this circle, it's not impossible to try for a higher ranking. Left, right. Seogwa team must choose one side to break through.
We'll blow up the Russian team later.
Even if there is no battle between the Russian team, Mao Xiaomo can still use the elimination method to know who the team on the right is. The Russian team is full on the right, and the team on the left is more complicated. If the Xia team gets involved in the battle on the left, the Russian team may come over directly.
Okay. This safe zone is going to be wiped out. This lone wolf of the Portuguese team will probably steal a few heads while fighting. He will definitely not be able to enter the circle,
5,400 said. The Portuguese team's lone wolf is in the worst position. He will die in this circle. No matter how strong he is, he has no chance. Really. The safe zone begins to refresh. Portugal's lone wolf stole the US team's back. But the American team has this awareness and saw Portugal's lone wolf. Iron shot SKS with 2 shots and directly killed the poisoned Portuguese team lone wolf. In this way, the Seogwa team has advanced 1 more place. The Seoul national team's smoke has also been spread. They also want to look for opportunities to see if they can weaken the strength of the Russian team. The Russian team is now full of 4 people. But this side? Zhou Lily seems to have heard the steps of the Russian team.
Come to clear the border.
After Zhou Lily said that, she threw 2 thunders at a low price. Mao Xiaomo rushed straight into the mist without saying a word. Then he immediately cut out the cigarette and put a cigarette at his feet. Mstoy explained.
Russia is not doing well with the Seoul national team here either. 2 players from the Seoul national team are currently in the smoke, and the Russian team can't find their place.
The American team and the South Korean team also had a wave of encounters. The members of the American team are not in particularly good condition. After a series of shots against the Korean team, they themselves began to take drugs. The Russian team is in great shape. There is almost no team on the field that can put pressure on the Russian team. 1 member of the American team was poisoned. And at this moment Iron stood up. Continuous SKS high-speed bursts. The hit rate is extremely high. Directly knocked down 2 members of the Korean team. USA_Iron used SKS to knock out KR_Benzi. USA_Iron used SKS to knock out KR_SimSN. However, the commentators of Team Xia did not pay attention. They focused all their attention on Team Xia. The 2 players of Team Xia kept refilling their cigarettes, making it impossible for the Russian team to find anyone. The Russian team also tried throwing 2 thunderbolts into the smoke. But the Seogwa team had good luck. Both thunderbolts destroyed Zhou Lily and Mao Xiaomo, but did not directly knock him down. On the other side, the American team also successfully eliminated the Korean team. As a result, the Korean team also won the 4th place in the first set. A very good result, which can be regarded as laying a good points foundation for them in today's game.
Okay, there are 8 people left on the field. Seogwa's team has entered the top 3, and the Russian team has not opened yet,
Msjoy said. The Russian team still has no heads. Very robust. There were only 2 members left in the American team. Because the circle brush was relatively slow, they maxed out their status on the downhill slope, and then took out the grenades. The safe zone is full of smoke. Can't see anything at all. The American team just wants to try their luck. The camera gave Mao Xiaomo's perspective, and he could hear the Russian team members pacing. Now that the Russian team has a numerical advantage, they definitely want to take the initiative. If Mao Xiaomo fires his gun now, he can basically knock down an enemy, but his position will also be discovered. There are still 8 players on the field, so there is no telling what will happen. The members of the Seogwa team threw out all the grenades. Same goes for Team USA. The circle has turned into an artificial bombing zone. Boom, boom, boom. The first ones to bear the brunt are the members of the Russian team.
Oops! Zhou Lily was also blown down here.
USA_Iron used a frag grenade to knock down CHN_211. USA_Iron used a frag grenade to knock down Russ_Shade1. CHN_211 used a frag grenade to knock down Russ_Flamey. Come on. These thunderbolts. The scene has changed drastically. 2 people from the Russian team were knocked down instantly, and 1 person from the Xia team was also blown down.
Can it be saved? It feels like it can't be saved. The bleeding is a bit fast,
Msjoy shouted. Zhou Lily fell to the ground for the 2nd time, bleeding very fast and unable to crawl to Mao Xiaomo's side. Mao Xiaomo didn't dare to get up. He was in the center of the safe zone, with Russia in front and the United States behind him. He was sandwiched in the middle.
Lily Zhou here is very smart. Go and help Mao Xiaomo explore his horizons. Look at where the Russian team is. Team America is also uphill.
In the exciting finals, no one knows which team will win until the last minute. Zhou Lily climbed next to the Russian team. Even in the smoke, you can see the Russian team helping people. Just at this time, the members of the Russian team also saw Zhou Lily, and Mir subconsciously replaced Zhou Lily directly. Russ_Mir used AKM to kill CHN_211. But that's the gunshot. Directly attracted the attention of Team USA. Nothing moved directly towards the direction of the gunshots, and swept violently on the ground. Ta-ta-ta-ta. USA_Nothing killed Russ_Flamey with an M416 headshot. USA_Nothing used an M416 headshot to knock down Russ_Mir. Although he stole ahead from Seogwa team. But Seogwa team fans are very excited. Mao Xiaomo was very decisive and directly lowered himself to the ground and opened the camera. Knocked down Nothing who had no cover. Chapter 698, Winner, CHN. CHN_MO used the M16 A4 to knock down USA_Nothing. Mao Xiaomo took advantage of Nothing's opportunity to shoot and knocked it down decisively.
The smoke is starting to clear. There is still smoke in the Seogwa team here,
Msjoy said with great joy. There was a lot of smoke in Mao Xiaomo's hand, because after the wave of transfers just now, Mao Xiaomo knew that the Seogwa team wouldn't have much chance of fighting. So he was full of throwing objects. Now, although the number of survivors shown on the field is still 6, but there were only 3 people actually standing. There is 1 player each for the Russian team, Seogwa team, and the American team. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Iron didn't intend to save his teammates anymore. They directly raised their guns in the direction of the Russian team. The Russian team was also very decisive, saving 1 and 1. The remaining person who fell on the ground crawled forward to look out for his teammates. It was very thrilling. But Shade 1 was still pulled up. But the moment he pulled it up, knocked down again, Iron saw the shadow of Shade 1 in the smoke. Shoot directly. After knocking down Shade 1, just pull the gun. It was dragged onto the enemy of the Russian team next to him. Completed a beautiful double play. Liquid's monster.
Beautiful.
This time, even Msjoy and Yehao shouted out. USA_Iron used M416 to kill Russ_Shade1. USA_Iron used M416 to kill Russ_Doja. A wave. The Russian team was completely destroyed. Iron was also beaten to a pulp.
Pretty! Iron! Clear out the Russian team. God MO should get up,
Msjoy shouted. Mao Xiaomo would not miss such a good opportunity. See the moment when the Russian team was wiped out. Mao Xiaomo stood up and moved towards the back of the smoke. And Iron has no choice. There is no bunker in the circle. And there is no smoke to cover him. But I still took out the SKS. With the 4x SKS, if you fire 2 shots in a row, you will have a chance to kill the lone wolf of the Xiaogua team even if you are still at low health. Mao Xiaomo pulled directly out from the right side of the smoke. Set up your gun and move in advance. Iron is still, and Mao Xiaomo moves slowly. The first one is Iron. 2 shots in a row. But my screen instantly blacked out. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill USA_Iron with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CHN. Many Xiaogua team fans didn't react. Just eat chicken like this? One moment. The Xiaogua team was in a situation where they could not stand at a single station. The next moment, the scene of the Xiaogua team eating chicken popped up. Team Xia is eating chicken. Successfully won the first set of the winners bracket final. Several explanations exploded instantly. I felt a little teary-eyed for a moment. Yesterday's chicken did not give them this feeling at all. This chicken was an upright chicken. A chicken that was captured from the hands of many powerful powers, such as the United States and Russia. The camera showed the Xiaogua team. And they were all smiling and high-fiving. The luck in this set was quite good. The few thunderbolts of the American team really made a great contribution, blowing up several members of the Russian team, and successfully reducing the full strength of the Russian team by more than half. In the end, there was no problem with Mao Xiaomo's decision-making. And he finally succeeded in eating chicken in this plate. The results were posted immediately after the game. Okay, the Xia team here is first with 10 kills. The American team is second with 14 kills. And the Russian team is third with 1 kill. Ms. Joy still can't contain her excitement. Actually, I think the Russian team has put the cart before the horse a little bit. I don't know if this is the right word to use. Their style is not like this. What I see is a little distorted. 5,400 said. The Russian team gave up their original style and played like this. They must be a little depressed themselves. How the Russian team will decide next depends on their own choice. This is the upper bracket finals. But everyone is still making final preparations for the finals. With this chicken from Xiaogua team, it feels like they have almost directly locked in a spot in the finals. A set has 600 points. And as long as the subsequent sets don't fall into boxes, there is almost no problem with getting a seat in the finals. There is no need to rank for this. Just the top 8 will do. After the first set, the players of the Xiaogua team, including the fans of the Xiaogua team, became more relaxed. It is worth mentioning that in this game, M16's 3 teammates in Liquid, the Norwegian team's James, the Dutch team's Ibiza, and the American team's Iron should all have died in the hands of M16. Ms. Joy smiled. After everyone thought about it carefully, it seems that it is indeed the case. James also shook his head when he saw the Xiaogua team win the chicken. It was a bit of luck. But Mao Xiaomo's several transfers and command were perfect and did not cause additional losses to the team, which was also the key to the final win. Okay, the standings for this side have come out. After this set, the Xiaogua team should be in first place with 600 points. Olympic PUBG winner group final standings. 1. CHN/Xiaogua R1, 600, total, 600. 2. USA/USA R1, 540, total, 540. 3. Rus/Russia R1, 360, total, 360. 4. KOR/South Korea R1, 340, total, 340. Okay, the Xiaogua team here temporarily ranks first with 600 points. The American team is closely followed with 540 points. And the other teams behind are not much different. Ms. Joy said. This is also the first time that Xiaogua team has reached the top spot in the Olympics. Although it is only the first set, it is also a breakthrough. Several strong teams that everyone is familiar with all performed well. On the contrary, the Brazilian team, which had been hailed as the favorite to win the championship before the game, did not perform much. The Norwegian team was also defeated because of their encounter with the Xiaogua team. Now for Team Xia and Team USA. I think their path to promotion should be very smooth. 5,400 said. Judging from the situation on the first day, 1,100 to 1,200 points are almost in the top 8. The scores between Team Xia and the United States are half in one set. As long as they perform normally later, they can advance to the finals smoothly even if they are a bit unlucky. Okay,
Then let's take a short break. What's next is the second set.
The game enters the interrogating break. The rest time is also very short. Only 10 minutes. Chapter 699, Constant Cutting Corners. At the end of the first set, the expressions of each team were different. Siagwa and the United States were relatively relaxed, while several players from Norway and Brazil naturally looked more solemn. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the second set continued.
Okay. This is an upper right circle centered on City Y.
The first circle of the second game was brushed on the upper right side of the map, centered on City Y.
This circle is a relatively comfortable circle for the Siagwa team. Yes.
Siagwa's team is now in the position of Didien, and can directly insert into the center of the circle.
Because there is no one in Port L on the map, there is no danger for Siagwa team to enter the circle.
Mstoy analyzed. When the Siagwa team lost power just now, they saw that Port L was empty. Mao Xiaomo was also thinking about whether to send 2 people to eat up the resources of Port L. There are definitely advantages and disadvantages. If there is an immediate transfer, it may not be merged so quickly. Therefore, in this game, the 4 members of the Xi'an national team chose to collect supplies from large and small power stations. The supplies in the large and small electric fields and the surrounding wild areas are completely enough to support a full formation.
In this circle, the Siagwa team should be heading north. It's much easier to move from north to south than from south to north.
Mstoy analyzed. Sure enough, all the teams began to move. And the Siagwa team also drove directly from near Port L to a housing area on the northeast side of the circle. Mstoy also explained to everyone why the Siagwa team made such a transfer.
Because in this circle, most of the teams are in the south. Swiping the circle at the back means that all the southern teams have to rush north. This will create a situation. There may be a team in front of you that blocks you from entering, or there may be a team behind you that is attacking you. The risk is still relatively high in this case. Whether it is the old competition system or the new competition system, it is best to avoid fighting in the early stage.
Mstoy explained it very clearly. The first lap was unremarkable, and when the refresh was completed, all 64 team members were still alive. However, it can be seen from the small map that there are at least 4 teams near the Chicken Mountain, where Siagwa's team used to stay in our city tactics before. There may be friction when they move to the next circle, but at most they only collect some tolls. And the time for a real life and death battle probably hasn't come yet. The fans of the Siagwa team have become very relaxed. The Siagwa team is also very lucky. They got an airdrop, a level 3 set, an M249, and a 15x scope. They had the impression that the Siagwa team had not picked up the 15x mirror. This mirror could only be regarded as average. Although it could see far, the bullets could not hit that far, so it did not have much practical significance.
Hey, the Siagwa team here happens to be short of a high-powered lens.
Zhou Lily installed it directly on her 98K. Mao Xiaomo also changed his hand to an M249. This gun is not of great significance in a single row, but in a 4-row competition, the 100-round magazine capacity of this machine gun still has a great advantage. Moreover, with Mao Xiaomo's current marksmanship level in the top 5 in the world, there will be no shortcomings in any gun. When Mao Xiaomo first debuted, AKM didn't play very well, but now it doesn't have this problem at all. Moreover, his world's number 1 M16 has a very high refresh rate. No matter how the version is changed, it will not affect the truly capable people.
Look at the second circle.
Mstoy was not worried at all. No matter what the shape of this circle is, Siagwa team can enter the circle safely if nothing happens. It just depends on the position after entering the circle.
Okay. Concentric circles. In this way, maybe the Siagwa team will go to the Daming Lake.
Some viewers may not be familiar with the Daming Lakeside mentioned by Mstoy. This lake is the big lake next to Y City. It has many names, such as Milan Lake, Daming Lake, etc. For the sake of convenience, it is named after Daming Lake. Mstoy still knows something about Mao Xiaomo. After all, he is also the top coach in the country. Sure enough, because there were almost no people in the north, the Siagwa team decisively moved from the top of Y City, although they were harassed by the Norwegian team. Fortunately, no casualties were caused, and they were safely transferred to the Daming Lake. Once this point was taken, fans of the Siagwa team felt very secure. A very good transfer position in the center of the circle, able to shoot targets, hide cars, and support people when they fall to the ground. With this position, Siagwa team also began to shoot targets confidently and boldly. After the second lap, Even the OB shots of Seogwa team were not given to Seogwa team. In the defense area of the wheat field outside Y City, the gun towers were constantly engaged in fighting. The OB of the Seon national team here also began to observe the fighting of the foreign team for the sake of viewing. After the Croatian team was brutally wiped out, the second team to be wiped out turned out to be the Dutch team. The Dutch team led by Ibiza and the Swedish team started a battle in the small room area in the middle of Y City. The result was also very tragic. Even if Ibiza bravely killed 3 people in succession, it still could not withstand the fate of the Dutch team being wiped out. In this wave, the Swedish team changed 3 for 4. Although the team defeated the Netherlands, they basically lost all their combat effectiveness. After finishing the supplies, Hackseed was ready to rush into Y City to gain ranking. Unfortunately, the Norwegian team was at the top of City Y, occupying a high point for target practice. Jean's 4x shot was so accurate that it hit Hackseed on the motorcycle. It also attracted a burst of exclamations from all the audience. This is the world's best marksmanship. At the end of the second lap, the number of teams on the field had been reduced to 13. In this winner's bracket final, every team will be eliminated, and everyone will have an incredible feeling. How could such a strong team be eliminated now? But the truth is so cruel. We are all a super strong team, and what we strive for is performance on the spot. The Seogwa team occupies a relatively advantageous position, and is naturally waiting to perform in the finals.
Okay, third lap.
Originally everyone was very calm, until I saw the safe zone that didn't seem to make the scene very peaceful.
Wow! It's a northwest cutaway. Oh my god!
Yihao shouted.
But this circle has no impact on the Seogwa team. Yes!
There is actually a nearly 50-meter battle line on the shore of Daming Lake. The Seogwa team can open the firing line at will, or they can hold on to one side. Once the circle was drawn, the Seogwa team's position was actually relatively close to the center of the circle.
On this shore, the team on the mountain can't be hit. We only need to block the enemy Seogwa team in Y City behind us, and it will be more comfortable. Yes!
The commentators of the Seogwa team are also analyzing the situation. The terrain of the Seogwa team is definitely one of the few good terrains in this circle.
Okay. The Norwegian team here is starting to move towards the northern mountains. The American team is also moving towards the northern mountains. This way, no team may be able to attack the Seon national team.
In the third circle, the safe zone begins to refresh. What was truly brutal was the battle in the wheat fields of Y City. Now the Y City gas station in the south of the circle is controlled by the Brazilian team. Even if a team breaks through the Y City wheat field, they cannot cross the bridge and enter the center of the safe zone. In addition, almost all of the southern part of Y City was wiped out, and large-scale attrition began on the field. We haven't reached the fourth circle yet. Some smarter teams also began to enter the circle from the direction of our city. But one may not necessarily have to. After the first team passed by, they would turn around and kill the enemy behind them. The battle in the second set started earlier than the first set. The position of the Seogwa team is no secret. All teams consciously avoided the Seogwa team's gun line when moving. So after a circle, the Seogwa team still scored 0 heads. But it was a trivial matter for the Seogwa team. One team was forced into City Y, and did not dare to force the Seogwa team into this position. Seogwa's team is at a high level, so it has a great advantage when playing high and low. There are no mediocre players in this game, so it is difficult to win. There are cars constantly rushing across the Great Plains in the center of the circle. The firepower from all sides was not stingy, and many players were clicked. If it were in the Xia Kingdom's league, there would be basically no danger in shooting from this distance. But the current level of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is definitely much higher than the level 1 or 2 years ago. Before the fourth lap, the number of teams on the field had dropped sharply to 12. The fourth circle. This is what everyone commonly calls the attrition circle. Refresh.
Oh my god! A northern cutaway circle!
This set of various remote circles is also constantly testing the team's adaptability. As soon as the northern corner circle was swiped, there were only 2 teams in the entire safe zone. They were the American team and the Norwegian team that had moved to the north in advance. In fact, they didn't think much about that wave of transfers. They just wanted to find a position to enter the circle. Was forced to move north. But once the circle was cleared, they became an out-and-out destiny circle. The Seogwa team shore is just outside the white circle, and there is only a little bit of space where people can stay. Moreover, the southern shore may be touched by people, so the position is not particularly safe.
Okay. Seogwa team will be transferred directly. We should be going to the wild area on the eastern edge of the circle.
Mstoy explained. Everyone is familiar with the jungle area that the Xiaogui team went to. It is in the northwest of Y City, and is considered a relatively large jungle area. The departure of Xiaogui's team gave the Russian team a bit of a headache. They have no place to go. The key is that the position on the shore that the Xiaogui team abandoned is not within the circle. In this case, they don't have many choices. One is to avoid the poison, and the other is to attack the housing area. But it is too difficult to attack this room area. The Xiaogui team defended with all their strength, without two teams attacking at the same time. This area would not be able to be attacked at all. Chapter 700, White Heat.
The Russian team here really chose to take poison. It's a wiser choice.
Mstoy is not speaking from the perspective of the Xiaogui team. In fact, many conditions are required to capture a room area that a team is fully defending. And it is basically impossible to capture it without interference from external factors. The Russian team moved in a wave, leaving the eastern circle without any enemies. This attrition circle has nothing to do with the Xi'an national team.
In this case, Xiaogui team can directly pass through the reduction circle, and Xiaogui team's vehicles are still there. If you brush the center of the next circle, you can drive directly into the circle. If you brush the northern mountains, you can also touch along the edge of the circle. Get up.
Mstoy analyzes the situation of Xiaogui team. It can be said that it is not very comfortable. You will be beaten when you enter the circle, and you will be beaten low and high when you get in the car. But compared to this team that is struggling in the attrition circle, it is very comfortable. After the Russian team got on the bus, they also met the Norwegian team on the edge of the circle. After a firefight, they were all trapped in the poison. The Russian team also came from the group stage and seemed to be eliminated outside the top 8 for the first time, which also shows the high intensity of this winner's bracket final. One after another, the teams on the field were wiped out in the south, while the Xiaogui team was relaxing. They were also constantly recording the formation of each team, and they might have encounters with their opponents later. They still have quite a lot of information now. The Norwegian team is in the northeastern circle above their heads, and they can roughly judge where there are people, and no one in the circle. It was rare that the attrition circle was so fierce. But Xiaogui team fans were not interested at all. Strong teams were eliminated one after another, and the battle in the second set also entered a fierce stage. Xiaogui's team didn't encounter much fighting in this set, and once again entered the top 8. After the fourth circle was cleared, only half of the teams were left on the field. But the personnel of these 8 teams were relatively neat. Of the 8 teams, 26 survived. There are no shooting spots in this circle like the American team in the previous game, and the heads of each team are relatively even. They are all heads of other teams during the transfer process. The refresh rate in the 5th circle is very small, and less than half of the Xiaogui team's room area is still in the safe zone. In this case, the Xiaogui team doesn't need to be in such a hurry to transfer. The American team and the South Korean team in the northwest of the map once again met on opposite sides of the road. The South Korean team also made a big circle and entered the circle. But as soon as the circle was cleared, they and the American team were both outside the circle and needed to move. It has to be said that the Korean team made a very decisive decision and directly beat the American team. The strength of this Korean team is relatively average. The only pity is that there is no strong point. The 4 players are all SS-level professional players, which is completely incomparable with the configuration of the American team. The American team has 3 4-star SSS and 1 2-star SSS, completely beating the Korean team in terms of personal abilities. In this head-to-head contest where the terrain between the two sides had no advantages or disadvantages, the members of the Korean team only blew up one member of the American team. Then the guns on both sides also appeared to be one-sided. The members of the Korean team fell to the ground one after another, and in the end they were wiped out by the American team without any suspense. The Korean team's result in this set was also fixed at 8th place, which can only be said to be a passing result. The southern teams played more intensely. Once the circle was cleared, almost all the southern teams had to move, now except for the Ukrainian team in the center of the circle, the Norwegian and American teams in the northern part of the circle, and the Xiaogui team in the eastern part of the circle. The remaining 3 teams are all in the south, and now in this circle, there is obviously no place to stay in the south. The only place in the circle that can be stayed is a small rock. To be honest, this rock is not particularly safe, and it can only accommodate 2 people at most. But for the southern team, this stone is their only hope. The 3 teams of Germany, Hungary and Colombia do not have vehicles. The fighting in the south was much more brutal than in the north. 3 players from the German team were closest to the poisonous circle and were forced to spread smoke into the circle. Not only are Colombia and Hungary exporting German teams, but even teams from far away are doing target practice. The safe zone is refreshed, and all teams not in the circle will be forced to move.
Okay. The Hungarian team and the German team here are being wiped out one after another. There are only 5 teams left on the field. Then this means that the US team and Siagwa team have entered the finals in 2 consecutive sets. Yes,
Mstoy explained. Team Sia and the United States seem to be relatively stable teams in these 2 sets. The Brazilian team, which had high hopes, failed to make the top 8 in both sets, which was a bit disappointing. The Brazilian team has a very luxurious lineup, but its results cannot match it. Until now, Brazil's formidable front has not been on display in games. But it's not surprising when you think about it. This is a team composed entirely of former CSGO professional players. The only games they have played before are the American Olympic qualifiers and the Olympic group stage. And the intensity is not particularly high. The intensity of this winner's bracket final could be said to be historically high. It suddenly shifted from a pencil showdown to a master showdown. And the Brazilian team completely collapsed. The Brazilian team members didn't even know where they were going wrong.
The Colombian team here successfully entered the circle. It fell down. But I can help you,
Mstoy explained. The Colombian team struggled to get into the circle, but there were only 2 people left. Moreover, the position next to this circle will most likely be destroyed by the group in the next circle.
It's the 6th circle. Once this circle is cleared, a team in a good position will definitely have a much higher chance of winning the championship.
There are several teams on the field now, except for the Colombian team. If other teams want to win the chicken, the circle must play a part. Now several teams around the circle are ready to move.
Let's see how to draw this circle. Oops. This is a northwest corner circle. This will make the Siagwa team very uncomfortable.
Once the circle was cleared, Team USA became the only team in the circle. There is Ukraine in front of the Sia national team, and Norway on the right. They will definitely clean up their behinds before entering the circle. Team Sia will be the first to take the poison.
Siagwa's team is sealing the smoke. It's the Ukrainian team cigarettes that are sealed. It seems that they want to clear out the Colombian team first,
Mstoy analyzed. The purpose of the Sia national team smoke was to block the Ukrainian team's vision. As for the Norwegian team, there should be no way to cause harm to the Sia national team. Moreover, the Sia national team is not the common enemy of the Ukrainian team and the Norwegian team. They are mutually exclusive. Yes, so does Team USA.